Do you know the
I would like
distance?
to know why.
Do you know the distance?
Why does it matter? You're derailing, right?
Because you're
I'm not gonna keep
claiming
engaging
you're
with you,
claiming
so
you're claiming, T, that the ship's disappearing from the bottom up. So I want you to tell us, what distance does that occur? What is that
you
distance, T?
deny that
What
it
is the
disappeared.
distance, T?
What's the
What is the
distance? Give him
distance?
the distance. This is supposed to be your evidence supporting your claim, and you're trying to flip it around on us to make a counterclaim. No, fuck you. Just give us the
No,
evidence for
Yeah,
your claim.
but
go.
me telling you a distance would
No.
require me to tell you the size of the Earth and shit, right? But I don't want to go to that. I just wanted to
Why?
tell you that there is curvature, right?
No.
There
No.
appears to be
That's not gonna
curvature.
work.
No.
That's not gonna
Nope.
work. Distance, please.
I mean, you
Distance,
said
please.
lack of curvature means flat Earth.
Distance, please.
But how do ships disappear bottom up if they're
He's not. He's just repeating. He's not gonna tell us.
Yeah, we can show them. We'll show these people things disappearing on a flat surface, and then all of a sudden their argument changes and it doesn't count. You know, we could do that, but he won't even ask for that, because if they ask for a goalpost, they will change their mind as soon as you complete that goalpost. Yeah.
Yeah, the problem is there's a slope. Go ahead, Teal.
No, I don't think these people paid attention to math, because it's just line of sight. That's it. That's why things disappear, and then plus weather conditions.
Yeah, so
That's right.
the important information to gather is, because they're saying from your point of observation to a target distance that there is a slope, there is a rate of change, meaning that the Earth is curving away from your position. And that's what I'm asking him to provide. If that is true, that we are on a curved surface, then he will be able to demonstrate at whatever distance he sees a bottom up obstruction that the distance between his observation and the target distance will be able to be known, as in a rate of change with a specific numerical value. And he can't produce it, meaning he doesn't know. So he doesn't know. He's just saying that, oh, it has to be obstruction of Earth's curvature over and over again, like a broken record. We don't want to hear that. We want the metrics. We want the numbers, the figures. We don't get that from these guys.
If those
He's been
metrics
here for a
support you,
while.
why are
He's
you so
heard this
afraid of them, T?
twice.
Just give them to us.
He's heard like these arguments already. We just talked about Horizon, and he's been here the whole time. Like, I think he knows.
I don't
He's just
understand the
dragging it
link
out.
you sent. It's too complicated. Is there like some form of like graphic proof,
You could. There's
geometric?
It's just it's a simple math equation with saying how far you could see depending on how tall you are, or where you're viewing from, and how far you could see. It has nothing to do with curvature. And also, the horizon changes based on weather conditions. That's why the sun looks super huge in some places and super small in the other places when it's setting, because of humidity. It magnifies it. So the horizon line has nothing to do with curvature.
I wouldn't be
And
casting
we
too
could
many of
see
your
things
pearls
past
before
the
this
curvature.
swine, because he's trying to do a burden reversal on you, and he's made a claim that he won't support whatsoever. So I would just
I'm
keep
just
the
trying
heat
to
on him
talk
to
about
try to
Yeah, I'm
support
just
that
trying
claim.
to get
I'm
all
just
the
trying to talk
arguments.
about
I'm
flat
trying
Earth,
to
but
get
you
all the
just don't.
arguments out of the way.
You
I'm
refuse.
trying to get all the arguments out of the way, because he's really,
Yeah,
really.
I would just let him argue for his position instead of turn it into you arguing a counterclaim
Yeah,
to his
obviously,
position
because
that he
that's the
never
only thing
validated
you
in the
can
first
do.
place. That's all.
Yeah,
This honestly engaging with my position is the only thing you can do. So
yeah, but you're only using obfuscation tactics, like debate tactics, to try to
no,
garner
I'm
a different
honestly
position.
asking you for stuff. I'm honestly
Okay,
trying
so
to ask
if
you.
you're honestly
What
okay,
did
so
you
you're in
ask?
good
What was the
faith.
question?
You're in good faith, and you're honestly asking. So now we're gonna test your good faith, T.
If
We
anyone
want to
has
know.
seen
We want
what I
to
wrote in
T.
chat today,
Relax, brother. Relax. All right,
I was
let's
very
test your
chill in
good
chat
faith.
today.
He's been having a panic all morning. Yeah.
1 second.
Yep.
Yeah, just relax,
Just
T.
chill.
We're
What
gonna
do you
test
mean?
your good faith. Relax.
He's
Right,
panicking.
so from your point of observation to a target distance, what is the rate of curvature that you would see on a ship disappearing from the bottom up, T? Please tell us.
Okay, I'm too stupid for this. What does this have to do directly with my claim?
Because you're claiming Earth
There you
curvature,
go.
which is a rate of change between the point of observation to the target distance, and you're not telling us the rate that it's changing, T.
But just because I can observe some,
It doesn't matter. It doesn't
form
matter.
of curvature,
It doesn't matter.
mean
You
I
need
can
to bring the
calculate
metrics.
distance
You need to
immediately.
bring the metrics to formulate us to give us at least the metrics, so we
No.
can test and verify that you've measured Earth curvature, because curvature is a consequence of the geometric shape being what it is, an oblate spheroid. So now, if you're telling us that that is a curved surface, then we need to know the rate of change. So from your point of observation to the target distance, where you see the ship disappearing from the bottom up, you got to tell us what that distance is and how you calculated that and figured it out. Because if you
No,
don't
I'm
have
just
anything,
no, I don't have that.
yes,
I'm a dumb idiot. I can just observe the ship
then why are
disappearing.
you
I don't know why.
arguing? Then why are you
I don't know
arguing?
why,
Why are you
and I
arguing?
would like
Why?
you to tell me why it disappears. Right? That's what I'm
Well,
asking.
That's
it's
how
definitely
everything
not
does.
curvature. It's definitely not
Everything
curvature. So there.
disappears. Yep. When you move away from
From the
something, it
bottom
starts
up.
to disappear
you
from
know,
the bottom up. Yes,
and
that's right. All things.
and that kind of identifying that, T, what does that tell you? You're in a blind belief system, aren't you? Aren't you,
That's
T?
ironic
Maybe
coming from the guy
Admit it.
telling me that
No,
things
admit it.
naturally do.
Admit it, T. Admit it. I want you to admit it
Okay.
to everybody here that you're in a blind belief system right now.
Hopefully, you
I'm
can
in a
have your
you're-
blind belief system.
Well-
I'm a slave to the system.
Okay, then. There.
normal.
I'm in the
That's
TV
normal.
religion.
Slave
No
to the
shock,
system.
yep.
Can you slave to the system? Can you type Angular resolution on Google and
I'll
find
even
out
change,
what
I'll
the
change
fuck
my
is that?
fucking nickname to slave of the system if you want.
That's
Well,
okay.
it's
Oh,
Okay,
coping. That's okay.
slave of
Cope.
the system. Can you type Angular resolution in Google and find out what the fuck is that thing?
Okay, sure. Give me 10 minutes.
Okay.
Well,
So
There's
yeah,
that.
everything that disappeared. Yeah. So everything disappears from our vision when we move away. If something's on a flat surface, it has a convergence point on the surface, right? The bottom of an object is on the surface. So there's going to be a limit of view between the surface and the object above it. There's going to be obscurity there. That's called the vanishing point. So everything always disappears from the bottom up on any surface.
Well,
I
the
mean,
thing
it doesn't
is,
make
though-
sense to me. Like, I don't
It
understand
doesn't.
how
It's just you got to go out and look in reality. That's all. Just show us
Let me-
anything else in reality, man.
let
I'll
me-
retire
yeah.
tomorrow.
Let me post
So,
something
he
in the
think-
text chat for you guys. Let me
So,
post
he
something in the
think-
text chat. Sorry,
He
Sasha. Go
thinks
ahead.
he thinks if he put the brick on the asphalt and he go away that
Yep.
he can go 1 mile away and he will still see that brick.
All right,
Yeah,
let me,
and you
let
can
me,
see the writing
I
on it.
actually
Yeah,
will.
2003. Yep.
all right, let me put your at least so you can see what XO is saying. Let me put something in the text chat for you. Go look at the
Yeah.
gift that I put in there.
All you got to do is show anybody something not disappearing from the bottom up that's disappearing on a flat surface. Just show anything disappearing on a flat surface and watch what it does. It's that easy.
Well, that's just evidence what I just showed him right there.
Yeah.
Could easily see
Everything.
it.
Everything disappears into the vanishing point. The surface meets the object. That's where things disappear. Yep. Too
it
easy.
doesn't quite kill the criteria of evidence, but it's interesting, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, same exact thing. Yep. That was easy. We just mean a claim otherwise. Just show us something otherwise, man. Then you can have an argument and you can actually show us where you get your information from. That would be a great start.
That's
All
fine.
you got to do is, I mean, yeah.
Good.
Somebody can make a claim eventually. Hopefully, we'll meet somebody that can tell us where do they get their information from. That's just the starting point.
Good luck. So as we seen an example with human sheeple, he just reluctant to tell you.
Oh,
Where's this
bro, that
quantum
was
guy?
amazing. Yeah, Robert Simmons came to school back. He went in a time machine. Where's Quantum Eraser? Doc Brown. Holy moly.
He's
Not
appearing
subs
in
or
all,
anything.
he's all appearing in different time frames.
Why that coin disappear come up?
You're cutting out.
Because the
Sasha.
table's a
Say it
ball. The table's a ball, Sasha. That's why. The table's a ball.
okay.
Please understand.
Oh.
Thank you. Yeah. I know
Okay.
that's the word you wanted me to say, so yeah.
But table is not a ball.
Well, some of these people believe. Listen, some people can identify a ball as a table, bro. That's the new religion. That's just not a joke. It's literally what they're promoting, Sasha. I'm not even kidding. Welcome to
But-
the end of the internet,
But
guys.
coin disappearing.
That coin was also a ball too. You can see it's round, isn't it? I mean, what are you talking? Everything's a ball, bro. What are you talking about?
That means that your demonstration is not valid.
Well, I mean, I went to the
This-
forest. Are you saying I'm go ahead?
These guys run out of steam, man. When they figure out that they don't know what they thought they knew, it's obvious. You just have to point it out. That's all you do. Is just point it out that they don't have any information to support the claim, and then it becomes apparent to them. Oh shit, I don't have it. Like the gentleman before T was the younger guy. He thought he had an idea of how gravity is a container. When pressed on the issue, he came up, empty, bankrupt. There was nothing he had to support the case, other than his belief in it, which I demonstrated.
Right, one more demonstration. I put a little GIF there with a little car. Now this is also a part of lens compression. So when I zoom in on that table, Sasha, look how the compression brings the table up and makes it slightly curved. It looks slightly curved, even though it's a flat table, just like the ocean looks slightly curved when we zoom in on it, even though it's flat.
Hey, so look at what Human Shibu put in there. Because the observer is below the table. Nice parlor trick. If he was below the table, he wouldn't be able to see the bottom of the boat.
He saw the coin from below the table. He looked through the magical table, bro. Wow. How do you flat earthers do these magical tricks? I don't get it.
That's funny.
I don't get it.
How can you see? If you're below the table, you won't be able to see the bottom of the boat, bro. That's duh. No duh.
It's
you can't
exactly the same. Wow. Yeah, bro. We just met flat earthers, guys. You guys are magicians. Abracadabra. Dang, bro.
If you were below the table, you would not be able to see the bottom of the boat. There's no way.
Yeah, so moving on to is the camera above the so look at this picture I put. Can we admit that the camera is looking above the table in this picture with the car tires disappearing? Hopefully we can get a claim.
Look at T. He's saying he does move up while he's zooming.
I was asking if he's moving.
He's not.
Please.
He's just zooming. That's the only thing
It's called
he's doing.
zooming.
That's all he's doing is zooming.
That's why it looks exactly the same on the right. When the ocean, right? Am I going like so when I'm zooming on the ocean, am I flying up to see the boat come back, or am I staying on the ocean? Am I staying on the shore? It's the same exact effect.
Give me a second.
It's identical. I mean, it's not even just close. It's identical. Like all flat surfaces do this. But I'm not a flat earther, but all flat surfaces will let your objects disappear, just like you're on the ocean. Zoom in it, bring it back, just like the same. Every time.
The scary thing is that he can.
Not that complicated.
Yeah, that's not.
He can.
You
He can do
I
that.
mean, how is the effect called? Can someone tell me how it's called, please? Effect.
Angular
Man.
perspective. Angular perspective. Let me see if because
There's many terms. There's many terms.
They do it with like when people are drawing like buildings, like when they're doing schematics, they have to use a perspective that it translates over into 3D. So you're gonna have to see something from a perspective like an observer is standing at a specific distance away, and so everything has to match up with the perspective of the viewer, of the observer, right? So,
that's right. This is very important when it comes to flight simulators as well. Flight simulators have to be made this way so that there's a level plane, the horizon, and that's always going to be the limit of your visual acuity, and that's why flight simulators have to be flat in order to mimic reality. Dang, bro, crazy.
It's I wanted to show you
Pilots
something
never
about
have to dip the nose of the plane over to consider curvature.
No. The pilots tell you, the pilots and Neil deGrasse Tyson will tell you that stuff is flat.
That stuff is flat.
When I look up angular perspective, I just find like drawing tutorials on like how to draw.
But just give me a moment.
Cool story. Yeah,
Give me
exactly.
a second.
That's exactly what Mayhem says is for drawing.
right?
Yeah, that's exactly what his claim was. That's exactly what his claim was. Wow, congratulations, Maggie. He confirmed your claim. Wow. Okay. Cool.
Exactly. I'll do it in a way that you can see it visually. But here, go to the text chat.
We'll go to flight
Watch this.
simulators later. Don't worry.
Look at this. Can you see the checkered floor? Or I'm showing you something. Hello? See?
Huh?
Can you see the image that I put in? 46 minutes after the hour.
Oh yeah.
Okay, can you see the perspective changes like from where the viewer is seeing the checkered floor?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So do you know that does change in what you see in the far distance from the those checkers at the very
Yeah, something that stands like on the very far end of the checkerboard is like not going to disappear from bottom up, since I can still see the furthest away like
but as you reduce in the angle, you'll start to see less and less in the distance. It reduces the
ones in the back are not going to like disappear faster than the other ones.
Well, they're not visually represented like the ones in the forefront. So what you're doing is you're changing your perspective, your angle of perspective. It starts to change. It's also referred to as angle of attack. But if you change that angle, then the things that you see in the far distance will be obscured by the angle that because you're seeing them at the at the narrowest angle possible. So the more narrow the angle, the less you can see in the far distance. It's just obvious, man. This is what happens in our vision. How we see things in the far distance.
I mean,
and of course,
if you raise, it's going to be very small, but it's not going to disappear bottom up, right? There's nothing obscuring it from the bottom.
Yeah, but it does though. Like,
I mean, I don't see it. like this. It doesn't make sense to me. Like you can tell me.
Yeah,
This
but you
how
look
it
at
works,
the one that Brendan Brazier just put in there. Brendan Brazier put one where you can see the squares up in the front, but the ones in the very end you can't see them anymore. They start to disappear into visual acuity. You can't
but
see them
if you
farther past.
imagine, yeah, if you imagine a guy standing like far, far away, his feet are not going to be disappearing, and his body is still gonna show. He's just
No,
No,
overall
his
his
feet do
entire.
disappear. No, you just
No,
lied.
they
No,
do
he has to
disappear.
make stuff up.
But
Yeah,
you
his
you
feet
still see
disappear.
the
Yeah.
disappear.
tires.
Yes,
But
just
you
show
still
us
see
one
the
example
tires.
of that. Just show me one example where the feet are not disappearing where the camera's on the ground. Just show me one example of that,
Yep.
please.
You still see
do.
the
Best of luck.
tires in the back, and the
Yeah,
tires are
let
the
me know.
lowest
Okay, so
possible.
you've already changed. No problem. So you ran away. Perfect. Okay, continue.
I mean, I can answer
Yep.
your question. Most likely, if you take a
I didn't
picture
ask
with
for
a
a question.
camera
I
on
said,
the
show
ground,
me an example of it. Yeah, you're going back to your religious claim. I'm just saying, can you show us anything, bro? Just because we've shown you these things and you were like, oh, oops, wow, oh, just kidding. So we're just waiting if you can show us anything that contradicts anything that these, Teal, Mayhem, anything we're saying. Just let us know.
how respectful and honest of you. I'm sure gonna engage with you. I love this.
Sure. Remember earlier I asked you where you got your information from in the chat, and you still can't answer that for a reason. So we'll be eventually getting to that,
That little breakdown of yours.
Well, I know it's scary, man, but you gotta. This is over the internet, bro. If you're scared of your own belief system over the internet, what are you doing in life? It's kind
I'm
of
not scared
scary. I
of my
gotta be
own,
honest.
but I'm
Oh,
aware
okay.
of your.
Okay, cool. Where
I'm
did you get
aware
your
of your
information
methods.
from?
I'm
Oh,
aware
that's
of
cool,
your
bro.
methods.
Okay. Where did you get your information from? That's all I'm curious about. Can we discuss that?
It's impossible to debate you on my own belief
Oh, okay.
because
Well, I
you're
guess I
very
got to bow
dishonest.
out, guys. I just want to
Obviously,
talk
very
about very simple, basic things. Mayhem, Teal, who else is here? Crispy, Effie, Batman. If anybody can just tell me where they get their information from, I'll come back and we'll have that kindergarten level conversation. Thanks.
because you're like very aggressive and obstructing, and
I know
you
this is just
Oh
I
boy.
do things in reality, bro. Sorry. Yeah, this is real
you don't
life. Yeah, go check
allow
my
for
channels on
anything.
It's okay, Princess. My channel's on my profile. You can see my videos. I have some world record photography that I know you won't want to see. So until we can get your claim, we can talk later about things, but I just need a claim from you, bro, because you're scared to even tell me where you get your information from. And that's actually a claim that I tell skeptics. Watch. My claim is that they won't be able to tell me where they get their information from. That's my claim. So continue, guys.
All right, I just put another video up there for you, T, to look at. This is from Mitchell from Australia. He did the bottom up disappearance with the coin on the table. The camera's at a fixed eye line to the table. Just click play on that, man. It's only like 8 minutes.
Are we still live? Did asking for their information kill the chat?
Yeah,
Nothing to
don't
talk.
know.
Point.
they don't like that. T just give it. We had so far like 2, maybe 3 people give up today. When I usually just press them on the one issue, don't let
I can
go.
tell you.
Yeah.
I can tell you about angular resolution and how it doesn't apply to a ship disappearing bottom up.
Oh, but it
you're
does,
not
my
going to believe
friend.
me, right? So
But it
You
does.
know about that,
It
but
does.
you don't know about line of sight.
wait, you didn't wait.
Oh, but it does.
Teal
Angular resolution
never
is the
wait.
ability. Hang on, T. Angular resolution is the ability to distinguish between the two closely spaced points. It is limited by diffraction of light, which is the bending of light as it passes through an aperture. The smaller the aperture, the more light is diffracted, the lower the angular resolution. When you look at a distant object, the light from the object has to travel through the atmosphere. The atmosphere is a turbulent medium, and it causes the light to be scattered. The scattering of light is worse at lower altitudes, so the light from the bottom of the object is scattered more than the light from the top. This is why things appear to disappear from the bottom up.
Okay, so the
Boom.
last part was kind of flat Earth source, because that was just random.
What
Because
do you mean random?
angular resolution is just what happens on your screen. For example, when you see the color purple, you don't see all of the red and what is it, blue?
Did you not
Red and
hear
blue
what I
pixels.
said? See?
You don't see all of the red and blue pixels. You see purple.
Distant
Right?
objects. Distant objects. You didn't know that it said distant objects. Not close ones. Distant objects.
Angular resolution. It's the same thing applying to your screen. Your eyes and your
boy.
screen. Angular resolution is the reason why you see purple and not red and blue. Look it up.
So-
It's true.
I know. I did look it up, but it also deals with distant objects, T. You're only seeing it one-sided. You say that it's only the flat Earth. No, it is what it is. So however they describe it, you're just gonna have to take it for what it is. Whether or not it agrees with your position is irrelevant because that's how it's been understood to operate. So you're
But
in
why
you're in an
doesn't-
error. You're in an error, T. You
But-
just have to
but why
admit that you're in
doesn't
an
the
error.
angular resolution apply to the entire ship, right? Why do I still see the ship
It
clearly?
does. It does,
I
but
still
it's
see the
telling you
ship
the
clearly.
reason why the effect of angular resolution on the appearance of distant objects is more pronounced at night. This is because there is less light at night and the scattering of light is more noticeable. But it's telling you though that the scattering of light is worse at lower altitude. So the light from the bottom of the object is scattered more than the light from the top. This is why
So the
things
horizon-
disappear. This is why things appear to disappear from the bottom up.
So if it's worse at night, then the visual horizon is closer at night, right?
We're not talking about that. What we're saying here is that because of the light scattering and it's more pronounced at the bottom with lower altitudes, you are gonna see the bottom up disappearance more pronounced when it gets distant. And it's telling you this has to deal with angular resolution. You need to look this up, T. Stop talking out of your ass, dude.
I know what angular resolution is, man.
No, if you did, you would agree with me.
Sure.
Because I'm just reading it specifically how it's demonstrated, and it is demonstrated this way. We understand. How do you think they're making telescopes? They have to understand this principle. They have to know what it means. This is how the astronomy and optics, it's telling you how it all operates. Now, this information is not also saying that it's because the Earth is flat. It's just talking about angular resolution. That's it. That's all it's saying. All about angular resolution. That's where
It's
you're
in
getting
the-
mistaken.
It's in the name of it too. The angle that you can resolve. Yeah. Think about it.
I mean, sure, if you personally believe that angular resolution causes ships to disappear from bottom up,
No,
it's not
you
a
go ahead, man.
personal
son of a
belief.
bitch, dude.
It is
It's
a
not
personal belief.
No, it's not.
No.
That's how optics work, dude. What do you mean? What are
There's
you not
no
getting from
coherent,
that, T?
but look, there's no
Yeah.
coherent logic. There's no coherent logic to the objects disappearing from bottom up on a
Pretty
plane
cool
Right.
projection.
and going in the distance.
Right.
There's
To
no
make
coherent logic
objects
to it.
disappear
He just
bottom up
explained
in my
to you. You're just
hallway.
refusing to accept the information. It's literally not even a flat
Yeah,
Earth
your
bias. It's just
Not a
general
flat Earth
knowledge.
plane, bro.
Your information
Okay,
is your
can you-
amount, your
Hey,
like
dude.
bunch
No,
of hope.
you're literally
Hey.
refusing to
Fucking
accept
Arabs,
information
bro.
because it disproves what you're saying.
We've
That's what you're
already
doing.
shown you.
Yeah.
I'll take
We've already
it.
shown you the effect happening over a flat surface once
Very
we've
thick.
taken away the metric horizon from you. It's already over for the curve right then and there. So the
Mhm.
effect that you're talking about is already being demonstrated on a flat surface
Yeah.
after that geometric horizon goes. So that's where you're at.
and your horizon changes all the time. So saying it's curvature doesn't make any sense. It's all optical illusion. It's not curvature if it changes all the time.
Okay, I mean, instead of like fighting over this, we just have different opinions, right?
No,
can
it's
talk
about-
not. You're just wrong.
Said-
You're just wrong,
said-
T. You are
Okay,
just
sure,
wrong.
sure, I'm wrong.
Hey,
I'm wrong.
Arnie.
I'm wrong. Okay,
Hey,
sure.
Arnie.
But you
Arnie.
said, oh, angular resolution gets worse
quick.
at
One
night.
sec, man. Arnie. Hey,
So that means ships
hey,
would
dude.
start disappearing much
Dude.
closer at night.
dude, can you
Right,
hear
so
me?
the-
mate?
The
Can you
visual
hear me, bud?
horizon.
He
It's
can't. He's
closer
just
as at night.
bulldozing through you.
Hey,
Yeah, I
mate.
want to ask you if you can test this. If the horizon
Yeah,
is closer
so-
at night.
So what happens, right? Right. So they've already demonstrated that things disappear from the bottom up on a flat surface. So how do you explain that if not angular resolution?
So they've sent 2 videos of like someone zooming zooming onto a table, and then suddenly something
It's not
appears.
even that. It's just the general scientific consensus.
I
What
was
about,
saying it's not even flat Earth is not talking about this. It's just the understanding of angular resolution, bro.
Yeah,
That's what you're
exactly.
saying. No, I disagree with that. Well, what fucking flat earther said this shit? Nobody's saying this. It's just an understood method of actually identifying. You can make telescopes using this information.
The definition of angular resolution that you read was literally from a flat Earth website.
No, it's
Like,
not.
Then send me the
Bro,
link.
it says here, it says, look, and I'm going to prove it to you, right? Because it says the words atmosphere is turbulent, is a turbulent medium. It's
Oh.
saying that shit already, but
Oh,
look.
damn.
Yeah. And then it says, here are some examples of how angular resolution affects the appearance of distant objects. When you look at a star, it appears as a point of light. This is because a star is so distant that its angular size is below the angular resolution of your eye. When you look at a planet, it appears as a disk. This is because a planet is closer to the Earth than a star, and its angular size is above the angular resolution of your eye. When you look at a distant mountain range, the peaks of the mountains appear to disappear from the bottom up. This is because the light from the bottom of the mountains is scattered more than the light from the top. That's not a flat earther saying that shit, dude.
If
That's
he
a
is, he's
Glover
a pretty
talking.
bad one.
Yeah, that's a Glober talking.
But that makes sense though, doesn't it?
It does,
Dude.
but like they're trying to make it sound like planets and stars and
Yeah, but
shit looks like this.
Yeah, if we look at what we can confirm, like the mountain example, yeah.
Yeah, that's and when I was telling T2 when I was reading this, is like this isn't a flat earther. I'm not reading from a flat earther handbook. This is specifically talking about what angular resolution is. So
Yeah.
if they're saying that the scattering of light is worse at lower altitudes and the light from the bottom of the object is scattered more than the top from the light from the top, this is why things appear to disappear from the bottom up. So they're already saying there's a reason behind things disappearing from the bottom up, T. And it doesn't have to deal with curvature. It has more to deal with angular resolution, bro.
Are you going to send the link or not?
T, I've just posted a video of me making an object disappear bottom up in my hallway. I can't possibly be beneath the hallway. Why is that happening?
Your hallway's curved.
Yeah,
Yeah.
your hallway is pretty fucking curved, man.
Oh my god.
Yeah, the hallway's
Have you
curved.
seen the size?
They make them curves, right? They make them curve.
Look the left and the right of your hallway, man. It's literally curved. Like, look at the, how it's called. Like,
This guy's funny.
dude, you have a shitty house.
You have
Fix
a
your
curve.
floor, man.
You have a curved floor.
Yeah. What is this?
I knew it was gonna be in his obfuscation.
Right,
sorry.
in the beginning, he doesn't
Sorry.
know that much about it, and now he won't
That's
accept
really
any
good
new
evidence.
information. That's what he believes.
Yeah, it's like pointless. I mean, we don't have to fight over this. Like, I don't care.
Is that
I would like to ask
It's
you
not-
about your.
It's not
whole
fighting about it. It's you
worldview.
not accepting the general knowledge.
No,
Like,
it's just
that's not
you
even
fighting.
flat Earth.
It's just
It's you
you
Yeah,
fighting
you're
fighting like
trying to-
literally the general consensus.
Yeah,
No,
you're
it's him
trying
fighting
to-
reality. It's not even.
That can be
consensus.
proven.
fighting-
We're not just
it's just
chucking
him-
it. It's being
hold on,
duplicated
TL,
right now
hold
on
on,
somebody's
TL.
floor.
Hold on, TL. He's
Sorry.
just fighting reality. Okay, that's all I
It's as
wanted
if
to
you
say.
have
thank
to fight people. Like, I'm just here, like, chilling, asking questions, and you have to fight me. Like, dude.
You're in denial.
Yes, you can insult me all day, man. I don't care.
That's not really an insult, though, is it?
That was a fact, not an insult.
You
Yeah,
are
bro,
delusional.
Yeah, bro,
Oh.
you're scared to talk about your own origins of your information, and we show you things, and you deny everything that everybody agrees on. Nobody starts disagreeing with this stuff until it has to interfere with their globe religion. Everybody already agrees with this stuff until they say, wait a minute, maybe I don't live on a ball. So that's just, bro, you're the best evidence we could ever ask for. I'm not a flat earther, and you're just admitting that we can't trust reality. And that's my claim, that you guys can't trust reality. Like I said, you also can't tell us where you get your information from. So I'm 2 for 2, bro.
Yeah. You're winning the fight that I'm not even trying to take.
No, there's no winning, bro. No, you're evidence. You are the evidence. There's no winning here, bro. You came here to justify your religion, and you're proving to everybody what this religion does to people.
It's not about us winning.
It's
not about us winning
demonstrating your superb intelligence.
So much as you're losing the fight against reality is what's actually happening.
Yeah, it's a lot of emotion. I mean, if I had a belief system, heretic, that just contradicted everything in reality, I'd get emotional too. I admit that. Yeah.
It's as if you can't accept that I don't care if Earth is a globe.
He's not even a flat earther.
Wait, hold on, guys. Hold on, wait. You don't care, but you're spending your life here talking to us about your belief system, but you don't care. Are you sure about that? You're just complaining about it for no reason all the time. You're just talking about this all the time, but you don't care, and you won't even tell us where you get your information from, but you don't care? Why are you so scared to tell us where you get your information from? If you don't care, can you just tell me where you get your information from? Or do you care so much that you can't even attempt?
Dude, I'm pretty sure I spent the entire day not making any claims. Okay.
No, that's what I'm saying. So right now, though, you're so scared right now, you can't even tell us about it, though. So right now, though, it's terrifying. So where do you get your information from, bro? This is just a basic kindergarten level question. I ask little children this all the time. Where did you get your information from? Oh, did anybody hear him answer my question at all? Did anybody hear that answer?
Of course not. I just hear that he's afraid of his own beliefs and he's running away from defense.
Right.
Does any? Okay. So all of your questions for the past 2 weeks.
Okay. I'm sorry. Okay, you're scared right now. I'm sorry. I wasn't here. I'm not a flat earther. I'm actually a psychiatrist, and I just want to know, where did you get your information for this outer space ball belief system that you have? Is there any way you can tell us where that information comes from?
I have given up on trying to prove anything to you. I'm just
curious. No, that's what I'm saying. Is I'm just curious about the information that you have. Like, is there any source that I could look at to find out that information? Because I'd like to look into it also.
No, I just saw ships disappearing.
So I'm just curious. Like, is there anything that you can tell us so that we have an opportunity to look at that information, so that we can also look into this? Wow. Well, there you go, guys. I guess we're not allowed. So I guess none of us are allowed. Is this like a secret religion? So this is a secret religion. Okay, so this is a secret religion that we're not allowed to know about this stuff, guys. It's some sort of cultish hidden thing that only certain special people on the internet know about, apparently.
Bro, anytime anyone tries to prove something,
I'm sorry, you're still doing it. I don't have an answer. I know you're not trying anything. I'm asking, where do you get your information from? This is the basic fundamental question I ask little children when I meet them, because that's the first thing I got to establish. Oh, you believe in something? Cool. And I ask them and their parents, where do you get the information from? And that's where we start the conversation.
What kind of information
and that's the most basic. No, you won't even tell me anything. My point is that you can't even tell us anything. I'm just saying, where do you get your information from? Are you saying that I have to accept whatever you tell me? That's kind of cultish, bro. I'm just trying to find out, where do you get the information from, so that we can also look into this information, because I'm curious.
Does this guy ever stop monologuing, man? Like, this is pointless.
So is there any way you can ever answer me at all, T? Is there anything?
We both know what things I can say and what ways I can prove that.
Does anybody know? Is there some rule? Is this guy being held to some sort of rules? Is he being held hostage, guys? Can you guys let him speak? Is he allowed to talk about stuff? Because he's saying like he can't talk about something, or like, T, this is really not that big of a deal, man. Listen, I'm literally just a teacher for Southern Arizona. I used to work for the government. I do many other things we can talk about if you'd like to look at my credentials. I can show you thousands of things if you ask me questions, bruh. So I'm just trying to figure out. Yeah, I was a teacher in the military. So real quick, T, can you just tell me 1 second, where do you get your information from? Your personal belief about this construct of this earth. Where does that information come from?
So I was raised very atheistic by a dad who is a physics major, so I guess that kind of shaped me.
Okay, so your
mostly.
father. So there you go. That's an honest answer, T. Your father gave you this info, and I think you kind of mentioned that earlier in chat when I mentioned refraction, and that was also the source of how you learned about refraction, right? So the same source as your father. That's an honorable answer, T. There's no reason to be ashamed about that. That's just fine, man. I'm proud of you that you were able to answer that. I'm gonna leave you
Yeah,
alone now. You do what you got to do, man. You keep up the good work. Thanks, buddy.
so I was gonna ask, what kind of information could I provide that you are gonna accept, right? Because I know you're not gonna
Well,
accept
we've
anything I
already
was.
told we've already told you, T, the information that supports the claim that you consider to be your belief system. So if you believe that the Earth is a globe, then drop over the distance measurements as in how much drop over the distance on the slope, which is going to be a rate of change from your position to a target distance. That's number one. Bring us direct evidence of that. Second, if you have any idea of how things are disappearing from the bottom up without using angular resolution, please provide that as evidence. We can go on if you want. Gas pressure without a container. Go ahead and
Okay.
provide the information. I can continue if you
Tell
want.
you,
We can
yeah,
start with
whatever
those.
it is
So
you,
so
whatever it
my
is you
answer
provide,
to
if it's
that.
look, if it's evidence of a globe, I'll accept it. If it's not evidence of a globe, I'll accept that. Whatever it is you provide, I'll accept it.
Go.
My honest answer to that is that the foundation of my belief system has a much deeper philosophical root, right? It's not random information. It's
Is it evidence based?
not really, no, because I
Okay.
mean,
Well, that's
we
what
can
we
talk
need here, T.
philosophy. We
No,
can talk
we need
philosophy. What can
evidence,
you really
T.
know,
No, we
right?
need evidence though. In the physical and natural world, we're gonna need a demonstration. We're gonna need evidence. We're gonna need figures that we can check out. So if you say from here to there is about 3 miles, right? So you're gonna give us some information that we can validate. So if you don't have that, then this conversation of you thinking about what the Earth is in your mind is not gonna help anybody in here. We're not thinking about what the Earth can be if we think and use our imaginations. We're talking about what the Earth is a matter of fact. So we're going to be able to measure, test, verify, falsify information in this arena. And if you don't have that, then you cannot support a claim that you state to be is the true case. So we're verifying truth claims. And if a truth claim
Yo, Lumpy or Cousin Sueno. Cousin Sueno, are you there, bro? Go that far, bro? Lumpy or Cousin Sueno, are you there, my friend? If you want unmuted, or if you want to talk, let me know.
true the thing that I'm saying. There's a claim on the table that the Earth is of a certain size, that
Mhm.
the Earth is spinning, that there's a cosmic
Yes.
vacuum. Those specific things, we want to know if they can be verified. Can they be verified, T?
And my question to you is, how do you
Can they be
verify things?
verified, T?
How do you verify things? We have a different
Well,
understanding of the word
yeah, in the
verify.
physical
So
and natural world, we're gonna have to be able to tangibly go out into nature, right? Go into the field and test the claim of the Earth's geometry. Because they're telling us it's a certain size, so let's go measure it for number one, right? They're telling us that the Earth is spinning. We're gonna have to test to see if there's anything we can figure out of how fast it's spinning, if that's what the claim is. Verify or falsify the said information. Can we do that, T?
yeah, I mean, the only
Okay,
hands-on
we
thing
can.
that's like
We
very
can.
obvious
Okay,
is
now,
yeah,
good.
yeah.
Now demonstrate to us how that is possible. Go.
Yeah, I mean, I just repeat myself. Go to the ocean and watch a boat disappear from bottom up. It's-
Okay.
And we just
So
explained how that. Sorry.
go to.
Oh, I said it was just explained here how that has nothing to do with Earth curvature. And you're denying basic stuff to say
She's
it's not.
right.
That's not.
It's pretty ignorant to be responding like that after we just did all that.
You said okay, but what's your name? Teal, you said what's angular perspective, and then someone else said angular resolution, right? So what is it?
I was saying line of sight. It's multiple things, but when you see things disappear so far, like it was the perfect weather conditions, and you could see as far as you wanted to, and you have the best camera or telescope, even then you wouldn't be able to see forever because of line of sight. That's what I was saying. It has nothing to do with curvature. It's line of sight.
I can explain it a little. Like, if I can give you an example. Okay, so like, let's say you're looking at a 6-inch house brick, right? And it's like a few meters away. You can see it, right? Now extend that further to about, half a mile away over a flat surface. You might be able to still see it, right?
Mhm.
Now let's extend it out to another mile. It's gonna continue to appear to get smaller, right?
Mhm.
Until eventually it gets to a distance where your eye can no longer resolve it. That's called angular resolution, right?
Mhm.
Now,
But
let's say
I want to add one thing.
yeah,
My eyes can
yeah.
still how do you say, resolute the ship, right? I can still clearly see the ship parts, the different
Okay,
ones.
okay. So let me
That's not
continue,
angular.
right? Now,
Mhm.
let me continue. So let's
Mhm.
say that brick was attached to a building. Do you think just because it's attached to a building with, like 10,000 other bricks stacked on top of it, right, that you can see some of that? Do you think you're still going to be able to see that bottom brick?
But you say angular, how do you say,
Yes or no?
angular?
Yes or no? Now you're obfuscating,
No.
and it shows that you're a
I
liar.
have
Just answer the
you
question.
have to give me the chance to point out his
No, I'm
logical
giving you the
fallacy, right?
chance to answer, and you're tap dancing. So say yes or no to his question, because it
If
was a
you,
yes or no question.
well, then I don't want to continue this because
Yeah,
you're
I
not
don't want to
arguing with my
continue with
point.
a liar either. That's why I'm interrupting you, because I don't want a
You have
liar
to
to
give
just
me the
continue
chance. If
to
he says something I
walk
disagree
all
with,
over this
you have
issue.
to give me the
No,
chance to, like,
no, it's a yes or no. It's a yes or no. He asked
who's
you a
even
straight
talking
yes
right
or
now?
no. You're just
Oh, this
demonstrating
mad
yourself to
water
be a
crisis guy.
liar.
Oh.
Demonstrating yourself to be a liar.
No,
Yes or no.
I'm just gonna eat now. You guys have fun.
Say
Sounds like a
goodbye.
great idea.
Liars in here. Yeah.
You could answer the question and go on. I don't understand.
Yeah, answer the question, then say
Poor
whatever
guy.
else you want. But the first thing he did was
Sorry.
try to obfuscate. He
There's
wants
no
to tap
point in
dance around.
answering.
He's
There's
doing
no
it again.
point
This is
in
not.
answering a
You can
Obviously,
tell.
question.
the
You can.
answer,
Yeah,
look,
he's not
obviously the
emotional.
answer has implications to your worldview that you don't like, right? So you're trying to avoid
What?
giving it,
Okay,
and everybody
okay,
sees it,
flat.
Here
right?
comes the
Flat
emotion
water
again.
crisis.
Great.
Flat water crisis. Listen to me. If I ask you a question like, "Is your mother a whore or
See,
sick of cancer?"
exactly every time. That's exactly all these people can do, bro. They go right to perversion. T, I tried to like literally give you a good note, and I thought you were gonna
I'm
be
going to
okay.
touch
And
you when you're sleeping.
look at the emotion. These people have to say your mother's a whore. I mean, bro, you gotta relax. Is this outer space globe religion so important that you just have to go to people's mothers are whores? Is that really the best we got, guys? My
I will
goodness,
touch
bro.
you, bro. I will touch you. I won't touch your mother. I
I
will
muted
touch
him.
you.
I muted
I'm
him,
not
so
joking. When
he
you're
can't
Look at
say.
this guy. Look at this guy.
Wait,
Look at
who's
this guy.
this
Cast,
guy?
Miggy. Hold on, you got enough.
Yeah, I just
Bro,
muted.
they're like gremlins. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
so I
Yeah.
just muted. I just muted him. So he was gonna say something pretty stupid.
Poor
Flatwater. I
guy.
know you don't get that much time, but
Wow.
like, all we get is obfuscation from this guy. It's clear that he doesn't want to answer the question. He's gonna. And the thing is, too, he was gonna try to keep making it sound like he's answering the question when he's clearly not. He doesn't want to give you the answer.
Yeah, Miggy. His
Yeah.
answer was, "I've answered your question."
Yeah, exactly. They always do that. Oh, I already answered it. Where? No, they never did, but they just keep saying, they just
Oh
keep
my
referring back to
gosh.
this time where they answered it, which never happened.
Yeah, okay, I'm just gonna shut up. Okay, I'm done. Goodness gracious.
I mean,
all
the
that over a
answer's
simple
obvious.
question. Yeah, like I thought T Dub's question was very clear and simple. Like it only had one answer.
We all heard it. He was obviously afraid of the answer.
What
Didn't
was
want
it?
to
Can
go
you
there.
ask me? Let me be a weirdo for a second. Ask me the question. Let me put myself in their shoes. Go ahead and ask me right now.
Yeah, but I mean, we don't have to role play. We can identify that these guys are known obfuscators, and they're going to continue to do this. But if we don't harp on the point, if we don't stay on them, they're gonna swing off another branch, and we say, "Oh, okay, let him explain," and he's just never going to get to the point. They're just gonna it's redundant.
Right, they're going to
We just
start
gotta hold
reading
them to
War
it.
and Peace. Right, they're going to start reading War and Peace. An hour goes by, half the room's left. Nobody's learned anything, and that's just what they want to do. Yeah.
All right, let's ask the question to the room once again. We got some new people that are jumping in here right now, like Psyop Consumer, and we got somebody at the bottom with the Russian name. But welcome to the chat. If you guys want to bring some evidence for the Earth being a globe, go ahead and do so. And yeah, go ahead and do that. We got people on the panel right now who are in here. We got let's see, people: Crispy Moise, Dr. Means muted, Dreams in the chat, Esoteric Baboon, Batman Jedi, Flatwater, Flat level water. Flats decline, get beget. Human sheeple's unmuted. Oh god. I don't like Israel. Wagner's here. Kiwi Buzz, Little G, Mark J, Morvis. What's up, guys? Cyclones in the house. Welcome to everybody who's in here. T Dub and Teal has been joining us for this couple past days. TOS UK is recording us all the time. We're live 24/7, guys. Timbo's in the house. Trinity's in the house. And XO at the very bottom. What's up? Let's go.
What's up? What's up?
What's up?
Good work, Teal. It's
where's the
nice
live
to hear you. It's nice to hear you in here, Teal. Thanks for handling these guys with us.
He's been throwing bows,
Alright.
bros. Coming in here just like, like a mosh pit. She's just pumping both fists, just like knocking people out, That's good.
For
Yeah,
that
you gotta learn
breakdown.
more too, Adam.
I think though, if your internet was a little bit better, that would be even more. Because like every time you're saying something, sometimes you cut out. It's like it just
Yeah, I'm
makes
in
it
the
difficult.
middle of nowhere, so the Wi-Fi is not very dependable here.
And maybe you should get in touch with the Elon Starlink and all that stuff. Maybe you'll get a better connection.
Where's the live stream?
TOS UK is doing that for us. But shoot, you can find it in 24/7. But there's actually like 3 live streams. It's on Rumble, it's on YouTube, and TOS has his on YouTube as well.
I just subscribed.
Good stuff.
Good morning, everybody. Wrexham Va checking in. Hello.
What's up?
Another-
What's up?
Another name change.
Yeah, I'm a little bit dizzy and backwards today. What can I say?
That's an inversion. It's still the same name, just flipped around.
Exactly.
Well, your avatar should be upside down then, if you're going to go all out.
Well, no, it
And the
wouldn't be
black should
upside down.
white
It'd
and
be
the white should be
backwards.
black.
Well, I could do that, but I'm not on my computer. I'm on my work computer right now. I don't have that avatar handy, that software handy. I just want to say hello to everybody. I'm on my lunch break, so I'm going to mute up and finish eating my food.
Did you want to
In the water
contribute to
world.
anything that was been said?
Oh,
Since
did I
you're
want
on
to say
your break?
anything? Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, no. It's just I heard you were doing a roll call saying hi to everybody, and I didn't hear Wrexham Va in there, so I figured I'd check in and say hello and raise my hand.
Oh, it's good. It's good. Yeah.
When you realize the most frightening question ever is, where do you get your information from? That's it.
Oh,
Ask another
YouTube.
Glover that question. I want to hear the results. Maybe this time we'll get an answer.
Oh, bro, I'm
Yeah.
telling you, bro. Keep it simple. The more you keep it simple, the more you literally are untouchable. If you let them complicate stuff, that's how they win. If you just keep it literally 1 + 1 is 2, let's start there, and they can't do it. That's the point. They have to go to some other sort of insanity, running away.
I got my
Yep.
information from my P1000.
Well, you get the
Oh,
it's okay. So
Well,
if you're
there's
not
a claim.
capable, when they're speaking to you, they're gonna use the tactic of the burden of proof reversal. If you don't notice it, you're gonna be defending, and that's the thing that I said. It should never happen on a point of like discussion where you're defending a point, because what T was trying to do, and he was using this, didn't work this time. But what he's been using is a burden of proof reversal. He's asking you, how is it possible it can happen on a flat Earth? And he keeps going because he knows that if you look to what he's saying, he's not going to come up with any information like we just demonstrated. So
He's already
just-
shown you like the weakness of his position by even doing that, by running away
Yeah.
from defending it and trying to put it onto you to defend something else. He's already shown you he's got nothing.
Correct. So just a word to the people that are in here for the wise. Keep always vigilant of that. They will always try to make it sound like they want to make you defend your point of flat. You tell me how your flat Earth works, and all that kind of stuff.
Difficult, yeah. When you're not a flat earther either. The guy that said P1000, was that where? What does that mean? You have a P1000. That was after you had a belief system, or was that before? You got the P1000 and then you developed your first belief system.
Well, the belief
on our
system I
side,
had
and-
is what I was indoctrinated with in school, telling me the world
There
was
you-
a globe.
There you go.
So
I'll ask
I
you.
went
You
out
sound,
and I got a
you sound honest.
P1000.
Yeah.
So I went out and I got a P1000. I went to the beach and I pulled something in that should have disappeared over the giant water hill, and it didn't. Brought it
Perfect.
back
So
with
let me
my
ask you this.
P1000.
Perfect. Where did you get now before the P1000? Forget that. When you were young, when you first started believing whatever you believed, what can you remember being that source of information so that you believed in and explain your belief system?
Well, that would have been in elementary school. I don't remember exactly what grade it was, but I do remember talking to the teacher and talking about the Earth and asking about how come we can't see a curve if the Earth is round, and she said it was too big. And I asked, how come the water doesn't fall off of the ball? And she said it was gravity holding everything in. What else do I remember? I don't remember. Just about everything that I learned in school, I realized is bullshit. So
that's an answer. That's a real answer. That's all I ask for people is where do you initially get your information from? I'm just proving that you're able to answer that and other people are not able to answer that. It's that simple. I'm done.
Right, I'm going to go back to my lunch.
See how that was just that easy, Globers?
Yeah, the guy earlier, T, was like, well, you're a flat earth. I'm like, I'm not a flat earth. I didn't claim anything. Right? I just said, where'd you get your information from? And then he eventually got so emotional. He wanted to tell us how it's not emotional and told us how it's not a big deal, but he had to talk about it. So it's just a projection, right? People start painting themselves in a corner, heretic. And then the more they're going to project onto you, hey, you know, where's your information? Because they don't have any. Then the next thing is emotion and so on and so forth. Before you know, they're talking about your mommy, right? And that's the normal spiral, you know, 7 steps to spiraling, you know, when you've lost your outer space religion, I think.
We need a 12-step program.
Right. Well, the last 5 steps would be the same. Your mom, you know, so.
I remember what got me to start looking into it was I was looking into the firmament, and then I realized that the stars repeat every year, and I just wanted to find an explanation on the globe model how that was possible, and then I just kept finding out more and more. It didn't make sense.
Nice. One thing leads to another. Yeah, one thing doesn't match. And instead of saying, wait a minute, let me pretend it should match because I'll just use a magical word, you actually take the path of less traveled and go, wait a minute, there's something much bigger going on here. And then eventually, you know, hopefully you read the Bible and you realize that that's what the end goal was the whole time. Yeah. You mentioned firmament, though, so there's a biblical word right there.
Yeah, that's what got me to start looking into it. And I didn't even know it was related to flat Earth. It just got me looking into the stars, and then that's what happened.
Yeah, let's read Exodus 20. I'll end with this, guys. I'll let you talk. But if anybody wants to look into the blueprints of creation in the Bible, they are located in Exodus. That would be specifically Exodus 20:4. 204 shows you the blueprints of creation. Heaven above, earth beneath, water under the earth. Right there.
Which Bible are you quoting?
Specifically the King James. So it would be, you shall not have any graven images of anything, of any likeness of anything in the heavens above, or the earth beneath, or the Ma'im, waters underneath the earth. So use a little bit of Hebrew to make it sure it's very specific. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I read that version too. Because, like most modern Bibles actually do say they're round. Like
No, I can't. No, there's never been a real Bible that's ever said the earth is anything other than the Lord's and water coming out of the the earth coming out of the water. So the earth doesn't have any shape in the Bible. You're referring to Isaiah 40:22. Is he that sits above the circle of the earth?
Well, I read a different version from the King James, the Duhay Reams. I don't know if you ever read that version.
I'm just asking if you're talking about Isaiah 40:22. Is that what we're talking about? That the earth, that is he that sits above the circle of the earth? Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, and pretty sure. I mean, I'm kind of butchering this a little bit.
Right, no, it's no problem. I'm going to show you what this means. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I read in the Duhay Reams it says like sphere. a circle.
Right. Well, that doesn't make any sense at all. It doesn't say the Earth is a circle. By the way, I think most people understand a circle is not a ball. But here's a problem that sometimes flat earthers run into as well. So be very careful. You can still be deceived. Check this out. Well, it says the Earth has a circle. It doesn't say the Earth is a circle. It's the circle of the Earth. If you look at my picture, I have a shirt, I have a hat. That's my gun on my right hip. Like a 1911, I have a 1911, but I'm not my 1911. So the circle of the Earth doesn't mean the Earth is a circle or a ball. It means the Earth has a circle, and a circle is a linear, two-dimensionally constructed circuit, or plane, right? But that's not what the Earth is. The Earth is dry land coming out of the water, but it has a circle. So none of that has anything to do with the shape of the Earth. There's no such thing as shape of the Earth in detail. Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah.
But yeah, check out Bible Hub and look at the Greek and Hebrew, and it's much more accurate, much more phenomenal. Not that we don't have the Bible in English, we do. But if people want to get technical because we're debating or we're argumentative or we have to go get the details, you just got to go to the Hebrew in the Old Testament, Greek in the New. But now they actually even have an Aramaic New Testament as well, called the Peshitta. So it's never been a better time to read that Bible, I'll be honest with you.
I like the app Blue Letter Bible because you could pick any version, and if you have a question about the original definition, you could click on it, and it gives you the Hebrew and the Greek and seeing every time it's been used in the Bible and what they translate it to. It's a good app. So you can
That might be
see the real
good.
definition.
Yeah, that's a good thing, but make sure you cross-reference it with Bible Hub, because a lot of the Hebrew translations on the internet, actually 90% of them, or I shouldn't make a number, the vast majority are wrong. So be very careful, because there are many deceptions even in the Bible. So Bible Hub makes mistakes all the time. We find them when they even repeat words and stuff. That's just a blessing from God. But be careful, because not all the Hebrew things on the internet are correct. There's actually some serious deceptions out there as well. Yeah, it never ends.
Yeah, I like it because it shows every time it's been used. So they say, oh, this word was used as birth, but now it's used as kill or whatever in this verse. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, that's excellent. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's a really good app.
That's pretty good. Yeah, the water is going to be the big contention. When you look at the word water in Hebrew, just go to Genesis 1:2 when it says that the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters, and you'll realize that everything was a water world before he brought the dry land out of the water. So everything was water first. And in fact, of course, the first headline of the Bible is, in the beginning, God created the Shamayim. That means heavens. Well, the word Shamayim means water over there in Hebrew. So even heaven is water. So that's going to be one of the big secrets that a lot of people are going to be waking up to in the near future. Once you get started with flat Earth to kind of get your bearings, you're going to go, whoa, wait a minute, there's a lot more going on. And it's going to kind of it's like a snowball effect. And you're going to find that water world, in heaven and under the earth for sure.
Yeah, I can't prove it, but that's why I think stars twinkle. I think they're twinkling over water. If you get a telescope and you look at the stars, it looks like light twinkling in water. That's what I think. You can't prove it.
Definitely. Absolutely right. I agree. Yep. In the book of Psalms too. If you want to fast track after you get done with Exodus, go to the book of Psalms. King David will show you the most about this creation. He's got all the details. Psalm 24, Psalm 29, Psalm 148. He says there's waters that be above the heavens, still be above the heavens. Oof, what's going on? Psalm 29 has the answer. It says the Lord sits on the waters. Oof, there you go.
So if it's water above and water below, that must mean that we live in a bubble.
No, you can't claim a bubble. We actually live, maybe in his hands, but I wouldn't call it a bubble. Maybe we live in God's hands, but we can't understand the creator of, the container of creation. Got to be very careful. So the firmament is actually a linear surface above us. It's actually extremely linear. I don't want to use the F word, but we have when people say celestial sphere, what they mean is we have a sphere of vision, just like somebody posted a picture earlier that we have a sphere around us, or a hemisphere. But as far as containment of this, remember, it's a creation, right? Earth is not a system. People say the Earth is a closed system. Some people say the Earth is an open system. Both sides are wrong. So be careful. That's why I like sometimes I like the way Miggy does things, Mayhem Alpha, because he makes sure that we're not making claims outside of what we can test and prove, and that's usually the safest bet. Because when flat earthers say that the Earth is a closed system, they're cutting off the rest of creation, and they're forgetting the waters and they're forgetting the heavens. So there's no such thing as the Earth being a system. The Earth is part of a system, but nobody has a right to describe what the system is. We can't tell God how he made his creation. You see what I'm saying?
I'm gonna have to
So you guys,
agree. Baruch Hashem.
Good to hear your
Baruch
voice
Hashem,
down here.
Jimsy.
It's been a long time. My brother in the Arizona area.
Bunny on the plane. Welcome to the Edge of Consciousness 2023, sir. Baruch Hashem.
Well, it's good. I'm glad. I heard you a couple times on here. I'm glad to hear you. It's been a while.
I know it's been a year, bruh. You know that a whole year they're just popping by like days now, guys. Time has been sped up. I feel like I'm 41 now. Oh, I am. Dang it.
I believe that. No, I think I'm getting younger. Eventually, I'll get younger. But
you are. Yes, amen.
I was thinking about the ancient area. You know about the ancient city of Rhoda. And in your area, Rhoda. Tucson was built on the ancient city of Rhoda. Check it out. Do your own research.
Yeah, that's about 65 miles north of me. I've been there many times. I see what you're saying. That's possible. There might have been cities over here thousands of years ago or something. Sure, I understand that idea. That's interesting.
They found 8th century Jewish Roman and ancient dialects that were like Phoenician and Proto-Phoenician, Proto-Hebrew, and the most ancient forms found in this country right here.
You know what that is, Sonny? That's Tower of Babel, when God, messed up their language and spread them across this earth, all over the face of the earth, confounded their language. They came over here all the way to Arizona. Isn't that nice? That was thousands of years ago, that proto stuff. Yeah, that's pretty brutal.
Or they started here in the first place. How could the more ancient forms of all these languages come from America and just be visitors when it's the most ancient form that they didn't even translate until the 20th century, some of them?
Well, the information on the other side might have been lost, though. So you can never tell an origin from when you find something unless you obviously already know the story of what happened. You'd have to have a preconceived idea.
That's true. You need to be careful. But it's good to hear you.
Yeah, man. Welcome to the end of the internet. Thanks.
The end of the internet. What do you mean? I thought it was already over about 5 years ago. 3 years ago,
That means this is as far as you can go. You're going to have to turn around. You can't go past this. You'll have to turn around, sir. Sorry, this is the limit. This is the edge of the internet. Thanks.
And I've said that before. Like when people come in and they're new, I tell them, welcome to the last house on the block. This is it, kids. That's all. Yeah, you literally at the end of the internet. This is where it stops, folks. Hang in there for more news. Anything new? Anything newsy? Is there any news? I get my news from you guys, so.
Yes. Okay, I'm going to tell you one thing real quick, Sonny. I'll make it fast. So a ship set sail about 3 or 4 days ago on the 14th. So I think that's 4 days ago if I can do basic math. It's a special ship. It's an aircraft carrier called the Eisenhower. Number 69, CVN 69, and it launched 4 days ago. I used to play this video game when I was 12 years old called U.S. Navy Fighters, and it had this warfare conflict in Ukraine. The Russians invaded the Ukraine, and you were a fighter pilot, that came through the Mediterranean, went to the Black Sea to fight the Russians against it. And here we are, 2023, the exact video game that I played when I was a child. Not only is coming true with the Russian-Ukrainian invasion, Sonny, but the ship in the game, the Eisenhower, that I've been waiting for 27 years to launch, is now launched 4 days ago. So I guess we're in Red October, bruh. Yeah, so now I'm looking. I'm like, am I in the Twilight Zone? I played this video game when I was 12 years old, and now you've launched the ship. I'm like looking at God.
Can you hear me?
God, I feel like I'm in the Twilight Zone. This is kind of embarrassing. So I don't know what to think anymore, Sonny. Thanks.
The actual ship and the actual event.
Can you mute the
from
Flat
the
Earth music
game
bot?
here
Yes.
in
You
real
can hear
life
me?
now. What's up with
30,
that?
30 years ago. The
What?
game was designed 30 years ago. 3 decades ago, they designed that game. A little tiny little boy that I was thought that was the greatest thing ever. And now I'm like flashbacking to my childhood. I mean, I wasn't even in puberty yet, and now I'm looking at this stuff again. It's like blowing my mind, to be honest.
Dude, I was already a grown up by the time those games come out. Like, I was
Right.
building plastic models of the Polaris submarine, the very first one. You know.
My dad was a techie. My dad wanted to buy all the latest technology. He bought a Sega Genesis when everybody had a Nintendo. Then he had to buy a computer, right? Like that was just my dad. So he just gave me that stuff to play with, much easier than spending time with me. Just put the kid in front of the box and he's going to have his fun, right? So I got raised by these things, bro. And here I am going, damn, this is insane.
Yeah, so anyway, I thought about moving to that area, like the Promised Land. Like, I want to go to the Promised Land. Like, I know it's right here in this country. It's in America. But anyway, yeah, I've thought about it. But I don't know exactly where that is, Could be along the Nile. Oh, I mean, the Mississippi.
What was
somewhere. The game, real life on this earth.
U.S. Navy Fighters Gold, the Gold Edition. U.S. Navy Fighters Gold. I'm going to put some screenshots I took earlier to make this a little bit easier if I can reach the, what is this called? A chat? Good, I can use words like a grown-up. Okay, let's see here. Ding, dong. Okay, I'm just going to post these 2, and then I'll post 2 more. So there's my video game. That's one of them, and there it is. There's the 69. There's Eisenhower. So yeah, and there's a little... 16-bit F-14 on top of the aircraft carrier. There it is. There's the aircraft carrier Nimitz in the game, and now it's being launched. Let's see, 5,000 sailors. Here we go. 5,000 sailors head to Mediterranean right there aboard USS Eisenhower. It's real now. This is 4 days ago. There you go. So it goes to the Mediterranean. And, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, the Midway is one of the aircraft carriers, I believe, from the World War II and Korean or something, if I'm not wrong, but
I believe
Vietnam,
Midway was named after the World War II battle, probably. Yeah.
Right, and the Midway, it's a museum right here in San Diego. So I always joke about that. In the movie I Am Legend, where he's like on the aircraft carrier saying, like, if anybody hears me, I have shelter, I have food. Like, I feel like that. Like one day, I don't know. It just feels kind of very weird energies around, and it's a big military town. I hear a lot of motion up there above me. They're patrolling our skies like with huge gunships, vertical liftoff things. They travel around in pairs, and they do this like loop pattern up and down the coast. Some are further out, some are right at the coast, and some are inland. So since I'm an observer, a lifetime observer of things around me, I'm just saying I've been around a long time, since the Apollo years and before. And I just noticed a change of things. Like it's ramped up. And something about the time you said, something about frequency, vibration, and time. I feel like something is fluctuating. As far as that goes, that could be a subjective only kind of point of view. It's possible, I'm not, it's pretty hard for us to get out of our subjective point of view and to get out of ourselves. We'll never leave the parameters of our own personalities. That would be like saying I can go out and look at Earth like as a ball or something. Like it's not a ball, of course, because that would require curvature. If Earth was a ball sphere, that would require curvature first. So
Sonny, that would probably require a claim to where we got the information, right? I would hope we can start there. Like, where did the information come from? So that's going to be the hardest task for these people to tell you where the information comes from. So hold on, Sonny. In Job 38:25, it says, who hath divided a water course for the overflowing of water, or a way for the lightning of thunder? So I'm going to post 3 pictures real quick. If I can. So here's a picture that I took on the left. That's northern Arizona, 300 miles north of Tucson. You were just talking about there. That's the edge of the Grand Canyon, north of the Grand Canyon. You can see that lightning. You can see that the water course, and you can see that the Lichtenberg effect, when you use electricity, do the exact same thing. So the way that water carves out the earth is exactly, there you go. Thank you, Amish. Just like electricity carves, water carves the exact same way, and it's mentioned here in Job 38:25. So 8 years after I took that photo in my Grand Canyon photos from 37,000 feet, God finally showed me the water course in the Bible. Again, that's Job 38:25. So he's revealing a lot of things, Sonny, and I'm just trying to keep up. Here's the last one right there. I don't know if you can see that, Sonny.
Actually, I'm not, hold on, I'm having trouble. It's been a while since I've been on mobile. I'm trying to find the chat for.
It's just
here.
right
One
next
second.
to the room. I'll probably tag you, and then you can find it easier. 34 people in here.
Well, it's a good thing because I should review the entire chapter of Job, since I actually felt like I was living the actual life of Job here in this lifetime. And I hope I've paid my dues, for God's sakes. And thank you, Lord.
Christ is going to pay mine.
Thank you, Lord, for bringing me to another day, a brand new day. Thank you.
Baruch Hashem. I feel like a boomer trying to post my pictures. Sorry that takes so long. But if you get a chance to look at that, Sonny, there's a couple interesting shots. But yeah, when we show people this, you realize, oh, wait a minute, that Grand Canyon can't be carved out. And there's a lot of deceptions about that. You know, people want to claim that the judgment scar is carved out. And trust me, you don't want to be saying that. When God gives us judgment, when he judges things and uses his water, you never want to say that his creation created that, because he is the arbiter of that judgment, that water course, that judgment scar. But yeah, Job 38:25. So that's the point. Job 38:25 says the water course and the lightning in the same sentence, and I don't find that a coincidence, because they both have the same shape. And it also tells us that, wait a minute, there's no such thing as path of least resistance. That's a path that Elohim has actually guided. So there's a huge level there. Yeah.
Everybody, but no one wants this press.
Calling all Glovers in the room to step forward and tell us where you got your information from.
Where y'all at?
Hey, wait a minute. I wanted to make a comment about where did they get the information, because let's go back to school days. Now in the school day, I don't remember, they never specifically set out and said things that were all encompassing Earth as a globe. It was more like piecemealed it together. Okay, like they would just take you to some pictures and say, well, these are how large these objects are. They never told us how they got that information. So that's a good start. So what's happening now is the people coming in here are just piecemealing it back together. They're using their own imagination to mix and match this thing that doesn't exist, that's just been inserted into their mind.
Right. That's exactly right. Go ahead.
It's like they're following a movie script that they're making up themselves, and that's funny because they're actually using pieces of movies, cartoons, commercials, and all other types of media with globe insert. Like Universal Pictures is one example. They're just putting stuff together from movies, literally, and coming in here saying that's globe proof. It's quite
It
hilarious.
shows how effective people can be brainwashed, because a lot of these people don't know why they believe what they believe, but they think it's so stupid to question it, and they automatically come in here thinking everybody's stupid, but they never critically thought about it. They just believe what they're told.
Now that's stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's smart to have blind faith in something. It's stupid to critically analyze it. Right.
Mhm.
Checks out.
That's why our life cultures are designed to complement the natural gut bacteria. We're the UK's most recommended friendly bacteria. Right now, you can save 20% off some of our best sellers. Trust your gut. Opt for Optivac. Dealing with my lot means making smart choices. With our family growing, I want to protect the life.
Can someone tag me, please, por favor, in the is it the general chat? Like, I really am a boomer right now at this moment. I can't see it.
Sonny,
I hope I can find it.
I tagged you, Sonny, but where we all are in the room, there's a little chat box up in the right-hand corner on your mobile device. You'll see that people are typing into it because it'll have the ellipses.
I just found it.
Yeah, that's where it is. It's like a little private thing for the chat here.
Yeah, I wasn't used to that. I saw it pop up as a little text box, and I hit on that, and then it went right to the chat. Let me see. Okay, gotcha, Flatsy. I didn't even know who XO was when I first came in here. I just heard his voice because he doesn't have a name that I understand. But I saw those arms outspread along the flat horizon, and I knew it was the XO. Anyway, being funny. Funny, Sonny. Yeah, I'm like, dear Lord, why am I suffering these, like, seemingly biblical punishments? Like, I know I've been a bad boy. I haven't been all right, like, a lot of the time. Just being transparent here, and but like I said, today is a new day. I feel like I shall be revived by some kind of source, much larger than any resources I have, and had to lay myself. What is it? What are the right words?
Like, throw myself on the mercy of whatever. Is that what you're trying to say?
Say it again.
What?
Were you trying to say something like throw myself on the mercy of whatever?
Yes. Yes. Throw myself on the mercy of the all high, the all seeing, the all knowing, the creator.
Yeah.
I have to stop using the fallacy of thinking that I can be my own world, that I can make up that I can make my decisions myself, that I'm capable of operating on that level, which actually most of that is none of my freaking business. Like, the birds and the bees aren't sitting there wanting and asking, why am I a bird? Like, why is it so, why all these feathers? I like that. I like the analogy. I like the analogy. Forgive me, just 1 second. I like the analogy of the dog sitting by the side of the road on the curb, like looking at a tree. You would know if the dog was questioning his reality and saying, like, you would know it. That never happens.
Well, are you equating all human intelligence with dog intelligence? You're saying, are you
No.
saying it's the same thing?
No, I'm saying they're totally different. You don't. Dogs don't sit there and question themselves. Dogs don't question themselves in their reality.
So we shouldn't?
No, I'm saying that we are the only ones that do.
Oh, are you saying that's a good thing or a bad thing?
Hey, it's a double-edged sword.
Yeah. Are you saying we should do that or that we shouldn't do that?
We could, yeah, we're able to do that. It just depends on our intentions. Are they for beneficial? Are they being used beneficially to be helpful, or are they a detriment and a deficit? Part of the category that, like, of things that are working and things that are not. It's a good idea to stop the things that aren't working anymore.
What if it's just? I'm sorry.
It's okay.
What if it's just that we want to figure things out to figure things out?
Oh yeah, that's part of our nature, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. All I'm saying is we have these abilities as who we are, what we are, created in the image. We have abilities. Some of those abilities can go awry because either we don't know, couldn't learn ourselves, or we're not taught how to use our inner resource that we all have. Each one of us has our own reference tables. So Wikipedia is a good example. They have a bunch of reference tables, and anybody can go in there, write fallacious stuff in there, and that's okay. Well, same thing happens with us.
I would say that whatever you believe in, make sure you look into it and you're not believing it just because they told you it's true.
I'm truly from Missouri, and like I'm all about the show me state, being in the show me state. Like I don't take anything on its face value anymore until I see it. It's got to be shown to me. I need to see it. So that really makes it kind of fun when speaking with Glovers. Because I'm asking for the receipts. I need the white papers, technical data. Where's the... They don't like that. They come full front right into the brick wall of the show me state, like, and they have no place they can go, and they can't run, they can't hide, and they can't produce any informational knowledge from any source about their fairy tale globe. I digress. I'll yield.
I'll record and drop them to cities.
Well, I'm going. Bye.
Hi.
Hey, Jetta, I have a question.
Yeah, what's up?
What was that guy asking yesterday about the Polaris? Like, what was his point? Like, I wasn't really following.
I get so many people asking me about Polaris, mate. What do you mean? Which bit? What, because the stars were rotating around.
I think he's talking about your Cubanite.
Yeah, that guy.
Oh,
that guy.
Yeah, he's the angular elevation to Polaris with regards to the ground position of the star and the distance between the sextant and the star don't work on a flat Earth. It only works on a ball. That's what he's claiming.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but you don't understand the 1 in 60 rule, which, if we
Yeah.
look at it, that's not going to equal to what you're saying, Jedi.
That's fucking crazy impression, man. Shit, that freaked me right out.
It only works on the equator, but it doesn't work on the equator.
Well, but they're using the same BS that they've been trying to
Shut
do
the
are
fuck up. Mute him.
say
Mute
what?
'em. He's doing a QE impression. Don't worry
No,
about
I'm not.
it. No, the other guy, he just said shut the fuck up.
Oh, okay. He's got to get it out. Okay, good. So they're trying to use the distance to the star, so showing that they don't know anything about what the sextant is for. Traveling along the x-axis, they still don't get it. They still don't get it.
The 1 in 60 rule.
Somebody said he was sounding like Yoda a little bit. The 160 rule. Far from equator you must be.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I'm never going to get that out of my head every single time we talk now.
2 million
Did we come to any resolution with that? Did you read anything in what he posted, Miggy?
Yeah,
I know you
he
dropped
was.
a couple of screenshots.
Well, I mean, and we were talking about the celestial sphere, which didn't line up to what he was. He wants it. Longitude and latitude were something that were derived that when QE was pressing him, he didn't want to answer. Like, are we tripping over longitude lines like on the Earth? Like, what's up with that? Like, and I've been talking to people about it, man. It's really not sinking in. But these guys are always looking up to the sky for a reason. The celestial sphere has nothing to do with terrestrial one. So they're always trying to talk about longitude and latitude as if that's describing a globe. But that's what's in contention right now. Because they're not just talking about navigation. They're talking about how this correlates to the Earth's surface being a globe. So he's not just arguing a point. He's arguing a point to correlate it to the curvature of the Earth or it being a globe.
Yeah.
With it
So we
being
know where they're
already
going. It's just go ahead.
being that they're already presupposing that by they're saying, but they're not showing that card. It's like I've said a while ago. They have this card. It's the globe or nothing, and never leaving it. But don't ever talk about that part. Then go to longitude, latitudes with the presupposition of a globe already set, right?
Yep.
Well, it's kind of like, well, of course Star Wars is real, and you're like, well, how do you know? Well, bro, the Death Star, bro. I mean, what are you talking about? The Death Star proves Star Wars is real. Okay, bro, listen, that's the point. That's in contention. Well, how else do you know? Well, I mean, the TIE fighters. Listen, I never watched Star Wars. This is embarrassing, but it's like they just it's a reaffirming of the same point. It's just keep making the same, because of Luke Skywalker. Yes, I know. How do you know it's real? Because of Darth Vader. Yes. Why do you know it? It's the same thing, and that's all we do. Longitudinal lines, back to boats disappearing, and then my dad told me about it. That's literally what the guy said earlier. My dad told me about it, and we start over.
So when you go look at the celestial sphere on the wiki, right? It says celestial coordinate systems. These concepts are important for understanding celestial coordinate systems, frameworks for measuring the positions of objects in the sky, certain reference and lines and planes on Earth. When projected onto the celestial sphere from the bases of the reference systems, these include the Earth's equator, axis, and orbit. At their intersections with the celestial sphere, these form the celestial equator, the north and south celestial poles, and the ecliptic, respectively. As the celestial sphere is considered arbitrary or infinite in radius, all observers see the celestial equator, celestial poles, and ecliptic at the same place against the background stars. From these bases, directions towards the objects in the sky can be quantified by constructing celestial coordinate systems. Similar to geographical longitude and latitude, the equatorial coordinate system specifies positions relative to the celestial equator and celestial poles using right ascension and declination. The ecliptic coordinate system specifies positions relative to the ecliptic, Earth's orbit, using the ecliptic longitude and latitude. Besides the equatorial and elliptic systems, some other celestial coordinate systems, like the galactic coordinate system, are more appropriate for particular purposes.
Coffee jelly bean. Shush.
Uh-huh. He's getting rowdy.
It's actually a planet.
I heard within the first like 2 sentences of that, the plane of the Earth or something like that.
Yeah, I mean it's right there. Frameworks for measuring the positions of objects in the sky, certain reference lines and planes on the Earth. So you can't have a plane on the Earth if there is no plane.
That's right.
Large scale extinction then.
Hmm.
Dinosaurs? Have you seen you kill the dinosaurs?
They've just put us in the middle of the Earth, projected the Earth around us, but that's actually a celestial sphere, and the Earth is the horizontal plane that we stand on, even though we're at the center of the Earth when we take these angle measurements.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Decisions best friends.
Oh, there was a question I was going to ask, being as it's relatively quiet. I forgot what it bloody was now. My goodness. I'll get it back in a second. Spherical access, or excess, sorry, access. Spherical excess. Has anyone got a brief description of how that's not true? Because it keeps getting brought up and it's starting to bug me.
It gets tied into the celestial sphere for sure.
Spherical excess?
Spherical excess.
Well, they're taking
In
straight lines of
navigation.
sight. Straight lines of sight and sticking them together in triangles. So where's the more than 180 come from?
Simple as that.
So there is no spherical excess.
Well, it's calculated afterwards.
Yeah, because I mean,
they
when
take the measurements with straight lines of sight.
right, and they tell you that. I always ask them. So these lines of sight you're getting your angles from are those straight lines? Yep, of course, straight lines. Stick 3 of them together. Okay, so where'd the more than 180 come from? Well, it's more than 180, so it must be a globe. Well, how? They're 3 straight lines, and they're lines of sight. It's not like a physical line thing. It's just a line of sight. I don't even think it would work on a globe.
Hey,
I got
globe
you.
proof 3 minutes after the hour.
Yeah, reckon real quick, just asking if the lines are straight. It's all over.
Brilliant stuff. I don't know whether anybody has been paying attention to the text room for the last few days, but me and Flatsy have got a bit of a troll going between ourselves to ballers. We've started bringing up absolutely random facts that have got absolutely fuck all to do with the shape of the Earth, and then declaring that the Earth is a ball directly afterwards. So it's been quite interesting, really. It's been going on for days now. I can't even remember how we fell into it. I think somebody in a conversation here the other day was talking about something completely fucking irrelevant to the point, and then making a declaration that the Earth was a ball. So we've continued doing that just for shits and giggles. I think we're kind of excelling really well. We've brought up some really interesting. I've actually learned a few things as well. So thank you, Flatsy.
Well, I went for a pumpkin spice latte earlier, and pumpkins are round, so the Earth is obviously a ball.
Pretty much, man.
There you go.
What about the guy that I was talking about? How like you can see like atoms in a telescope, or not telescope, but you can see atoms. Like so the Earth would be round.
That's pretty much the type of thing that we're talking about. Yeah, absolutely.
I thought.
nothing
I'm
to
sorry.
do-
Okay. I thought you were going to say I can see atoms refraction. I thought that was coming next. I'm sorry.
No, some guy said we can see molecules or something. So that means the Earth is round. Something along the lines
Yeah.
of
So
that.
So if the Death Star isn't true, why would they make Star Wars?
See, I've got the blueprints to the Death Star. I pulled that out of a Star Wars annual when I was about 8, 9 years old, and I've kept the collection. I've also got the blueprints to X-wing fighters, TIE fighters, and the Millennium Falcon. So, being as I've got the blueprints to them, Star Wars is true. That's the ball.
Yep, that's just one example of that. How they piece these things together like strings that don't connect.
Absolutely.
Sonny, I'm gonna eat your heart out, man, because we got some guitar coming, and we're gonna do it with 7-string. We got a Twilight Zone coming.
Excellent. I'll grab my baritone.
Oh man, that poor guy earlier, the guy T in the chat, you know, he said two things. We see ships disappear on the water, and my dad told me about it, so you got to give him credit.
I was listening to that conversation. I was kind of really impressed with. I can't remember who gave the demonstration on his hallway floor, but even when demonstrating that on a known flat surface, that things do appear to disappear from the bottom up, and then talking about angular resolution and it being within the definition, and an explanation how T just completely couldn't deal with it.
Bro, Jedi, he said, no, I just disagree. It's like, bro, this is just reality. What are you talking about? This isn't our claim. This is everybody's claim. Everybody agrees with this. What are you talking about? No, I just disagree. Oh, that's my favorite. Okay, I guess we're done.
I don't really care. I don't even care.
That's like you disagree. This is like QE says. This is not a agree-disagree format. Cats make kittens. You disagree. I'm sorry it has to be that way for you. We're done.
Yeah. Kind of sad.
But bro, I've been telling him for years. I go, listen, all you got to do is just watch any object disappear on a flat surface. When is somebody going to go to a basketball ring and lay their camera down on the floor and roll some pennies away from the camera, or walk away 100 feet, like the entire length of a basketball court? Everything that disappears from the surface up. There's no if something is on a surface, that means the obscurity of the object and the surface are so close, they are going to vanish first. That's the vanishing point. That's where the obscurity is. If an object is not on the surface is not going to interfere with the vanishing point of the object. But when the object is on the surface, they will eventually become one visual acuity, the limit of your view. And that's just how everything works. And this is just something that they can't look at. That's why the guy has to say, no, I just disagree. That's literally the only option. You just have to literally throw your arms up and start over. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, God was talking to Job. Go ahead.
No, you're fine. I was just going to say it's a perfect example of somebody putting their hands over their ears and screaming la 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 la. That's what it was.
Exactly. People gotta, again, I'm a Bible person, so I'm going to do this. But Job 38, just that one page, Job 38, has about 10 different articles or items about this creation. And what's most important about it is that men cannot understand creation, right? And that's what, again, I'm not a flat earther, but flat earthers are trying to remove the claims of man. That's the whole point, right? You're starting over. We are going to remove all these things that were being taught. It says right here, Job 38:18, it says, "Hast thou perceived the breadth of the earth?" That means, can you understand the width of the earth, the breadth, the size, the magnitude? Like, the answer is no. You cannot even understand the breadth of the earth. It's just that simple. Yeah. Welcome to Waterworld.
This is Job 38:10.
And break up, for it might decree place and
Oh,
set bars and
37, sorry.
doors.
3710.
3710. Let's turn the page.
Hey,
And go ahead.
Jedi, look at the article that
Yo.
I just put in there. At the
mate.
bottom of that article, where it's talking about demonstrating spherical axis, look at what Mick West put. You know who Mick West is, but back in I think
Yeah, I know
2018, back in 2018, he had a rebuttal to this guy that was asking him about spherical axis. Now, what his rebuttal was before he entered into his little I guess paragraph there, says something I discuss in my book is how you can actually use Stellarium instead of going outside for measuring the spherical axis and using Stellarium as a program. Those of you guys who don't know what Stellarium is, and he's saying by looking at the stars, right? So based on the celestial sphere, he's already using this as another catalyst for viewing celestial spheres and to like figuring that out is what he's saying. So it was like I said, it stated in the beginning. That's how they're using this. The spherical axis. They're like Mick West was using points in the sky, you know, in the Stellarium
Wow.
program.
Wow.
Actually, Southern rotation.
Say again.
Wow.
Is that what makes the appearance of the southern rotation of the stars?
Southern rotation of the stars. No, he's talking about using the program to figure out specific points that he calls. I think in here, he's using the term. This concept is known as ground truth, in quotations. The verification of distant observations or models by actual observations on the ground. Stellarium has a lot of ground truth, so you can use it with confidence that what you're seeing is what you would actually see if you were going to that particular place and time yourself. So Stellarium is giving positions to stars, but because of that, the thing they're using as their basis for the knowledge of, like, it's going to give them a foundation for understanding the spherical axis. They're using the positions of stars, which means they're using the celestial sphere. Once again,
Wow.
yeah. And he's saying it himself right here at the end of that article. I just wanted to point that out. And Mick West
Yeah.
is not, he's not a lightweight, dude. This guy is allegedly another scientific communicator. So he's an administrator in Metabunk. So
Well, we debated him on 24/7, didn't we, about 4 or 5 years ago?
I
Yeah, as
argued
you
with
can
him in YouTube comments on other subjects, and I didn't think he was that good.
he isn't, you know, he's your typical scientific communicator. They have to stay a bit vague and ambiguous and nebulous with terms because they don't want to, you can't be held down to anything in those arenas because you answer to a lot bigger fish than the internet people that are around these topics. These guys, they don't have to hold accountability. They can easily say, well, I'm not talking about the shape of the earth, I'm just talking about this subject. And which they always think it's a tactic to come in here and say, no, well, I never claimed the earth is a globe, so deal with that. I'm earth agnostic, they would say. That's how stupid, dude.
Yeah.
That's the new troll. Yeah, that's the new favorite,
I'm
most popular
earth
troll. Yeah.
agnostic.
And yeah,
This is
I didn't make. They just keep saying I didn't make a claim. Okay.
Yep. But these guys, like Mick West, they have to be held to a standard. That's why when they speak, they're ambiguous. They don't want to ever give you like definites. They'll say things, but you can't hold them to it. But they'll actually say like, yeah, well, we're not saying that we know what gravity is. Like that way it keeps them from, it's their shelter.
But it exists.
It does. What is it?
I just put it in the chat right now. You'll see Mick West's Horizon claim, and that's my cat trying to understand it. If you just go to the text right there. So it's going to be posted 60 minutes after the hour. There you go. So when the sun is touching the horizon, the real horizon is just above the top of the sun, about here. And there you go. That's
I'm going to highlight a quote that he put in here. This one will knock your socks off. And it goes along with exactly what I've been saying about this. I'll put it in the text chat for everyone to see. This is Mick West.
Sorry.
He puts in here, just I'll read the end of it. Have your friend travel virtually to Australia in the program Solarium, by the way. Have your friend travel virtually to Australia and look at the stars rotating north and south. Repeat the South Africa and Chile. Compare with similar points in the north. This symmetry of rotation can only work if we are on a ball in the middle of the celestial sphere.
Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Wow, wow, wow.
I mean, these guys are they. The old Jedi mind trick is that okay, so everybody, even the Globers, are even Yakubianite. They honestly think they're talking about the terrestrial sphere, but they're really not. What's
they're
in
not.
contention is in the sky. It always has been. It's never the ground. That's why they always go to the sky. And I was always thinking, like, dude, is this some psychological mind job? No, it's because their framework of reference is specifically the sky. It has nothing to do with the ground. And they are hoodwinked into believing it's the ground. They think, no, it's the ground. It has to be. No, it don't. That's not what Mick West is saying.
Wow.
And it's like something new that we're like, yeah, I understand
And
that
just
we've
going
always
back
been.
to Exo's picture of the sun with the horizon is
Oh yeah. Yep. Is that still up, EXO?
Sorry, dude, I cut out a little bit then.
Yeah, I'm just
16. Go ahead.
more than ever. I'm highlighting this because I think now is the time to really harp on this point. I'm gonna put the details at the very bottom. Yeah, I'll put them in the text chat. Yeah, I said the idea being that if you can prove that Stellarium models the Earth as a sphere and the stars essentially as an infinitely distant celestial sphere, then the flat Earth argument fails if they can show Stellarium differing from the real world observations. Of course, the math, geometry, is a bit beyond the average person, and the point is easily rejected if you don't understand it, but it's another tool.
Your Majesty, my name is Jamie Singh. I'm the captain of the Please follow. Sam, are you all right?
Yeah, they need the stars to be infinitely far away and all the light to be coming in parallel.
Yep. Back to Mundo.
I'm feeling a little regret, so if we have something to change it to. Why am I shouting? Wow.
Fuck, that is.
Yes, it is. So we're getting back to the underlying premise of why they think their arguments hold weight and why spherical axis is so important to them. They're not modeling this on the Earth. They think they are. I think some of them actually agree that the position of it is to apply it to an Earth that's a sphere. But you cannot do that if you don't know where this came from. Where's the origin of that? So you go back to like why they understand this information is the case, and it all stems back to that. And even Mick West is saying it right there.
Wow.
This is from their own words, bro.
Please call me a little rough on the road.
And we wondered why they couldn't come up with the drop over the distances, because it's like they thought it was all terrestrial. That's the smoke and mirrors, right? They think
Yeah.
it is. Like these guys are thoroughly convinced. It's like if there was a case for the globe, it would have already been demonstrated. because of the fact they're using the celestial sphere, they're superimposing that information over the Earth. And just like Fusili was pointing out, they have to have the stars at an infinite distance away, with the light coming in parallel.
Yeah. Tricky little fuckers.
Yeah, it is.
But I guess the more and more we have these conversations and they bring stuff up, stuff starts to slip. People like yourself and others go away and do some research and come back with little gems and little nuggets of gold. That little gem or little nuggets of gold always stems from a flat stationary Earth or some kind of reification of a projection, but based on that. Or like you've pointed out, I mean, these people are actually navigating the stars.
Yep. It's even in the name, celestial navigation.
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, it's right there, right in front of you.
Yeah.
I can't wait for you, Kubernight, to join again.
It's gonna be. Well, they think themselves really sure about what's going on because they've already projected their information superimposed on the Earth. That's why to them it makes sense. In a way, on a sphere with the spherical axis, it does make sense to say that we can do it can be achievable in the sky, not the Earth. The Earth itself is not the thing that you're figuring out. With them, it's the sky. So they're trying to, they're trying to project the sky onto the ground. That doesn't work.
No.
Because the Earth's not a globe.
Yeah.
You guys believe in flat? Commode, Caesar. Hey guys.
What's up, man?
Hello.
Hi.
לא כולם פה, not all of them, right? Like, whoever has FE in his name believes that the Earth is flat, right? You can respect it. You can believe in whatever you want. I respect it.
That's not true. Not with everybody with the name of FE. Is an flat earther.
Yeah, but
and
there's
go
a
ahead,
guy
ask your
called
question.
I Don't Like Israel, by the way. Well, I mean, you know, it's any place
What is-
destiny.
Yeah, would you guys have any questions, or are you just in here?
To
talking
be
to
honest,
each other,
are you a flat earther?
I'm not considered that. I'm a critical thinker, sir. I do know that the Earth is flat, however.
But it
You want me to say it again?
proven otherwise so many times.
No, these are the imaginations of men, sir.
So I have a question. I'm sorry if it's kind of loud. I'm driving right
Yeah, let these gentlemen answer real quick, Frothy. 1 second. Let them answer because they're coming in with some questions. Yeah, I know you do have some information. Let the gentlemen kind of get it out.
Yeah, I have a question though. Let
Sure.
Claudio speak. You have something against proven facts?
It's not proven, sir. I just said they're imaginations of men.
How? Okay, so nothing in science is proven.
No, sir. That's an
Right.
all or nothing fallacy. I didn't say that. I said the Earth being a globe is not proven.
But it's scientifically proven.
No, sir. It's not science. It's a category error.
What?
Ay. It's a category error. It's not science. It only deals with geometry.
Fucking.
My logic is sound. Yours is flawed, sir. I'm pointing this out.
No!
Let's not throw a fit. Let's figure
God.
this out together. Let's reason together.
Don't
How
call
about
me
that?
sir. No, listen. I'm gonna send something. And
Can
tell
you calm down and have a logical argument, or are you
Yeah,
just
go,
gonna
go,
come
go,
in
go,
here
joking,
spouting
I'm
nonsense?
I'm joking.
All right, continue then.
I'm gonna send something in the chat, and you fucking tell me if it's a fucking what do you call it?
What?
Imagination.
This is going to end up in a troll. I can feel it through the force.
Yeah, they can.
No, he's not. No, look, he's not a troll.
He's gonna send Donut Earth.
No, I'm
No,
just
no,
on
no,
That's
no,
fine.
no.
I'm just on Red Bull right now.
You're Red Bull.
Yeah, he's crazy.
Well, we don't need crazy. We need critical thinkers in here, sir. Can you do that? Can you critically
Critical
think?
strike on mobile.
Okay, so you appear to seem like everything's comical, right? Like you can't have a coherent thought in your mind. Yeah, it has to be a meme. It has to be video games. It has to be comical. Sir, why
What the
can't you
fuck are
not
you on
talk to
about?
us? I'm on about that you're not being genuine, sir. I want you to be genuine.
No, 'cause I actually think
Dude, just I need you to be serious. If you're gonna talk in here, be serious.
Huh?
Be serious. Be serious.
I'm trying to be serious and you fucking
Okay, so
imitate
give
me.
us a question. Give us a question that we can answer, sir.
No, I'm gonna send facts and you tell us.
No, then tell me a fact. Tell what is a fact, sir? You know what facts are?
Yep. Facts
Okay,
proven
give
by
me a
science.
give me a fact
Scientifically
about the Earth.
proven.
Give me a fact about the Earth. Can you use your words?
It's round.
Okay, it's round. Okay, now I need the evidence to support the case.
Okay, why if the Earth is flat, why is every star
No,
in the
no, I didn't tell you to tell me if
No,
it's flat.
no,
I asked
stick
you to
that.
support the case. Support
Okay,
the
no,
case of it being
I
a
have a
globe.
question. I have a genuine
Sir,
question.
we're gonna let Mr. Cloudy answer the question.
All right,
Support sir. If you have any information to support the claim that the Earth is a globe, please provide it. How do you know it's a globe?
Schizophrenie
the
מטורף.
Earth is flat, how come
No,
all the
not that if it's flat. Not it's flat. Don't start saying it's flat. I want to know how it's a globe. Bring your evidence, sir.
Okay, I just can't have a conversation.
No, I need you to bring the evidence to support the claim that it's a globe. Please support it.
That's not how a conversation works.
Oh, that's how evidence is brought in, sir. You need to support the case
Don't call me
of
sir.
it being a globe. Stop spazzing out and tell me how it's a globe. Give me the evidence.
Okay, listen.
I'm
to my
listening to
fucking,
you.
If the
Be
Earth is
careful,
flat,
but
how come all the stars are round?
No, not how come. I need a demonstration of how the Earth is a globe. Provide the evidence, sir.
פשוט תתחיל בלי flat. Don't say flat.
Yeah, just give me the evidence how you know it's a globe. Give me some evidence, sir.
Okay, let's search online. Okay.
I asked
Flat
you don't
Earth
know, right?
debunk.
You know, flat Earth, nothing. Give me some information about the Earth being
Can
a globe.
can I
Or do
ask you
not know?
something though?
Sir,
Can I ask you
I'm
something
talking
though?
to Cloudy. He's
I'm
looking
sorry.
for some information.
Can you answer
I
that?
want-
Can you
I'll go to
answer
your
how-
friend. If you can't give me the information, I'll go to your friend because he's dying to talk.
No, I
If you
don't have
the
any information. I want to
can
ask
pause you,
questions.
Cloudy.
Like,
Okay,
I genuinely have
Cloudy,
questions.
Cloudy, I will pause
Let-
you for a
let him- let
second
him
because
ask,
your
let
friend
him
wants
ask
to.
me.
Your friend wants to talk. So I'm
Ten
gonna
double.
ask your friend. So your friend is who's the name? Joker. Joker, I
yeah.
need you to give me some evidence that the Earth is a
No,
globe.
no,
Can
no,
you
no, no.
present- Yes,
Listen,
yes,
I
yes,
have no
yes, yes.
evidence. That's the thing. No, but that's the
You
thing. I
have no
didn't claim.
evidence.
I didn't claim that it was a globe. That's the thing.
So
I didn't
is it a
claim
globe
was...
or not?
I don't know, so I don't claim
Oh,
anything.
okay,
I
so you
just
don't-
want to
you're
ask
not claiming it.
questions.
Okay.
I'm
Go
not
ahead and ask your
claiming
question.
anything.
Sure.
Can
go
I
and
ask you a
your
question, please?
Ask your question.
So, listen, I don't know a lot of things about it, but if
Okay.
it's flat, it should have an edge, right?
Well, technically, it should have a point where you can't go any farther.
Wait,
So,
can you
as
unmute him
far
though?
as-
Can you unmute him though?
No, I'm talking to you, sir. I don't need to unmute
Yes,
him. For what?
but just
Do you need
just
him to
don't
speak
like
on
to
your
be muted.
behalf? Do you need him to speak
No,
on
he
your
doesn't.
behalf?
He
or-
won't speak. If he speaks,
No, I'm-
mute him again.
Well, I don't need you to advocate for him, but what I need you to do is answer some questions, or you can ask me some, but I don't want to talk to three
Yeah,
other
that's the
people.
only question I had.
Well, I already told you that it's a contained system, and it obviously has a place where it should stop, or you can't go any
Yeah.
farther.
All
Okay,
right,
but you're
so-
not gonna fall off. You're not gonna fall off like an edge, like you're
Yeah, of
reaching the
course.
edge of a plate and falling off.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Is there any other questions that you have?
Yeah, so it's a following question to that.
Sure.
To that same question. So, like, why didn't we find the edge yet?
Why didn't we? What have you
Find
and
the
I?
edge.
I know. What
No, no,
have
no, no,
you
no.
and
Like
I-
the entire world.
I know, but who's the entire world? Name some people.
I don't know. People who sail,
It's a
I
malformed.
guess.
Yeah, it's a malformed question. Because you're trying to get to like how come people in general can't find something that you claim to be there that you don't know if it's there or not. So you can't go to that position. What you can say is, can
like,
I
people
go-
actually-
Yeah, sir. I'm trying to tell you something. Can I
I'm
go
sorry.
and figure out if there's an edge? That's what you should like. Can you go and figure out if there's an edge? That's something you can say. Not well. Why can't we because there's no we. There's only what you can do, what I can do, what anybody else can do.
Can I ask you something? Can I ask you something though?
Yes.
And then Cloudydot wants to ask something, and I'm done with the questions. I know that for a fact. Okay. People actually, sailed the entire world.
Okay, how do you know
Like,
this fact, sir?
I mean, it was kind of said, it's a. I don't know if it's a fact, but a lot of people say
You just
it's
said
true.
it was a fact. I know, but you
No, I'm
just said it
sorry.
was
I'm
a
sorry.
fact.
I'm sorry that I said it was a fact.
Oh,
I
okay,
don't
so
know it
it's
for
not
a
a fact.
fact. I
Okay,
don't
you
know.
don't know.
No.
Okay.
But it makes a lot of sense because the world.
Why?
Because the world is hundreds.
Well, I want you to, Joker. I want you to
billions
think
of years
about.
old.
That's fine. That's fine. People can say whatever they want. I want you to think about what you're saying, right? How do you
Yeah.
know that information is true? Did you verify that information, sir?
Now, how do I verify though?
I'm asking
what
the
is-
question.
what is-
You can say I did or I did not verify this information. Did you verify
Okay,
this
I
information?
did not verify this information.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Okay, I'm kind of done with the question. So if you can unmute
Okay.
it.
But we know
Sure.
for a fact that explorers have been sailing around the seas, right, for
Okay,
hundreds of
T.
years.
Now let the new people come into this. You've already had a go
No,
around
T
with this.
again. No, please
No,
mute
T.
T.
You're just gonna have to have a seat. Let the new people ask their questions. We can
Yeah, okay,
unmute. Well, I'll
unmute
mute.
Cloudy,
I'll mute.
please.
I'll unmute him. Relax. Relax. Everything's gonna be okay. All right, Cloudy.
Alright.
I just unmuted you. Did you have any more questions?
Yeah. Do you know how
Ask your
gravity
question.
works?
Do I know how gravity works?
Yeah.
Okay, so gravity
Serious
is parsed
question.
out. Yes, and I'm going to answer you if you allow me to. Will you allow me to?
Listen,
Cloudy?
relax. You're just mad
Okay.
at nothing.
I'm not mad. I just don't want you to
Okay,
interrupt when
sorry,
I'm starting
sorry,
to
sorry.
speak.
My
Just
bad,
like
my bad.
now. Just like now. All right. So when we're talking about gravity, we want to parse it out for two areas, right? We want to make sure we're talking about the gravitational theory, which is considered to be big G, and the gravitational effect, which is considered to be little g. Now, little g, everybody can agree upon an average rate of fall. This is useful for applications such as anything that the industries that use things that they need to have something understand how heavy something is, dense, within the medium of air. So they're going to be using little g. Little g is the average rate of fall at 9.8 meters per second squared. So they have to understand certain things about the medium of air and how the specific elements or objects will be able to react to this medium that it's in. So the average rate of fall is something very useful. So everybody in this room can agree with the term gravity when it concerns little g. Big G is the gravitational theory. Now that is married to the gravitational effect, which in your paradigm in the Earth being a globe is attached. It's attached to it. So when you say gravity, you actually mean both at the same time, the theory and the effect. In what we say, right, or what I say, the people that know the Earth is flat, we're only talking about the effect. Now, the theory is something much larger. It's the cause of the effect. Okay, so what causes the effect? That's big G. That's the gravitational theory. And there's two running theories right now. Well, actually, one's outdated, but there's two on the main front, right? Which you might understand as Newtonian gravitational theory, and then followed by the Einsteinian gravitational theory, which was superseding the Newtonian version about 110 years ago. Okay? So there is, like I said before, in the globe Earth paradigm, when you say gravity, it's married to big G and little g, the cause and the effect when you say it. When we say it, it's only the effect that we talk about. So we don't disagree with little g. We disagree with the theory. Understand?
Yeah, but hold on.
Sure.
If you agree with the effect, you have to agree with the theory, in my opinion.
No. Yeah, but not. This is
Because
your opinion.
if the theory, okay, sorry, talk.
Go ahead. If the theory, what? Finish your sentence.
If the theory exactly explains how the effect works, how can you ignore the theory?
Okay, so in order for it to be a scientific theory, then it has to go through the scientific method in which the concept of gravity, the theory, has to be run in a way that we could vary and manipulate it to actually test and see in a hypothesis test to see if gravity as a theory would be able to be determined as such. And with the running theory being Einsteinian's gravitational theory, the bending and warping of the fabric of space-time, we'd have to manipulate the independent variable would be, what would be the independent variable in the case of finding out if Einsteinian's gravitational theory was in fact truly the thing that's causing the effect in this reality that we're in? Space and time, right? You'd have to manipulate those variables in order to find out if space and time can affect the tangible reality that you're in, right? Let's say you're sitting down. Well, the reason why you're sitting down is not because you're being pulled down to the chair, but that your space is pushing you down as a theory, right? But how can we quantify that process? There's no way that we can bend space and time to push you down to a chair and validate the gravitational theory. Thus, it's not a theory in science. So it doesn't qualify because we cannot quantify it. Does that make sense? Does it make sense though? Does it make sense, Claudia?
Not to me.
Okay, so explain why it doesn't make sense.
No, I have another question.
I need you to tell me why what I outlined does not make any sense to you.
Because in my brain, if the theory actually explains how the effect works, the theory is right. In my
No,
brain.
explanations do not count in the case of us explaining to people this is how something works. We have to show them how it works. We can't just use explanations.
You can't show gravity. Though.
We have to use demonstration, sir. That provides evidence, and it also makes it empirical because we can test, verify, and falsify the information. In this case, we cannot do any of that because they're concepts. Space and time are conventional words that we're using to say that the thing that we're trying to describe is the immaterial thing, right? It's immaterial. There's no physicality to it. You can't bend and warp space and time. These are concepts. Do you understand?
Okay, but have you ever been on a plane?
No, I'm not talking about that. I want you to realize either what I'm saying is true or what you're saying your belief is. So you need to understand what I'm saying is true, sir. No, it's not an agree to disagree. It's either true or false. It's a dichotomy, either true or false.
I believe what
Okay, then provide evidence how it's false. What I'm saying.
No.
That means you don't have it, right?
No, that means I'm not. I don't care about you enough to grab
You don't
evidence.
care about me enough. So the information in which was in contention that you said is true is not able to be provided as evidence by you because I don't want to, says you.
Yes.
Okay, is that a way that you're going to find the truth, or is that because you want to make the belief system
No,
that you think
the
is
difference
true
is
believable?
the difference is I know the truth and I'm not ignorant. That's the
Okay, then
difference.
tell me what the truth
What
is,
is the
because right
truth?
now it doesn't
The
seem like
Earth
you know.
is round. All the planets are round.
Okay, that's a belief, sir. That's not true knowledge. That's a belief. That's your belief.
You can literally see. You can literally see
What?
that
What can we see?
they are round. Round.
What
Don't
is
use
round,
the
sir?
words true
What is
knowledge.
round? What is round?
The stars and the Earth.
Stars
And
are
if
round.
you've ever been on a plane, you can see the Earth is round.
Okay, I've been on the plane and see the Earth is round. So this is your claim, right? The Earth is round because you've
Yes,
been on
I
a plane,
saw it with my
correct?
own eyes, and I see the
All right,
stars. The
relax,
stars are
Cloudy.
round.
Cloudy, relax, relax. Okay. So what we got to do is validate the claim. That is a claim, sir. Now let's validate it, right? Let's find out how we can know that's true or not. So when we go back down to the ground, we want to measure this curvature you saw from an airplane. That seems fair enough to me. We're going to go down to the ground and measure curvature. How can we do this, sir?
You can't. It's too big.
So on the one hand, it's small
the
enough to
laser.
see curvature. On the one hand, it's small enough to see curvature from an airplane. But when we go down to the ground, it's too big to measure. Does that make any sense to you, sir?
You know the height of
Does
an
that make
airplane?
any sense to you, Cloudy?
Wait,
That
okay,
we
I have a
cannot
question.
measure.
Like real quick question.
No, you're not
Okay?
answering mine, sir. Can we measure curvature? Yes or no?
Yes, if you have enough
Okay,
money.
so why did you say it was too big?
It's too big for the average person to measure.
So the average person can't measure curvature, then what person can?
Mr. Beast.
Okay, you're being silly.
No,
You know that?
Mr. Beast has enough money to do that.
No, we're not talking about Mr. Beast. Do you know
I'm
the
talking
answer
about
to this?
rich.
Do
Okay,
you know the
Mr. Beast
answer
was
or
a bad
not? Do you know
example.
the
Okay.
no? Do you know the answer to this? Yes or no? Do you know the answer
To what?
to the question if the Earth can be measured? Follow the
Yes,
story.
it can. Yes, it can.
Then give me the person who can.
Elon Musk.
No, wrong. Sir.
Elon.
This let me just say this, right? They've been telling us for at least 2,000 years that the Earth is a globe, and you've been believing it because you hear stories about it. But now I'm asking you to now verify this information, and you're coming up short. You don't know how, right?
Okay,
Is
can
this
you
true?
verify that the
Is
Earth
this
is
true?
flat?
No, I'm not talking about that. We're actually getting to how you're not
You're just
verifying the Earth
you're
is a
just
globe.
talking about whatever you want, man.
No, not whatever I want, sir. What's in contention right now is your belief system that you think the Earth is a globe. That's what's in contention.
Yeah,
You
'cause
think it's a globe,
I
and I'm
have
showing you that
consistency.
it's a belief.
I have consistency. I see the stars
Consistent
around.
in your belief, yes.
The stars are round. The sun is round. The moon is round.
We're not
Okay.
looking at those things. We're looking at the Earth. What's in contention right now? What you think is a globe?
Planets are
Why?
round.
Why would the stars be round and the
Focus.
Earth not?
Focus on focus on the Earth. Focus on the Earth. Don't focus on anything else but the Earth. How do we know that the
Fine.
Earth is curving? How can we measure it?
We can take a how do you say this? Hold on. There's a device called Geo something. Hold on.
You don't know, do you?
I'm from
Just
Israel,
admit-
sir, and my English is rusty.
Okay. Look it up then.
I'm looking it up.
You're from Israel?
Yes. Fuck you. Right?
Why would you say that?
That's
Because
the
that's what
only.
you were about to say. You were.
That's the only.
you were about to say that.
Let's
Only
not
reaction I get.
detract, gentlemen. Let's not detract. Stay focused.
Yes, sorry.
Okay, I don't know the name. I can't find the name.
So you don't know.
I can't find the name of the device.
So you don't know.
I can't find the name of the device. No.
Admit intellectual honesty in this conversation, sir, if you want to continue. You don't know.
No, you're just putting more words in my
Admit
mouth.
intellectual
I don't know the name of
honesty
the
in this
device that can measure
conversation,
the
Cloudy. Admit it.
Admit
I
what?
don't. I
That
don't know
you
the
are
device.
intellectually honest that you do not know how it can be measured.
Listen.
No. You have a
You're not
choice.
listening.
No, you have a choice.
I
You have a
don't know
choice.
the name.
Admit that you're intellectually honest that you don't know, so we can proceed. Up to you.
Listen to my words. Listen.
I'm
I
not
don't
gonna
know the
listen
name.
because you're not. You're. Yeah, I
You're
know
not
that
gonna
you said
listen.
it
There's
about 3 or
nothing
4.
to talk about
You
if
said
you're
it
not
three.
gonna
You
listen.
said 3 or 4 times. You don't know the name. I already know that. You said it 3 or 4 times. You don't need to say it
Doesn't
again.
mean I don't know.
I need you to admit. Yes, it does. Because if you had the information on hand, you'd be able to tell me or at least cite it in some way. But you can't even
Even
do
if
that.
I did know the name, you would just fucking
No,
say
that's
it's
divining my
imaginary.
thoughts. You're divining my thoughts. That's incorrect. You don't know what I will do with the information. You haven't given it to me yet.
All right, I'll
So
fucking
you
keep
just either
searching then.
produce the
Move
information
on to
or
another
say you
person.
don't
I'll
know.
keep searching.
We're not. Actually, we're gonna stay on this one until you admit that you don't know. It's your
Okay.
choice. You have a
Okay.
choice.
I'll keep searching, and you do whatever you want.
So that means you don't know. You're just letting everybody sees this right now, Cloud.
מצאתי גונן.
Oh.
כן, מה
So
שלחתי.
for us right now, we only care about you being honest. It shows right now that you're being dishonest because you can't even
No, no,
admit. Your
Guys,
pride will
can I,
not
like,
let you
can I
admit
tell
that you
like,
don't know.
one thing? Can I tell you like one thing? Like if you like, let's say like you climb a tree, yeah. If
Yes.
Earth was flat, you would see the same.
Stop
how
saying
to
if
say,
the Earth
like,
is flat. We're not going to answer those questions. We haven't
All right,
demonstrated.
like
Not
here's
even
the
by
like here's
Cloudy.
the like yeah, I'm asking
Wait
like
a
wait,
second.
you
No,
let me
wait a
like
second.
speak for a second,
Wait
maybe.
a second. You haven't demonstrated that the Earth is a globe. That is
I'm
what we're on right now.
I'm trying to like if you listen
Without
to me for
saying
like
if the
more
Earth
than
is
2
without
seconds.
saying the Earth is flat. If you keep saying if the Earth is
Oh,
flat, if you
so
start off that way,
banning the
no.
word you're banning the word flat.
I don't want to hear that. I want you to demonstrate how the Earth is a globe.
All right,
That's
so
all I
here's
care
the
about.
thing. I'm gonna since you're like censoring the word flat, like I'll
No,
go
I'm
with that.
censoring you going anywhere
Fine.
else but telling me how the Earth is a
It's
globe.
fine. Okay, I'm gonna tell you. Here's the thing. Like,
Okay.
if it is like the
What?
Earth is actually globe. If you actually
Mhm.
go high, you'll like your line of sight will extend.
Oh shit.
You can do that on a flat plane. Big deal.
No, if it was like a plane, you know, if it was plane, you will see the same distance, man, on a good day. It doesn't change. Like you cannot explain a lunar eclipse. You cannot explain how you know like you know.
One second. Let's not detract. Let's not detract. No.
When the ship sails up at the sea,
No.
it actually
We want you to.
disappears
Okay, I'm gonna have to
gradually
stop
from
you.
the
You don't want
bottom
to stop,
to
do you?
the top.
No, we're not gonna
But you
listen
don't
to
want to
this.
like
No, settle down. What I'm asking for is a demonstration of the Earth being a globe. I don't care about anything else other than you telling me how we can measure the surface curvature.
זה לא
And
משנה
that's what
לנו.
that's what I'm asking Cloudy right now. He's looking for the information. I'm allowing him to do that, but you have to stay on topic. I don't want to care.
Can I
Well,
provide?
if the Earth is flat, and I don't want to hear that. You tell me how the Earth is a globe.
Wait, can
Tell
I
me the
provide, though?
measurements. Joker, hold on a second.
Yeah.
I
Go
know
ahead.
what you want to do, but hold on. I'm telling Watcher so he can understand, so that when I unmute him, he's not all over the place. I need him to be specific. Watcher, can
Alright.
you do that for me? Be specific.
He deafened.
I know. I just unmuted him. So when he comes back, go ahead, Joker.
Alright.
What is your question?
So no question. I wanna reply to what's the question that you asked Cloudy.
Sure.
So there is a device called theodolite.
Okay.
It measures angles, and that's the device that can measure curvatures.
Okay, let me
That's
ask
what
you a
it
question.
says on
Yeah, let me.
Wikipedia.
Okay, that's fine, Joker. Let me ask you a question. Is
Yeah.
that device constructed so that we can measure the curvature of the Earth, as in the drop over the distance?
Yeah, I know what curvature means.
I know, but
Let
I
me
have to
see.
put it. Let me frame it so that you can understand, so that there's no distinction. Is that tool or the device that you're talking about, the theodolite, was it designed for that very purpose?
No, it wasn't designed for the purpose of measuring
Okay.
curvature.
So therefore, we cannot admit it into this case. It's not meant for that. So we cannot use it for this. It is out of its context. We're using it for something it was not designed or meant for. So we have to put that aside and
Yeah, I
try
mean,
to
it's for
figure out
measuring
another way.
angles.
Right, but
But it
only
can
for
still
short
be used for
distances.
measuring curvatures. Yeah.
For short distances, so that they can level a specific
Yes, exactly.
ground. But right, so we're not talking about the
But what
distance
if
over.
this?
Yes.
What if they would actually develop the tool further, and so it can,
Right,
you know?
but that's future. That's a fallacy. Appeal to the future. It's a fallacy.
Yeah.
That's the fallacy that
Yeah,
is.
yeah, I know.
Is that it's, you know about appeal to the future? Okay, well then you understand that's what you just done. So we can't do
Yeah.
that currently. We have to stick to what we have right now, and if it's possible, because they're Joker, I'll say it again. They're telling us that the Earth has already been known for 2,000 years to be a globe. So what we're doing right now is identifying for those believers that they think the Earth is a globe to give us the information of how it has been measured. That's
Okay,
all
okay,
I'm
I have-
asking you and Cloudy right now.
I have one.
Go
You
ahead,
know what a
Cloudy.
lunar eclipse is?
I do know what it is.
Okay. So, have you seen a lunar eclipse with your own eyes?
Yes, I've seen a lunar eclipse, Cloudy.
So how can you believe the Earth is still flat? Flat.
Okay,
Yeah.
so believing in something one way or the other by looking at a lunar eclipse is not going to tell us the ground that we're walking on. When I ask you this, let me just ask you, Cloudy, how can looking at a lunar eclipse tell you the shape of the ground that you're walking on?
It's a literal shadow of the fucking shape.
Okay, so you're saying it's a literal of the shadow of the shape, but how do we know the shape is what's covering the moon? How do we know this?
What? How do we know the shape is what's covering the moon?
Yes.
What
Cloudy.
else is covering?
Don't
What
ask
else
me
could
what
cover?
else. If you ask the question what else, that leaves room for more speculation. What you need to tell me is how you know, sir, not what else.
זה מטורף.
Because hold on.
Yes, continue.
You do realize, like,
I'm
a
telling you, my
lunar-
logic is sound. Yours is flawed, and I want to point this out so that you can understand. Perhaps in the future, you can think about it critically in a way that you can resolve this. But currently, right now, you haven't demonstrated. Sir, I'm speaking. You haven't demonstrated right now that the Earth is a globe by any means of measurement, by practical use, and so this is the issue we're having right now. You're only saying, look at the shadow that's covering the moon. So what? What if it's something else? Like you said, what can it be? What else can it
can't be something else. It can't
How
be
do you
something
know?
else.
Did you rule everything else
Because
out?
it wouldn't be a lunar eclipse if it was
Yeah, but
something else.
okay. So let's just go with that, right? Let's say it is the
Alright.
Earth's covering the moon, right? Let's say that. Let's go with that, Cloudy.
Yes.
Yes. Now, how are we gonna measure? How do we measure the Earth to be a sphere? How do we do that?
The shadow is the shadow
No,
is
no,
round.
no, 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 no. The shadow. Looking at the shadow just says it's a sphere. How do we measure it to be one? How do we figure it out?
The shadows. Oh, what? The shadows
How did we
shows that
measure
it's
the?
round.
Let me say it slower. How did we measure the ground to be a sphere?
Okay, you asked that question already, right?
Yes, but you didn't answer it.
Omer, I mean Joker did answer it, but you
Okay, let me ask
refused
Joker.
to
Joker,
acknowledge
did
it.
you answer this question?
No.
You
What
said Joker
question?
answered it. The
Yeah,
question:
but
if we figured out how we measured the curvature of the Earth.
Can you explain the time zones?
Okay, we're talking to Joker right now. We'll talk to you in just a moment, sir. Please hold
No,
on.
I just like felt
I know that, sir, but the gentleman was still answering some questions. Joker, did we measure the curvature of the Earth?
No, we never measured the
Okay.
curvature.
Okay, back to Cloudy. Cloudy, you see he didn't say
Yep.
he measured it.
I didn't
So-
say also.
Okay, so yeah, you said
I'm
Joker
saying
knows.
we could if we give a fuck. If we gave a fuck.
Okay, so
Okay.
let's just say you give a fuck. How could you do it?
Literally have a person on one side and a person on the complete other side.
What are we doing then?
You can see on the okay, wait. You can see on like Google Earth or something. Not
Google
Google
Earth. Earth.
right?
No, it's a program. It's not. It's fake. It's a program. We need to figure out the Earth itself, not a program.
Okay, if we take one person
Sure.
on one side of the Earth and one person on the complete other, we can see there would be a straight line through the Earth, not around the Earth, through the Earth. We can do it in an app, literally in an app.
It's
no one
another
gives a fuck.
It's another program, Cloudy. We're looking at only the
Earth.
Only the Earth. Use only the Earth, not a program. The people in the ancient
Okay.
times didn't use a program, Cloudy.
If someone sends you on a rocket, okay.
Ancient times they didn't use rockets.
Let me talk. And if someone sends you in a rocket and you saw with your own eyes the Earth is round, would you still won't believe it?
That's a hypothetical. We don't operate in hypotheticals. We operate on the really is level, which
No,
means
it's a question of it's
I know.
yes or no.
I'm answering your question. A hypothetical doesn't answer the really is level. I could tell you hypothetically, if you saw a pink dragon flying overhead dropping Skittles on you, would you believe that's real? Well, I would say yes,
Yes.
because it's a hypothetical. But in this scenario of the really is level, we have to ground ourselves and figure out how it's been done that they measured it, Cloudy. That's what we want to know.
No, but you're saying we don't use programs, okay? So why can't you say we don't use airships or spaceships?
Right. So we're trying to figure out how it's been measured, not what we can do to measure it. How has it been measured, Cloudy? Not what we can do to measure it. How has it been measured?
Okay, I'm a photographer.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
My camera has
the curvature of the Earth. Is this your question?
How has it been measured any time in history, the drop over the distance? That is my
It
question.
was measured into.
You cut out.
It was
cut out.
measured in 240 BC
Oh,
by Greek
wonderful.
mathematician.
Wonderful.
Yes.
How did he do it? Let's figure it
It
out.
was
What did he do?
7.2 degrees. You just
What
take one stick and put it on on the Earth, any place, any spot, and go like 100 miles away and put the same stick on another place, and you measure the shadow. The shadow
What
would
about-
be exactly the same
Okay,
if Earth was
alright.
flat.
No,
If
no,
there's a
we're
curvature,
No, stop.
you will
Stop.
have
We're
you will have a
pre-assuming. No.
variant of shadow, and
Stop.
you
We're pre-assuming.
calculated. Why would you?
It
Why
doesn't-
would you?
it
Why
doesn't
would you
matter
stop
because-
me like in my train of
Because
thought?
you are. Hang on a second. Because you think you're measuring
Like, you don't let me
curvature.
explain, man. Like you,
I
like
already
you,
heard
you
this,
want
but
to
let me
explain
explain why
according
this
to your
won't work.
premise. Like you want me to explain according to your premise? Is that what you want?
This is not going to work. Let me just tell you why, Watcher. You keep interrupting me, but I have to explain the reason why that doesn't work. We're measuring shadows of things. We're not measuring the Earth. The shadow of something is not going to tell us what the thing we're standing on is. It's only going to tell us
Are
the
you
length of the
serious?
shadow. That's it.
Are
Only
you
the
serious
length of the
right now?
shadow. I am very
Are
serious
you
with you. It
serious?
doesn't matter. It
Alpha
doesn't
is
matter if you listen.
once
It
again
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you have 100
unbeatable.
shadow
This guy.
lengths. What you need to figure out is a drop over the distance,
Are you-
meaning dude, listen. It's a slope. You're standing on a ball. So the ball where you're standing on, away from you, your target distance should be sloping from your position relative to your position. That target distance should be a sloping away from you. So no fucking shadows that you're gonna measure. It's gonna give you the slope.
You're literally just discarding like scientific method. Like you said,
It's
like
not science. It's
I
not
don't
science.
accept. It's
It's not
literally a
science.
mathematician.
It's
Like
yeah, it's a
mathematician actually
mathematician. You're
proved it.
correct. You're correct by saying he's a
No, it's
mathematician.
not
He's not
science.
a scientist.
Wow. So you don't
Wow.
actually, so you don't accept mathematics as science.
I do accept math, but here's the thing that you're
You literally said
misrepresenting.
he's not a scientist.
Yeah, he's not. He's not a scientist. He was a mathematician, just you correctly stated. But here's the thing. What we're identifying is slope, and it's the rate of change relative
Wow.
from your position. Listen, bro.
Yes.
Relative to from your position to a target. You don't have to listen if you don't want to, but I'm saying for the rest of everybody, the information that needs to be present here is a slope rate of change. So that means from where you're standing at, doesn't matter where you're standing, right? To a target distance, there needs to be a slope that the earth is curving. So if you're measuring shadows in a specific place, it's not going to give us the slope or the rate of change or the drop over the distance. That's what we need to figure out from a small sample set, that the earth is curving like they tell us. And that's what I need. Direct measurement of the slope of the curvature. I don't need sticks and
It
shadows.
literally,
That's not going
it
to get
literally
there.
says it's 7.2 like degrees. I don't know what you're understanding. Just check
Did
the
you hear what I just said?
freaking
I need.
experiment.
Did you hear
Like
what? It's
check
not
the
an experiment.
Like did you no, like can you hear me
It's a
now?
test.
Can you
It's not an
check the
experiment.
experiment so you can
Yes.
understand the
I've already
experiment?
did. I've already did that.
You did
And
not.
here's the
You did not.
here. Yes, I did. Stop saying I haven't. I'm telling
You
you. I'm gonna
literally did
explain
not.
to you. You
Because
can
like
keep saying
what
that
you
all you
just
want.
said
Plug your
just
ears and keep saying it. But
just
let
proves
me tell you,
you haven't
dude.
understood
Are
a
you gonna shut
single
up?
thing about the
Or I'm
experiment.
gonna have to sit you down because you don't know how to shut up. Because I'm about to tell you
Deal with
how.
yourself.
Right?
15 seconds later, match me.
I have to do it because you're gonna interrupt me. All right. So basically, you can do it on a flat surface or a curved surface. It doesn't really matter. Okay. So measuring shadows and sticks, you can do it on a flat surface. Think about it like this: you have a light source. You have 2 or 3 objects on the ground on a
He
flat
deafened.
surface.
Yeah,
That's
he
fine. I'm not
definitely
talking.
does.
I'm talking to the room currently. So when you have he doesn't understand that I know what he was saying. So that's the important thing, right? The sticks and shadows doesn't work on a globe. Or excuse me, it doesn't work to provide evidence for a globe because you can do it on a flat surface. So on a flat surface, all you need is a light source and the objects in proximity away from the light. So all you need to do is demonstrate that the objects are away from the light, but it doesn't tell you the shape of the ground you're on. That's not giving you shape. That's just telling you the proximity of where the object is in relation to the light source. That's all it's telling you. But it does not tell you the shape of the ground that you're on. However, you can do this on a curved surface. You can absolutely do this on a curved surface. You can have objects on a curved surface and you can have a light source, and it can also be the same shadows that you see, but it's not going to tell you the slope, the rate of change from a distance. So what I need right now is that information. The point A to point B, over the distance of an arc, the slope
But we
rate of
can
change.
straighten your teeth
That's what I
3
need.
times sooner than traditional braces.
And we're
The
just
truth
trying to figure out
hurts.
who's ever done that. So back to Cloudy and Joker if you have the information. If not,
Joy
it's
little
simple, man. All you got to say is, I don't have that. Maybe some scientists figured it out, and we're
I
good.
don't have that.
Okay, how
do
about
you
you,
know
Cloudy?
Do you know what an
How
equatorial
about you, Cloudy?
mount? Do you know what? Hold on.
Do you have that information?
Do you know what an equatorial
No, you
mount
have
is?
to
Cloudy,
say
do you hear?
first.
Do you?
What?
Yeah,
Do you
you
have the
to.
information or not?
You have the
What
information, yes or no?
information?
That rate
What
of
he just
change over a
explained.
slope. So the curvature information. Do you have any? How we
Again.
understand that the Earth has been curved?
No,
Again,
but
bro.
listen to my question.
No. Okay. Go ahead.
Listen, are you listening? Okay. Do you know what an
Sure.
equatorial mount is?
Yes.
Yes. On a
Brother, they
camera.
are called.
Yes, Cloudy. Continue.
Okay. So how can an equatorial mount work if not if
Right.
without movement, without like explained movement, in day and cycles, day and night cycles?
I'm gonna let my
Doesn't make sense with an flat
all right,
Earth.
gentlemen, just hold second. I don't want to hog the mic too much. I'm gonna let my colleagues come in. So Jedi or Flatwater, or anybody else? I'll sit back.
בלעד לא יודע את התשובה.
Jedi, if you want to come in, or anybody else we have in the panel. I don't want to hog the
Sorry,
mic.
buddy. Yeah, no, you're fine, buddy. I wasn't necessarily listening. I went and made myself a cup of coffee and have just come back and heard you calling my name, so I wasn't necessarily listening. Do
Okay.
apologise.
I don't know if you want the gentleman to repeat, or if you want me to.
You're
I
talking
just don't
about
want to hog the mic, bro. That's all.
I could repeat if you want.
No, you're doing Mayhem. You're doing awesome. Alpha Veritas, sorry. Equatorial Mount. That's not demonstrating drop over distance. This is a program within a
You're right,
device.
but it does demonstrate exactly how the day and night circle work, how the stars work, and it just doesn't make sense. But it could work like that if the Earth is flat.
Sorry. There's no optical experiment that you can do on the Earth to demonstrate that the Earth is moving, or it is indeed the stars that are moving. This is quoted from Albert Einstein himself. This is why he came up with the general theory of relativity. Everything's relative, right? So it doesn't matter if you've got a telescope with an equatorial mount or you look at the sun move across the sky. You've got no way of determining it is either the Earth moving or the stars moving above. So I'm sorry, mate. This isn't proof of anything.
Okay, hold on. I'm seeing the fucking first proof, or like who called the star groups first. Big.
The constellations.
Yeah, the constellations.
The constellations have been observed for thousands upon thousands of years.
Okay,
Ancient
so
cultures
how do you
understood.
think they're in the same place?
They're not. They move throughout the year. They're constellations. They move, from our point of
Do you
view, above the surface, surface of the Earth. They move throughout the year, don't they? But the constellations are fixed, right? Same constellation will revolve around above the Earth. Doesn't matter if the Earth is a ball or flat, we still see the same things. These things have been observed by ancient cultures. For example, the Babylonians took a very keen interest in the night sky above. Didn't matter what the floor was doing, these constellations have always had repeating patterns. It's not proof of anything, like I said. You've either got the Earth moving or the stars moving above the Earth. There's no optical experiment you can do from the Earth itself to demonstrate one way or the other. Albert Einstein.
That's actually not true. You can.
Excuse
An
me.
equatorial
Sorry.
mount actually
Okay.
proves everything.
Sorry.
Every theory
Look, I'll tell you what,
on
let me
the
do
fucking
this. My friend, may I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Without making an observation of the stars above, can you demonstrate with a direct measurement that the Earth is indeed moving? Not
Let me see.
saying that it is the Earth moving because the stars are moving above and it looks like the Earth is moving, but it could be the stars above. Can you
No,
verify
it couldn't.
that
It
claim?
couldn't because we wouldn't see the stars. We wouldn't see them.
No. Can you verify the claim by demonstrating a physical measurement of the Earth in motion, please?
Okay, so let me say again the stick on the ground. Okay, you put a stick on the ground and there's a saddle. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if
and-
the Earth, what?
And I've put a stick in the ground. Okay, I'm standing underneath a light. What shall I do? Go over there and put another stick in the ground and watch my shadow increase before I put that stick in the ground? I've done this on a
No.
flat floor. It's not proof either way, my friend. We've
No,
already
that's not
spoken
what I'm
about
saying.
this. Aristophanes, 200 and whatever it was BC. Sticks and shadows, right? It's not proof either way. Have you ever stood underneath a light before and then walked away from it and watched your shadow increase in size? It's not proof of anything, mate, because you can do this on a flat surface or a curved surface.
No, you can't. No, you can't.
Yes, you can.
Because
We've just demonstrated. Sorry, my friend. Sorry, we've just demonstrated this. You can stand underneath a
but
light,
listen.
notice there is no shadow around you, and walk away from that light source and watch your shadow increase in front of you.
Yes, but
Can't
that
you?
means that the light source would have to move if you just put a stick in the ground.
We've moved.
So you're saying the Earth is flat, but it still moves.
No. Sorry.
Stick back.
I do apologise. When you observe the sun, when you observe the sun throughout the day, what do you observe the sun to do? Does the sun appear to move across the sky?
Yes.
Okay, so
Yes,
how
on my
can
camera,
you?
on the time lapse, it
Okay,
does move.
that's fine. That's fine. But you would say the Earth is spinning underneath the sun, right?
Yes.
Awesome. So have you got a direct measurement? Because we've got two possibilities. One, the sun is moving.
Okay,
Or
so
the
I could
second,
ask
and
you, do
hold
you
on,
have proof?
hold on. Why are you not letting me finish, dude? I'm being really
No,
polite. Thank you. So we've got two choices. Either the sun is moving or the Earth is moving. So you would have to provide a direct measurement of the Earth moving. This hasn't been done. But if you want to find a way that it has, I'll let you go and do it. That's fine. I've already told you there's no
Equatorial mount is a direct proof that the Earth is moving. The Earth.
No, it's not. It's
Right.
proof that the sky is moving. Sorry.
How?
Exactly.
You know how it doesn't work
You
like
just
that.
said it. You said it yourself. The sun's coming from east to west, right? Did you not say that?
No, I didn't.
Okay, so
I
when
didn't
you
say
wake
east
up
to
in the
west.
morning, you go outside, you see the sun in the east, you see it move across the sky off into the west. Do you not see that?
Yes.
Okay, so the sun is moving. Thank you. Yes, it's moving. Okay, so everything else is moving as well. The moon's moving,
אנחנו
the stars are
מסתובבים,
moving.
לא?
Say again?
Okay, so if it's moving, how come it's moving again and again in the same pattern?
It's cyclical in nature. Cyclical in nature. They work in cycles. So everything
So you're
everything works
saying-
in cycles, so that when we look at in the night sky, the equatorial mount is compensating for the movement of the heavens. So when you're putting it in a specific latitude or longitude based on the celestial sphere, then we can see the pattern, it being in a rotation. So the equatorial mount the
doesn't
equatorial
move.
listen, bro. The equatorial mount compensates for this spin of the heavens. Therefore, it's going to give you a steady look. I'll put it the picture, but it's more illustrated with the idea that the Earth is a globe, but it's silly. But look at the side pictures. You see, like it's moving without the equatorial mount. Now, with the mount in place, it keeps everything still because it's keeping
hold
from
on.
the observation to go in a rotational pattern. So it's keeping everything still. That it's just compensating for the movement of the heavens, not the
No.
spin of the Earth.
Equatorial mount doesn't move. It stays in place.
Look, dude, can you see the image I just put up? You want me to put it up again?
Hold on, let's see. I'll check it. Yeah, it
Nine
rotates to
minutes.
compensate the movement on the Earth.
That's
It
what I
doesn't-
said.
Movement of the Earth. It doesn't rotate.
No, of the heavens, bro. The heavens are moving. You just said the sun's moving
There's
east to
no-
west.
There's no technology like
Yes.
that.
Yes.
There's no
What do you mean
technology
there's
like
no
that.
technology like that?
My goodness me.
What are you talking
So
about?
just-
There's no. It's actually just compensated for the rotation of the heavens. That's it. Pretty
No,
simple.
rotation of the Earth. You're just saying it compensates.
What
for
do you mean by the
rotation of the-
heavens? What
The
is the heavens?
stars, the
Shammai, Omer
sun,
Shammai.
the moon. Come on,
Oh,
guys.
all right, all right.
You're
So
just
I'm not a
saying.
native English
You're just
speaker,
saying
though.
something without proof.
Guys, this is why I've asked you a very succinct question. We've got two choices. Either the Earth is moving or the sun is moving. So have you got a direct measurement to prove that the Earth is moving?
Yes, equatorial mount again.
No. Mayhem, sorry, Alpha Veritas has already pointed out the problem with this. Compensation for
No,
the
it's just
movement of the
saying
heavens.
it moves. It moves with the sky. Don't
My
fucking
friends,
say that.
you don't have to get excited. I'm not shouting at you. I'm trying not to interrupt you.
I'm not
We
shouting.
need a
That's how I
direct.
felt.
We need. No, it isn't, my friend. Because if it was, I'd be on your side, right? I'm not a stupid
אתה
man.
חושב שהוא בתול?
Logic.
Yes.
Please. So we need a direct measurement of the Earth moving, not a guess, not a declaration, a
If you
demonstration.
understood
of
how
physical-
equatorial
I do.
mount works,
I do. And Mayhem has just pointed. Sorry, Alpha Veritas has just pointed that out to you as well. But remember, I've quoted Einstein himself. There's no optical experiment, you with your telescope, that can demonstrate either way if the sun, moon, and stars are moving or the Earth is moving. We need a direct measurement to
so
prove.
you're
that the Earth-
basically saying the sun moves around the Earth.
I'm not basically saying anything at the moment. You're the one that's made the claim, but you're making a
Because
declaration.
that's the only thing that makes sense.
My friend, in your worldview, possibly, I get that, but you would need to validate the claim with a direct measurement of the Earth moving. Have you got that? Or has anybody in history demonstrated the Earth to be in motion with a physical measurement of the Earth in motion?
Okay, again, you're just taking an equatorial mount and changing how it works. You're just
No.
reversing
Alpha
how it
Veritas,
works.
sorry, excuse me, Alpha Veritas, would you like to explain again?
Yeah, basically, when you're looking up at the heavens, the equatorial mount only compensates for the spin of the heavens.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Okay. So what is it useful for?
It compensates for the rotation of the Earth.
So it's backwards, right? Compensation for so that becomes a claim. Which let's go back to what Jedi was saying.
Okay,
All right,
you
so let's go
type
back.
in
No, so it's
equatorial
a claim.
mount.
Hang on a second, dude. Because what's in contention right now is it compensating for the rotation of the stars or the rotation of the Earth? What is it compensating for?
The rotation of the Earth, like
No,
every soul
wrong.
said.
Wrong.
No,
Because you're
every
looking your observation. Listen, your observation are of the stars, not of the Earth. You're not looking at the Earth. Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing?
Crazy. It's fucking
You're
crazy.
looking at the stars, are you not? That is your observation, right?
Okay.
Hello.
When I'm surfing,
no. Is your observation of the stars? Yes or no? Is your observation of the stars?
Why are you getting
Answer the
so
question,
upset?
Cloudy.
You're observing the stars. That doesn't answer.
Okay, thank you.
any
You're
question. That
observing the
doesn't
stars.
matter.
So yes, it
That
does.
doesn't matter.
So we're
That
we're
doesn't-
observing this. Listen, we're observing the stars, and it appears that when we're outside, we're looking at something in motion. Just like when you go outside in the morning and you see the sun rising from the east and setting in the west, it's moving across
have
your
a small
sky.
dick.
It's very apparent to you that the sun is moving across the sky. You said yes. Remember?
Yes.
You said that. Okay, so now we know that the sun is in motion. Now, when we're looking at the heavens, it appears to us from our ground position that the stars are in motion. So we're looking at motion, and the equatorial mount compensates for that motion so that we can have a steady frame while we're viewing the heavens.
You're just saying that. You're just saying that
I'm
without
not.
proof. You're
That
just
the
saying that
evidence,
without
the
proof.
evidence is clear. Look, let
Sorry.
me just show you. Let me show you. I want you to see the texture. I'm gonna do it again. That's very disgusting of you to do that, by the way. I don't know if that's cool in your culture, but there, look. And the
It
example
is.
side by listen, and the example side by side, it's one showing that the Earth's in motion, right? And then it shows the equatorial mount compensating for that Earth's rotation. But what you're looking at on the right hand side is the stars. You're looking up at the night sky. So what it's doing is it's compensating for
How
the
does that matter?
stars. Because if your claim is that the Earth's in rotation, well, that's a claim. Now we're going to have to verify that. So how are we going to do that? Because I'm saying it's the heavens in rotation and you're saying it's the Earth. So we got two competing information. How are we going to decide which one's which? You're going to have to verify
Okay.
the rotation of the Earth, are you?
Look up how equatorial
No, we're not
mount
looking up.
work.
I'm telling you right now what it's doing.
Okay.
It doesn't
listen,
matter
listen
what
I'm
they're
talking.
saying. It doesn't matter what they're saying. What it matters is how can we verify if you say it's the Earth, I say it's the heavens. How are you going to demonstrate it that it's the Earth? Because I can tell you it's the heavens moving because we all see that through the telescope. If you're saying it's the Earth moving, well, we're not looking at the sky anymore. We're got to look at the ground. We got to see the ground moving. It's got to be moving somehow. How can we verify the ground is moving? Because my observation was that the sky is moving, and it seems that way in my vision. So when you
I
say
can
the
point
ground
my
is
camera
moving,
towards the ground too. You know.
okay, so how are you going to see the movement? Tell us. Go
Okay,
ahead,
if I
tell
point
us.
my camera to the ground,
Yes.
it will still won't move.
Ah,
The Earth will
interesting.
move around the point I'm pointing at.
What point? What point? What point is it moving around?
Let's say I'm pointing at a mountain. Okay.
Okay, sure.
Okay, I'm zoomed out, max zoomed on a mountain.
Mhm.
Okay. The mountain at some point will be the exact opposite. We'll do a 180 even.
What the
At some
fuck,
point.
dude?
Sorry, got to interrupt. You're now not making any sense at all. Have you ever observed
listen.
this, or you?
I can draw it for
Sorry.
you if you want.
Sorry, my friend. No. Have you actually ever observed, whilst looking at something, that it
My ass is
moves?
hairy.
Like a tree, a house, or the mountain that you brought up? Have you ever seen that whilst you're
What?
fixed
Say again.
to
Sorry,
the
I
earth?
couldn't hear you. Say again.
What?
Repeat.
Exactly. So shush. Have you actually ever observed this whilst looking at a mountain and your feet are stuck on the floor the mountain move around you?
No, because I move with the mountain.
Oh, so you're moving with the Earth then? So we can just so obviously, yeah. Just giving you back what you
Can I
gave
ask you
me.
something though?
No,
Not yet,
at the
Joker.
moment, no,
Okay,
no.
sorry.
At the moment, you are going to have to verify with a direct measurement of the Earth to be in motion. Now, can you verify that through any point in history where somebody has done this? And if you know who has done this, can you provide the method, please?
Like I said, I can point a camera on a mountain and it will some point in the time lapse do a 180 from the original position.
Dude, that's dumb as shit.
What?
That's dumb as
What?
shit, bro.
Okay, I can
Did he
fucking
just
prove it
say
to you.
that? The mountain is gonna
What?
move 180
Yeah.
degrees. The mountain's gonna move 100.
Yes,
Bro,
in the
this is.
picture, yeah.
We are recording, right? We're recording. Okay.
That's dumb as shit, bro. Honestly.
Wow, this isn't even worth trolling back. I don't know what to say. I'm just gonna go back to sleep.
Make millions of views off of it and grift all day long, dude.
I'm gonna talk to
Just
my
saying,
cat's
man.
litter box.
Okay, hold up. I can prove it. I can
Okay.
prove it. I can
Bro,
easily
you know what?
prove
Listen, dude. This gives me a perfect opportunity. You should start saying, "Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something." And then the mountain moves. Isn't that funny? Yeah. Go ahead.
So aside from
That's a
from
nice
that,
racism right there.
no,
Can I ask you
listen,
something? Wait,
listen,
I want to
aside
ask you
from
something,
that,
like that,
Alpha.
though.
Alpha, please, let
Alright.
me ask you something.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so like critical thinking is important. You're right. Like my entire history, everyone presented to me that the Earth is round, but it's not necessarily round, right? But why
Right.
would NASA like what do they benefit from it? Why would they benefit? Like
Right. You're asking the motive question, Joker,
yeah,
and I
yeah.
would
What
say,
is the motive?
right, we
I'm
can
actually
listen, like I
Yeah.
would say it this way, we can present much information, but the thing that I will tell you, the most obvious thing that's happening right now is they're controlling the information. So the information they're controlling is what they're presenting to you in academia, which is what they're saying about the Earth being a globe, right? So they're telling you the information, and you're, as a young child, are believing a story. You don't have anything to combat that information other than just belief. So I'm
Yep.
demonstrating to you guys, just a second. I'm demonstrating to you guys that are coming in here every single day, not just you guys, but everybody else, that this information is only told to you. It's like sending a soldier out into fight with only, I don't know, a super soaker. They're not giving you a weapon. They're just arming you with something false. They're not giving you any information to verify anything. So when you come into an arena like this, you're ill-equipped. You don't have the information. So what I mean is the control that they're doing is that whenever they put this information out, you have to believe it religiously and defend it religiously without knowing why you're defending it. And this is the problem, right? It's a control on your mind. It becomes a prison for your mind because the only thing
Why
you can
would they
think
want
of
to
it,
do that though?
right? Because it controls many different things in your mind. So what happens with the control is you think you live on a spinning ball Earth flying through a cosmic vacuum, right? So then, therefore, we have climate change. We have limited resources. God does not exist. On and
That's not
on.
Wait, how does God not exist from that?
Listen,
Like,
hang
what?
on, hang on. 1
I
second.
don't
So
believe in God
I'm about
either.
to get there. I'm about to get there, but just listen to me. These are the many tentacles that this monster is. It's not just one thing. It's a multitude of many things, but it stems
Yeah, I
from.
understand.
It's I know, but
You
what
have
I'm
to
saying, hang on, before
substantiate how God doesn't exist.
everybody gets triggered, I'm trying to tell the gentleman that the information comes from a central point. It is controlling that information that keeps you believing in things that you have no knowledge on, and you're only emphasizing more and more in this chat that you have no knowledge of it, because when you're asking the question, how is it possible, and you have no answer to the question, you are confused. You think, well, shit, somebody knows it. There must be a scientist out there that can disprove all you guys. There isn't such a person. I'm promising you that. So I'm telling you that the most important
I
thing to
speak?
take away is its control of the information. That's the
Can
main
I
thing,
speak?
and you can see that.
I have some thoughts, if you don't mind. I think that
Are they relevant?
yeah, they are relevant. So whenever
Okay.
someone's given a claim or a proposition or is told to believe something, I think we first need to have reason to believe that it's true. And let's say that we're given reason to believe the Earth is true, regardless of whether that's true or false. To not believe that the Earth is round, you would need a reason to not believe that the Earth is round, right? And then I want you to also explain. I want you to first give me a reason
got
why
three.
somebody should
I've
not
got
believe the
six.
Earth is round.
You have
Yeah.
one.
I want a reason to. I
Sam
want you to give me a
Sam
reason
Hank.
why someone should believe the Earth is not, and
Sam
also
Hank,
second
Sam-
to explain how God couldn't exist on for a round Earth.
Sure,
I'll answer
but
that.
what I would say is that you've given us like a loaded questions, but we want to finish up with the gentlemen that were here before you. So prior
That's
to you
the
coming,
loaded.
so it's a loaded question, MPX, and it actually has a lot of unpacking to do. So I can't just give it to him in a 1 minute session, regardless of what you might think. For your mind, you might be able to conceive it that way, MPX. Other people need a little bit more. Is that cool?
Sure.
MPX. Okay, so
Finish,
let's
finish
get
up the
to
conversation with that guy.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. If you have some time, Sam, just hang around. We're gonna finish
I'll
up with
be
these
here.
other gentlemen.
I'll be here.
We have Joker, and Cloudy Dude. Well, he just
But
definitely. Well,
I used to be a flat earther, by the way.
No, he's not.
That's
definitely.
fine. You could be whatever. It doesn't matter to me. I don't care if you used to
Yeah,
be
for
or
sure. I'm
were or
just
whatever.
telling you.
It's
Go on,
so.
Okay, I have a question.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait. Why was he a flat earther? We need to know that. What made this
Oh,
guy
we'll
a
get
flat
to it.
earther?
He's got.
We will.
Why was I a flat earther?
No.
Okay, never mind. Okay, we'll go back to that later. Okay,
No,
we'll go back
no.
to later.
Thank you.
Let's take order. Let's take order. We got some people that are on deck. So Cloudy Dude and Joker were on deck at the moment. Let's finish up with you guys. We
Okay,
were.
so have you
Go ahead,
ever
Cloudy.
heard of the like sheep theory? If you sail out to sea and you watch a sheep sail out and eventually it disappears. Have you ever heard about that?
Yes, that's what they would say is the evidence for the Earth having a curvature. Or a
Yeah,
lot of
what's
people
your
would say that.
response to that?
My response to that is that have we had any measurements to that said location? So if we're saying that ships are disappearing from the bottom up, what is the verification of that? Because what I asked for before was the measurement of slope, right? The rate of change from your position relative to your position to a target distance. If the target distance is where the ship disappears from the bottom up, do we know the distance between the person making the observation and the ship disappearing bottom up? Do we know that distance, Cloudy?
Yeah, we can measure it.
Okay, what would be the measurement for that? Bottom up
Again, but
disappearance.
you won't believe it because you can measure
No,
it
it's
with your
not about
phone.
me believing it, sir. Presenting the information is the only thing that we require.
Okay, you can track the distance from
What is
the moment you left port.
what is the numerical value for the distance? Numbers, figures.
Kilometers.
It doesn't matter.
Couleur,
Does he know what it means, Joker?
yeah, of course, but he doesn't know.
Okay.
No, I'm
Sorry,
trying
he
to say
doesn't.
something else.
He
and you're
hasn't said.
interrupting.
Yeah, go ahead, Cloudy. I didn't know.
Okay.
You don't know, or
Okay, listen. You can track the distance.
you said that already, sir. I need to know
Yeah,
the
but
distance.
you didn't let me finish.
What is the distance?
Kilometers, square kilometers, nautical
No.
miles.
From the point of
1, 2,
observation
3,
to
4, 5,
from the
6,
point
7,
of
8. Sorry.
from the point of
Golden
observation. Hang on a
numerical
second.
value.
From the point of observation to the target distance, what is the distance for the disappearance of bottom up? What is the value you would give it? The distance between the observer and the boat
You're
disappearing
asking me
from
the
bottom
value, the exact value to that?
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, you think I'm a
It's
sailor?
8 inches per mile squared. You're welcome.
Sir, I'm not asking anybody else, please.
That's-
Everybody can have a seat. Have a seat. Cloudy, please present that.
What?
What is
Okay,
the
I'm
distance
not-
between the
I don't know
observer?
because I never did that.
Okay, then.
I'm
then
sure.
If it's not right, no, not I'm sure. I don't want to hear I'm sure. This needs to be
My dick is
demonstrated,
big.
sir. Once again, demonstration is the only thing that we require, right? So if you don't have that information, that's fine. I would say go and research it, find it out, but
Okay,
don't say
but-
that you have it when you don't.
I don't
Yes?
understand why doesn't
you do.
why does it disprove? Why does it like
Okay, so you're
debunk?
saying I see, right? I'll tell you. You said that I see something happening, right? And you say, Earth curvature. And if I was to
Yes.
say, well, I know, relax. The thing is, if I were to say that, yeah, I could see something happen too, but what if it's angular resolution that's doing that? Because bottom up obstruction doesn't have to be because of Earth curvature. It could be because of the angular resolution you have for the bottom up disappearance. And so I could give you other demonstrations that this, I have GIFs of it, by the way. I could show you that it could be something else other than what you're thinking it is. and it could also verify the very same thing that you think it is. So I'm telling you, I have a description of how it occurs on a flat surface. Do you have one for a curved surface? And if so,
Can I hear your
please give us.
description first?
Yeah, but here's the thing, Cloudy. You can't just get away with just saying, "Oh, I see bottom-up obstruction or its curvature. We're good here." No, we're not. Actually, you have to demonstrate the distance between you making the observation and the ship disappearing from the bottom up. And then once we know the distance, we can apply the globe math, the geometry, right? How big they say the Earth is, and then figure out the slope or the rate of change between you, the observer, and the boat.
He wants
And then
your delta,
we'll
buddy.
find out.
He
And
wants
then we'll
the
find
delta.
It still doesn't debunk the roundness.
Well, I'm
of
not
the
even
Earth.
saying that. But if there's no,
it doesn't debunk
listen,
the roundness.
if you don't have the information for this, then it doesn't support the claim. How about that?
The
I can't
observation
debunk-
can be both
I can't
supported by a
listen.
flat Earth
What
model
I'm
and a
saying,
round Earth
Cloudy,
model.
what I'm saying is,
Pedophilia.
if you don't support the claim with any evidence, then I can't dismiss something that doesn't exist. Doesn't exist.
But
How
you're
can I
not
dismiss
providing
something that doesn't
evidence
exist?
as well. You're not providing evidence as well.
Okay, so the burden of proof right now needs to be resting on those who make the claim. You're not making the claim that the Earth is a globe. You're only advocating for the position that it's a globe. You say, "Hey, I agree with those guys. They say the Earth is a globe. I believe that too." I don't care. All I need to know is how is it being supported by evidence. That's the only thing that matters right now. Supported with evidence.
Okay,
Can you do
'cause
that?
an
Can you do that?
object disappears
Can you
gradually
do
over
that?
time.
Cloudy, can you do that?
You're just not letting me talk. You're not
No,
letting
I
me
want
talk.
you to support it with evidence. I don't need more
My
stories.
ass!
You
Listen.
can spaz out. You can spaz out. I'm only needing the evidence here. You're only demonstrating to the group that you don't have it, and it's not gonna help. It's not gonna help. Do you have it or not, Cloudy?
Don't imitate me, please. That's very disrespectful.
Do you have the
Listen,
information? Do you have the information or not?
in my mind,
We can go on to somebody else. You don't have to make excuses, Cloudy. Everybody can see you don't have the information. We can
Let
go
me
to
explain
somebody
him, let me
else.
explain him in Hebrew. גולן,
Here you go,
לא
here you
משנה מה
go.
תעשה, לא משנה מה תעשה, הוא לא יבין. אם אין לך evidence, זה לא משנה. זהו.
Yep.
Olam. So what is olam? What, no, listen, relax. What is olam? Olam means what in Hebrew?
Olam means world. World.
No, olam.
it's a means
olam.
sphere. Olam means sphere.
Okay.
No,
All right.
not. You don't understand Hebrew. Go ahead. I just had to prove that.
All
Go
right,
ahead, man.
that's fine.
What do you mean? Olam, it's a...
That's fine. That's fine.
No,
Let's not
sorry,
detract,
it's okay.
gentlemen.
Relax.
Let's not
My own
detract,
language.
gentlemen. We're getting off the point. Let's
Olam
get
is
back
a
to the
world
point. Thank
in
you,
English.
sir. Thank you. But we need to get back to the evidence. Is there any
Amateur.
evidence? And
There
Cloudy
is no
says
any
no, right?
evidence. No, there is no
Okay,
any
can we
evidence.
stop detracting from the point here? Final warning, stop. I need the
What do you
evidence.
mean
If you
final
have it or
warning?
not, we can go to the next person. We need to go to the next person if you don't have it.
But you
Don't
don't
waste
have
our
it
time
as
here.
well. That's the problem.
Okay, well, this isn't a burden of proof
But he's
reversal.
not
You
claiming
either
though.
have it
He's
or
not
not.
claiming anything.
All you need to present is the information to support the claim, and if you don't have that, I'll move off to the next person. Don't waste our time, Cloudy.
הוא בכוונה
Cloudy, all
משחק ככה,
he's trying
גולן.
to say is that the observation can be both equally explained by a flat Earth model and a round Earth model. So the burden of proof is on you to explain why it's explained by a round Earth model better than a flat Earth
הבנת?
model.
Who's talking?
That's it.
Who?
Sam Hankster was talking.
Wait.
That's fine. That's fine. Do you have the information, Cloudy? One last chance. If
תגיד
not,
לא.
we'll go to
פשוט.
somebody else.
What information? What information?
אין לך, אין לך, אין לך.
Okay.
No evidence.
Tom,
Okay.
Tom, oh, shit.
Do I have to reiterate the point? Joker, if you can tell him this in the language.
Yeah.
I need them to drop over the distance measurement
No, he speaks.
from point.
Well, he speaks English better than me though.
Well, then why is he having trouble here? I don't know. I need to
'Cause
move
it's
on
just
if he doesn't have the information.
Everything everyone is saying, you
What?
just fucking
What?
you're just ignoring that, ignoring.
No, no.
You're
We're waiting for the
combating-
information. We're waiting for the information to support the claim, and if you don't have it, I'm going to somebody else.
Why? I don't have it. I don't have it.
Thank you. It took
Okay, let
this
me go.
long for you to admit that. Let's go to the next person. All right, let's continue down the road. Jedi, I don't know if you want to open up the room because we were talking to Joker. Were you done with your questions?
Yeah, I actually want to hear the question that the guy was, asking, the long question.
Sure. Yeah, stick around.
Yes.
You guys don't have to leave. Just
Yeah, of
listen.
course.
And all I would say, since we were done with you guys and you guys your questions answered, just please sit back and relax. Don't interrupt
All right.
the other conversations. please?
Thank you.
All right, Jedi, if you want to talk with the next gentleman or Flatwater
Okay.
Chris.
Who's the next gentleman on the list?
Sam
I think it was
Hangster
me.
is up.
That was me.
Go ahead, Sam.
All right.
Hi, Sam.
So, just wanna. How you doing? My name is Samir. Just want to let you guys know I have about 35 minutes of driving, so I would like to have this conversation, and hopefully we can come to a sort of conclusion, a good stopping point before I get to my destination. But I asked you earlier 2 questions. The first I asked you, I kind of don't remember the first question. The second question I asked you was why does a flat Earth model, why does a round Earth model necessarily entail that God doesn't exist? The first question was the better question. I can't remember what I asked though. I'm going to try to think about it while you're answering them.
Okay, no problem, buddy. Doesn't necessarily.
I actually
Pretty sure
remember
what
what you
evidence
said.
for flat Earth is there?
Wait.
Yeah,
if
I
anyone
remember.
remembers my
Hold
first
on.
question, say that. Yeah, what was my first
I'm
question?
pretty sure you're asking for evidence to demonstrate a flat Earth model over a globe.
Also,
yeah,
how
but-
God could not exist. That's what could
Hold
not
on, he
exist
asked
in a
you
round
that
Earth.
Okay, the first question's better. The first question's better. If you can see that God could exist on a round Earth model, at least, do you concede that God could? There's a conception of God that could exist on a round Earth model. Yes or no?
Can Jedi
Yes.
still answer that question?
Okay, great. So
Don't
we
talk
can
over
go on
the
to my first question then.
No,
Yeah.
dude, he hasn't answered. Let him answer.
I did. I did
He
say
conceded.
yes.
He conceded.
I can give you a deeper answer to this question, but for sake of time, ask your first one first, the original question,
Yeah,
and we'll get back to
the
that
first
one.
question's better. The
I'll
first question's better.
expand on it
All right,
later. Yeah.
great. So the first question I asked was essentially starting from a default position. If we're given a claim, a proposition, we need to have reason to believe it, right? I see reason to believe that the Earth is round, and if you're going to come to me with another claim that the Earth is flat, I would need reason to believe that's a better claim than what I believe. Or basically what I'm trying to say is I see no reason to believe that the Earth is not round. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I want you to explain your position in a sense, because I used to be a flat earther, by the way, and I can answer why I was if you're interested on that first.
That's okay, not a problem, my friend. So if the claim is that the Earth is a sphere, then over a distance of water, that water should be curving, correct? Yes?
Yes,
the water
sure.
should be curving on the Earth. Awesome stuff. So let's put it like this. When we observe long distances, we do not get obstructed by the physical geometric horizon. We see further than that limitation if it would be there. Long distance observations across vast bodies of water demonstrate that there is no physical Earth curve horizon to be seen. It isn't obstructing our view. But this is just a direct observation. Second of all, direct measurement over a body of water. For example, with infrared lasers, dual and tri-band lasers, and signal propagation, Wi-Fi, radio, and radar, for example. Using these methods of measurement and site targeting, we can target things at distance over bodies of water, demonstrating that the body of water beneath the signal is not curving, and also that the body of water that should be curving is not interrupting the line of sight targeting system. So observation and direct measurement of the surface of the water demonstrate that the water is not curving.
Can I comment for a second? I want to reply. So I don't want to get into like a very like scientific sort of like optics like discussion, because I'm sure that the round earthers have optical explanations for these observations that they claim are equally supported by round earth and whatnot. I want to sort of zoom out and get to like a bigger picture. And I want to basically make the claim that I think a round earth best explains all observations. So not just one specific observation of so and so. I think that it's even a round earth is more parsimonious. Like it's simpler to conceive of this idea of a round earth. And I'll let you respond to that. And then I have a question that I think gets to the root of this. So I want to see how you respond to that first.
Well, so you think that there's explanations on the globe Earth? Are you talking about things like refraction, for example?
Yes, sure. The scientists will give their arguments. I don't know them personally.
I mean that's
but
fine.
They've been offered. I know that they've been offered before.
Yeah, absolutely. And we understand that there is this claim of refraction on the table that is causing us to see further than the geometric limits, but also to curve laser light around the curvature of the Earth. Unfortunately, what we also have to understand is this isn't just flat earthers using this technology, right? Militaries of the world, including the Royal Navy, the American Navy, and navies around the world, use infrared targeting systems and use radar and lasers to target things at distance. Early warning radar, for example, can have a radius value of 450 miles from a vessel at sea, picking up other vessels at sea within that 450-mile radius. This demonstrates that the curvature of the Earth is not obstructing their ability to use a direct line-of-sight radar targeting system. Again, infrared cameras. You understand that infrared is not necessarily as refractable as other wavelengths of light. Yes, it does refract, but it's not as much as in colored wave bands of light that we can see with our eyes. Infrared cameras, for example, are used by militaries of the world to see things up to a distance of 100 to 150 kilometers. Now, also, again, with the lasers, these are military applicable technology, line of sight targeting systems up to the same distance, 100 to 150 kilometers. See, the thing is, it isn't just flat earthers' claims, and it isn't a claim that refraction is going to be the answer, because we're using wavelengths of light that are not necessarily as refracted as in with the claim of visual light, and we're also using radar, radio, Wi-Fi, and other means of signal propagation. These signal propagations and radars and infrared cameras, for example, should be interrupted by the curvature of the Earth from vessels at sea or ground-based military installations, but they're not.
Can they be refracted though? Can they be refracted? I understand that they would be refracted less, but can they be refracted at all? Could that be offered as an explanation?
It could be offered as an explanation, but it's never been demonstrated to be as an explanation. Okay. It's been claimed, but never demonstrated.
What does that mean, though? Can it be okay, Jedi? What does that mean? Can be Yes, it can be refracted. Is that how we see farther? We see straight out farther if it gets refracted. Is that what that means?
Again, this is convolution.
Sorry.
No, Crypto, fine. If you want to jump in, man, you're good.
Just very quick.
I just want to. Okay, no, go on.
Yeah, just very quickly. I just wanted to offer this. So this is something that the kind of hardcore anti-flat earthers do a lot. They'll offer something as an explanation that might be responsible for a small portion of what they need, but can't actually explain the whole thing. So this is what I call a fallacy of scale. So, for instance, if you were to say that Usain Bolt is capable of running quickly, we would both agree that that's the case. But he's not capable of running 100 meters in 2 seconds, right? So if what's required is 100 meters in 2 seconds, Usain Bolt isn't capable of that. Similarly, when they talk about refraction, often they'll just throw it out and just hope that you didn't notice that that isn't possible. Like the amount that they require isn't possible in the example they're giving. So I just wanted to give that as a context. So
I understand. So
does that make sense? Okay.
I need that equivalent claim to the Usain Bolt, which is that it's impossible. So I need you to claim that it is impossible for light to refract, and then I'll understand.
No,
so is that a claim?
Why would somebody say that? Like, what's he even saying? He's doing it again. What is he even saying? What does that mean, Crypto? We need to know what this means.
Yeah, I mean, the equivalent wouldn't be that light doesn't refract ever at all, because you're saying that Usain Bolt can run quickly, right? But you're just saying
that would be the equivalent claim.
No, it wouldn't. Like,
obviously, Usain Bolt can't run.
No. Okay, Crypto, let me say one thing, Crypto. Let me ask. So, what is your name, sir? The guy that brought up refraction?
You can just call me. I didn't bring up refraction at all. So I actually said I didn't.
Oh my gosh, bro! What is going on? Can you relax? It's okay, bro. I'm only gonna talk for 30 seconds. You'll be okay.
No,
do you think Do you think refraction helps me see farther? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know enough about refraction, but I'm saying.
Right.
That
so that's my point. Is that that's my point. What are you? Right. Okay. So just relax. That's my point. What are you trying to claim? You're saying a word, and now you're admitting you don't know what it means. I'm just trying to show everybody. I know you got to relax. You're doing it. I know you got to let me finish the sentence.
You're strong.
Yes, you keep interrupting me. You keep interrupting me. You got to relax. It's okay. Can I just say this one sentence without being interrupted? I was talking about this, and then it got sidetracked again. So he's going to run away. I'm just trying to give an example. If
I'm
you
not
don't
running
get these
away.
people to define their terms, they're just going to run away. He can't even tell us what refraction's going to do anyway, but he wants to use it. So I'll just let it go, guys. Go ahead.
All I want to say is that refraction. I don't know enough about refraction to be able to explain how refraction would be able to explain that. But I'm saying that it has been offered as an explanation. So now I'm saying, do you think that explanation is impossible?
No, that's the explanation of what? That's the point. Explanation of what? What is it possibly doing? Yes, I'm trying to answer a question now. So what is it doing? What do you think refraction's doing?
This guy's doing.
I just did. I'm asking a question.
Exact same thing.
Hey, pervert retard! I'm asking a question. What is it going to do?
Calm down. You don't gotta get
weird
your voice.
Why is a weirdo interrupting me? I can't talk for 30 seconds. I'm trying to establish information, guys. It's very basic. So what do you think refraction's going to do?
First of all, I don't like your.
So now you're running away. So just
I
running
mean,
away.
no,
Okay,
I'm
listen,
not
little
calm
kid.
down.
I'm sorry, little kid. You're scared to death. Little kid. I asked you 3 times. What is it going to do?
You're being a hypocrite.
Yeah, absolute hypocrite right here.
Freaking hypocrite.
I'm just trying to answer a question, and you're turning into retarded psychopath screaming on the mic. I rest my case. This is what they have to do.
I'm not. Listen, I'm not tweaking out at all. You're the tweaker. Listen, I'm saying I don't know your answer. I don't know the answer to your question. I do not know how refraction would be able to let you see further or whatever or not. And I'm saying there's people.
No
I admit that.
Yes, people are making religion. Yes, you're meeting people. Yes, you're admitting. So people are telling you things. They're giving you stories, right?
Let me keep on telling you.
Yes, that's what you keep saying. The same thing. They've given you stories, right? Let them say the same thing over and over again. Yes, you're saying the same thing over and over again. Yes, ranting like a schizophrenic.
I can't take a hypocrite seriously. I'm sorry.
Can someone mute this guy?
Just a complete retard.
Yeah, I'm trying to talk.
This is not fair. This is not fair. I want to have a conversation.
Shut up and listen then.
Before you started speaking, bro.
Yeah, so can I actually have the conversation I was having that was an interruption to the conversation that I only wanted to last about 30 seconds? Is it possible that I can just get back to what I was saying and then Jedi can get back to what he was saying and we can get back on track? Is that possible?
Say that again, sorry.
Is it possible, because I sidetracked Jedi's conversation to add a bit of context that I thought was necessary, and then my conversation got railroaded? Can we go back to what I was saying, then back to what Jedi was saying, because that's way more like linear progression for this conversation.
Yes, please.
Perfect, thank you. So as I was saying, the equivalent claim of Usain Bolt being able to run infinitely far would be that, infinitely fast, would be that light can refract infinitely for any purpose to explain any phenomenon. But that's, of course, not the case. It's the case that we know that light refracts certain conditions in certain ways under certain to a limited amount. And we also know that Usain Bolt can only run 100 meters in 9.5 seconds. Right? That was the
just to clarify, are you saying that the claim, I just want to clarify your position. Are you saying that the claim that uses refraction as an explanation to explain the observation you provided is impossible? Are you claiming that?
Well, I didn't claim that was true or false.
Well, I need you to. This is very relevant.
Talk about refraction, but it wasn't what I said. So I didn't claim that was true or false. So it was
Do you have a
what I said
position
was
on that?
different. It would depend on the observation, wouldn't it? But
well, I'm saying,
so
is there? Okay, this is the ultimate question. Is there an explanation on a round Earth model that uses reflection to explain the observation you provided? Yes or no?
It depends which observation.
Yes. Any observation.
It depends on which observation. Well, no, because
any
that's
observation.
too broad.
Listen,
okay, well,
to
let me ask you a better question. This is a better question. It's a better question. Ready?
Yeah, try it again.
Are there any? Okay, one more time. Ready? Are there any observations that could not be explained using refraction on a round Earth model? That's the question.
Yes. The answer is yes. Times of infinity.
The answer is yes.
Go ahead. Yep. Go ahead,
Yes.
Crypto. Can't explain it. Go ahead.
But my claim was still different. Right? So my claim was that when people who don't really know the subject matter throw out refraction, they're just hoping it can just be like a sticking plaster, and it can just, light bends, therefore it can bend in all of the ways I need it to explain everything, right? It's a very lazy argument. That is my point.
So I want to say that I didn't do that. I didn't say that I know how refraction would be able to explain it. I'm saying round earth people, I'm offered that as an
Why bring it
explanation. I
up?
just want to know, do you accept that, and he already got my answer, that you think there's no, that there are observations which could not be explained by refraction on a round earth model. And I just want to say
Yes.
that round earth people would probably claim the opposite. So I don't want to go down that semantical argument route.
Right. So this is just a religious rant. Yeah. Like I said, a religious rant. Yeah. Go ahead.
It's not a religious rant. I actually have a question. I have an actual question. I have a question about gravity.
Wow. Now it's a real question. Okay.
I have an actual question.
Is it a real
Okay,
question?
ready?
Well, is it a real?
It's a real question.
All right, let's settle down. Let
Crypt
him
is
ask the
trying to
question.
answer,
Somebody
guys.
start answering.
Can you
Max,
guys keep
Mute
Go ahead,
this
go ahead,
dumbass.
Crypto.
Mute this dumbass. Come on.
Can
Mute
you
Let me
can you
speak.
unban Joker?
So,
Can you explain? I want you to explain why objects fall on a round
Bro,
earth.
can you shut up for a minute?
Earth.
Can you keep it quiet?
for the love of God, can I address what you said, please?
Yes, please.
Fantastic. Okay. So yes, they would probably say refraction, which was the whole point I made in the first place, is that they use it as a sticking plaster. So I don't know why you said that to me, because that was the point I made to you in the first place. I don't know why you've returned that back to me.
I said that. Well, I've said that because they're going to have their arguments which they believe are true, and you're going to have yours which you believe are true. I'm not here to go down the optical rabbit hole. I have a better question which I would understand more, and which I would like to ask you about, which is gravity. So, do you want to transition to? Let's concede that is a myth that we haven't held down yet. We get more that we ever had that conversation about optics at all, or refraction, whatever. Right? Now, I have a question to you about gravity. How do objects fall on a flat Earth model?
Well, I wanted to give it back to Jedi because I took the conversation off him. So if you don't want to talk about optics anymore, well, let Jedi have his say on it, and then we can move on to gravity.
Okay, Jedi. How do objects fall in a flat Earth model?
Right, so convolution of terms again. So things fall. Doesn't matter if the Earth is a ball or whether the Earth is flat. That will be the observation of the phenomena, things falling.
Sure.
The presumption of cause, though, I'm not going to be able to tell you what the cause is for things falling or rising, or why we have a directionality on the Earth, whether it's globe or flat. But also, by the same token, even the globe Earth would propose ideas as to why mass attracting mass or the bending and warping of space-time.
Yes.
But they've never been scientifically valid. But I wouldn't be able to offer you an explanation as to why things go up and things go down, other than the relationship between the object and the medium itself.
So what do you mean by scientifically valid?
Well, something that followed the scientific method, something where you varied and manipulated the presumed cause, in this case, whatever was causing the thing to fall down at that countable rate of 8 meters per second squared. The 8 meters per second squared is the observation of a phenomena, and that's fine. That's little g. We can call that a law of nature. But ultimately, the cause of this is really still up for debate. And no flat earther is going to be able to give you a explanation, because we wouldn't have science to back that. But by the same token, neither does the globe Earth model. They just assert it without scientific experimentation.
So you think that there's no scientific experimentation which substantiates the claim that gravity exists?
Doesn't run through the scientific method, no. In which gravity would you suggest does?
Which gravity? I mean, I'm not too familiar with the theory of general relativity. I'm not too delved down into that, like the physics of it. But I have another observation that is related to gravity that I would like you to offer an explanation for, that I believe the round Earth does. And this is that when I'm on an elevator and I have a scale, when the elevator goes down, I'm heavier. When the elevator goes up, I'm lighter. What's the explanation on a flat Earth for that?
Again, I wouldn't be able to give you an explanation. And
you think science wouldn't either?
It's interesting. I mean, are you saying the right way around, or are you talking about Einstein and he's falling in a lift kind of hypothetical idea?
In a sense, yes. Because
Yeah,
I
so it's a
believe in mass and force. I believe that mass and force exist, and that explains why
mass and force.
gravity
Okay, you
exists and why.
See, this is interesting as well because you said the word mass, and we understand that mass
Sure.
has got three definitions, right? Three. You said physics, right? So in physical scientific physics, the word mass hasn't actually got any meaning. You'll find it in equations though, because it makes the math simpler because of an assumption of cause. You can use mass as what? The resistance to acceleration. That's one definition for it. Or incorrectly defined as the amount of substance in a space. Science has kind of never been able to define that idea anyway. It's more accurately defined as a mole. So you said mass, but there's a convolution of terms there. I get when people come along and they say, hey, look, the globe earth model gives me lots and lots and lots of explanations, but those explanations don't necessarily come with scientific demonstrations.
So the explanations that I'm referring to that the globe earth model presents are sort of pragmatic, predictory explanations. They help us make predictions about the future. What can you provide as a flat earth theorist that would be able to give me predictions that would be able to make better predictions than a round earth model could? I'm a pragmatist.
With regards to what phenomena?
Any phenomena. I would
The
say
sun
that
will come
at
up
large,
tomorrow.
At large, the round earth model is able to make better, more accurate predictions about everything than the flat earth model is.
Okay, so first of all, you have to remember.
Not everything, most things. Sorry.
You don't have a flat Earth model. If we're talking about predictions of things in the sky, those predictions have been done for thousands of years. Again, I'm going to assert the Babylonians, and we have a Saros cycle that predicts lunar eclipses and solar eclipses quite well and has done for thousands of years. And you'll be able to use that cycle to predict the eclipses happening next year in your country. That's not a model-based flat Earth or globe Earth because it's just observations and postdictions of things that have always happened in the sky.
Okay, what about predictions about things on the ground?
Like dropping something.
Dropping something, throwing something, projectile motion, particle motion, all these observations.
So this is little g, the effect. Right? I throw something,
Say
it's
that
going to
again?
come down at a. This is little g. This is the effect.
Okay.
I can make a prediction when I kick a go, depending on how much force I apply to the ball when I kick it.
Okay.
And when it's going to come down and where it's going to hit on the floor. But that's only little g, and every single flat earther will agree to this because shit goes down when you let it go.
Okay. What about so where is little g? I don't want to get into space because I know you're going to deny that right off the bat. So let's just stick to the Earth with little g. Where is little g derived from on a flat Earth model?
It's not derived on the flat Earth model. It's not derived on any model really. It's just the observation of an effect and a phenomenon. If you want to take the idea that Newton observed an apple fall from a tree, for example, he had the presupposition of cause, but that was wrongly ascribed to him 150 years after he died. This isn't model-based. This is just what reality does. Whether it's globe or whether it's flat, the apple's going to fall from the tree. Now, that's the effect, countable rate of its fall. And we can mathematically use this quote-unquote law of nature, the gravitational law in this instance, to make predictions about how far the ball's going to go when I kick it. Doesn't matter if the ball,
you're saying g, and you're saying even on a flat Earth model, little g is found experimentally. You're saying, correct?
Well, of course, I can drop things. I don't have a presumption of cause.
Okay, great. So now, what about the fact that little g changes depending on where you are on Earth, and that on a round Earth model, we can predict how that g will change depending on the elevation?
Or the elevation? What specifically are you talking about?
The force of gravity is not constant on Earth.
Okay, that's a declaration. Please elaborate for me.
force of gravity is different depending on your elevation, because like we know the force of gravity is dependent upon distance, right? That's a very big factor. That's the formula, right? We know that radius and the distance you are from the other mass object is a big determiner in the force of gravity. So we can predict how the force of gravity changes depending on your elevation on Earth. We're not talking about space right now. We're talking about somebody in a plane. The force of gravity is going to affect them differently than somebody at sea level.
Okay.
Right?
I got you.
So how does a flat Earth model predict how G changes on Earth?
Well, we don't predict. All we do is we forget about the atmospheric pressure when we're letting things fall from a high altitude rate. When we remove the atmospheric pressure and drop things in a vacuum chamber, they fall at the same rate. So we forget about the pressure differential from lower pressure up there to higher pressure down here, and how that affects the falling object.
Okay, yeah. So I agree that within a vacuum they'll fall at the same rate, but I want to add that air resistance in. I want to add that pressure in. How does the flat Earth model take those things into consideration also to make accurate, pragmatic predictions?
So
you can't use a vacuum because space doesn't exist in flat Earth.
Awesome, thank you very much.
He can still argue that a vacuum exists.
Well,
sure, but if the vacuum of space doesn't exist by definition of what they believe, then like you can't really use that as a symptom. Just saying.
We're not talking about the vacuum of space.
Yeah, you'll have time to cope. Hey, sobbing Gregson, you'll have time to cope.
Okay, thank you.
Wait, continue. Yo, stop. Continue.
Again, very quickly, we don't have a flat Earth model. Everything is ascribed to the globe Earth model. So you think that you're making predictions because the Earth is a ball, so everything's ascribed to that. We observe the same things on the flat Earth, right? No one's denying the effect. So when we drop things from altitude, they're going to act exactly the same. You just have a presumption of cause. And you say that you can predict this because you're on a ball, even though we make the same observations on the flat Earth and it's going to do exactly the same thing without a presumption of cause, because we're just witnessing the effect. And because you can drop things from high altitude, then we have to take all of the other variables into account. The difference in pressure, for example, and how that's going to attribute to the falling object as it gets into denser pressure environments here on the surface of the Earth. There's no model needed here.
So I would actually claim the opposite, that in order to make certain predictions, you do have to attribute cause at a certain point.
Okay. So you can,
and I'm saying one of those predictions are the pragmatic ones.
So because you can assert one of two ideas as to why the object is falling, then you've got a better explanation of reality. But we're just dealing with the backwards engineering of the phenomena itself, and then asserting a cause. Because hey, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference if I was going to tell you that the Earth was pulling it down, or the sky was pushing it down, which is the two convoluted gravitational ideas. Newton says the Earth is pulling it down. Einstein says that the space is pushing it down. You've got no way of demonstrating either to be true. All I can do is just swap the idea around, and you're still going to have the same effect.
So the thing is, though, that in both of those cases, there is still a cause attributed to the observation, to the explanation.
Yes.
So it's still a push. It's still a push. So I'm asking you, what is your explanation?
I answered this about 10 minutes ago. We don't presume a cause. And although they would, you do presume a cause, but you don't, you haven't got any scientific validation of manipulating that presumed cause. Which you would have to do if you're following the scientific. If you were to, let me say it like this.
Manipulating the cause. You're saying gravity, manipulating gravity. We can't.
Let him answer your question.
Yeah. So ultimately, we don't presume cause. You guys do, and I'm sorry, I'm saying the ubiquitous you, those who purport the globe Earth model, as an assumption, but there's no scientific experimentation where you vary and manipulate gravity in the experiment to change the phenomena to see if it happens at a different rate or does something different. There is no scientific experiment where gravity is manipulated.
I agree. But I don't think that the validity of that presumption comes from scientific explanation per se. Like I said, the pragmatic predictions which come out from that presumption give validity to that presumption. For example, we don't need to use your usage of how you predict eclipses and solar eclipses and all that stuff. We use the same assumptions
You're
that
just
we do.
bullshitting, dude.
Can I
You're
explain, dude?
bullshitting.
Don't cut me off. Don't cut me off. Don't
Nah,
cut me
you're
off.
bullshitting.
The same
You're
presumption.
bullshitting.
You're wasting time, dude.
Hold
You're
on, guys.
wasting
Hold
time.
on.
How can you
Everybody
cut me off,
calm
bro?
down. Let Sam finish his thought.
How can you
Go
cut me
ahead,
off?
Sam. Go
Thank
ahead.
you.
Go
The
ahead.
presumption, thank you. The presumption that we're making, which explains gravity, the pushing force, which you mentioned, that same presumption, which is used to explain why G changes, why I weigh more on an elevator going up, right? This same presumption allows us to explain and predict, predict solar eclipses or the stars.
No,
When
it
the
doesn't.
stars will show
No, it
constellations.
doesn't.
It does.
Okay.
It's the same
So
presumption. It's the
No, it
same
doesn't.
presumption.
no, it's
No, it
not.
doesn't.
Sam.
Post it in the chat and show that.
Sam.
Luca, you
Okay,
got a
I'm
That's
time?
not how it
Is
works.
something happening now at 3 o'clock, Luca? 3 o'clock is
Yeah,
happening.
I
What
just
does
want
that
to
mean?
say
Go ahead.
welcome to Ladies' Nights. Everybody that is a flat earther, that is not a female. We would appreciate you guys if you would mute yourself from your end. If you are a Glober, you are welcome, more than welcome to talk and participate. And we can continue, Sam, if you are willing.
I got a question for
I,
Sam
I,
Hanger.
My
I
bad,
am
Lulu. I
willing.
didn't actually
I just
realize
want to. I
that.
just
I'm
want
at
to say
work.
I
Go ahead.
only have 5 minutes. I only have 5 more minutes to talk. I do want to
I got a quick
continue. If we could,
question.
yes.
Just one. What's a scientific prediction?
Good question.
Scientific prediction uses constants. Uses this idea of
Wrong. What's a
fundamental
scientific prediction?
attribution. We're fundamentally attributing something to a cause, like we said, gravity. So whether it's a push from the sky, push from below, they're still going to have a sort of mathematical constant that we could use to make a prediction.
Okay, so that's your definition of a scientific prediction?
Yeah, so I mean, it's using mathematics
you're
and
right.
constants.
A scientific prediction is a hypothesis. So you need to be able to test whatever you're scientifically predicting and have it go through systematic experimentation, because if you stop at just scientific prediction without doing the rest, you can just go ahead and say that you're a pseudoscience believer. That's fine with me. There you go.
So a scientific prediction is substantiated by an observation. You don't need to make an experiment with controlled variables to say
okay,
that
then you're okay with
scientific.
Okay, so
No.
you're okay with pseudoscience. That's fine.
I'm not. I don't even know what your claim is. I'm saying
If
that
you make a
the
scientific
prediction,
because of an
yes,
observation, it has to go through systematic experimentation to become any kind of scientific theory. You stopped at prediction.
it's a
through
theory.
observation, and you didn't go
Repeated,
no.
repeated observations
Experimentation
substantiated the
is the
theory.
arbiter of science. No. So if
That's
you
not
don't
true.
take it through the systematic experimentation and you just want to go ahead and stop and drop anchor on whatever prediction you want to have a presumed cause for, go right ahead, buddy. But that is by
And you're saying
definition.
that's pseudoscience. So you're saying
By
every theory is. Are you saying that every theory, every Nobel Prize given to a theory has been given to a pseudoscientist?
No, I'm not saying that.
Yes, because theories are not
scientific
proven by
theory-
experimentation.
Listen to me. Listen. A scientific theory has been through rigorous hypothesis test, experimentation, repeated over to become the scientific theory that it is. If it doesn't do that, by definition, let me finish, it is pseudoscience.
So do you believe in a theory if it's been do you believe in theories?
I don't have to believe. I don't have to
Sorry?
believe if it's proven. I don't have to believe if it's proven through systematic experimentation. I don't have to just drop anchor at observation and
all right, great.
ad hoc
And
prediction.
And you just said that all theories. You just said all theories are proven via experimentation, correct?
Real scientific theories have been proven
Oh,
through
real
systematic
scientific theory.
experimentation, buddy.
So is the theory
By
of gravity
definition,
a
if
real
it doesn't,
scientific theory?
buddy. By
Is the theory of
definition,
gravity?
if it does, buddy, if it doesn't go through the scientific method, through experimentation, rigorous experimentation, systematic, repeated testing, it is by definition pseudoscience.
Okay, great.
You are a
So is the
pseudoscientist,
theory of
sir. You
gravity,
don't know it yet, but you're a pseudoscientist.
is the theory of gravity one of those theories which you said would fulfill the criteria that you just mentioned? Yes or no?
It would fill the criteria of pseudoscience. Correct.
Okay. What about the theory of electrodynamics? Richard Feynman. How about that?
Talking about Richard Feynman?
Richard Feynman, yep.
Are you talking about
Pseudoscience.
are you talking about electrostatic acceleration
Sure, yeah.
and stuff? Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
yeah, yeah.
that hasn't been put through rigorous experimental testing because first you would need to be able
Pseudoscientist. Okay.
to substantiate.
No, it's not
listen,
a theory.
First, you would need to be able
So
to substantiate the rate of voltage acceleration in the air, and the ground instrument that is measuring these things have its own curved rate of voltage rising at some sort of level, and it's not constant. So you can't take whatever you're measuring from a ground instrument and attribute it to the rest of the air that isn't being measured.
So it's pseudoscience. So you just discredited Nobel Prize
No,
winners.
I'm not discrediting it. I'm saying
Listen,
that you can't make a declaration or a cause claim without rigorous experimentation. That's all I'm saying. If you don't
Are
do
there
that,
any
then it's
cause claims?
Sam,
Can you name?
listen.
Can
What is
yes.
what is under scrutiny right now is the theory of gravity. So why don't you
Great.
try to just stick to that? Don't generalize all of science and scientists as being fake and pseudoscientists.
No, I mean,
We are talking about specifically about gravity.
right. I mean, we are talking about gravity, but this is expanding to a philosophical, epistemological discussion. And I'm trying to just
Okay,
understand
let's bring it back
the
to
truth
gravity.
claims. Okay,
Let's
great.
bring
Well,
it back to
just
gravity.
before we get back to gravity, I just want to ask, can you just describe one of those claims which you said attributes a cause which is proven by rigorous scientific explanation to the scientific method? What is just one of them? Can you explain one? Just list one of them for me that you believe in.
I can. Sorry,
What is it?
ladies. Heat boils water.
Sorry?
Heat will boil water. I'll put it
I
through the
mean,
method for
you're
you.
question begging though, because what is heat?
No,
You're question begging.
no, okay, no, hold on. Let me do this through the scientific method. Let me do this through the scientific method. I observe in a hot lake, a thermal lake, that the water is bubbling and boiling. My presumption of cause, my prediction of cause, is that the heat, because the water's hot, is making it boil. I then get
What
a
is heat?
bucket. I'm not asking about what is heat. The water's warm, isn't it? So when I apply fire,
What
I'm
is
using
warmth?
a bucket of water.
I could say I feel gravity. Gravity causes things to fall. I feel gravity. I feel
Right.
heat. In the same way that I
You
feel
are
heat, I feel
talking.
gravity.
No, you're talking about the effect, and you're trying to attribute it to the cause.
Which
So
is heat. The same thing for heat.
You can't. Yeah, but
The
you
same
can
argument
manipulate.
applies to heat.
Hold on. You can manipulate heat, fire, right?
And you can
You
manipulate
can't.
gravity by
You
changing your
can't.
altitude.
How do you manipulate gravity?
By changing your altitude. I just told you earlier. At different altitudes, the
I
force
don't
of
know
gravity will be
I
different.
wasn't here. I wasn't here earlier, so
Oh,
I
that
didn't
was
hear
what I
that.
said. No worries, no worries. When you change your altitude, the force of gravity changes. The force of gravity will affect the balloon in the sky at whatever distance up, whatever altitude up. It'll affect that differently than a man sitting at sea level. We can manipulate the gravity.
Nice and numpty.
That's
So
fundamentally
you're
wrong.
manipulating your altitude. You're not manipulating gravity. So your causation is altitude.
No.
Pressure.
Altitude is a
Uh-huh.
okay.
No, you
What is
manipulated
it?
altitude. Your interpretation was gravity, but go on.
Okay. I arrived at my destination, but this is a good stopping point. I appreciate that counter argument. Actually, in this case, we can just stop at this point. And I would have to claim, I guess, that altitude causes things to fall. I'm gonna be back soon. We're gonna continue this discussion.
Fair.
But like I said, I was driving. I wasn't here earlier. You weren't here earlier, but I said I had 40 minutes. I was driving somewhere, and I just got to where I was
Yeah, no worries.
here, and I just wanted to finish the conversation. But I'll be back to talk about this. This is interesting. Well, we
All
can pick
right.
up where we left off if you guys remember. Thank you.
For
I really
sure,
appreciate it.
we're here
It
24/7.
was nice to
I
meet you.
posted
Lulu.
something super cool for anyone
Yes,
interested.
I-
The next National Defense Act for the Pentagon has a great clause in it about UFOs and stuff like that, and the government is claiming eminent domain on all private institutions of any alien technology. Pretty interesting. So thought that was interesting and posted it in the chat for 24/7 Flat Earth.
What
Thumbs up.
aliens? What are you talking?
Yeah. Not our tax money's going there if you're an American. So,
I know. It's yeah, that's a whole other subject.
Welcome, Flat Earth Debate. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button to keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. I'll be shortly joining Patrick Gunnels, who has invited me on to have a debate with a couple of people on his network that he operates on Rumble. So I'm going to be joining him shortly, and yeah, that's about it. Hopefully we'll get the skinny on who these people are from him when he joins me, and yeah, I'll transition across once I've got him in the phone call.
Episode 7, either way. It's a newer show, but Josh is going to be in a bit. We host it together, and we have our own platforms, our own shows as well.
Okay. David and Josh, and this is on... What's the
just on Rumble? It's on Badlands Media on Rumble. They're like
that's
number 3 on Rumble right now.
Badlands Media.
Yeah. It was started by John Harold. He goes by Patel Patriot. And then his channel started taking off, and it got so big. He said, I want to have people that have different perspectives come in and like build a network. And so now he's got all kinds of hosts in there and stuff like that. So he invited us over. We're like, okay, cool. It's been going pretty well. We've gotten pretty decent exposure on the channel. So we'll get a lot of people in here for this today.
Cool. And do you have much interaction with Patrick? I know he's on the same network, but obviously has a different show.
I've actually never met Patrick. I've just spoken to him on like Telegram chats and stuff like that. I've seen him on John's show. That's about all I know.
Okay, you've seen him before though. Okay.
Yeah. He's an excellent reader. He reads very well.
Is that so? I don't know Patrick
he
that
does
well.
all that, like when John pulls up articles and like really detailed government documents and stuff, it's usually Patrick doing the reading out. And
I see.
It's very pleasant.
He's just contacted me actually. I'll just tell him I'm in the stream.
Okay. How about yourself? You have your own show and everything, I'm assuming?
But that's how I got to know Patrick. He's one of my Patreons. So he contacted me and said, a couple of guys on my network want to debate Flat Earth. Will you come and help me debate Flat Earth? And I was like, yeah, no worries.
Sweet. That's awesome. Oh, and there's Patrick there.
Should see Nathan too.
Patrick.
I'm here, but you can't see me.
How's
My
it going,
camera
man?
can't get working.
Can
I'm
you hear
afraid,
me?
Patrick.
Yeah, his webcam's having an issue connecting for some reason, but you can hear him.
Check. 1 2 1 2.
Nathan. Wait a minute. Nathan says he's in the show.
You should be able to hear him.
Do you not hear me?
I hear Nathan. I just don't see him.
Yeah, I can't get my
Right,
camera
that's the
working. I
issue.
did try. I just couldn't get the thing working. I'm really sorry.
It's okay.
You should still, if you want, Nathan, if you do want to need to share a screen, it'll share, just maybe do a test, and I'll show Patrick too. It's real simple, man. It's just you see the mic and the camera icon. It's right below there. Share screen. If you got to pull audio in, you just got to remember to hit the little check mark on the bottom left.
We should have done a test before we did this.
Yeah. See, so if I have this, you can see that, Nathan?
Yep.
Okay. So that's easy enough. So I'll keep that loaded so you don't have to keep pulling it in. And then Patrick, if you want to give it a shot.
What am I looking for? Add extra camera, presentations, local video, share a video file from your computer? Or just share what if I just want to share my screen?
Yeah, share screen. So I don't know where you went. If you go to the...
Got it. I'm down. I got it.
Okay, sweet.
So...
you can either do entire screen or share tabs. Like I just do my entire screen and have everything ready to go. But
I've got a whole bunch of videos that I can share. Let me see if I can share a local video just for grins.
Sure.
So like, let's see if this works.
Okay, I heard a little bloop. That's probably it. There we go. Oh, okay. Hold on. So that
December
would be
12th, 1901. Guglielmo.
So restart it. So what for this one? Oh, I see. Because it's like a local video. You know what would be better, Pat? Are you able to screen share that video? Like just have the video play on your, like if you just share your entire screen, I'll show you the difference.
Why don't I try? Okay.
Otherwise it pulls it in like as if it's pulling in.
Share my screen, share a Brave tab, but I can't. I want to share a window.
Yeah. So just do screen one, share screen one.
Okay.
So entire screen.
Yep. Entire screen and share system audio.
Yep.
Okay, that's what I'll do. And wait, it won't let me share it. Now it will. But now look, it's going to create this ridiculous effect.
Only if you have Restream up. So now click over on your, see, look, now we go here.
Okay, so if I want to go to, and now it'll play it, it's playing it?
Yeah, can you see?
The Antarctic Treaty is an important proof of the flat Earth.
Well, I won't be able to see because
multinational effort to prevent people from determining what's beyond the 60th South Parallel and Antarctica. In short, independent travel is not allowed or outside of the 60th.
Okay, so that's how it'll do it then. Is I'll be able to see, because I can see on the left-hand side when you've got the video up. As soon as you have it selected, just say go ahead. I pull it on. You mute. Press the video, and then there's going to be I'll mute as well, and then it's going to be simple like that.
Can you think why Nathan wouldn't be able to display his webcam?
I can't because I don't have access to any additional settings for each guest. In Restream, I was telling him if, like he says it's selected because it's in the settings wheel, right? You go to video, it shows video input, you can select your webcam, and he's saying it's selected, but there it is.
There what is?
Nathan.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Except Nathan is muted, I think. So now we got the video, Nathan. Now we got to swap the audio.
No, you don't have to do anything with the audio. I'm just locally muted.
We're good.
Hot damn. All right.
The miracle of technology.
Oh, yes. And I'm assuming that Josh will be joining us a bit in 19 minutes.
Yeah, we still got 20 minutes, so he'll pop in. I've sent him the link here. I'll text him.
There we go.
And David, what exactly was the reason why you didn't want me just to share an individual video? Because that way I'd be able to keep Restream open at the same time.
Oh, to watch it on Restream? The only reason is if you do that, I have to go on the sidebar and turn everybody's webcam off every time and then put everybody back in, because it's going to pull it in as if it's another person joining the call. So it'll keep it in a smaller window. We won't see the whole video.
Okay.
That's
then
the only...
I'm going to keep my use of these things to a minimum then, because that sounds kind of like a cumbersome process. So
well, how about this? Let's test it. Why don't you try just real quick, pull that video back as the video input, and I'll just
source.
Yeah,
local video, Antarctic Treaty.
Yeah. Okay. So then if I go like this, so see, it's going to play. Oh, it could kind of.
Couldn't you just make it the big thing?
The Antarctic Treaty is an important proof of the flat Earth because it evinces an intentional and multinational effort to prevent people from determining what's beyond the 60th South Parallel
See what I mean? Here, I'll bring you back.
In Antarctica.
That's the only pain in the ass is it's not like a smooth transition, which I don't mind if you want to do that for like maybe if there's like some main videos you want to do, we can do that. And then that's not a problem. I don't mind if you prefer that.
I don't feel like any of these videos are essential. It would be nice if we could seamlessly do it like StreamYard. StreamYard makes it so that we just get arrayed off on the side and then the video becomes the main event. It's quite nice.
Right.
So anyway, I'm not going to, I don't really want to make a big deal about it though. I've got a bunch of videos queued up that I can use if needed, but there's always the possibility that this will just be a discussion. You know?
Right.
So I don't
actually, something we could do, if you had, say you pick like your top 3 videos, if you send them over to me now, the files, I have another option where I have video clips. Like I'll show you an example. If I just put a video clip, I literally just push like this. Oh. And then it pulls back real smooth. So if I load them,
you can do it, but I can't. Okay, so I'm going to send
you. Just say pull in that hopefully they're titled.
They are.
Then you can say
they're titled well.
Pull up our Antarctic Treaty video or whatever. So maybe if you throw me like a Dropbox link or something, in the chat.
Perfect. I think I'm just going to do. Yeah, I got it. I'm going to do. Where do I send it?
You can just drop a link right in the chat here. I'll go, hey, like this.
Oh, okay. You mean a link in chat? What do you mean link in chat? You mean
like a Dropbox?
Well, why don't I just send it via Telegram?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know how to do I don't know how to do Dropbox.
Telegram. I got Telegram right here. Go ahead. Do it on Telegram.
Okay, so I'm going to do Felix Baumgartner. I'm going to do no photos of Earth from space. And I'm going to do we'll do curvature test 1 and curvature test 2 and the curvature formula. And I'm opening all of these and I'm sorry for the size. I think it should be fine. And if it turns out that we can't use these, I can speak to them and Nathan can obviously speak to them too. So
this one came as a, what the hell is this?
If one of them came as a JPEG, then I'm sorry.
No, it's a zip. I just want to see stretch zip file.
You know what I can do, David? I have every ability to share my screen, and that's exactly what I'm going to do if needed.
Okay. Yeah, if you feel like it.
Just to let you know, though, StreamYard completely short circuits these problems.
Does it now? Okay.
It does. But it's good to have both, in my opinion, because sometimes one or the other will have server issues, as we discovered during a Twitter debate. A Twitter Files episode. So.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that's good. I know I've been using Restream just because I was used to it, and I just need to learn the StreamYard.
Okay. So we didn't kick Nathan out, did we?
No, he's here.
Oh, okay, sweet. I'm good to go. I bet you probably need to start the music.
We usually start it right at. So we're not starting it for 15.
Oh, okay. Well then.
Yeah, we usually start right at time.
Rock and roll. Do you think I can have like an opening statement?
Absolutely. Yeah. So I figured what we would do, and Nathan, if you're there, you let me know what you think. I'm just going to say hello to everybody, talk about how we're going to have a nice friendly debate about this subject, kind of a thing. I'll do my quick little intro. My intro is just going to be about who I am and my position. And then I'll pass it to you, Patrick, and then over to Nathan, and then around to Josh. Once we've done our little intro, and you let me know what you prefer to put in that intro, if you want to do like an opening statement or something like that, maybe we'll just try to keep it to like 2 or 3 minutes max per person. And then after that's done, nobody's going to interrupt each other. Also, we'll do our very best to be not running over each other. And then we'll just have a free flow at that point. Does that sound good?
Sounds good to me.
Perfect.
And Nathan, I didn't really hear you. Was that good for you?
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
Okay. And then if you're like, oh, I want to share a video on that or whatever, because I have some stuff as well, we'll just keep batting the ball and I'll try to make sure it's fair. And if I make a mistake, call me out, okay?
Perfect. I'm going to change myself to high definition. Okay.
And by the way, pleased to meet you, Patrick. I'm glad you're
Pleased to
doing
meet
this.
you too.
I've
Yeah.
been watching you read beautifully on John's podcast for so long. So
thank you.
Good to have you here.
Appreciate it. So hopefully I can get plenty of people in.
Oh, sorry.
And I'm going to
there's
start
lots of people
promoting-
coming.
I will promote this event and I will see you presently.
Sounds good, man.
So, David, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, buddy.
How did this come about?
It was a demand from people in the chat of our previous shows because Josh and I take a different position. And so they were like, you guys got to have someone on. We want to hear the debate. We want to hear the discussion. So I said, okay, fine, let's do it. So I just put a chat. I put like a message in the Badlands Media back chat. And I said, hey, is there any guys in our community that are into flat earth that want to come on and debate us about it? And Patrick's like, I'm your Huckleberry. I was like, all right, that's literally it.
So why you though? I mean, have you got a vested interest in the subject or something?
Well, I've had an immense curiosity. I've been following the subject very closely since 2014. I'm sort of I've gotten quite addicted to listening to flat earth debates for the last few years and making my own observations and doing this research. So my vested interest is to state a different position and for the audience to have these claims on both sides spoken about under scrutiny from the other side, so that it's not just people dumping information without having any checks. You know what I'm saying? So I really just want to get the whole story out there so that in the end, people can watch this discussion and then come to their own conclusion. That's all I want to do.
And what's your position? I don't actually know anybody's position. So,
well, I'm going to state it in the show, but I do not agree at all with the flat earth premise. I don't think that that's the case. I believe the earth is spherical, and I believe there's many ways to prove it without relying on NASA or even complex science or mathematics.
You confident?
I'm very confident. I've done it myself. And I think it comes down to a debate about perspective and how people see the world. And so one thing I'd like to open up with, now that doesn't mean I'm going to come out and be like, flat earth is bullshit. I'm not into that. I don't want it to be like a dumpster fire here, but I want to basically be like, here's the arguments to counter the claims that are being made, right? And then it's not up to me to say what the final result is. That's up to everybody watching. So, that's it. I just want to know the truth.
I see.
And I'm also very curious.
Cool. I asked if you're confident because you said, I believe there's plenty of proof.
Oh, you're going to call me on every word, eh?
No, not at all. I don't know you, so I don't know how to take your timbre or your wording of things. So I'm just getting a gauge of that beforehand.
Yeah. No, that's good. That's a fair one. No. Outside of being able to obviously because I believe flat earth is unfalsifiable in many ways, right? Which is why there isn't really an actual flat earth model. It's more of mostly an argument against the claims of science and the last 2,000 years of astronomy and all that stuff, right? So it's just a matter of analyzing it to see if there's anything there and offering the rebuttals that are out there and that we know of and see how they hold up. That's what science is. We're doing science right now. We're doing what they should have done with this vaccine, with all this other shit. So I'm with you guys. See, I'm different than your average, the average guys you guys usually debate, which come from a strict materialistic scientific worldview. I don't hold that view. So I agree with you guys on a lot of points. I agree that NASA is not the most trustworthy agency in the world, but I disagree that it's 100% lies. And I agree on many of the different conspiracies. That's actually my expertise. I've studied the world of the occult and the secret societies and history, alternative history, religion, philosophy, all these different things. So I'm definitely a conspiracy realist, and I understand that. But to me, that doesn't equate to the change in the shape of the planet. That's just my position.
But you'd say you're into science.
Yeah, I'm into it to agree. I'm no scientist. I'm no expert. I have no degrees. I was homeschooled. I'm self-taught. And I believe in the scientific method.
Okay,
And
cool.
I
That's a
believe
good
that
start.
science. Sorry?
That's a good start. What's the scientific method?
Well, to form a hypothesis, to observe, to make observations, and then to provide evidence for a theory or a thesis where other people can repeat the experiment, and that you present a model where you can actually make predictions that end up proving your observation to be true or false. So it's the process of forming a theory, bringing evidence against it to test it, and constantly remaining open if new evidence comes across your desk to change the result of that hypothesis.
They don't know what science is then.
Okay, you tell me then.
All right. So we're getting off to a bad start here.
No, I want him to do it, Patrick. Go ahead. Come on, let's go, Nathan. Tell me what science is.
Science is the establishment of cause and effect based on a naturally observed phenomena by way of formulation of a hypothesis. A hypothesis.
That's what I said. Observing phenomena,
my bad.
forming a hypothesis.
My bad. Do you not want to know?
Yeah.
Do you not want to know?
Sorry?
Do you not want to know?
Do I not want to know?
Yeah, I was in the middle of telling you.
Are you telling me that
wants to be able
making
to say it
observations
without
with a
being interrupted.
hypothesis is not science?
Making observations with hypothesis. What's a hypothesis?
Or sorry, making observations in order to form a hypothesis.
What's
so
a
right
hypothesis
now,
then? You tell me.
It's a theory. It's you're
wrong.
going, okay, I want to know what the shape of the
That's
Earth
wrong.
is, so I'm
That's
going
wrong.
to make some tests.
It's wrong.
I'm going to make observations.
It's incorrect.
And I'm going to try to prove with data that I collect as to whether or not those observations actually line up with objective reality.
Yeah, I got that the first time. And I said, so you don't know what science is then? Then I started telling you.
Well, I'm telling you what I think science
Hey,
is.
it's wrong.
I'm not saying that the
It's wrong.
scientific institutions
It's wrong.
are all
It's incorrect.
ponies and rainbows on that front.
Nathan,
But
Okay.
Nathan, if I can,
it's the process of studying nature and trying to find out what the truth is about nature, trying to find out what the truth about reality really is. It's the investigative process.
let me go ahead and just answer because David, I think you're obviously on the right track here. It is the establishment of cause and effect of a naturally occurring phenomenon by experimentation. So you form a hypothesis after you observe a natural phenomenon, and then your hypothesis is the independent variable, the thing that you think caused the phenomenon. And then the researcher goes about manipulating that independent variable in order to see if by that experiment he can cause the dependent variable, also known as the
Phenomenon.
the observed phenomenon. So your description isn't exactly what the textbooks would say the scientific method is, but
I'm not here to talk about just the textbooks because I'm not a scientist. I don't have a PhD.
But
I'm
that's what
telling
you're
you what
open
I
with.
think the process of truth is, especially when it relates to discovering what
But
the
you said
shape
you
of
were
this
into
planet
science.
is and what the nature of reality is, right?
Okay.
So
but you
we're
said you were into
investigating it.
science.
Every time you investigate, okay, think of it as a crime scene. You're trying to solve a murder, right? You're going to observe the murder as the phenomena. Then you're going to make a hypothesis about how you think the murder happened. And that's that whole process of gathering data. And then it's about eliminating what's not true in order to come to the only possibility left, which is the truth.
Okay, that's not science.
So
That's not science. You don't know what science is. So, I mean,
okay.
that's the bottom line.
Well, we're going to be very strict. Okay, hold on. You asked me what I'm here to do, what I'm here to argue, and what I think the scientific method is, right?
Yeah, and you don't know what it is.
It's repeatable experiments observing a phenomena, right? So you have to have first a hypothesis, a theory. Like I'm trying to study how plants grow.
That's wrong,
right? You have to weigh evidence against that
That's
to
wrong.
see if your theory is correct, and if you
No,
bring
that's wrong.
the proper data forward.
Keep saying it. It's the third time
then
you've said
you'll
it.
be able to. Are you going to keep interrupting me,
It's
bro?
because you
Already?
keep
We're not
saying it.
even
You've
on
said
the
it. I've
show
heard
yet.
it 3 times, and you're wrong. I've heard it 3 times. You're saying that you're testing a theory. That's wrong. So I can hear it 4
So we're not
times.
going to test the.
but
We're not
it's
going
wrong.
to test the theory.
It's wrong. It's incorrect.
Hey, Josh, we're already off.
Wait,
to a
what's
great
up,
start,
man? I just heard
Welcome
about
to the
what is
Flat
the
Earth
theory.
debate.
So let me ask the. I'm sorry. What was his name?
Nathan.
Nathan. How you doing, Nathan? I'm Josh. How we doing
Nice to meet you,
today?
Josh. Good to be here.
Nice to meet you too.
He was asking me what the scientific
is
method was, and he didn't
what
like
is the
my
scientific
answer.
method?
It
Let
was
me
just
ask you that.
wrong.
What is the scientific method?
Scientific method is the establishment of cause and effect reasoning based on a naturally observed phenomena that you want to know what caused it. That's done through the establishment of a hypothesis, which is a supposition of the cause of an effect you're studying in nature. Now, hypothesis.
So how did I not say that?
My bad. A hypothesis has got two sides. One is the alternative, which is if A, then B. So if you vary A, you will cause B. B being the thing you're studying, the thing in nature you want to know the cause of. Now it's also got something called
let me ask you this: How
it's
do you
also got
test
a
the
null.
hypothesis?
It's also got a null, which is
How do you test the hypothesis?
Yeah, that's what I was
well, if I
trying to
could tell
say.
you what
You
it
can't
was,
have
maybe we
hypothesis.
could get to how I'm going to test it. But I haven't told you what it is yet. I'm in the middle of telling you.
You're here to test. You guys are here, and we're here to test each other's hypothesis.
You don't know
We're
what a
gonna do
hypothesis.
science
Okay, you
right
tell
now.
me what a hypothesis is. I was halfway through telling you, and you asked me how we test it. You tell me what it is, given that I've just got halfway through telling you what it is.
No, I agree with you. I'm just.
I didn't
wondering
finish
why-
telling you.
Okay, I guess you didn't.
I didn't
the way
finish.
answered,
Yeah,
but
no, I
agree with
didn't.
you
I was asked how we test it before I explained what it
Here's the-
was.
Okay, guys, let me say something. If we're gonna, how are we gonna do this? Do we want this to be something that's gonna
A
benefit the
shit
audience?
show, or do we want it to
Yeah,
be
because here's the question: Is the Earth the shape of a sphere, or is it a flat plane? Right? Like,
Flat.
what's the shape of the planet? So now we're
Flat's
both
not a
going to
shape.
present evidence to back up what we think the answer is.
Okay, flat's not a
So I
shape.
think the goal.
That's
the goal
what we're here to
guys,
do. We're not here to jump on every single word and try to dissect it and all that shit. Okay.
So this is what I really, really hope for this debate, Nathan, and I hope that you'll join me in that. Even when they say stuff that's wrong, that we regard as wrong, I'd like to let everybody finish. So we're gonna have opening statements, this, that, and the other. We're gonna err on the side of letting people finish sentences. And gentlemen, I really hope that goes for you as well.
100%.
I even noticed you guys kind of talking over each other. For the purposes of this, I would appreciate it if we could all just really work hard not to interrupt each other's sentences.
Perfect.
And that really, really helps, because a lot of times the answer to your question is going to be at the end of what somebody is saying. So when Nathan was in the middle of explaining what a hypothesis is, he hadn't gotten to the end of what a hypothesis is before you asked him how you test a hypothesis. And the fact that you did that indicates to me that maybe you weren't really listening to what he said. So we're going to work real hard today to listen to each other and just really internalize what each other is saying. And we are all guilty of not doing that sometimes, myself included. But for the purposes of this, I really want us all, every last one of us, to not interrupt, if at all possible, all four of us. And that's it.
I agree, Patrick.
so-
And
so
let me
for the
just add
sake
one
of
thing, if I
time-
could.
No, go ahead, David.
Sorry, just one more thing. As another part of that, that means we can't go on long monologues where nobody gets to say anything, right? So to not, right? Does that make sense?
Hypothesis.
So,
a
ideally-
proposed explanation of phenomena.
Gotcha. Ideally, repeating the same incorrect
Smart,
assertion about what
short,
science is 3 times through the top of me, that's not ideal.
Well, what science is? It's the explanation, right? It's how we try to rationalize and explain nature, natural phenomena.
Okay,
Right?
guys,
I think
we're going to
that's-
start the
that's
show
at least
now.
my
We got to start the show. Nathan,
Let's start
maybe
the show. There's a few minute little intro. So here's how it's going to go. I'm going to just open it up, say welcome everybody. And then we're going to, Josh, I just let everybody know I'm going to go to
Is he
Patrick.
coming? Are we bringing Nathan in?
Yeah, Nathan.
He'll
put
be
your-
in. He's just off cam right now.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
I'm going to go Patrick, opening statement, introduction. Then I'm going to go Nathan. Then I'm going to go you. And then we're going to have a free flow, and God help us all. Sound good? Okay, here we go. All right, here we are. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Earth Chronicles. This is episode 6, and we are doing it. We're going there, guys. We are going to have a debate about flat Earth, the shape of the planet, and all that good stuff. It is by popular demand, and this is why we're doing it. And we're hoping to have a very interesting, fun, and polite discussion about this subject. And I would like to really thank everybody for being here. Thanks for sharing this out. And I just want to say real quick, first of all, my name is David. If you haven't seen my work, you can find all my work at dwtruthwarrior.com. And we are going to be talking about a subject that I've been curious about since around 2014. I've been following this for many years now, collecting arguments, listening to debates, doing my own observations, and just thinking about it. And I'd like to see what the other opinions are about this. And so I'm really happy to be here. And I think what we're going to do for this is we're going to go around and do a little introduction, sort of an opening statement, stating our positions. And then we're going to have a free flow, and we're going to do our very best to bring concise arguments to you, the audience, so that you can make up your own mind. I'm not a person that likes to say we have to make declarative statements on any of this stuff. I have my opinion. My guests here have their opinions, and you watching have your opinions. And we're all trying to learn together. And the hope here is that when we compare notes, we can keep a good, peaceful dialogue about these subjects so that we can get to the truth, because that's really all that matters in the end. That's the goal. And so I'm really excited for this. This is going to be great. So I'd like to open up first by passing this over to Patrick. I'm honored to have him here. He's a real staple on this network. I'd like to thank Badlands Media, of course, for hosting this and bringing us all here. And Patrick, I've been following you for a while, doing some great work with John. Great work on your own podcast. And so welcome to Earth Chronicles, man. Open it up.
Thank you so much, David. Josh, nice to meet you as well. Nathan, nice to have you in the corner there, and been watching your work forever now. And so it's nice to finally be broadcasting right alongside you. Those of you who don't know me, my name's Patrick Gunnels, and I'm a warrior in the truth war. And I started pretty much right after the election of Donald J. Trump, when I discovered that things didn't quite make sense in how our institutions were behaving. And eventually, after uncovering enough lies from my own institutions, whether they be the educational system, whether they're the media, and a million different other things, I made a commitment to myself that I was only going to accept things that I could verify for myself. And that took me on quite a journey. And then it took me to the heliocentric model. And I learned that the heliocentric model is essentially the most successful religion in world history. And it started whenever it started, but when it was started, it was based on a few cosmological precepts. One, that we live on a sphere of roughly 3,959 statute miles, that sphere is rotating at the equator at approximately a speed of 1,037 miles per hour. And third, that the sky above us is a vacuum. And those three precepts are something that I was never, under any circumstances, no matter how hard I tried, able to find any verifiable evidence that I myself could determine. Not one single thing. We weren't able to find any curvature. We weren't able to find any evidence for axial rotation. We weren't able to find any evidence that you could have this air that we breathe immediately adjacent to a vacuum. None of those things are possible. The third thing is something that we can simply disprove by taking a big, deep breath. Because if the sky were immediately adjacent to a vacuum, the air that we breathe would fill that limitless volume of space that we're told is up there, and we would all be dead or never have existed in the first place. There would be things that we would be able to see in our own world if we were rotating at a speed of 1,037 miles per hour at the equator. And finally, every distance to horizon on a sphere of radius 3,959 miles, by simple trigonometric math that you can do yourself on a piece of paper, you would find that any distance to horizon on a sphere of that size could be no more than 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. And I thought maybe they were faking this. So I did the math myself. It is 100% unverifiable. And every single time that a black swan type photo that showed massive distance over water that could not possibly have any convexity, the answer was always, well, the curvature is not shown here because it's hidden by refraction or this reason or that reason. It's like the child with an imaginary friend who says, I know that my imaginary friend is there. And when you say, well, I don't see him, well, he hid in the corner, or, oh, he ran away. And that is the way that the globe defenders appear to behave when asked, why do we find no curvature? And then after that, as you go through the increasing absurdity of the heliocentric religion, you realize this is just another massive, massive lie that we're all guilty of. And it makes us doubt our senses. It separates us from God. It is the alpha hoax. It's the hoax that made all the other hoaxes possible. And I want to get into the details of why we think these things and how we can possibly extricate ourselves from the grip of this delusion. Thank you.
It was a really well done opening statement. Right before we go to you, Nathan, we got a super chat from Patel Patriot. And that's why I was laughing. By the way, I wasn't laughing at Patrick. I just thought it was funny what John's saying here. He goes, okay, new Badlands project. We're buying a spaceship to figure out for ourselves once and for all. Also, peaceful debates aren't as entertaining. Take the gloves off, boys. $50.
John,
Thanks,
what
John.
You're asking for. Thanks, John.
All right. Well, let's go over to Nathan. Go ahead with your intro, Nathan.
I haven't prepared an intro, so I'm Nathan Oakley. I run a show called Flat Earth Debate on YouTube, which runs daily, and you can join at 2 p.m. UK time to debate the nature of Earth. And I've spent the last 4 or 5 years running that show, debating with people who have a misapprehension about what science is and a general misapprehension that they have scientific evidence to prove that they're on a sphere-shaped model, which is definitely not the case. So yeah, that's my bag in a nutshell. I've not got a great deal to say for an intro, other than subscribe to me at Nathan Oakley 1980, and you can see the Flat Earth Debate, or even join if you felt so passionate as the super chatter just did suggest, that rockets can traverse gas pressure, go into an area of volume to take a picture of an Earth as a sphere, and yet the gas which expands in all directions to fill the volume it has available to it isn't expanding into the area that the rocket's going into to take a picture. Those are the sort of things you can hear on Flat Earth Debate on a daily basis. So we run a live public debate on Nathan Oakley 1980. So pleasure to be here. Thank you very much for having me.
Very cool.
All right. Well done. Well, there's only one way to find out. Josh, go ahead, bro.
Josh Reed with redpills.tv, and I'm here just for the tea. So no, I am. I believe that the Earth is an oblate spheroid. I've had discussions with Flat Earth Dave before. I've had discussions with many different flat earthers before, and what we're here to do is find out the truth. And I think that there's certain mechanisms within our society that allow us to observe nature and the phenomena that occur, and we can take those and make hypotheses. We can generate theories from those hypotheses, and through observable phenomena and through repeating this process over and over and over and coming up with the same results, we can determine what is real or consistent in our universe and our reality and what is not. And I think that if we weigh those, we can come to the determination that the Earth is not flat and that the Earth is round, or an oblate spheroid. But I guess we're up for a discussion and interpretation. And so let's start it. Let's begin. This will be fun.
Very good, very good. Well, and my intro real quick, well, I kind of did one, but I just wanted to say a thank you to Flat Earth, because my idea is that there's only the best way to learn about something is to learn about its opposite, to have ideas that challenge your worldview, that make you question what you think you know, and that it's helped me learn more about astronomy, about the nature of the planet, and has actually inspired me to learn more about it. So that's my little olive branch over to the Flat Earth community. I also want to say that I appreciate you guys because of the fact that you're challenging a very powerful paradigm in the world, where the scientific institutions, as we've just experienced in the last 3 years, need to be questioned, need to be had their feet held to the fire. And we don't have to have all these PhDs and all these degrees and be part of these major institutions in order to be able to do our own investigation, do our own science. I think it's strayed in many ways from the original scientific method at the institutional level. But that being said, I still hold the view that we live on a spherical planet and that we are not in, or that we actually, there is such thing as space, and we live in an infinite universe, or somewhat infinite. We don't really know, but I think there's more to everything than meets the eye. So relying only on your singular senses without any kind of equipment or any kind of research, it can be limiting. That's just where I'm at. But let's see if these guys can convince me otherwise. So let's just go for it, guys. Maybe Patrick, over to you. What point? Well, we did discuss, actually. Let me know if you're okay with this. In our chat, I had asked it would be a good place to start with motive, because we want to try to establish the motive behind, or at least speculate on the motive as to why this conspiracy would be in play.
No.
You're shaking your head, so you disagree?
No, absolutely,
Go ahead.
absolutely not. We have scientific evidence to examine here. Why liars lie is real. I mean, I'm an educated man, but why the people who control this world have decided to deceive us is something that we could speculate on all day. Nathan and I may talk about that once in a while, but we're just spitballing. What we do know is that there is no evidence of curvature. We do know that there is no evidence of axial rotation. And we do know that the second law of thermodynamics makes it impossible for the sky to be a vacuum. So I'll ask you a question just to see if we can get this started. Do you have any evidence that the horizon is actually the curve of a presupposed spherical Earth?
You asking David or me?
I'm asking
Let's
David.
put it out there. Let's put it out there. Josh, how about you go first? I've got something here I'll pull up, but have you done your own observations? Maybe you should tell them your background in the Navy.
Yeah, I was in the U.S. Navy for 10 years. I've sailed the Pacific, the Atlantic Ocean, the South Pacific, been all around this world on the oceans. Got a few of my old shipmates actually watching right now. The horizon that you see on the ocean is going to be a little bit, I guess, further away than the horizon you're. No, you're not looking at the curvature. And the reason you're not looking at the curvature is because the Earth is really big. And I hate to go to like that Professor Dave dude's kind of way he says that the Earth is really big. Is typically you have every 75 miles is you're going to have 1 degree of curvature, right? Can we agree on that? Every 75 miles on a curved Earth, every 75 miles you're going to have 1 degree of curvature.
No, that's incorrect.
Okay, well, how about this? Then how do you measure curvature?
That's your claim.
No. How does flat earthers say that there's no curvature through this measurement?
But your claim that, okay, you have a claim that there's curvature, and Patrick's asked, where's your proof that the horizon's curvature? And you've said it isn't, and then you've given up this measurement.
No. What I was trying to say is that when you're looking out there, the curvature is so.
My bad. So you've said that there's curvature at a certain distance, and you've given us some mathematics for that curvature.
He asked me the
my
question.
bad, still in the middle of the same sentence. My bad, still in the middle of the same sentence. My bad.
All right, finish the sentence, Nathan, but keep it short.
I would if I was allowed to. I'm just not allowed to.
Go ahead. You're fine. We're not in an aggressive platform here. We're very.
You've just spoken through me 3 times. Three times you've spoken through me. Don't tell me you're not aggressive when you've just spoken through me 3 times. I'll try and finish the same sentence. Still trying to finish the same sentence. That's 4 times. Not an aggressive platform, but you're consistently talking through me. Consistently. That's 4 times. 4 times.
Go ahead.
Don't need to be told to go ahead. Just need to be let to go ahead without you talking through me a 5th time.
Take
so you've rattled off some numbers.
No, here. Go ahead.
Doesn't seem like I'm getting an opportunity to talk.
And go.
I don't need permission. I just need the people who are interrupting me to not do that. 6th attempt. You've rattled off some numbers for where Earth curve is. Now, given that you're the one in the affirmative position for Earth curve, I'd expect you to know the mathematics for Earth curve. I know them, and Patrick knows them. He even stated them about 3 minutes ago. 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So it's not a set distance, as you stated. It seems you don't know your own mathematics. So that's not a good start, given it's your affirmative position. I'm not going to be telling you, on your demand, how flat earthers say it doesn't work when you don't know the positive claim for it. You should know. It's your claim.
Okay, so 1.22 times the observer's height. Where does this formula?
No, that's wrong.
Okay, well, what you just said there. So, Patrick, what was the formula that you had said?
I just gave it you. 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Let Patrick talk. Let Patrick talk. You're interrupting him.
Why? I was giving you the answer and you didn't repeat it back. Is it that you don't want to communicate with me?
You.
I've given it you.
Dude,
you haven't repeated it back and you've thrown it to Patrick.
If we keep on with this. You told me Patrick said it, so I went back to Patrick to get what he was saying. Okay? Patrick, can you please tell me the formula that you guys use and that where this came from?
On a sphere of radius 3,959 miles, any distance to horizon can be no more than 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That is not 1 degree for every 75 miles.
So, but where did that come from? I'm just curious where that formulation came from.
Didn't you know?
I will explain. I will explain. Okay. You take a cross section, the largest cross section of that sphere, and then you draw a radius going all the way to the surface. Then you draw a right triangle out. And then all you have to do is use 3959 as the radius, and then the height of the pointy end of that right triangle then has the height over the surface of the Earth. What that height is determines how tall the object must be for you to be able to see it from the distance of that first leg of that triangle. And I even have a chart that's like made by Globe Math.
Cool. Yeah, pull it up. I'd like to see it.
All right, one moment.
Why? Why are we doing this? This is your claim. Aren't we here to defend Flat Earth? Why are we having to make your claim for you?
Well, because...
That is a good point.
Well, because what I'm trying to say is that I haven't heard that formula before. The formula that I have for measuring the curvature of the Earth is completely different. I remember when I was on a different show with another flat earther, and they told me that I think it's for 1 mile, you have 8 inches of drop that you should have, or 8 inches of drop, something of that nature. And
it's important. It would be important to know. So
absolutely.
So let me give you the if you were to reverse the algebra, then you could make it that the curvature over any given distance d in miles is 2/3 of a foot, or 8 inches, times the miles times the miles. So over 1 mile, the curvature would be 1 times 1, which is 1, times 8 inches. 8 inches of curvature over 1 mile. Over 2 miles, 2 times 2 is 4. 4 times 8 inches, 32 inches. And that math gets worse and worse as the number of miles increases.
Right.
There is a website called the Distance to Horizon Calculator. So it does all the math for you, and it does the math correctly. You know, Nathan refers to it as the... Well, what do you call the?
I call it the begging the question.
Calculator?
Begging the question, proof of nothing, perspective hijacking Earth curve calculator. This is the 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. This is your claim of Earth curve at the horizon.
No, that's not, that formula is not my claim of
it is.
Curvature.
Yeah, it is. That's the claim of Earth curvature.
The claim.
No, that's not my claim.
Sorry, are we debating you?
Listen, Nathan, you're putting words into my mouth.
That's the claim of Earth curve.
Stop trying to straw man this
My
argument
bad.
here.
It's like telling a Christian that they don't believe in Jesus. That's Earth curve. That's your maths for Earth curve. You don't have to like it. It's yours.
No, because what we're actually talking about when you're talking about the curvature of the Earth is what I'm seeing here is that you guys are looking at a horizontal plane and expecting this horizontal plane to have a certain curvature at the end. But what we're really talking about is an arc over this distance over time. Yes, that's what we're talking about in the sense of Earth. And if you measure this correctly, you should see about 1 degree for the 3,900 mile radius of the Earth, about 1 degree of curvature every 75 miles. The Earth is very, very large. And so when we're looking at something going over the horizon and it begins to disappear, the reason we're seeing this is because it's not going over it's not going over 1% of the Earth's curve right there. It's going over a very small, minute portion of that. This is why we can see longer distances in some things, because we have atmospheric conditions that present themselves.
Sorry, that made no sense whatsoever. Meanwhile, you have laid down in...
That.
My bad, I was only replying for 10 seconds. What you said made absolutely no sense. It's not my claim, but I understand the, not yours, the globe claim, and that is not it. So you don't
What is the
understand.
globe claim?
I
What
don't
is
know
the
why I'm
formula?
here. You don't know.
What's the formula
My bad.
for...
My bad.
What is the formula?
My bad.
No, Nathan,
My
Nathan,
bad.
dude,
I'm in the
chill
middle
out.
of a sentence.
And you've already interrupted me 3 times.
Have
okay?
I? I waited
What
for
is
a
the
gap.
formula for
You're in the middle of
calculating
talking through me, and
curvature
you're
of Earth
accusing
that
me
is
of talking through you.
by
I'm still in the middle of my sentence.
Do you know
So
it?
far, every single
you
time
know
I've
it?
spoken on this show, you have spoken through me. So, given that our opponent, Patrick, doesn't know their own claim and has just laid down the most nonsensical, incorrect nonsense about how Earth curve maths works, I don't really know what I'm doing here. He doesn't know his own claim, and he's claiming that I'm talking through him while I'm refuting the total nonsense he just spewed about Earth curve maths, which
Let
is
me then-
incorrect, not right,
Can I share
wrong.
this- Can I share this screen? All right. So let me see if I can I share this one.
Just telling
This thing
someone
I've
they're
shared,
incorrect doesn't mean they're incorrect.
Meanwhile,
because
all
it
we've
doesn't
done
make
so
sense to
far
you.
is debate their inability to understand their own bloody claim. We've not got to any flat Earth yet. We're having to babysit them through baby steps of their own bloody claim they don't know.
Oh, come on. Come
You don't know your own claim.
I'm telling you that the way that you're saying that curvature exists is not.
I'm
the way
not.
that
That's
I would
your
calculate.
claim. Stop telling me that's how I'm saying curvature exists. It's your claim.
This is what you are literally saying. Globe Earthers calculate curvature this way. I'm
That's correct.
saying, no, globe
Yes.
Earthers calculate it a different way.
Do they? Show
And
us.
it's looking
Citation,
at
please.
The arc
Citation,
change over
please.
time.
Citation.
There you go. Look, dude, you're doing the same thing that
You're
accusing
saying
me-
it. I heard the first time. I heard the maths the first time that was wrong. Now you're saying that's how Globe Earth maths does it. Citation, please. Show me it.
David, what do we got here?
Show me it.
I
Citation,
just
please.
pulled up what Patrick put on the screen. This is
Okay,
from Patrick.
It's
So
Globe Earth
Patrick,
maths.
can you
I
take
know
us
the
through
Globe
this?
Earth maths. I
And
want him to
Nathan,
cite
can
the
you
nonsense
please-
he's
I
just
don't
told me
think
I'm
you do.
wrong
I
to
don't think you
incorrectly.
understand very
According
much
to
right now
him,
at this
correct
point.
him
I
on.
wanna yell at people.
No, I want to hear the argument. So Patrick, take it away.
All right. Josh, claiming that only 1 degree of curvature takes place every 75 miles is simply mathematically incorrect.
Okay.
The curvature of the Earth increases exponentially as the distance gets further. If, and by the way, this is a globe claim, okay? The statute mile distance around the equator is 24,901, which would give you a radius of the Earth of 3,959 miles.
Right.
This is geometry, okay? This is not something that's disputable. It means, and I actually did the Taylor series at the end of this myself on paper. All you have to do is take the distance that the object is from you, square that distance in miles, and multiply it by 2/3. And that's the number of feet of curvature that should be blocking your view to that object. So after 10 miles, you take 100, because it's 10 times 10. You take 2/3 of that, and that's 66, and that's how many feet that would be blocking something that was 100 miles
Okay.
distant. All right.
I understand what you're saying, Patrick. Go ahead.
All right. Now, we do not observe that on the water at all.
You're right, and we don't observe that on a curved Earth either. The reason we don't observe that on a curved Earth is because what you're looking at there, that O, that horizontal line using trigonometry, is a horizontal plane. We're actually measuring the arc of Earth, not the horizontal plane of Earth. Does that make sense? Is that when we're looking straight out, there's slight variations of curve over time, but then you also have aspects of altitude, change in topography, and everything else that comes about in this. But if you
Let me
wanted
go
to
ahead.
take the whole Earth in perspective, what we're talking about is a measurement of arc, because that's how you're going to get to a sphere.
I'm literally measuring arc. The actual arc is generated by the angle theta created with the original radius to the center of the Earth.
May I,
And then
Patrick?
you take that. What's that?
May I? You don't
Yeah,
know your own
please,
claim.
Nathan, I'm going to grab a glass of water.
Yeah, you don't know your own claim, guys. So how are we going to take apart your claim if you don't know it and you're denying it? We've just spent the last 10 minutes going through your globe claim that you don't know. Now, if I may, can I prove to you Earth's flat? Given that we've just spent the last 10 minutes going through your own
Actually,
bloody
yes,
claim
we
of a
would love
globe
to
Earth
see
you
it.
don't know.
Please prove it.
Please, thank
Let's see
you.
the proof.
I can spend 10 minutes uninterrupted not proving your own claim you don't know to you and actually proving our Earth's flat
Sure.
to you. Excellent. You said you're in the Navy. Know any navigators in the audience?
Say that again.
Navigators from the Navy days?
Probably one or two. Yeah.
Excellent. Do they know what an elevation angle measurement is? How about you? Do you know what an elevation angle is?
Well, I would assume that it's an angle at elevation.
No, it's an angle measurement from a baseline to a star to acquire its GP for navigation.
Oh, okay. Right. Gotcha. Go
So
ahead.
you know about celestial navigation then, being in the Navy?
A little bit. I didn't do today. We don't use much of celestial navigation to navigate through the waters of the ocean, if you can imagine.
You don't think people go out on the water with sextants and they don't have them as a backup on aeroplanes? You don't think that's the case?
Oh no, they absolutely do.
Yes, that's right, they do. So we're aware of celestial navigation then. Angle measurements can only take place on a flat Earth. Further to this, all of the models and maps, including the globe, are derived from flat Earth elevation angle measurements to Polaris. Your latitude lines on the maps are lines drawn out based on areas of equal elevation. That's a flat Earth angle measurement to Polaris. And all celestial navigation is done with angles. You can't acquire an elevation angle from a curved surface. You take an elevation angle measurement from the plane of the Earth, and you take it with reference to the horizon or a spirit level in a sextant. That's because all lines along the ground are referenced to zero, sea level. And that's because elevation angle measurements can only be done on a flat plane. I thank you.
Okay, and so, but we're talking about to our horizon, which the amount of curvature from one point to the horizon is insignificant.
No, it's 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
No, that was you. According to you, that was Globe.
That's according to Globe. Not according to me, according to you. That's your claim. You don't know. You keep telling me it's my claim. It isn't.
On. Did I say that was my claim? Anybody here? Did I say that was my claim?
It is the Globe claim you don't know. So you're saying it's not yours because you don't know it. Your ignorance does not. Your ignorance doesn't alter what the Globe claims. My bad. I know it's. I know it must be painful me pointing out your ignorance.
Okay, relax, Josh.
No,
can you talk about? I'm going to let you describe what you mean when you're talking about how to measure the curvature of the Earth. So give your claim. We're not here, Nathan. No, Nathan. You're here to debate me and Josh, not other people. Not I want to hear what Josh would say to this. Let's just let him respond.
Okay. To measure the curvature of the Earth, we're talking about how the Earth is curving over distance over time. Now, as Patrick pointed out, the Earth is incredibly large. You did. You said it was, 24,000 miles in circumference. We're talking about 3,900 miles in radius. It's incredibly large.
No, it's not. I don't think that's very large, but I said it was 24,901 statute miles around the equator. I didn't characterize that in any other way than quantitatively.
Okay. Well, quantitatively, I look at that as fairly large.
That's wonderful. Please continue.
Okay. I look at that as incredibly large, especially when we're an insignificant little speck on this planet.
Begging the question fallacy.
Okay. So when you guys are explaining what globe earthers pertain to as the formula used, and I know Patrick just said that, yes, but he's talking about the curvature is computed there through theta. I understand that. That's what you said, Patrick, right?
Yeah.
Okay. There's other aspects, more accurate aspects of which they use to do that. There is R over RE over K, which takes the hidden height, measures that through the radius of the curved light over the cosine of S over R. I got the formula right here, okay? It's a complex formula to measure the curvature of the Earth. And we can get into the mathematics, we can get into the science aspects of this as well, right?
Please.
I don't think we need to. Here's the thing.
Why not? You're disputing my claim.
I'm saying that the claim that you're using as that formula is not what I would use to calculate the curvature of the Earth.
Then what formula would you use?
What I would use is this one right here that I have. But this is what I'm trying to say. Through observational phenomena, I can understand your perspective, right? But let me ask you this. If I got onto the ocean, I left San Diego, and I went due west, Okay. When can I expect to see Earth's curvature? If it was curved, right? I'm saying that that happens 1 degree of curvature every 75 miles, but it's
Not correct.
negligent in the sense that that's your opinion. Okay. What I'm saying is that you
Mathematical
should.
reality.
Okay, sure. What I'm trying to say though is that if I'm traveling along that 75-mile long line, 1 degree of curvature on a Earth that I look at as incredibly large, 24,000 miles in circumference, is negligible.
Are you
That
saying
curve-
you'll never see the curvature?
Through an observation of moving west from a point on the ocean? No.
So what
You have
evidence?
observable phenomena from that.
All right, fair enough. Then let's go back to my original question.
Mhm.
What evidence do you have that the horizon is caused by the curvature of a presupposed spherical Earth?
It's kind of nothing against you, Patrick, but the question kind of doesn't really draw context. I mean, I'm trying to make sense of it, but what evidence do I have that the curvature is caused by the horizon of the planet? Let me ask you this, I guess. Let me ask a question.
Okay.
How do you perceive the Earth to be flat through the observation of the horizon?
So what you're saying is you'd like me to prove that the Earth is flat rather than me
No,
asking
I don't want you to prove.
the
I
Earth is
want
a
to. I
globe?
want to know your thoughts and opinions. If the sun is coming over the horizon, okay,
Over the horizon.
through this observation of that phenomena, because I mean, we were talking about this before the show.
Can I
We're
answer
talking
him?
about observational data, right? So empirical data, empirical evidence, things that happen within the phenomena of nature. We observe them. We take notes. We record them. We draw hypotheses. We test those hypotheses. We develop theories. Theories are built upon repeatable experimental phenomena over and over again, right? And we try to draw conclusions from that.
Can I answer
So-
him, Patrick?
So from observing the sun rising every day, setting every day, what can we determine from that that brings about the idea that the Earth is flat, non-rotating?
Nathan, why don't you take this?
Perfect. Okay, so we're moving past the assertion that Earth has a physical geometric limitation blocking boats and buildings with a measurable value in the Earth curve maths to it being our burden to prove what the horizon is and how it proves Earth flat. No problem. If you're on a boat at sea, you have a tool called sex angles. What you will do with this tool is point it at the horizon to establish a horizontal plane of reference. That's a flat Earth. Now that line that you establish as horizontal with this tool that measures angles called a sextant, you will establish that horizontal baseline with the horizon, horizontal, as the name suggests, out beyond the horizon to the GP, that's ground position of a star that you're measuring the angle to. Now the GP is the position directly below the star, which would be to say that if you were at that position on Earth, the star would be at your zenith, directly above your head. Now, that means that when you measured, using the horizon, the angle to the star, you established Earth as a horizontal plane of reference, because it can only be a horizontal plane of reference to get an angle from it. That's what an angle is, 2 straight lines, not one curved line and one straight line. So in order to perform celestial navigation on a boat, you need the horizon to establish the ground as flat to measure an angle. Hope that answers your question.
And it's important to note that we did just reverse the burden of proof. I still am asking for any evidence that the horizon is created by the curvature of a presupposed spherical Earth.
Right. And then I try to explain this, and you guys, and he was obviously trying to straw arm me. I was trying to say is that when we look at the horizon, we're not going to see curvature because at those distances, it's negligible. Because you need longer, greater distances to begin to see even 1% of the curve of the Earth. That's what I said. And you guys keep on, and he kept on going back to that same argument.
Okay.
Mathematically false.
Just a quick question.
Okay, real quick. I got a super chat. I just want to read out real quick. It's actually related to this. It comes from SEV Gibson, $10. Thanks, man. He says, Nathan and Patrick are not listening. Josh is talking about an arc distance of 75 miles, not a plane distance. You need to back up and listen to Josh's actual claim instead of framing his belief.
I know what
No
he's
worries.
talking about. He's
No
talking about an
worries.
arc distance. That's the measurement of an angle. An arc? The arc through the
Yes, the
sextant?
measurement of a curved Earth, an angle.
No, I hadn't finished
Because
my
we're
sentence.
talking
I'm
about
being
an
told I'm not
angle.
listening, and then I get about 30 seconds through a
No,
sentence,
you're
and
obviously
someone
not
else starts
listening,
talking
but
straight
hold
through
on.
me.
Let me show a video real
An
quick
arc,
because this
an
video,
arc
this
distance.
video will explain what we're talking about here. Okay?
My bad.
Is that okay,
we're not,
David?
We're not,
Can we show
we're
a video?
Not okay to address anything you've said? No, clearly not.
Okay, how about address it while I'm loading it up? Josh, go ahead and share the screen.
How do
and
I
I'll accept.
disable
So
camera?
just go share screen, and
I
then
don't have a
if there's-
share screen.
Josh,
Okay,
while
I've
you're
got
loading that up,
presentations
you said
local
you don't
video.
appreciate that the horizon's supposed to be Earth curve. So have you never heard that boats go over the Earth curve, or that Chicago's blocked by Earth curve at the horizon? You've never heard those statements?
Have you ever seen the blink test videos where they show it actually does lose the bottom of
There
the
it is,
buildings?
sure.
At the
We've done this in
horizon.
Lake Ontario
So,
as
so
well.
you're affirming that Josh does know that the horizon's claimed to be Earth curve now because he
I'm
spent
not talking about
20
Josh.
minutes
I'm just
denying
asking you. Like, have you seen those blink tests? You know what I'm talking
So we have
about?
this
Yes.
right here. I want to just play this video if we can.
Sure.
I hope
Go
you
ahead and
guys can
share
still hear
that,
me.
Josh, and here we go. All right.
Okay. So why does the Earth look flat from the surface? And if you pull that up yet, Dave, I can't. I'm frozen on this end.
Yeah, for some
Just let
reason
me know
your
when I need to
connection
play.
just dropped low, Josh. Can you still hear me?
I can still hear you. Yes. Can you
Okay,
hear me?
yeah, no, you're good. I can see it on the screen. So yeah, you go ahead and push play.
Okay. I'm gonna hit play.
Is this a cartoon? It's a cartoon.
It's a model.
We don't live on a model.
You're showing me a cartoon, dude. I'm gonna get some water.
Hey, do you want to tell us what the point of this is?
Okay. Thank you, David. So what that's showing you is the aspect ratio of how we are on Earth and things are getting larger and bigger, mountains, buildings, these types of things. And that at 100 kilometers, the curve of the Earth is negligible because it's a little over 1% of the actual curve of 360 degrees of angle. And I think that Nathan even said it there, but you're measuring an angle. Yes, we're measuring the curve of the Earth. That's the point. And that's what my whole argument was in the beginning, is that when we're looking at the reason a sextant works, is he's saying that we're utilizing a sextant to measure on a horizontal plane. Absolutely, because at those short distances, 8, 10, 16 nautical miles, when we're talking about the horizon, the curvature of the Earth is negligible. It's not observed. This is what I was trying to say. So
sorry, Josh, just pause for a sec. Are these guys even listening to you right now?
Yeah, sure.
I don't
I'm
know.
listening.
Are they? I thought they were.
Yeah,
still
I'm
here.
listening. I'm listening,
Okay.
but every
Okay,
time I try and
but
talk,
that's
I
what
get
was
told
trying
that
to
I'm
say,
talking
Nathan,
through
okay?
you. That's what happens, kind of like now. So, I mean, I'll try and respond to some of the
Nathan,
stuff,
we
the
can
many
keep
things that
fighting
you said,
about the
but
way
there's a
we're
good
fighting
chance
or
that
address
even
the
though I've
argument.
only
That's
just
it.
literally
Listen to the
started
argument.
speaking,
Listen to the
I can hear
argument.
someone else's voice
And
talking straight
address
through the
the
top of me.
argument.
It
Listen
seems
to
that
the
every
argument.
single time I talk,
And
I'm going to
address
get
it.
someone else talking straight through the top of me, no matter what I say.
Unreal.
So why shouldn't I check out, turn the camera off, and just do my own thing? Because every single time I've talked so far, someone started talking in the middle of my sentence. Literally every
You've
time.
interrupted a few people too, and you got a bit of I don't know, you got some kind of big chip on your shoulder. I don't know what's going on.
An ad hominem
Why don't
attack.
you just listen to the argument and
I did.
counter it and
did.
just be a
Okay,
civil,
I
normal
counter
human
it.
being instead of
Okay.
being a complete dick.
That's another ad hominem attack.
It is an ad hominem and it's directed directly at you, buddy.
So you can't address my argument about
You're being a
elevation
dick.
angle measurements being taken
Just
from a
listen to
flat
the
surface,
argument.
and instead
I
you'll talk
just
through me and
did
use personal attacks.
multiple
Excellent
times,
debating
but
tactics.
Personal attacks. Are you going to be okay? You going to survive
I would
this?
like to actually make a statement without you ad homing me in the middle of the statement and checking out of the conversation, or am I interrupting you? Which is
Running
it?
so early? We're only 43 minutes in.
Right. So maybe address my statement about measuring elevation angle measurements from a flat baseline.
Josh,
What was it? What was the statement? I'm sorry.
I don't
You
know,
have
it was a
to
big
require an
bunch of
elevation
babble.
angle measurement from a flat baseline if you're navigating, getting in nautical miles. How'd you get a nautical mile?
What are we arguing here?
You
So-
said nautical miles. I'm asking if you know what you're talking about.
Right. Miles over ocean, miles over water, right? Miles
What
over
is it?
curvature.
What is it?
What is
What's
a
a
nautical mile?
What's a
I
nautical
think
mile?
a nautical mile is 1.073 miles.
What? No.
Am I correct?
How's
on
it
that? Let me
acquired?
check the measurement.
How's it acquired? Let's see.
Why don't you tell me?
You're the one who claimed it, so you don't know what you're talking about. But it's necessary to call me a dick and the audience to think I'm not listening to you.
not
I've listened
because
to
of your
you.
argument. Not because
Okay.
of your argument.
Again,
because of the
I'm
way
in the
you're
middle of
behaving in this
talking,
discussion,
and
that's
someone
why
is
you're-
immediately talking
you can
through
be a
me.
dick. I don't
Why?
mind
Because
you
I'm a
being a
dick? Is this me being a
doesn't
dick
bother
being
you.
talked through? I'm still talking. I listened to you, now trying to respond to all the stuff you've said. You've talked non-stop for 45 minutes. I've had about 3. So, you've mentioned repeatedly, this is about science. So what science have you got for a globe Earth?
Okay, let's backtrack because you just asked me what a nautical mile was. I said it's a mile as determined over the ocean, or we can say air or whatever. It's 1,852 meters, just a little bit bigger than a regular mile. Okay, so anyways, what I'm trying to say here is that the curvature of the Earth, and I think we need to move on from the curvature of the Earth part. Well, no, because
Well, no, I
Nathan,
got
everything
more
that
on
you've
this. I'm just
said has
waiting for this
basically
to settle, and then I'll show you some stuff.
yeah. Okay.
Go
Well,
ahead,
how about
finish
this?
that.
Let's just move on from this argument. We can just talk to this as a no point. And Patrick, no, seriously, jump in if you want to. If you want to explain.
I would like to. I would like to jump
Yeah,
in.
go
I'd
ahead.
like to say first of all, I don't know how long you guys have been looking into this. Okay, but this is a question of geometry. This is not a question of anything other than, can you draw a circle on a piece of paper, stick a triangle on it, figure out the trig, and you'll know after you work a Taylor series at the end, just to expand the trigonometric function, you'll know that the curvature of the Earth over distance x is 8 inches times x squared, period. It is
Okay,
not
can I-
1 degree
sorry,
for every
finish that.
75 miles. And
Okay.
so I really want to, I mean, this is settled upon. The globe people agree with this. They just say refraction is what hides the curve.
Good, David.
All right. What about, so earlier, Patrick, you had some issues with Josh showing you what you call the cartoon, which was just a model to try to give some perspective on what's being said, right? Yet now we're talking about drawing circles on a piece of paper, right? And so what I'm asking is what kind of observable experiments that you can point to in reality? Like, let's get off YouTube and off the papers and all that for a minute and just talk about observing reality. Because I'm not sure if you've become aware of this. I'm sure you guys are aware of this. It's a place called Lake Pontchartrain. It's the transmission lines in Louisiana, United States. Anybody can go here and do this. Now, this is not my picture, but I've had friends of mine actually go and repeat this experiment. There's actually a few places that you can do this. And a real quick explanation is it's essentially a causeway. This image was done originally by a YouTuber named Soundly. So anybody that's interested in following up on all of this, if you go on YouTube, you look up Soundly, there's tons of videos talking about all of this. And this image was virtually modeled on a spherical Earth with a circumference of 40,000 kilometers. The model made a prediction that if zoomed in at the specific height, what we should see. This image is what the model showed. And when this shot was done in reality, that's exactly what you see. So what they did was they created a model, they made predictions, and when they went with a Nikon P1000 camera, which is one of the favorite cameras that flat earthers like to say is the best for zoom capabilities, they went and they actually saw the effects of their model and their prediction in actual reality. So the bridge, it shows right here. You got 24.27 kilometers, which is 15 miles across. At least that's what you can see. And if the Earth was flat, the vanishing point should intersect the horizon line. But in reality, the vanishing point is above the horizon line.
Nathan,
So
let me take a crack at this first before you jump in. I'm sorry, David. Did I interrupt you?
No, you didn't.
Get
man.
an echo though.
Okay, I'm getting a bad echo.
Oh, maybe if you're not talking, everybody mute. That'll fix that.
Okay. It's really bad. The question is it my fault? All right. Anyway,
I'm not
it
hearing
seems
any on my end.
away a little bit. So there's a fallacy called the affirming the consequent fallacy. So we're gonna start. I'm not going to address this picture that you're showing me just yet. But when I talk about the rule of geometry, and by the way, I did the geometry because we're told that the Earth is a ball of radius 3959 miles. Okay, and so just doing trig, you'll know that the distance to horizon can be no more than 1.225 times the square root of 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Okay, now all horizons can be no bigger than that on a sphere of those dimensions. This is mathematically verifiable. So it's all of them. So if you have one instance where it matches up with where the globe would expect that horizon to be, that's one instance. That's it's a claim. You know, all swans are white. How many black swans do you need to falsify the claim that all swans are white? Just one black swan. It's a Popper's razor. And so the Lake Pontchartrain, whatever it happens to show, I can show 100 different cases where the horizon is incredibly further, is way more distant than a sphere of those dimensions would allow. You have to get through that. That's a huge problem for the globe. And
okay, which ones can you show? Just show.
Okay.
And and I just need to know the conditions of the environment during that day. What was the cloud conditions, all of that. And we would need to know what kind of camera was used. And we need to know, was it zoomed in? How, like, there's certain things we'd need to know if those experiments are accurate.
We'd also need to.
Would it be safe to say that clouds and atmospheric haze would make it harder to see a great distance rather than easier?
Like you were talking like cloudy day, it's obscuring the horizon. Of course.
A cloudy day would make it harder to see. You would see less far on a cloudy day, and you would see further on a clear day.
And you can see even better on some other days where the atmospheric conditions allow for that.
Atmo, what now?
Okay. And really quickly, just before you go there, this experiment was done over a 10-day period where it changed dramatically the weather throughout that time. And many people have gone since, soundly released this, and have confirmed this as well and posted their results. So the question would be, maybe we can ask John if we can, instead of calling Tesla and chartering a rocket out of the planet, we could just go to Louisiana and we can go into the Marriott Hotel right across from the causeway. And we can all get our cameras the way we think they should be set up and whatever camera we want. And we do a repeatable experiment over a 10-day period to bring that into account for changes in the atmosphere, the cloud, the fog, and how perspective can be affected by that, and see if we still get the same results. Go ahead,
Hello.
Nathan.
Hi.
Oh, wait, hold on. There you go.
So just wanted to triple check something with Josh. So given that your co-host is now asking us to explain away the horizon in the Lake Pontchartrain image based on the maths that we laid down at the beginning of the show that you denied, and you said that we wouldn't be able to see Earth curve at the horizon, Josh. So are we now arguing for the horizon in the Lake Pontchartrain image at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet as per the model and the maths that you denied? Or is that horizon not Earth curve? Because you seem confused about it, Josh. I just want to confirm that is the horizon at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet that you said we weren't talking about. Because I'm very confused based on what you've said, Josh.
Well, I apologize that you're confused. No, what I'm saying is I was trying to explain something in terms of how I understood it. I was not familiar with that formulation that Patrick and you had brought about, hence why I was saying that I do not recognize that, and I explained my position on what I was talking about.
Gotcha. Do you understand it now your co-host has put it in the same way we put it?
Well, that's great. And so let's answer his question then.
Okay. So I'd like to address Josh first, if that's all right, David.
Yeah.
Josh, it is true that you have said on more than one occasion during this discussion that the Earth is just so incredibly big that we won't expect to be able to detect any curvature. You did say that. You said that 3 times, if I'm not mistaken. And now we have this Lake Pontchartrain photo, which has what appears to be extremely exaggerated curvature. So I need to know, can we now dispense with the notion that that in the globe model, the horizon is not Earth curve? Because I really, really want to kind of nail you guys down on this, that we should expect the horizon to be of a specific distance based upon the geometry of a spherical Earth. Can I get you guys to concede that point?
They have. He just put it to us with his model. It just contradicted the host.
I'd like it to be acknowledged.
Well, no. So hold on, Nathan. Let me explain. Let me talk for a second, if that's okay. So the horizon, as we discussed right a second ago with David, does change. You even said that, Patrick, that on cloudy, different atmospheric days, the horizon is going to appear to be shorter in distance.
Sorry,
on
Atmo,
some
what
other
now?
days, it's going to be.
Atmo,
Nathan,
what now?
Excuse me, Nathan. I'm talking.
Just didn't hear the word. What was the word? Atmo, what now?
Let's not do that.
It's a begging the question fallacy. Do we not address
but we're not
fallacies
gonna
here?
interrupt. When they make fallacies, we're not going to interrupt.
Oh, my bad.
We'll let them be
This is
fallacious.
hilarious.
All right. Please continue, Josh.
Okay. So the atmosphere or to the horizon, this can change. Atmospheric conditions, barometric pressures, amount of cloud cover, right? The amount of moisture content, carbon dioxide, all these other gases that are in the air. All these things can change and can give you different perspectives on the horizon. I said this. I said typically in the Navy, when we're looking at the ocean, I believe it was somewhere between 8 to 16 nautical miles, depending on the various different atmospheric conditions. Okay? So what I was trying to say, and this is what I thought I did iterate, is that from a eye-open position, just looking and perceiving to see if there's curve, it's not going to be seen because it's negligible at that distance. Now, looking at an object like David's showing, right, we have this curvature that's going over the horizon. Why is that happening?
It's not. It's the horizon. The horizon's not Earth curve. If the horizon was Earth curve, then every distance to horizon measurement could be no more than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. And in the black swan imagery, we can show that the distance to horizon is beyond 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, as it must be on a sphere Earth radius 3959.
Yeah,
And
I
actually, it was. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I want to point out, Josh, you bring up these atmospheric disturbances or atmospheric conditions, water vapor, carbon dioxide, whatever, clouds. Those things make visibility less, not more. So I really think that no, it doesn't. Those things really do make visibility less, period. I mean, I would just appeal to the common sense of the audience in this case. Clouds make it harder to see stuff. They don't make things appear that wouldn't normally appear.
Well, clouds and various different gases existing in the atmosphere are different things. Clouds are a concentration of water vapors, where
They
in
make
the sense of
visibility less, not more.
clouds do. Yeah, absolutely, clouds do.
Atmospheric interference of all kinds reduces.
Can you look through a glass of water and have a magnification on the other end?
Okay, may I just, it's atmosphere you're talking about?
No, I asked Patrick a question.
That's
what I'm asking.
It's irrelevant. My
It's not
question.
irrelevant. Can I look through a water glass and is the object on the other end magnified?
There can be lensing that takes place through the atmosphere.
Okay,
Yes.
so thank you.
Okay.
Okay, can I get to the
definitely
fallacy
agree with
now?
Okay.
I was told I wasn't allowed to interrupt.
So I was correct on that premise when I said that.
Other than the fallacy
Now-
you used, which obviously I'm never going to get to ever address. So you said Atmo, what now?
Atmosphere.
Atmosphere?
Atmosphere.
So
Yeah,
do you believe that sphere-shaped air is something we experience?
Why don't you explain to me what you perceive it to be?
It's your word. You said atmosphere. What do you think that means?
That is the amount of gases that are held within the Earth by gravity.
Held? Gravity doesn't hold anything. It's not a force. There's no scientific evidence
really?
of gravity.
Really?
Middle of a statement.
So
Middle of a statement. My bad. Obviously, it's me being a dick wanting to make a
How
full
do I call
statement,
gravity?
contradicting you. Obviously, that's me being a dick. No, there is no force
that's
of
fine.
gravity.
No, go Well, that was you being
My
a
bad.
dick.
Still in the middle of the same
Go,
sentence.
fine.
Obviously,
I
this
love
is me
this.
being a
This is
dick.
fine.
Maybe this is me interrupting you. So gravity's not a force.
Which you've been doing the whole show.
My bad.
but
That's the fourth attempt. Gravity's not a force to hold gas in a sphere shape. Gravity is the bending of a conceptual medium known as pseudo-Riemannian force space-time derived in the mind's eye of Einstein in mathematics. It's a fourth-dimensional geometry. Meanwhile, in reality, we live in a three-dimensional Euclidean reality. There is no dimension of time to bend. Even if we could bend time as a dimension in a Euclidean four-space geometry, it wouldn't be a container for gas. Gas isn't held by pseudo-Riemannian force-space time bending in an Einsteinian gravitational dimension. Further to that, the notion that gas being held, i.e. gravity is a force, was debunked by Einstein 108 years ago. Mass does not attract mass. That's a Newtonian concept of gas. Pressure being held because of its weight going down towards the centre of Earth. That was superseded 108 years ago by Einstein when he developed the fourth-dimensional space-time bending, which is not a force and is definitely not a container to hold gas in a sphere shape. So your oxymoron, sphere-shaped air, is merely a begging the question fallacy to allow you to describe atmospheric conditions as based on an R value, a sphere value, the radius of Earth being the value that derives your refraction rate at 7/6 of the radius in sphere-shaped air. Atmo, air, sphere, a shape. Air doesn't take the shape of a sphere, it takes the shape of its containment. If the gas was in a sky vacuum, we'd have none to breathe. We'd all be dead, because gas fills space. Gravity's not a force. Bending fourth-dimensional space-time doesn't hold it in a container.
And if I could say something else, Josh, you do bring up the concept of gravity, and that's what holds our so-called atmosphere here. I would ask you, what evidence do you have that gas gets acted upon by so-called gravity?
Air.
What?
Air.
That's not an answer. What evidence do you have that gas gets pulled on by gravity?
Okay. Let's extrapolate this, okay? Because I like looking at conceptualization of ideas. I got to see it, right? We got to see it. On a flat Earth, right? And this is maybe where we begin. On a flat Earth, what is holding us down?
Do you mean what's holding us down? Gas is expanding in all directions. It's not going down. We're talking about
gas. Not what I
gas.
asked. Why are my feet on the ground and when I jump up, I fall back down?
You're more dense than
Why
the
is
air
that
you
happening
jumped.
on a flat Earth?
Because you're more
Why
dense.
is that happening on a
Okay, I'm
flat
trying to
Earth?
answer. Because you're more dense than
You're
air.
more dense.
You're more
Okay,
dense than air.
So you're saying that
I'm still in the middle of
force that's
answering
actually
you.
pulling
Okay, it's
down-
more than one or two words. You want to call me a dick again? Because I'm in the middle of saying something and you can't help
I never
talking through
called
me
you a dick,
every
by the
single
way,
time I
but
try and
anyways,
address you.
was
You've
me.
asked
You
me,
can't be-
why do I go down on a flat Earth? Do I only get 10 seconds to answer?
Go. I'm
Go ahead.
waiting.
Yeah, I'm waiting for you to shut up. So you are more dense than the medium of air. If you jump into a pool of water, you float because you're pretty much the same density as the water. You don't go down. Meanwhile, helium balloons, if you let them go, don't go down either. And clouds and gas isn't going down with gravity. It's not going down 9.8 meters per second squared in line with a 108-year out-of-date force pulling it, or a bending geodesic and fourth-dimensional space-time pulling it to the ground. Gas is created at ground level and goes up. So when you ask me why you go down through the medium of gas, what, are you going to ignore the gas in the puddles being created and going up to the clouds? They're not going down with gravity, are they?
So Nathan, can I ask you a question on this real quick? What is air?
An inhomogeneous anisotropic mixture of gases.
What kind of gases?
All sorts of different gases. What's the point of this?
Like
It's
what?
not going down with
Like what?
gravity. It's not creating a sphere-shaped air. We haven't got atmosphere. You seem to be focusing on something that I haven't claimed. This is all in regards to your claim that there's
What are the
sphere-shaped
gases
air
that make up air?
held
It's
by
really that
gravity.
simple.
What's
Oxygen,
going on? Every
nitrogen,
single time I
argon,
address anything
trace
that's
gases,
put to
water
me,
vapor?
it's two people talking at the same time. Everything I say triggers you, clearly. Yeah. The reason
asking
we're
you
having
if
this
it's
discussion is
since you
because
came on.
What
there
is
it
the
goes again.
composition of air?
There it goes again. The composition of air, when we're discussing sphere-shaped atmosphere made by a claim that you put to us, what's the relevance? Who cares what the proportions of air are?
relevance?
It's created at ground level and doesn't go down with gravity and form a sphere shape. That's your claim debunked. You're going to
Okay.
concede that?
Can I speak?
In the middle of me talking or when I've stopped? Obviously, you can speak. I've finished making my
You
point.
have stopped, so I'm asking you, obviously, can I speak? You talk about the medium of air. Air, you just said, is a combination of gases. But then you are saying that what we experience as gravity is due to density. If that was the case, then you would see a substrate of gases. Firstly, you have nitrogen, you have oxygen. These are two different elements on the periodic table at two different densities. You have water that is in air. That is at a very larger density. Why aren't they separating through the densities of what you just talked about?
I already answered you when I said it was an anisotropic inhomogeneous mixture of gases. Gases of air have gaps between them. They disperse. It's a law of nature. It's called entropy.
Air
And
is a
there
whole
we go
bunch of
again
gases.
in the middle
Why
of my
don't they-
sentence. Obviously, halfway through the sentence, you need to be talking.
Yeah.
You done?
It is what you're
You
saying
done?
is not
Can I
making sense.
talk?
You're using
Are you
the-
done?
you're
Have you
using
finished?
the
Do I
medium
have your
of
permission
air
to talk?
as a
Do I
answer
have your
to the
permission
question
to
of what
finish
is
the
air.
sentence?
No, what you're saying is making
No.
any sense.
No,
You're
I do
using the
not have
medium
permission
of
to
air
finish
as
this
a
sentence.
definition of air.
Okay, so I don't have permission to talk. Okay, I understand.
This
And Patrick, would you like to chime on what I was asking?
I'll answer you, Josh.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Number one, you asked why we go down. We're more dense than air, just like Nathan said.
Right.
We live in a density gradient. Denser things go down, less dense things go up.
Correct.
Okay? Very important. Gases do not fall to the earth. Period. Gases expand in all directions. Entropy increases. You cannot have gas pressure without containment. The heliocentric model claims that the gas that we are breathing is immediately adjacent to a 10 to the minus 17 torr vacuum. That is not possible. And there is no evidence that so-called gravity causes gas to go down. Otherwise, we'd be sweeping up gas from the floor. Gas goes up, gas goes down, gas goes to the side, it goes everywhere. There is no evidence that the sky is a vacuum. There.
So, Patrick, do you have a carbon monoxide detector in your house?
No.
Okay, I do. We put them on the bottom outlets. The reason is because carbon dioxide is a heavier gas than air and falls down to the floor.
No, it doesn't.
When they're talking about global warming and they measure carbon dioxide levels on the surface level, they're measuring them at the surface level. Yes, they expand. They can be expanded up. They can be expanded down. But heavier gases do fall down.
No, they
You
do
cannot
not.
have gas pressure without containment. Do you
Wanna
agree?
try and address this? Keep saying it and you're not addressing it. Saying gases go down like carbon monoxide. No. Carbon monoxide, when introduced in a high quantity to other gases that are already existent in a contained system, can form at the bottom. Same with sulfur hexafluoride. But all gases, without exception, will disperse into whatever volume they have. With time, all of that carbon monoxide will disperse throughout the containment, without exception. It's a law of nature. It's the second law of thermodynamics. Dispersion. It's a law of nature. So saying it forms puddles, no, it does not.
Mm-hmm. So let me ask you this then. If something is heavier, more dense, falls down, is it not being contained by the substrate above it?
Right. Substrates of gases don't contain other gases. They have gaps between them. Gases can't contain gas. They're just a gap. That's all it is. Molecules moving through gaps. So how's it being contained by a substrate of other gases
What
when
are
it's
the
an
gaps?
when it's an anisotropic, inhomogeneous mixture of gases? When you go up to the very highest heights, there isn't a layer of different gas. It's all one mixture. It's all mixed up. The only place you find that is where the gases are produced. So if you have a carbon monoxide leak into a house, it's trying to disperse already existing gases in a contained system. So you'll have a higher concentration where it's being introduced. Likewise, on a much bigger scale, you've got a higher concentration of water vapor pre-conversion layer at the cloud substrate, if you want to call it that. But there's still a mixture of all of the different gases at all quantities at all levels, because it's an anisotropic, inhomogeneous mixture of gases. Meanwhile, to have this dynamic system, we must have containment. If the sky was a vacuum, as is claimed to be a place you can take pictures of Earth as a sphere from space, that's a space that gas would fill, then all of the gases we have here breathing at pressure would fill that space. Because what are they pressing on? At the top, where there's the Kármán line, an arbitrary point that they say forms the volume of the gas that we all breathe. Well, volume is the amount of containment for the gas. The Kármán line is not a container, and gravity is not a force. So we don't have a sky vacuum. The sky is not a vacuum. If it was, the gas would fill it. We'd all be dead.
Space is fake.
Okay.
Also gay.
There's a lot of arguments coming in. I want to just quickly return back to the causeway.
Yeah.
Just for the benefit of the listeners, if you would like to check this out, this has already been modeled out and thoroughly documented over at Walter Bislin's blog. I'll drop all the links afterwards. And what this is a curvature app simulation based on the observations that were made. So with the help of a simulation, I'll just read this out. With the help of a simulation, I show up to what altitude the Earth appears flat, although it actually has a spherical shape. Using some animations, you can learn how to recognize the curvature of the Earth or in what circumstances it appears flat. The simulation can also simulate refraction. And I prove by means of photos how the simulation depicts reality by superimposing the simulation results onto actual photos. So this is how it goes. So if we go to the causeway, this is Lake Pontchartrain, and they're just showing you the different measurements here and the perspective. So just let the model go through real quick, and then you guys can come in and rebut it. And you can even go in and you can toggle your height, right? So that you can get the idea. You can zoom. And I'm just bringing this up. I don't have to go through the whole thing. Like, it's all broken down. The math is here, how the values were determined, what the images are, what the equations are, right? All of this stuff. The refraction is all included. So it's just a tool that was created based on a model that made predictions, and then they went and validated those predictions with photos and video. It's been repeated multiple times over a period of time, and they get the same results. And so, and there's numerous areas. There's another lake that there was another experiment that was done that we can bring up as well. But anyways, just so that you have a place to go and look into this, because there's answers to the claims that are being made here. And that's where we are. And this is where this debate has been stuck for years, is that one group is saying, this is the way the math has to be done. This is the way we have to calculate it. And the other is saying, no, you're missing this data. And there's been a gap between this debate in that regard for a long time. So this means that each and every one of us, the viewers, have to go and try to verify that for themselves. I'm not saying just believe a model, but the model represents, if the model is accurate, then when you go to the reality, to the real world and document it, if you can debunk the model or you can prove it correct, and you have to do it through repeatable experiments.
Can I debunk the model? It's not an experiment. You don't know what science is, but can I debunk the model, please?
Debunk away.
If the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, as depicted in the Begging the Question Proof of Nothing Perspective Hijacking Walter Bislin model, then every distance to the horizon could be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, exactly as dictated in Walter Bislin's model. The distance to the horizon in the Black Swan is beyond the geometric limitations of a globe Earth, radius 3959, as depicted in Walter Bislin's crappy Begging the Question Proof of Nothing Perspective Hijacking Earth Curve calculations in his model. Therefore, the Earth is not a sphere with a radius of 3959, and the horizon is not Earth curve.
I'd like to respond as well.
One sec, Patrick. I just want to point out that, was that an ad hominem fallacy against Walter Bislin?
No,
not at all.
Repeat that last sentence again.
If the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then every distance to horizon could be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, as laid down in Walter Bislin's Begging the Question. That means he's assuming the outcome because it's got an R value in it. Proof of nothing, because it assumes its outcome and has got an R value that can't be measured if the horizon's beyond the geometric distance laid down in these maths. Proof of nothing perspective hijacking, because there's no account for things reducing in angular size in Walter Bislin's begging the question proof of nothing perspective hijacking Earth curve calculations, with a geometric horizon at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet based on an R value that is acquired by a geometric calculation derived from a horizon distance measurement by Al-Biruni. Anything else?
Yes. And
you know, we should do. We should get in touch with Walter Bislin and have him come on and respond to that. But anyways, go ahead.
Absolutely. That sounds delightful. I'd love to talk to Walter Bislin, but I'd like to say this. Geometrically speaking, first of all, if you guys really have been looking at this subject for this long, you really should have known 8 inches per mile squared by now. But here's the thing. What happens when you talk to globers and you show them extremely distant objects that cannot possibly exist in the globe model. You cannot possibly see them. They would be obscured by the curvature of the Earth. They retroactively say, well, this time it's refraction bringing it closer to us, or this time it's this, that, or the other, or honestly, it's refraction over and over again. But we have...
Are you saying refraction isn't a thing, though?
No, not in your
I'm
model.
not saying refraction isn't a thing.
Not in your
saying
model, it isn't.
It doesn't magically delete Earth curve.
In your model, in Walter Bislin's model, you can look at the maths. I'm very familiar with Walter Bislin's maths. He used the same as Mick West in the Metabunk calculation, same model. I have spoken to him about it and had him over a barrel when I pointed out that the assumption of the R value in his model isn't in any way proven or measurable. It's a begging the question calculator, same as Walter Bislin, so they're the exact same maths. So I have spoken to people who've made these calculations. Mick West is one of them. He made it clear to my audience in no uncertain terms that he begs the question of an R value for these mathematics. Now that R value, as I stated earlier, was measured by Al-Biruni. And Al-Biruni measured a geometric tangent point to the horizon to give you that R value by way of acquisition of a height of the mountain measured from a flat plane with elevation angle measurements. So in order to derive the R value in these maths that you're saying that, correct me if I'm wrong, David, you said it was an experiment? It's not. Maybe you'd like to give us the hypothesis for Walter Bislin's model. There won't be one, you just don't know what science is. We do. On a daily basis on Flat Earth Debate, Nathan Oakley 1980 channel, we take apart clowns and their idiotic ideas of what science is. Because we know what science is and how the globe Earth doesn't have any. Meanwhile, this non-science model, with its maths that I understand implicitly, has been debunked because you can't get the R value that the entire model's based on because you can't measure a geometric horizon to give you the R value. We debunked Al-Biruni by debunking the measurement of a geometric sphere edge horizon at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, as denied by one of this show host and affirmed by the other. We know what the globe Earth claims, you don't. We know how the Earth's measured flat with elevation angle measurements, to Polaris giving you your maps and models, including the globe. Your globe's a flat Earth model.
Okay, real quick. Okay, Patrick, it's up to you. You want to go first? I want to let you respond to this. And then I have a few questions coming out of the chat that I'm just going to throw in there. So
I got to go let my kids in. I'll be right back.
Okay, so
I'm going to
Patrick,
respond to the Walter Bislin model real quick. When Nathan says it begs the question, it's very important to realize how fundamental a flaw in logic that is. We asked at the very beginning, is there any evidence that the horizon is Earth curve? We haven't heard any so far, and actually the answer that we got from Josh was, no, you won't see Earth curve because the Earth is too big. A statement that you can falsify doing simple geometry. And then you go to Walter Bislin's little computation. He starts by begging the question that the Earth is a sphere of radius 3959. And then when the horizon is not where it's supposed to be, he has a whole bunch of other little rigs that he can put in there and say, well, this is why the horizon is different this time. It's this imaginary friend that globe believers have. When they don't find the horizon where it's supposed to be, they explain the Earth curve is not there because it's being hidden by this, that, or the other. Again, begging the question, we know that the Earth curve is being hidden because we know it's a globe. It is circular reasoning every single time.
That's incorrect, Patrick, as to the way they're doing this, because they're not just making a model with math. They're also confirming it with direct observations, and they're doing it repeatably. So that's the difference, right? Is there's got to be a missing link, and they would have a response for that particular math that you're bringing up and showing where that flaw is, right? I
Yes.
don't have that. I'm not an expert on that. But
The
I'm
expert
just
was Mick
saying that
West. Sorry to interrupt.
if we do actual repeatable observations, like, I mean, one of the oldest things that actually, let me go to the audience because they have some of these questions. I'll just throw them in and I'll let you guys chew them apart. So, number one, why can't you see Polaris from the southern hemisphere or Sigma Octantis from the northern hemisphere?
So
That's the first
the
question.
hemisphere is a begging the question fallacy again, like atmosphere. It's assuming that Polaris isn't visible from the bottom half of a sphere. Meanwhile, the maps and models are derived from elevation angle measurements to Polaris. So the flat maps and flat models, including the globe, which is converted from these elevation angle measurements to Polaris by way of something called the Haversine formula, which converts flat Earth elevation angle measurements to Polaris to give you latitude lines onto a globe spherical surface. And if you're going to do celestial navigation, you have to convert it back from the flat map, not through Haversine and the globe, onto the celestial sphere, which is the dome of the vision you have when you're on a flat ocean at the equatorial plane, which is how you measure these angles. So to ask how we beg the question of being on the bottom antipodal on a hemisphere to see Polaris, when the very concept of the equator itself is based on the minimum angle you can see Polaris with. So at the equator, you're measuring a flat Earth angle to Polaris at its minimum, i.e. where Polaris is on the horizon. And as you move further towards the centre, i.e. towards the North Pole, the angle to Polaris, that's a flat Earth angle measurement, increases as you approach Polaris, i.e. it goes up and up and up in the sky. Well, that's a flat Earth angle that you're asking about for a flat Earth concept, the equator, and then imposing your begging the question hemispherical assumption onto that flat Earth derivation to ask me how we can't see it off the bottom of your assumption that we dangle off the bottom of a sphere. Crap question.
It's also important.
Do you have a picture of the map that you agree upon as to being a map of the flat Earth? Do you have
all of
anything
them
like
are
that?
flat? You show me a globe-shaped map.
No. I'm asking.
I answered you. All of them.
Change.
All of them. They're all flat. Do you know why? Because they need to work with elevation angles. That's why all maps are flat. If you're at sea and you're using a map to navigate, you're going to measure one line along the ground and one line to the star. That's an angle. Then you're going to draw a circle on a map. That's why it's flat. That's why they're not globe-shaped. You can't do celestial navigation on a curved surface because you can't acquire an elevation angle from a curve. It's an angle. It's two straight lines. That's why they're all flat. So now you've asked me, do you want to show me your globe-shaped map that anybody navigated with ever? Because there isn't one. They're all flat for a reason. So you can navigate with them with the flat Earth elevation angle measurement off a flat plane that you'll be getting from a sextant.
Josh, why do they flatten out maps?
I just told you. Is it like I'm not
That's your
here?
opinion.
Is it I say something and then you appeal to someone else?
Hey, I'm asking a question.
Yeah. Is it okay if we ask questions?
Yeah. No. Go ahead, Josh.
Yeah. Well, because our perception, right? Maybe there's a way to look at this in a different way. Is we're all talking about how we perceive reality. Am I correct on that? Is how we
No, we were
perceive
talking about
reality?
maps and I was answering him, but now we could talk about something else because you don't know.
I came in, well, that's one. I came in at the middle of the conversation because I was letting my kids in the door.
All right, do you want me to fill you in? We were talking about maps and how they're derived from flat Earth elevation angle measurements to Polaris to give you latitude. Obviously, you're not an exact expert on this subject. Meanwhile, I know what the hell I'm talking about. Do you want to carry on talking about this with me, Dave? Or do you want to hand it over to your host who doesn't know anything about it?
This is, you know,
I want to have Josh's. I just want to ask his opinion on it. He
doesn't know.
I just want to
You're
know.
not clear. He doesn't know.
Well,
no,
let's
Nathan,
find out.
Let's find out. Why don't you shut up for a sec and let's find out? How about that?
It goes back to the same thing that we've been talking about this whole time, and we're never going to come to an agreement on.
Profound.
The perception of curve.
Nathan, shut up.
Yeah.
I'm going to mute you.
Perception of curve, okay, is not realized with eye length distance to the horizon. And so early navigators, they produce flat Earths. We still produce flat maps today. What's wrong with that?
Because you
Doesn't prove
claim
that
we're on a
the Earth
sphere?
is flat. What's that?
because you claim we're on a sphere. He's asking me about these flat maps. Like,
I didn't ask you anything. I'm asking Josh. But there's utilitarian reasons why they would put it onto a map for the ability to do these things. But that doesn't mean it scales to the fact that it's saying that the Earth itself is flat. It's
why is that?
It's a utilitarian
really?
purpose.
Why is that? No, maybe you can tell us why.
Nathan, I'm talking to Josh.
I'm just asking, are we allowed to ask questions? I'm just asking why that would be. Why would they scale it to a flat map? Maybe you could tell me. Why is that?
And Josh, could you give it a shot there? Go ahead.
Well, no, you're right. Is that there's many reasons why we use a flat map. I mean, navigators weren't going to go out there and just create. Some of them had globes, but it's hard to navigate on that for the exact reasons that Nathan said. Is because when you're looking at the horizon on perspective, it appears horizontal. I've agreed with this. I have not said this wasn't the case. I said the reason why it appears horizontal is because we have a limited perspective to the horizon, and that the curvature of the Earth is negligible towards that horizon.
Oh, that's the end of my time in this discussion, clearly.
Okay.
This is what I'm trying to say is like we're all like observing the same phenomena.
No worries.
So for my audience, this is what happens when you point out that the host of the show hasn't got the slightest fucking idea what he's talking about. The co-host wants to hand across to him because I'm proving a flat Earth. Meanwhile, I'm getting muted while this dick waffles on about absolutely nothing interesting.
I think I'm probably accurately describing your position on this. Then David comes with this Lake Pontchartrain photo and says this is evidence of the horizon being Earth curve. Then shows the Walter Bislin calculator that includes lots of other atmospheric conditions and it says the horizon is Earth curve. I'm not really understanding why you're persisting with this claim that we're not going to see an Earth curve horizon when all the globers are talking about why they're seeing Earth curve horizon.
But see, I don't want to get into the topic of optics of what we're seeing with reflection, refraction, all of this other stuff, right? How various different densities in the atmosphere cause an amplification of the light that we're seeing. I don't want to get into that argument. All I'm trying to talk about here was in this perspective of the curvature of what we were talking about. Now, Patrick, I have stated this over and over and over again. If you take the circumference of the Earth and divide it by 360, which is a circle, the number you get is about 69, right? 69 miles. So if you take in miles, 24,000 miles divided by 360, you get about 69 miles. That means that every 1 degree, so for the globe Earth, for every 1 degree, and I was saying 75 because that was my approximation, about 75. 69 miles is what you should see in the sense of 1% of.
I've already covered this, but that's why I've been muted and removed from the conversation, because 1 degree is a flat Earth elevation angle measurement. I'm not allowed to interrupt to point this out, so the guy's going to reiterate his incorrect nonsense with me on mute.
8 inches over 1 mile squared is distributed through that 1 mile. It's not 1 mile drop 8 inches. And this is what a lot of people do believe. I'm not saying that's what you believe, but this is what a lot of people do.
See, meanwhile, me and Patrick have covered this 4 or 5 times on their behalf, and the host has denied it. 1.2 times the square root of the observer sign feet. Completely ignored, didn't understand it. Now he's waffling on through the same incorrect shit he's mentioned 3 or 4 times.
Understand why we're still on this topic. If we can agree to disagree on this. Let's move on to the other various points.
75 miles. 75 squared. What is that? 5,625 times 2/3. We're going to call that 4,000 feet, give or take. Maybe 3,900 feet over 75 miles. That was your approximation. 3,900 feet is how much curvature of the Earth would block a person on point A, 75 miles distant from point B. You wouldn't be able to see anything shorter than 3,900 feet in height. That is a geometric reality, okay? So you may call it just 1 degree, but it still requires approximately 3,900 feet of blocking curvature. You just draw a circle. You say, okay, the distance is 1 degree over these 360. The actual curvature skipped over is 3,900 feet. It's enormous.
3,900 feet is just a little over a mile. And we're talking about 1 mile squared, right?
Well, first of all,
we're talking about an mile. Patrick, have you ever been to Denver, Colorado, and came in from Kansas? Okay, Denver, Colorado is the mile-high city, right? 5,280 feet. So it was a bit under a mile with that 3,900. 5,280, 1 mile. Okay. The Colorado Rockies, some of those are 14,000 feet, but they're sitting in an elevation of a mile up. So they're 5,280 and then 10,000, 14,000 feet. Okay. If there's no curvature to the earth, when should, using trigonometry, geometry here, when should I begin to see them coming from Kansas into Denver, Colorado?
Well,
and
that's
it's about 380 miles from the border of Kansas to Denver.
Okay, so that's why you take the square root of the observer's height.
So the thing we've told him a dozen times, but I'm not allowed to point out again.
Computation is done for a sphere of circumference of 24,901 English statute miles. So if you're at 30,000 feet, you're on an airplane, right? You take the square root of 30,000 feet. What is that? 175? What's 175 squared? Is it 30,000 roughly? So anyway,
it's 3625.
Okay. Anyway, wow, I got it way wrong. So call it 160. Call it 170. So 170 times 1.225, right? Okay. So you should not be able to see further than 200 miles from 30,000 feet on a globe of radius 3959. Jay Tolan Media is showing infrared photos from 30,000 feet of elevation,
but that is
well over 500 miles.
Perspective, right? That's assuming on a flat Earth, right? If the Earth is flat, but we also have to take into account elevation, correct? I mean, so we all agree that the Earth has sea level. It can go up hundreds and thousands of feet in the sense of topography. We all agree upon that.
Sea level. So the elevation of the mountain is in reference to sea level, correct? 0 would be sea level?
Yes.
Level.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Is if we took the where the sea meets land is 0. Okay, where the sea meets land is 0. If we account for that, and we say that the Earth has elevation in the sense that we climb up hills, we can go up mountains. Are we all in agreement that the Earth has different elevations?
Yes, with reference to a 0 baseline, a flat Earth.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Appreciate it. So what I'm trying to say is if I'm coming in from Kansas and Denver, Colorado is the mile-high city, so it sits at 5,280 feet elevation, and I have a mountain that is in Colorado that is 14,000 feet high, or 14,000 feet high, when should I be able to see that? And you're saying it depends on the height. Yes, the height of the observer is to the horizon, not at objects that are above the horizon massively, especially a landmass that is going to move up and elevate upward 1 mile from that ground level.
Okay.
When should I expect to see Denver, Colorado, from Kansas on a flat Earth? If we're talking about elevation, it's 1 mile up, and then there's mountains above it that are 10,000 feet up. Okay. If I'm coming from Kansas, if I'm looking at the horizon, that's fine. My height does matter. But if I'm looking at an object that is above the horizon in elevation, when should I be able to see that?
Okay, I'll answer. So in your mathematics, including the Walter Bisling calculator, there's no accounting for perspective. So according to Globe Earth mathematics, the height is irrelevant because the height in
But Patrick just said it was relevant.
So the height in Globe Earth mathematics is irrelevant because the distance of the mountain versus the height of the mountain given in feet won't change with observer distance. So in Globe Earth maths, it doesn't matter if the mountain's 10 miles away or 1 mile away, it's always calculated at the same feet or meters value. Ergo, the size, that's apparent size, angular size, perspective, does not change with distance. Hence my description of it being a begging the question proof of nothing perspective hijacking Earth curve calculator. Because where things reduce in size, that's angular size, perspective, and then get obscured from view because they become too small to see, the Globe Earth maths which excludes and hijacks perspective claims that it will disappear from view, it's only about the 10th time, at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's the point that the geometric claim of an Earth curve that obscures your view when you ignore perspective will block the view of the mountain. That's why when people charge flat earthers with why can't you see New York from Ireland when they claim Earth curve at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet is getting in the way, when in reality, New York's very small at that distance. It's perspective, just excluded from Earth curve mathematics.
Thank you, Nathan.
Can I just ask a quick question here? When I'm sitting here, because I live in the British Columbia, live right by the ocean, and I, on a regular basis, witness when boats are going and they're disappearing bottom up. Okay, this is one of the oldest observations. So yeah, so if we're talking about it disappearing on a flat plane, the vanishing point, the whole ship, the whole boat should disappear in entirety. It would not disappear bottom up. That's where my question is just putting math aside for a second.
Okay, do you want me to explain that to you?
Observations that have been made for 2,000 years on this.
Okay, I got you. Do you want me to explain that? Can I explain? Can I explain? Can I explain that to you?
Can I take this one? I wanted to respond to Nathan's response to me, if I could do that first, because I think
can I just address this bottom up
misunderstanding.
obstruction of the boats before you do? So you're describing
No, I would like to, before we move on to that part, because we're talking about two different
Okay,
observational
I'm sorry, Jock.
okay?
Then that's my fault.
Right.
So, okay, address that and then Nathan right to you, okay?
The question I asked was on a flat Earth, not on a round Earth. And Nathan, you explained it very well in the sense of a round Earth, 1.1225, right? You explained it on a round Earth. I asked on a flat Earth, coming from Kansas, looking at the edge of the flat Earth, towards the edge of the flat Earth, and I have an elevation of 5,280 feet, and then another elevation of mountains that are 14,000 feet high. When should I expect to see them?
Okay, I'll try and rephrase what I said about a globe Earth, but to answer your question.
I don't want to hear about a globe Earth.
I know,
want to
I'm
know
going to rephrase what I said about
perspective of what we should hear
I got
on
that.
a flat Earth. How does that observation
I got you.
happen?
I heard.
When should I see it?
Thank you. I do need you to stop talking while I answer you, though, if that's okay.
I just want to be clear that we know what we're talking about here in the sense of the question
I
being
heard.
asked.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, I'll try again.
Mhm.
So you're giving me the height of the mountain in feet, and feet or meters don't change with distance. That's an angular change. So the angle of the mountain would change as you approached it, not the feet and inches as you've given me in your question, making your question malformed. Now, I've answered your question in regards to why you've posed it to me as well, which is in globe Earth maths, the assertion that 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet will be the limitation of your view to Earth curve obstruction would only have the mountain in feet and inches not change in angular size as you approach it. So based on the information you've given me, I can't take that hypothetical scenario and put a sextant to the mountain to give me its angular size. There's not enough information. It's a malformed question in that regard. But in terms of a globe, I can answer and point out that there's no perspective in the question. But as you're approaching things, they get bigger. Not in Earth curve maths, they don't.
Right. Aspect ratio. I understand that. I understand what you were saying on the globe Earth side. And the reason I'm asking this question is because if we assume that the Earth is flat and we do have elevation, right, and there is no curvature, then at what distance away from that object, using flat Earth math, would I expect to see that? And if I could get maybe after the show when you guys can go out there and calculate that would be great to hear that answer. And because what I'm asking actually, Nathan, is an experiment that we can all do. We can go to Kansas. I can drive into Denver, and I can test what you guys would postulate would be the actual answer, correct?
Okay,
I mean, if we know the elevation, if we know the height of the mountain, and I'm coming from Kansas, which is roughly sea level, okay? And I know I'm using globe Earth terms there, Nathan. I understand.
Sea level's not a globe Earth term.
We should know that when we should see the mountains in Denver.
Okay.
On a flat Earth.
I got it.
That's what I'm saying.
I got it.
If I wanted to test that out.
I got it the first time, the second time, and the third time. Thank you. But
well, I'm glad it.
Sure.
I'm glad
you're asking a question in regards to the optics of vision, and you can calculate where things disappear into the distance in terms of diffraction with the Rayleigh criterion if you want to look that up. But in terms of that claim, I don't need to answer it because there's no positive assertion from me that needs to explain this on a flat Earth because I'm not using it as a claim. The claim, the positive assertion that does use the horizon, is Earth curve, but we can debunk it by showing imagery that demonstrates the horizon, Earth curve, beyond where it is capable of being in a physical term. So if Earth curve, as in the maths, is a hill in the way of this mountain in the distance, then that hill is at a fixed position. The hill being Earth curve in the way, blocking your view of the mountain in the distance. Well, that's all your positive globe Earth claim that we can debunk, not something that needs a burden of proof reversal fallacy using to get me to justify something that fails as a globe Earth claim. So meanwhile, to go to David's question, in terms of why the boat disappears bottom first, if you'll beg my indulgence, David, I'll take you through an example of why that happens. If I take a brick and put it a few feet away from you, you'd concede that you can see the brick, right? Hopefully you don't need to answer, you just say yes. If I take that brick and put it, let's just say about a mile away, would you concede that you can just about make out the brick?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, if I take that same brick and put it 4 miles away, so you can see it moving towards the horizon, getting smaller and smaller and smaller, and then disappearing from view, would you concede that at 4 miles, a brick's too small to see?
Yeah, I guess because it depends on the field of vision, right? Yeah, I get where you're going, but why does it not disappear?
You just have to go with me. I beg your indulgence.
Okay, I'll go with you. I'll go with you.
Okay, I'm nearly there. So at 4 miles, you would concede a brick's too small to see. It's disappeared into the horizon because it's too small. Now, if I put 1 million other bricks on top of that brick and make a high-rise skyscraper, would you concede that you can see the high-rise skyscraper at 4 miles, but the brick at the bottom is still too small to see?
Right, but we're not building bricks when we're talking about a moving object on the top of the water like a boat.
Yeah, and if the Earth was a sphere radius 3959, every distance that obstruction to the boat could be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, and we can fundamentally debunk that claim by showing imagery that has a hill, claimed to be Earth curve at the horizon, beyond the things it's supposed to be blocking. So we can debunk that claim in geometry. But the claim, in terms of explanation,
reality,
I can explain why things disappear bottom up. I can explain why things disappear bottom up at the horizon by taking you through the thought experiment of getting a brick to be too small to see and then putting other bricks on top of it that you can see. The bottom brick's still not visible. Ergo, that building at 4 miles is missing the bottom brick. Doesn't mean it's obscured by Earth curve at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, though. We can debunk that.
It's true,
but then
David.
Bring in the bleak test.
If you don't mind,
I'm going to keep this on mute, and feel free to talk while this is playing in the background, just for people watching, so that you have a different example here to talk about this. Go ahead, Patrick.
So what I want to point out is that you asked the question about looking out into the water and how a boat disappears from the bottom up. When you zoom in on that boat after it has disappeared from the bottom up, you can reacquire it in its entirety via telescope. Okay? If you're able to reacquire the bottom of the boat by telescopy, then it follows. Say again?
Have you done it?
Yes.
You can find countless videos of people doing
Not
just
videos.
this.
I meant like you've seen it.
Have I personally? Yes, I've watched others do it.
On video?
Yes, on video.
I'm just clear. I'm not trying to find I'm just literally asking. I'm just curious. That's all.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
The ability. So I just want to make sure this is very plain. You watch a vessel of some kind in the distance. Your eye perceives it to be disappearing bottom up. Now, the thought of a globe earther is going to be the curvature of the Earth is beginning to obscure the bottom of that boat because it's curved and because the boat is going away. Now, the moment you use some kind of telescope or P900 camera to reacquire the boat in its entirety, you have disproven the notion that it was going over the curve in that instance. Does that make sense?
It makes sense, and I understand the claim. I'm incredulous to the point that has in fact been done.
Okay. When you have seen that it has been done over and over and over again, we'll talk about it after that. And I would challenge the audience, those of you who have not watched people with P900 cameras doing this over and over again, It's pretty intense stuff.
So this is the counter. Comes from Red's Rhetoric. I'm sure you're familiar with him. And I do have another argument that he has posed to Flat Earth to throw at you guys. I'm just curious what you'll say. But this video was shot P900, clear day, and he's showing you the images put on top with the bottom missing over the distance, right? So this is what the blink test experiment is, and it's very effective at actually speaking to that claim. Okay.
Okay.
So I'm just wondering if I'm trying to think of because we're talking about a lot of things here, but what kind of practical experiments could you, Patrick, me, Josh, say we go to, I guess they're putting together some of these awesome Badlands events that we're all going to actually physically meet each other. That should be great. I'm thinking, well, hey, if I make it down there in April, let's say whenever that is, and I was going to ask Josh, because I know Josh had a few experiment ideas as well, that we could do together. We could bring some Flat Earth proponents, yourselves, we could come, and together we could do a series of experiments. And that blink test would be one of them, as well as what Josh was saying with Denver. And then I do have a few others that have to do with the sun and some other things. But do you have a video, Patrick, to show what you're talking about?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I have tons of videos. I made them all in little clips of Taboo Conspiracy and his wife taking enormous distance shots with the P900 camera, showing that the Earth is completely flat over distances with no curvature obscuring anything. People do it all the time. They also use telescoping lenses to reacquire things that have visually disappeared from the bottom up. I didn't clip one of those.
That's okay. And you know what? Maybe we don't have to. I just want to give you the opportunity. I was just thinking this would be a good experiment that we could do in real reality together.
Can I address that?
We could verify, because we're just talking. I want to see it with my own eyes, because isn't that what this is?
Please,
yourself,
I beg of you. Can I address that?
This?
So a couple of things. The Red's Rhetoric thing. So in Earth curve maths, which is where the assertion comes from that the horizon's blocking the view of the buildings, there's no account for angular descriptions in that maths. So
I'd be curious what he would say to you on that.
Again?
I said I would be curious to see what Red would say to you on that.
Okay.
Go ahead and continue.
It's not really about Red's opinion. It's more about the way it works. I mean, if again,
it's just
two things I want to address. Just a couple of things I want to address. So the first is the Red's Rhetoric thing, but then I do want to cover this experiment idea. Great idea, but I do want to get to that more importantly. But the Red's Rhetoric thing, if you're looking at the building from the base of the building, you appreciate that you've got a very wide angle to the building. You'd have to literally arc the camera up. And as you back away from the building, you'll arc your camera down again. In other words, there's an angular relationship that's going on here. But in the assertions that the horizon's blocking the bottom of the building, it's not accounting for angles. It's not accounting for angular size. It's not accounting for
but those experiments do account for those angles. That's the thing. In those videos, and they show you exactly how it's done, they absolutely do account for those angles.
Can you show me that in Walter Bislin's maths, please?
I'm not talking about Walter Bisling. I'm talking about Red's Rhetoric and his videos and his experiments.
I've had plenty of interactions.
He takes the P900.
I've had plenty of interactions with Red's Rhetoric as well. Red's
Rhetoric. I know, I've heard them.
Red's Rhetoric's maths is the same as Walter Bislin's. It's, as I said earlier, the globe Earth maths. There's not more than one. That's it. They're all using the same maths. Okay. So there is no account for angular anything in globe Earth maths. None. Okay? It's a 10-foot wall at any distance.
I don't think that Red would agree with you on that, and it's his experiment, so I'd be curious. And that's why I want us to do it. If we do it, instead of talking about other people's experiments.
That was the first thing. Okay, we can just defer to Red. Okay, there was two things, though. That was the first. So Red...
Get to the second, then.
Yeah, the second was knowing what science is. So you're under the misapprehension. Please don't get triggered in the middle of what I'm telling you. That this is an experiment. But it isn't. Now, the way we've been hoodwinked into believing that we're on a sphere is by people telling you that they've got experiments or science or theories. I beg your indulgence to just let me say this. Thank you. So that magic trick has been planted into you from a very early age, about 5th grade, where they taught you what the scientific method actually was and how the method offers empiricism through the method described to you in the whatever you want to call it, the pre-show, i.e. if A, then B, or if A, not B, alternative and null hypothesis validated by experiment to give you an empirical outcome. Only one can be true. So therefore science, and in this case experiment, offers an empirical outcome. So when you hear the word experiment, in this case referenced incorrectly to a blink test, the audience will hear empirical, because that's what they've been trained from a very early age. However, an experiment is to establish the cause of a naturally occurring phenomena through systematic experimentation based on a valid hypothesis. Now, this doesn't have that. There is no naturally occurring phenomena here to study. Nothing's occurring in nature. You're talking about a comparison with a varying angle from two different lens positions. That's not a naturally occurring phenomena to science. This is outside the purview of science. But understanding what science actually is the key to understanding how you've been deceived into believing that you're on a model called a sphere that was derived from flat Earth elevation angle measurements to Polaris to give you latitude. Understanding
so I shouldn't
science
trust
is the
my own
key.
eyes, Nathan. Are you telling me this?
Sorry?
Should I not trust my own eyes?
What do you mean, trust your own eyes?
Should I trust my eyes?
I don't know what you mean.
It's a simple
Yes,
question.
you should trust your own eyes, which show you obviously that you can see further than you'd be able to see on a sphere.
But I disagree because that's not what I'm seeing.
What are you
Seeing
seeing?
where?
We're looking for evidence. We're looking
no,
for
no, I'm
evidence.
telling you, I'm seeing things disappear bottom up, and I'm seeing that there's an issue with the understanding of how that visual effect works with the
Gotcha.
human eye related to reality, right? So I'm just the reason I'm asking this question is because this is a sticking point in the flat Earth debate. Is can we trust our eyes and our senses, and is it okay to employ different tools that can see farther, that can measure farther, or should we only rely on our eyes and our senses only?
I don't really understand the question 100%, but I'd like to address one thing that you mentioned, and I've said it already, and I apologize for saying it again. But the fact is that when you look at an object disappearing to your eye from the bottom up, and then are able to use instrumentation to reacquire it entirely, that
So we can use.
falsifies-
Okay, that's the answer.
Yes,
that's the answer. We can use instrumentation. Great.
May I?
Yeah, go
Please.
ahead.
When you reacquire it using instrumentation, it is important to acknowledge that you have falsified the notion that it was disappearing over the curve of a presupposed spherical Earth. I'd like you to just agree to that, because that's the kind of thing that we're going to be testing.
So you're saying that if we go and we find the right thing to view, right?
Telescope's
then
fine.
if we do a telescope or a P900 or whatever your favorite camera would be, right? If we see something going over the horizon and then you can bring it back by zooming in, you're saying that's the proof, right? That would be
I'm
the
saying-
experiment we're testing?
I'm going to repeat what I said, and then you'll tell me because that's not what I said. I said that falsifies the supposition that it was disappearing bottom up due to going over a presupposed spherical Earth.
Right. Okay. Yeah, no, that's what I meant. Yeah, exactly. Okay. So that would be the experiment we could do. That could be one of the experiments we do. And we
Not an
could get one of
experiment.
these bad
It'd
boys.
be more appropriate to call it a demonstration.
Sure. Demonstration, whatever word you want, right? This is the baby that I'm
words are
going to be picking up.
Experiment is very, very
Celestron.
specific.
Okay. Yeah. Celestron Next Gen 6SE telescope. I'm getting it because it's one of the cheaper ones, actually. And I'm going to be planning on making observations of celestial objects, but you can also use this along with multiple cameras, and you can get different kinds of cameras just to sort of like include every possible viewing angle that we could imagine. And then we could try to make observations like that, right?
Absolutely. Hell yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely. That would be great fun. Another thing, and so that's the curvature stuff, and that's the only claim we got to today. The heliocentric model makes a bunch more claims that are evidence-free.
Can I run one by you real quick, Patrick? And
Yeah,
Nathan,
sure.
feel free to jump in as you're going to do anyways, which is fine. Another experiment we could do is by bringing in the sun. Okay. So this is a personal observation that I've made many times. And my question would be, if the Earth is flat, how could we have complete darkness on one half of the planet and light on the other half of the planet if the sun would be required to move away from us as opposed to circumnavigating us or going around us, right? On the model. So I just want to ask, this is the question, and then go ahead. Does the angular size of the sun change throughout the day?
Okay. Now, it's very important to note that I'm not claiming any of these. I'm not making claims about this, but one can observe on a very, very clear day the sun getting smaller and smaller in deserts. Now,
we lose Patrick?
In moisture-rich...
We've managed to lose Patrick somehow, but your question is, why does the angular
Patrick,
size of the sun...
Oh, sorry, hold on, Nathan. I just want to make sure he's back, and then feel free, okay? Patrick, are you back? Can you hear me? I just noticed his connection
like
dropped.
He's frozen. Yeah, it looks like he's frozen.
Okay, let's let him fix that. Nathan, take it away.
So you're saying, why does the apparent size of the sun not change throughout the day? Correct?
No, I was actually asking the question, does the sun change in angular size throughout the day? That was my question. And Patrick's back, so maybe Patrick finish, and then Nathan, go ahead.
Let me just finish real quick. But the statement, how is it that half the Earth has total darkness? That's not actually true. There are times when the Earth has way more visibility of the sun than the globe model would ever allow. But so the notion that it has to be a ball because there's exactly half of the Earth that doesn't have any sun at all given times, it's just falsifiable. It's not true. In fact, there are some days when they say that the Earth is seeing 99% of all human beings are seeing the sun all at the same time. You look that stuff up. It's very interesting. But no, the globe model does not explain the percentage of the Earth that is looking at the sun.
Okay, so then the next question is, does the angular size of the sun in the flat Earth model have to change throughout the day? Because it's moving away from us and towards us, right? It's moving on the record player, right?
What flat Earth model would that be? I haven't claimed any flat Earth model. That's the first thing. And secondly...
Well, there is no flat Earth model, first of all, but I'm just curious what you think about the sun. How do we resolve the issue with the sun?
Well, when you say there is no flat Earth model, that's not true. They're all flat Earth models.
Can we make predictions on it? Do we have an actual scientific model where you can make predictions and you can do those equations and have repeatable experiments? Do you have that model in place? Do you have, any footage of the edge of the Earth? Like this is what I mean. Like, we don't have an actual model. This is admitted by Jeranism and many of the flat earthers. They say, yeah, we don't have a model. We just have our counter evidence to your evidence. Do you agree
I was
with
in
that,
the middle of saying something opposite
to
to that, but I got stepped all over. I'll try again to contradict what you've just said. Other people say that aren't me. All of them are flat Earth models. That's the second attempt. I'll count them off. All of the models, including your globe model, are flat Earth models. All of them are using the latitude lines that are derived by way of a measurement. That's in reality, measurement of Polaris on a flat plane. Those angle measurements to Polaris and the degree that it drops towards the horizon as you move away from it give you the latitude lines. That's flat Earth elevation angle measurements to derive the concept that is used to give you your globe model. Now, models aren't science. Science deals exclusively with phenomenon. That's things happening. Flat Earth, or globe Earth for that matter, that's a concrete noun outside the purview of science. You keep appealing to this like it's science. It is not. Meanwhile, we've debunked the mathematical assertion that the horizon is at a geometric limitation to boats and buildings by showing that it isn't. Debunking the geometry. You don't need to trust anything. The maths is laid down, set in
That's why we're going to
stone.
do the experiments. He didn't really debunk it. You had an answer. There's answers to your answers. We can go on forever. Let's do the experiment together and just prove it once and for all.
What's
I'm
the
asking
experiment?
about the sun, Nathan.
What's an experiment?
Does the sun change
Okay, what's
in
an
angular
experiment?
size throughout the day on a flat Earth or not?
The not actual size of the sun. You're asking me why does the not actual size of the sun, that's angular size,
Does
not
the sun
change?
get bigger and smaller throughout the day based on where it's located and where you're viewing it?
And that's angular size, not actual size.
That's what I said, the angular size. Yeah. Does that change?
The not actual size change?
Does the sun change in size?
In not actual size, angular size.
Does the sun
What do you mean
appear
by
to
that?
get smaller?
Well, angular, not actual size. It's the third time I've said it.
Right, because of your the actual it's not like we're saying the sun is growing and shrinking like as an actual object. I'm not saying that. Let me rephrase it. From my perspective, viewing the sun, if I were to track it throughout the day, and obviously I would never stare directly at the sun, never do that. Let's say I got a really nice camera with a decent zoom on it, and I put a solar filter on front of that camera, and I literally just mount it on an equatorial mount that would actually track the sun throughout the day, and I let it run for, say, a few days in a row. Will I see the actual size of that sun change based on perspective? Because it would have to be moving forwards and backwards, because what's a sunset otherwise, right? This is the argument that you guys will bring if I say, I've watched the sun go below the horizon. I see it multiple times, and I've seen it come up from the horizon until it's a full sphere in the sky. So in the flat earth explanation, it would have to go away from you, right? Similar to the boats on the horizon. That's the only way it would work on a flat surface. So if that's true, then we would see an observable difference in the angular size of the sun relative to the observer.
And not actual size.
Nathan, I'd like to answer this.
Well, he's put it to me. No, that is what the sun does as it goes away from you. Do you know how I know?
So it gets smaller.
My
to
bad.
me.
Only
To
one
me, it gets
sentence.
smaller.
Only about 2 or 3 minutes from you. One sentence from me. Maybe you call me a dick. I'll try again. In celestial navigation, you measure your position to the horizon. Now, if the sun is above the horizon, its GP location, that's the point below the sun on the ground, i.e. if the sun was above you at your zenith, can be, and often is, beyond the horizon. So when you measure your angle to the horizon and the GP location of the star, it's beyond the limitation of your view at the horizon. So when you say it's going over the horizon, you mean over the physical geometric limitation to your view at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, aka Earth curve hill getting in the way, that we debunked? Definitely not. Meanwhile, in celestial navigation, you can measure its position beyond the horizon after you establish the ground as level to get an angle to the sun to find out where your location is. That's called celestial navigation. It only works on a flat plane. It only works with angle measurements from Polaris, that's your latitude lines, that were measured from a flat plane. That's why all the maps are flat. So, no, the sun doesn't go beyond the horizon.
So, Nathan, give me a straight answer. Does the size of the sun, on my perspective, change? And why do I see, as the sun is going over the horizon, I don't see the whole sun disappear. I see it like a quarter of a sun, then half a sun, then three, like it's dipping down. I'm seeing it disappear downwards. And then I'm watching the same phenomenon in the morning, right from my deck. And it's coming up, and you see the top, and then a little bit more, and then a little bit more, and then a little bit more. Then it's in the sky, right? That's what I'm witnessing. And so if you're saying that the sun, the reason the sun is setting and rising is because it's vanishing from my field of vision.
I didn't make this claim.
Then I would see the whole thing shrink into the smallest little dot to like a pinhead.
Would you?
And then it would I couldn't see it anymore. I would not see the shape obscured by the horizon. I wouldn't see that.
Like a brick that disappears at 4 miles.
We're not talking about bricks. I'm talking about the sun.
Well, no, we're talking about things that you said get blocked by the horizon. There's a physical geometric limitation at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's an Earth curve hill getting in the way that the sun's going behind in this description.
No joke.
My bad, I'm just summarising his position. Haven't actually refuted it yet. Of course, that's the first time of the
Refute it. Why do I see that? Explain it.
I was in the middle of summarising your position to refute it, but then somebody's talked, and now you're asking me to do it again. Just another interruption. Yeah, if the horizon was Earth curve, it would be at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. A hill, geometric in limitations, to get in the way of the sun. We've debunked that. The horizon's not Earth curve. We can show it beyond the geometric limitations.
We have to do
there's
that
the third
experiment
interruption.
Together.
We can show it beyond the geometric limitations, and further to that, you can measure the GP position of the sun beyond the horizon, where you see it, when you navigate with it. It could be up to 2,000 or 3,000 miles away from you if it's low to the horizon, based on the angular measurement off a flat plane, minus from 90 and times by 60 to give you the distance to the GP to navigate with it. Well, that distance is along a flat baseline. It's a triangle. Well, that's the sun already beyond the horizon in navigational terms. So when you say it goes beyond a hill, no, it's long beyond the hill when you measure its GP position on a flat plane. That's the second time I've refuted your position.
That's not a refutation. So my eyes are deceiving me?
No,
How'd you give it a
navigation.
shot?
No, navigation is showing you that it's already beyond the horizon when it's several thousand miles away from you and you're using it with an angle measurement to it. Third time.
All right, so let me take a crack at this. So what I don't really understand here is we started by saying there is no evidence that the curve of the Earth is of a presupposed spherical Earth is the reason why we have a horizon. And we ended up kind of battling to a standstill with us saying, do you have evidence of such? To which you responded, okay, we're going to do an experiment to get evidence of such. And then you say to me,
because you didn't like the experiment I showed you. And so I said, let's do it ourselves then.
Right.
Can you define experiment for us?
I just
you haven't shown anything.
I was 10 seconds into my answer, Dave.
Go ahead, Patrick.
I mean, Nathan gets mad for a reason. Okay. So I'm gonna try again. All right. So the fact is that we said repeatedly that we can show that the Earth is not a ball because the horizon can be shown not to be Earth curve, because we're able to reacquire objects that were previously thought to be beyond the horizon, blocked by a physical barrier, not simply too small to see because of perspective, blocked by the physical curvature of the Earth. This is the claim of the Globers, okay? Now, you then come back to me and say, well, we're going to find some other experiment. That's fine, whatever. But the fact is that I have already shown you why it is possible to show that the curvature of the Earth is not the reason for the horizon and that such curvature cannot be shown to exist. And then in response, you've come to me and you've said, okay, so we're going to go over to your model that I don't claim. And we're going to say, I want you to explain to me why the sun does this. And you can come up with a laundry list of observable phenomena that you think are explained by the globe model, which we have effectively just debunked. But just because it makes predictions in your mind does not mean that it is true, that it is the reality that we are standing on. That is called an affirming the consequent fallacy. If the Earth is a globe, then we would see the sun go down under the horizon. The sun seems to go down under the horizon, therefore the Earth is a globe, affirming the consequent fallacy. If A, then B, B, therefore A. It's a fallacy. You can get ChatGPT to admit to it over and over again. So when you ask me to explain to you why the sun appears to do what it does, it's just not part of my burden. We've already shown that the horizon is not Earth curve. Therefore, the Earth is not a ball of 3959 miles in radius. I'm done.
Okay, can I respond real quick? And then Josh, I'd like you to chime in on this.
No problem. Just been listening.
So if I'm looking at your model, there has to be certain things that happen if that model is to be true. And the whole point of looking at it is to say, I see a contradiction with what you're saying over here. So we got most of this debate was taken up with the curvature thing, which is great. I'm glad. And everybody can figure it out. And we should do those experiments without watching videos. I agree, right? But if I say, all right, how do you answer this contradiction? I want to know, because if that is if the phenomena of the sun isn't explained, then that's a problem for flat Earth. And I want to know, how do you get around that? And what's the evidence that you have to refute that?
So what claim have we made about the sun exactly for us to be defending?
I made the claim. I asked the question. I said, okay, because actually, this is a really good, we didn't actually get your claim. How close is the sun and how does it operate on a flat Earth?
Okay, so you can't acquire that information because if you're using the sun to navigate with, as it moves towards the horizon, if you're measuring an angle, and then calculating the distance to the GP beyond the horizon that isn't Earth curve that we've debunked, then that would infer, if you're using the triangle to get the height, that it's moving lower to the ground as it reaches the horizon. Well, obviously that's not the case. The sun isn't getting closer to the ground. You can derive its GP position to navigate with it, but it's not getting closer to the ground. So we don't have a height claim. I don't make a height claim. Meanwhile, Kepler's third law of interplanetary motion would suggest that you have orbits. And those orbits can be used to give you scaling values for a sphere Earth in a sky vacuum with gas not expanding into it, and the sun being at a 93 million mile distance, because a guy called Christian Huygens superimposed the R value we debunked, measured by Al-Biruni at a geometric limitation at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, onto Venus. So Christian Huygens assumes that Venus has the same R value because obviously it's a rock in a sky vacuum in an orbital motion that Kepler assumed. And therefore you can give your scaling values to your R assumptions to give you your distance and size of the sun, all of which we can debunk. So we don't have a size and distance claim for the sun. You do. This is a burden of proof reversal fallacy. You're the one with the positive claim of size and distance for the sun, and asking me why it does a not actual size change as it moves through its not actual position in a refracted non-geometric Earth curve world is irrelevant because I don't have a claim about it. You have one about a distance and size to your sun in a heliocentric model. And given that I've just told you about all the assumptions of an R value imposed by Christian Huygens on Venus with an application of Kepler's third law, how do you justify your distance to your sun?
I'm just talking about observation, man. That's what I want to know. How does it work on a flat Earth? If the Earth is flat, and I disagree with Patrick's assumption that there's somehow not the phenomena of half the Earth being lit and half the Earth not. I've got friends that live in Australia. We can experiment all the time and go put cameras out our windows and observe how pitch black that it gets in one area without any kind of faint light going on that you would expect if the sun is going away. You have pitch black and you have full daylight on the other side on it, right? So if the flat Earth model is to actually work, the contradiction I'm pointing out is that the sun would have to change angular size throughout the day. And what we observe, what I have observed, it doesn't change angular size, not even one little bit. And anytime we see change in the size, we can ascribe that to glare and the way light operates with the human eye and everything else. But if you take those solar filtered camera lenses and you track it, and you track it for days and days,
I got it the first time.
I got
it the first time. I'm not deaf.
I'm just about finished.
Let him finish repeating it.
4,
I heard it the first time.
5. That's 6 times you interrupted.
Doesn't matter what I'm saying.
Dave, go ahead and finish.
Shut up. Second time I've heard
finish,
it.
And then
I
you
heard
can
it the first time.
So I'm going to mute him.
Right, but we are talking to an audience as well.
Yeah, we're not.
So
exactly.
we're trying.
I'm going to get muted because I've already addressed it, and he's rinsed and repeated and gone through the motions of saying the exact same thing again. And because he doesn't like me giving the same objection to the same repetition of the same thing, I get muted. So when I'm asked why I have my own show, for my own audience that can hear me speaking because I'm not in control of my own show, yeah, I can still talk to you as an audience and say, what a wanker. You don't like me objecting to you repeating the same thing I've already overcome? You haven't acknowledged my refutation of it? Just going to be completely ignored? Yeah, that's all right. Stick me on mute. That's why I've got my own show. So that I don't get muted by a host when I object to hearing the same thing repeated without a single acknowledgement of my refutation of it.
It would change angular size throughout the day to the observer if it was a close sun going over a flat Earth. It would, if it doesn't, that's a problem. And I want to know why.
So when it does change angular size, you've already said that it's because of other factors, right? So it's an automatically falsified observation if you do observe a change in angular size.
That's not what I said. Can I correct that? I'm asking you, that is if we're looking at the naked eye, which you should actually not do, but because of the effect of the sun on the eyeball. But I'm talking about looking at it through a camera, zoomed in for 3 days in a row, tracking it with an equatorial mount, which we're going to get to, which is a major problem for flat
solar
Earth.
filters.
Solar filters, keeping it zoomed, following it and tracking it doesn't change a bit. So we can eliminate the issue with glare and perspective and human eye limitations and all of that because we have a device that can actually show that it does not change in angular size. And that is a major problem for the flat Earth model.
So just address this multiple times. Yeah? Not actual size? Who gives a crap? Meanwhile, his audience can't hear a single word I'm saying.
Have all the answers.
You're not my guru, Patrick. I love you, man, but you're not a guru.
All right, but just think about what you're requiring right now, okay? We have already gotten to the point where you are completely stymied when it comes to showing that there's curvature of any kind. As visually,
I think we disagree with that. I think it was a disagree to disagree.
Yeah,
Fine.
that's going.
Disagree to disagree when it's 2-on-1 and the other guests can't be heard and interject in any way.
I mean, my God, have the tests been done? They've
Have
been
you done the test,
through
Patrick?
years.
By
Patrick,
people
have
that
you done the
don't know
test?
what they're doing, Patrick. By
All right,
people.
Patrick, have you
Meanwhile, we're going to filibuster and talk through everything Patrick says with the other guest on mute.
Not done the test myself.
Okay, so how about this? Is
We're watching
information
YouTube, then.
warfare a thing that's happening these days?
Yes.
So how do we know that what you're
we'll do
seeing
the
and what
test
you're seeing on the
ourselves.
videos?
See, I want a concession though that when we do show, because I'm gonna have to demonstrate the actual math to you, because when we came
and I would
into this,
love that. By the
You
way,
got 4.5
All right,
seconds
very well.
before he got interrupted.
But here's the other thing. When you do see angular size change in the sun, which you can observe under a bunch of instances where the sky is where the air is very, very dry, will you agree that it is much more consistent with a moving, more local sun than with a stationary, ultra-giant, very distant sun? Would you agree? Would you agree that a change in angular size of the sun under the right air conditions, because moisture in the air will cause lensing, will cause magnification, but a dry air example of the sun plainly getting smaller as it moves out of sight, wouldn't you agree that's much more consistent with a small and local sun?
Okay, thank you for. So that's that's being postulated by Flat Earth, right? That's the theory.
I asked you a question.
Yes. Okay. Yes. Yes. If you can show me that it changes angular size, then that's a point for your side. Because
would it not falsify the notion that it's 93 million miles away and stationary?
Well, yeah, because if it's actually changing in size, then I mean, there's probably more questions that have.
There it goes again. Actually changing in size when we're talking about angular size. Meanwhile, I'm muted, can't object, not allowed to interject into this conversation anymore. Talking about actual size changes when it's not actual size, angular.
The sun does not change in angular size.
That's
so that's another experiment that we could do at the Badlands Media Conference. Okay, Nathan.
Not actual size change. Fourth time.
Change in angular size. Change in apparent size.
Not actual size.
Not actual.
Right.
Perspective.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not saying the sun itself shrinks and expands and changes and turns into gummy bears. I'm saying, from my perspective, I should see the sun vanishing and moving in and becoming big. It would be the same with the moon. It would be the same with a lot of things, right? So we got to test that. And one way to test it is to get a high quality zoom camera with a solar filter mounted on an equatorial mount. And then that way we can track it over a period of days and then see if the sun itself actually changes in angular size.
Actually changes in not actual size? My God.
Sorry.
No worries. Let's just move on. It doesn't matter. Five times is enough. I'll just get muted again if I try and refute this, or
Josh,
my second attempt to refute it's now getting currently talked through.
Okay,
even though I've pointed out not actual size isn't actual size change.
This is a very simple observation that we could
Obviously, I'm going to get completely rumpus and talk through.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Yeah, every time I've talked, I have. So why would I expect anything different?
Oh, yeah.
This is me angry. This is me getting angry, right?
No. You're just annoying, and that's just the fact.
Winning.
So
yeah, it's annoying for people who think they're really confident about Earth being a globe.
Keep telling yourself that, buddy. Josh, how about you give a shot on this? What do you think about this?
I'm not allowed to give it a shot? Oh, right. I was just on mute for 5 minutes.
Okay, actually, I just wanted to say, I'll go ahead and concede to Nathan if he wants to go ahead and give it.
Excellent.
I thought Nathan had already answered it 5 times, as he said.
So the equatorial mount, where does the concept of the equator come from? Do you know?
Go ahead and tell us.
It's your claim. You were talking about how wonderful the equatorial mount is for a flat Earth.
I'm talking about how the equatorial mount has a problem because it would have to rotate on 2 different axes in order for it to work, but it doesn't do that. And we're going to get to it, and I'll put the argument up for people to look for themselves. I want you to answer about the sun. Let's go with the sun. What do you say to that?
Well, I thought we covered it. Why does the not actual size of the sun not change in not actual size as it moves from its not actual position throughout the day?
Actual size.
My bad. I was in the middle of summarizing your position. Obviously, this is me being angry, right? Me being angry, interrupting you. So why does the not actual size of the sun not change in not actual size as it moves from its not actual position? I'm not going to answer that, but I will carry on with asking you if you know where the equator or the equatorial plane has come from for a second time.
Well, it's based on the concept that Earth is a sphere. So there's an equator.
Wrong.
And
how is it derived then from a sphere? Tell me.
I don't know. Tell me.
Why did you make that claim then? Hold on. I'm replying to him.
You just asked us to answer it.
He didn't know. I heard his answer. He said he didn't know.
I'm not a mathematician.
But you made a claim. And my bad. I'm responding to you. You don't know. Now I'm responding to you because I do. You're not going to yield even though he doesn't know?
The equator is aligned.
No, I'm telling you that I'm going to show you the argument. Okay, it's not. I'm just posing arguments here because I want to know how you guys respond to this stuff. Okay, this was an argument. This was a challenge that was posed by Red's Rhetoric. Once again, he even put a Mavic.
Do you want to get him on?
Pro
get him on
as a. Oh, I'd love to.
But you don't know what you're talking about. This is your claim.
I just want to put the argument.
Telling people
you don't know the argument. I'm trying to address it. I've already tried to address it, and every time I try and talk, somebody's talking through me. You don't know where the equator.
The same
thing again. Here we go. My God, what is your problem?
Conversation. You're not even answering the freaking questions that David has been asking you.
What about the equator? I asked him where the equatorial plane came from, and he didn't know. And now I'm getting talked through again.
Yeah.
You don't know where the equatorial plane came from, or what the equator's. My bad. I'm never going to get this statement out. Never going to get the statement out.
And as you can see, in order to take that picture, notice how the telescope is only moving one axis. It's not pivoting here at all. It's pivoting down here at its base. See that?
Yep.
It's only moving one axis of rotation. Now, let's go ahead and go to an actual model. So what we're going to do is we are going to have a flat Earth model with an object rotating overhead. What does the telescope have to do in order to follow that object? Well, I'm seeing that that telescope on the flat Earth has to rotate two axes of rotation. Here's declination, and here's right ascension. So on the flat Earth model, it has to rotate two axes in order to follow a celestial object. Now, what about the globe? Let's go ahead and check out the globe right here. So, on a globe, let's go ahead and let me fast forward here. Oh, there it is. So there's the globe model that we're going to use. The observers in Florida, as it was when Astronomy Live was doing his observation. And as you can see, there's declination, not moving whatsoever. And there's right ascension, moving as it should. So in reality, we only have to move one axis of rotation in order to follow a celestial object. The model needed in order for that to be the case is the round Earth model. And when we apply that to a flat Earth model, we then have to rotate two axes in order for it to follow a celestial object, i.e., there is a contradiction within the flat Earth model. So, given that equatorial telescope mounts work, do you have an answer for the geometric impossibility of an equatorial telescope mount working on a flat Earth?
I mean, that's a ridiculous claim. So, first thing that they do is they attribute a model to Nathan and me. We have claimed no model. He picked a model that had in order to watch the star, you have to have two axes of rotation. And then he said on his globe model, the axis is only one axis of rotation is required. So first of all, I claim no model. Second of all, that is called an affirming the consequent fallacy. It says, okay, we're going to sit here and imagine that we are on a ball rotating. And note that my telescope only has to rotate on one axis. The answer to that is, so what? If you did live on a ball, you would be able to measure the curvature of that ball. If you did rotate at 1,037 miles per hour at the equator, there would be a million different ways that you could verify that. You'd notice. You'd be able to get up in a hot air balloon and then just wait for the Earth to move under you and go there. You have flight times completely different from going east to west and west to east. This affirming the consequent fallacy that you just played for me it's literally proof of nothing. All right, Josh.
Yeah, no, Patrick, you said there's 1,000 different ways to prove if we were on a curved earth, there's 1,000 different ways to prove it. Give us some of those and let's have us and the audience and all of us go test that, because if that's false, right? If the earth is not curved, and you said there's 1,000 different ways to test that if we were on a flat earth, then we will be able to find out for ourselves by doing those tests. I mean, does that make sense?
Okay, I've already said the tests. So just to see if I got through.
Okay, go ahead.
Why don't you tell me what such a test would look like? Because I've already explained how one would test such.
Well, maybe I missed that part. Maybe I was going to.
It's literally the entire 2 hours we've been talking about it.
Oh, you're referring to curvature, right?
I
start off with that. Okay.
Okay. Well, why don't we just say this? Let's propose certain tests to each other, right? I don't think that we're ever going to come to any agreement on this conversation discussion. I think we can all understand that, right? And look, I'm open to new ideas and concepts. I'm here to learn on this planet, right? I'm here to expand in knowledge. And so what I would like is, if the earth is flat, great, prove it to me. And the same thing with you. If the earth is curved, great, prove it to you, right? I mean, this is kind of where we're at. And so let's propose. You guys come to us and say, okay, we'll test this. I don't want to test that the earth is curved. I want to test that the earth is flat. How would I do that?
Celestial
Give me those
navigation.
experiments.
With
What's that,
celestial
Nathan?
navigation.
With celestial, as you explained before, taking the sextant to the horizon. But I'd already said this, but we're talking about 69 miles, 75 miles that we have 1 degree of curve. So curve is negligent at shorter distances. So it's going to appear horizontal. That was my argument. Whether we agree or disagree with that, okay, I'm saying how else can we determine this? What other ways can we determine whether these theories or these different thoughts of flat or round earth are true or false? I mean, let's truly utilize our resources, utilize our brain power, and get to the truth. And I'm okay with that. Yes. I'm okay with doing experiments that you guys say, hey, Josh, you know what? Let's go out there and let's test this or test this. Or David, how about this? At noon every day, go out there and, at noon my time and the same corresponding time as David's time zone, we'll measure the angle of the sun in the sky, and we'll come up we'll see what we can do, right? These are things that we can do instead of going back and forth. I mean, Patrick, you said there's no model for flat earth, or that you claim no model for flat earth. The same thing with you, Nathan. And I completely understand that. I don't want to sit here and try to break down a flat earth model when you guys don't have a model. But my question is that if we're going to claim that the earth is flat, how do I know this? And it can't come about through debunking curved earth. Does that make sense?
Because all of the maps and models that you use, including a globe, were made using flat earth elevation angle measurements to Polaris. Without exception, your globe model included, they're all flat. They're all derived from flat measurements. The same flat measurements that you use to navigate. That's an elevation angle measurement off a flat baseline. When you describe the 1 degree for every 60 nautical miles, that's 1 degree of declination of the star in your sextant, not 1 degree of a curved earth. You're measuring.
Well, I'm actually, Patrick.
My bad.
Nathan.
My bad. I'm just answering your question after a long, prolonged request for us to prove the flat Earth to you. I'm just answering that. Not lots of waffle and prefacing. Just answering
on
you.
What I said, so I wanted to correct that. If that's okay, is that okay to do that? If you made an incorrect assumption on what I said, I took the circumference of the Earth, divide by 360, you get 69 miles. I was given an approximation of about 75 miles. And this equates to 1 degree. If a circle's 360 degrees, I think we can all agree on that. If we divide 360 by the circumference of the Earth, as in the sense of the globe Earth model, we should get 1 degree of arc length. Can we all agree on that? That makes sense?
I can agree that if you beg the question that the surface is a spherical one, that you can get 1 degree of 360. However, in practical application, when navigating the surface of the Earth and referencing elevations to sea level, you can measure the declination of stars in the sky based on a flat Earth angle. Yes, I appreciate you can beg the question that means the surface is curving, but you can't get elevation angle measurements from a curved surface.
But see, and so for everybody out there, and so kind of what me and Nathan are saying is I'm not disagreeing with him on the sense of how a sextant works. And I did say that before. Am I correct on that?
That proves Earth's flat then.
No, it does not.
Yes, it does.
What it shows you is that the sextant being used as a local instrument to the horizon is predominantly a flat horizontal plane.
It's incorrect.
That's why that works.
No, you're measuring the GP position of the star, and the angle you have to it beyond the horizon could be several thousand miles.
But that
I'm just
measurement's based
correcting
upon
you.
what?
Is it okay if I correct you?
To the horizon.
No, to the GP of the star. I know you don't like being wrong, but when you measure the flat plane, that's the flat Earth baseline, the elevation angle to the star is beyond the horizon, flat for many thousands of miles, and described in navigation as an area of equal elevation. That's a flat plane beyond the horizon.
So Nathan, can you show me in the sense, if we're talking here, so I don't know if everybody in the audience knows what a sextant is, okay? Right? Can you show us how this would work? If I had a sextant, how am I measuring this?
You're measuring a flat baseline.
Is there different parts of the sextant? We got an audience here as well, man, right? So I'm just trying to extrapolate as much information for everybody as possible, right?
Sextant
me
is
and you keep on going back and forth with this.
Maybe the audience knows what a protractor is, and then we can kind of give them an idea that you're measuring an angle using two straight lines.
One of which is acquired by pointing the sextant at the horizon and leveling the tool. If you're on a ship, obviously rocking back and forth,
correct,
you rock the sextant to get it lined up with the horizon. That is what you do to establish the baseline. That's a flat line to measure an angle. You'll be measuring that baseline, and once you've got it, you can measure the angle to the star. Now that angle will be minused from 90 and timesed by 60 to give you the distance to the GP. That's the ground position of the star. That would be, or sun, or moon, or whatever else you're measuring in the sky. That ground position is the position where the sun or star is directly above at that time. Now your horizon, if you're very low to the ground, might only be a couple of miles away, but you're establishing a horizontal baseline with a ground position below that star. That's a flat Earth. It can only be measured flat. That's what an angle is. There's my flat Earth proof. Not agree to disagree.
Okay.
It's not a claim either. It just is celestial navigation. My claim
So Nathan, let me ask you this.
My claim with celestial navigation is that you cannot acquire an elevation angle measurement for celestial navigation if the Earth has a curved surface. It can only be done. It's a prerequisite that Earth must be flat to perform celestial navigation. I'm not.
Is there a required distance for that horizon to be for this to work? Yes or no?
No.
Oh, so I could do it in my. So if I was, let's just say I'm outside and I have a table on a ship, I could use the edge of that table to determine the flat baseline.
No.
Why not?
Because the table's on a ship moving around on the sea. That's why you use the horizon.
But there is no distance requirement to use this. We only have to have a required horizontal base, correct?
Yeah, you look in the horizon mirror, not the table mirror.
So, like you said, though, is the horizon can be very far away or it can be closer. So there's no.
We are clear that the horizon's not a table. I'm
GP.
clear. I just want to make sure you understand. You understand the horizon isn't a table.
I understand, but the table is a flat plane.
But it's not a horizon, which is what you look at in the sextant in the horizon mirror.
Correct. And that's kind of where I was saying is I agree with you on how the sextant works. But
With a flat plane.
Not equate to the Earth being flat.
It can't not be. It can't measure an angle. If one of the lines is curved, then it wouldn't be an angle, would it?
well, it's not a precise instrument. It's not
It is.
100,000%.
It's an angle measuring
It's an
device. That's
approximate
pretty precise.
instrument.
Yes, it is. You're wrong.
It's pretty precise. It's
Very.
an approximation.
Yeah, very. It's an
Pretty
angle. It just
precise.
measures angles.
Right. And that's because the distance from a person to the horizon is predominantly flat because the curvature is insignificant at that level.
No, you're using the horizon to establish a flat baseline that could extend thousands of miles beyond the horizon in order to get the GP position of the star so that you can navigate by finding your position with that GP across a circle
give
of
me an
equals. My
example
bad,
of
still in
the
the middle of
horizon
explaining how
extending
Earth's flat
thousands
to
of
you. My
miles
bad, just proving Earth's flat to you. My bad.
Don't
A
get
circle,
triggered. I'm
I'll try
asking
again
you
for
a
a third
question through
time.
your own
A
words.
circle of equal elevation. That's a flat circle. No elevation change. Flat.
Anyways. Thank you,
Seriously,
Nathan. I
Josh,
appreciate that.
Josh, we have been here. We have been here. We have been here for 2.5 hours, Josh. We have spent most of this time talking about why the curvature is undetectable, how we would go about detecting that curvature. This is just a listening kind of question. How would we design that demonstration to measure the curvature of the Earth?
Well, you can take two people in different parts of the country or relatively far away, right? And we can measure the sun at equal times of the day. Now, if the Earth is flat, we can make approximations of what those angles would look like. And the Earth is curved, we can make approximations of what the curvature would look like. Am I
You'll
correct?
need a flat Earth for those
I mean,
angles.
first of all, no, it has nothing to do with curvature. But you did hear me when I said that the curvature would be 8 inches times the square of the miles.
Right, but that's an approximation, and that breaks down after about 100 miles.
It is
Absolutely, it breaks
accurate.
down.
It is incredibly
It's incredibly accurate for short distances.
Yes.
You know this, Patrick. It's
I
incredibly
do. Yes,
accurate for short distances.
I'm literally a mathematician. I know how to
Great.
study circles.
Great. And so it's incredibly accurate for short distances because the curvature of the Earth at short distances is insignificant. But as you get further towards 100 miles, like 69, 70 miles, that equation starts to break down and no longer works because
No, it doesn't.
curvature. Yes, it does. And
Okay,
the
so this is
Glovers-
where,
the Glovers
can I
people
just
will
jump
tell
in
you
real
this.
quick here? Can I just jump in real quick?
That is a blatant falsehood.
Okay, well, then here's what we do. We
reasonable.
test it to us.
Yeah,
us
let's
physically be the prop, because obviously we're not going to convince each other, but this is for the sake
Okay.
of the audience.
Fair
we want
enough.
to see the no. We want to see the different arguments for and against the flat Earth, right? We want to see where's the contradictions, where's the flaws. I think the sun is a really good experiment that we can do. There's other experiments
There's no
we can do.
experiment happening
And so-
here. Okay.
No.
What do you mean by the sun is an experiment? What does that even mean?
How
Not the
do
sun is
we
an
change
experiment.
out
We do an
experiment with
experiment.
test?
A test. Okay,
that better?
a
Is
test.
that
Let
better
David
word?
finish.
A
I want to hear
test.
what he's going to
I
say.
still don't know
It's the
what the
best
test
word
is. The sun
to
test.
do some of these things to try to find out
We've spent
if
this whole time
claims
talking
made.
about the curvature
Oh,
of the
Patrick,
Earth.
Patrick,
And
hold
you're
on,
talking
hold on.
about
Patrick,
the
Patrick,
curvature of the Earth
Patrick.
by measuring an angle to the
Okay,
sun.
wait a
That
sec.
makes
Let me
literally
just-
no
let me
sense.
just
Patrick,
finish this
please,
sentence.
please,
Let me
Patrick.
just Nathan, hey. Okay.
I want to hear what you're saying,
So-
David. Go ahead, David.
Well, we gotta wrap this up. No offense, but I do have to go because we are coming up on a very long time of this show, which is okay.
Okay.
It's great.
Here's
but
another
I do have
experiment
to
we
go
can do
here
really
soon.
quickly. I'm going to take it through. You guys know about the midnight sun. Speaking of the sun, so first experiment would be tracking the sun for days on end to see if there's an angular change in our perspective of the size of the sun. Okay, I'm not talking about the actual size of the sun. That's one thing. Another thing, we could look at this Kiruna, Sweden, right? And just really quickly, this was something that one of my followers on Telegram had sent in. I just want to propose it. Okay. In Kiruna, Sweden, the sun stays up continually, never setting, for 2 months in June and July. Yet 8,400 miles away in Australia, it still comes up every day. The total straight line flight distance from Kiruna, Sweden to Perth, Australia is just over 8,000 miles, right? Now, given that we have the sun up over 2 points on the Earth that are 8,400 miles apart, given that the flat Earth sun visibility of 9,000 to 10,000 miles, those who live in America should see the sun at the same time as Kiruna, and Australia sees it, as we are only 4,400 miles from Kiruna and only 8,100 miles from Australia. and I got the exact distances there from Atlanta to Sweden. So we could just get some people in Sweden, get some people in Atlanta. We know the mile distance, and then we can start looking at the sun. On a flat Earth, we should, but we get nothing but total blackness. We get total blackness because of the curvature of the Earth as the sun is on the other side. Even in a plane at 36,000 feet high and the flat Earth model of the sun being only 3,000 miles high, we can't see the sun in the USA while it's up over Kiruna and Australia. So why can't we see the sun in America during the time that Kiruna and Australia see it, given the flat Earth model or proposition about the sun? So that's the argument that's posed.
What is the assumption? What is the begging the question assumption that took place in this argument? Just think of this as like a little pop quiz on the nature of the flaw in this logic.
Mm-hmm.
What is assumed by these
that
people?
the Earth is curved.
Yep.
Yep.
So that means I'm telling you, this is the experiment. This is another experiment we could do.
It's affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. If P, then Q.
Okay.
Q, therefore P.
So this experiment is a logical fallacy, Nathan? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Because it's already assuming that the Earth is curved. And I understand what you're saying.
No, it's showing you that if this phenomena is happening, there's a contradiction that shows itself for the flat concept of the Earth.
It assumes a stationary sun.
That we haven't claimed.
Yeah, that's
it assumes a stationary sun.
Yeah,
it's called a false dichotomy and a straw man. So I haven't claimed this model, and you're burning it in false dichotomy.
So no, it's because it begs the question about why in Kiruna, Sweden, you got 24-hour sunlight for a period of the year, yet in not that far away, you have people that are seeing the sun rise and set.
Therefore,
so
the
they're saying there's an issue here that would not work out.
Therefore, the
if it was a
sphere.
flat surface
You literally
and the sun was acting in the way that it would have to on a flat Earth.
You just formalized. You literally went through the affirming the consequent. You verbalized it in the perfect form. That's an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy.
So this is not a good experiment to do.
It's not an experiment at all because there's what's the fun. Okay.
It wouldn't be a
okay. Stop. What's the first step in the scientific method, please, David?
To make an observation.
No, incorrect. Observation of a phenomenon. That's something occurring that you want to know the cause of.
That's an observation.
No. That's an incomplete statement because there's nothing to explain the cause of if nothing.
Shit.
My bad.
You know what I mean?
My bad. I'm just correcting you. I know it's painful. There's nothing to study the cause of if nothing happened.
Like, what's up with the
third attempt? I know it's painful when you're wrong. It's not observation.
I wasn't wrong. I said to make an observation
of a naturally occurring phenomenon. I realise that now 4 people are talking while I'm trying to make the correction. I know you don't like being corrected. It's not me being angry. It's just the 4th attempt for me to say you're wrong. That's an incorrect assertion. Because an observation, 5th attempt to show why it's wrong. 5th attempt.
Can't get anywhere.
Listen,
it's only the 5th attempt to finish this statement.
5th
attempt.
Honestly, man,
I'm not allowed to correct him then. He's just not allowed to be wrong. Not allowed to be wrong.
He wasn't wrong. He asked
he was.
You a
now got
question.
muted. I love it. So for my audience's benefit, I can mute them too on my recording and say that this fuckwit doesn't know what science is. Science involves observation of a naturally occurring phenomena. That's step 1 in the scientific method. It's an incomplete statement to say observation is first step. So he mutes me. After he rinses and repeats 4 times and I say, no, you're going to have my correction. No, I'll be muted by the host. Yeah, neutral platform, this one. Yeah, I'm not allowed to be correcting anybody on the panel when they're wrong about what science is.
$10. I now believe the Earth is flat. Thanks a lot, fellas. Like I didn't have enough things going on. LOL. The round Earth guys are just talking over and have no arguments. They are looking foolish to me. All right.
Yeah, even the audience knows. Not only am I being talked over, I'm being muted whenever I correct him, and he doesn't like being corrected. So you can see on screen now, host has muted you.
We're disappointing. We couldn't.
David, if you're the host, you're a scumbag. You've muted your guests just because you're wrong and don't know what science is. My audience will hear how wrong you are while you've got me on mute with this little label saying the host muted your mic. How epic. How unbelievably rude. You invite me on your show, I come here for free, and all you can do is mute me. The audience knows how scummy you've been, talking through every last word we've said, but you feel the need to mute me as I tell you how you don't know how science works. Epic.
As E. That is the statement. Just want to make sure we got through all of that. Okay. All right. So those are our Rumbles days. Thank you so much for that. Thanks for tuning in. And let me just do this. Let's do, because I know everybody's got to run, like a 60-second closing statement to wrap it up. And let's start with Patrick.
We just spent 2 hours and 45 minutes seeing the same fallacy over and over again. We talked about the curve. And every single time we had one of two things. One, it was argued that you can't see the curvature because it's insignificant, which is untrue. Or that I have pictures that look like there's curvature. And then we had a situation where nobody wants to just take a telescope and say, if we can see at this great distance, then there is no curvature. It's that simple. And there are two other major arguments that we didn't even get a chance to get to. One, there is no evidence of axial rotation. And two, there is no evidence that the sky is a vacuum, because then the air we breathe would fill the space and we would all be dead. Thank you.
I think you're muted, Josh. I can't hear you.
Josh, I can't hear you, Josh.
So I said over to Nathan. Nathan, it's you, man. Go.
Oh, my
Nathan.
bad. Right. Okay, sorry. Yeah, the main way we've been poisoned into belief of a sphere is by misapprehensions about what the scientific method is. And it was very appropriate that I just got muted by the host when trying to correct him on observation being the first step in the scientific method. That's wrong. It's observation of something occurring, so you can establish the cause of the effect through systematic experimentation based on a valid hypothesis. That is science. It's empirical, and the illusion of science has been used to deceive you into believing that things like blink tests have empiricism behind them when they don't. So if you want to find out more about how you've been deceived into believing you're on a sphere by way of pseudoscience, that's defined as a claim of science when there has not been an application of the scientific method, then come and watch Flat Earth Debate on Nathan Oakley 1980. You can even join. There's a link published to the public every single day that you can join the debate and express your views on the nature of Earth. Thank you very much indeed to Josh and David for having me. You've been extremely tolerant, and although it's difficult to hear us proving you wrong, and I've been muted many times in the past, I still thank you for having me. I really appreciate it, and thank you, Patrick, for inviting me along.
Josh.
Muted, so I was talking there, thanking Patrick and Nathan. But no, listen, Nathan, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Seriously, I do. Because if this is really about the truth, then let's find the truth. Am I right on that? If this is really about the truth, let's find the truth. But I would say that let's do this again. We can come back and touch on the other issues that Patrick was talking that we didn't get to, right? But also, and I know that you guys absorbed it. That's great. But let's just have the assumption that we don't know whether the Earth is flat or round. And let's figure out some tests that we can do to determine whether it is either or. And I don't think that that's a horrible thing. And I know, Nathan, you want to say some stuff on this. But I'm just saying is I think that everybody can understand it. There we are. That if there is tests that we can do, let's do them. And if there is tests that we can't do because either one's not going to prove either of that, then we're all wrong. Nobody does know. And so I think that we can use this. And by the way, observation, I understand what you were saying in the sense of observation of phenomena, but observation is the kind of like the taking of your senses of the change of the external environment. So that is a phenomena. So observation kind of does define actually what observation is. So, but either way is we can use the observational evidence, the observational things that come into a self-evident truth that we see within ourselves. And we can develop various different models, whether it's curved Earth or flat Earth. And we can come back and we can say, hey, look, the Earth is flat because, or the Earth is curved because. And I think that would be a very healthy thing to do for this group of men here who have really good levels of intelligence and understandings on these topics, that we all come together and say, hey, look, let's figure out some tests that we can all do and determine this. And the next time we come in, we present the evidence for those tests and we look at the results of those tests and we compare that and we see what makes the most sense. You know what? Honestly, if the Earth's flat, great. I want to be proven it, right? And that doesn't come about by yelling at each other and arguing. And the same thing goes to you guys. If the Earth's curved and you wanted it proved to you, it doesn't come about through argumentation. I think we all understand that. And I think that we all can have a great discussion about this. But let's try to develop a format for this testing it. David and I can run some tests. Nathan and Patrick can run some tests. And we can come back and say, hey, look, this is what we found. This is what the data says. And let the audience and ourselves all decide from that. Does that sound like a good idea?
Sounds like a good idea.
Yeah.
Anything else, Josh?
No, I appreciate Nathan and Patrick. I mean, I think that I go by Romans 12:2. Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. And that's taking in new information so you don't just fall into the same continuous aspect that your environment is giving you or the information warfare that's going on is giving you. We don't want to react to our environment. We want to be completely consciously active within it. And I think it's important to hear different perspectives and different points of mathematics and how this actually works, right? Because science is not set in stone. You know, in the late 19th century, oh, absolutely. In the late 19th century, they thought they had everything they thought they knew about physics because of Newtonian physics. Obviously, Einstein came along, and I honestly, by the way, Nathan, I disagree with the majority of Einstein. And then maybe that'd be a great discussion to talk about that someday, right? But here's the thing, is science is not set in stone. Science is a dynamic system that's continuously changing. And I think you understand that as well, in the sense that if we're going to look at the Earth, that we're evolving our information on it. That's a dynamic system. It's continuously changing as more information comes into the system. That's systems theory. Yes, that is very true. As more information comes in, you have more understanding of that system if you can extrapolate that data in a meaningful form. Anyways, I just say that next time we go about it, let's come and have a format. Let's have maybe Nathan and Patrick come back and say, Josh and David, this is this. We come up with some tests, and Josh and David go back to Nathan and Patrick and say, hey, if the Earth is flat, this is what we're looking at. This is what we would expect. Can you show us? And I think we go into like that, because I think that that would bring about a good basis for the audience to make a determination, as well as our own selves.
Yes, exactly. And just so you know, guys, still love you, Nathan. You know, we had a good sparring match. I was told by John that this had to get heated so we could get more viewers, and I think we hit over like 4,000 viewers. So well done, mate. No hard feelings. Patrick, thank you so much. We don't have to agree on everything, and everybody watching, we don't have to agree on everything. We're all investigating truth together. My focus personally is what's happening on the Earth, regardless of the shape. I'm not saying that this discussion isn't important, but I think we can all agree that we are living in the age of tyranny, lies, and deception. And it's up to each and every one of us to utilize our minds and every part of ourselves to try to find out what is the truth. And in doing that, it's important to look at the opposite opinion of what you currently hold and test yourself constantly against it. The last thing I'm going to drop here is just an address to people in the chat and other people that have sent me that look at this from a more religious perspective. That wasn't the topic of today's debate. I'm not going to bring it up any more than this. Just to give you someone that I agree with on his position. His name is Giordano Bruno, and he was actually burnt at the stake by the Vatican in the year 1600 for going against the dogma of the church. And this is what he had to say. He says, God is infinite, so his universe must be too. Thus is the excellence of God magnified and the greatness of his kingdom made manifest. He is glorified not in one, but in countless suns, not in a single earth, a single world, but in 1,000,000, I say, an infinity of worlds. And whether you agree with that or not, it's just a philosophical thought that for those of you who think that looking at the world as a sphere, or that there is the reality of an infinite universe or a vast universe, that somehow contradicts creation, contradicts a God, or contradicts Christianity or your cherished belief systems. I have a channel on Telegram that you can go. I'm a collector of refutations to this argument. And love me or hate me for that, at least you have the challenges to all the points that have been brought up. You can find it on Telegram. It's called Flat Earth Refuted. And I'm also posting a link from a friend of mine who's a theologian and biblical scholar who disagrees that the Bible actually says there's a flat earth. And he's got all of his arguments there. He's got a free PDF book. So I just wanted to address that. That could be a topic for a different debate, a different time. But I want to thank everybody for being here. Thanks to Badlands Media for allowing us to be here to host this. I don't personally want to turn my entire career into debating flat earth, but if we want to do some stuff in the future, I'm more than open, and I'd love to do those experiments. So thank you, gentlemen. Thanks to our audience. Much love. The truth is going to win, and I wish you all well. Cheers, everybody.
Night, guys.
All right, we're off the air,
Oh
gents.
God, I gotta go to the bathroom so bad.
Yeah, so do I.
I've got another show coming up. Nathan, thank you so
Me
much
too.
for joining me.
Thank you, Nathan. I appreciate it, man.
Pleasure.
It's
My
bedtime
pleasure.
for you, I suspect. And I'll talk to you on Skype, my friend. Thank you so much, and I will see you on the next Flat Earth debate.
You're a great host. Thank you,
Great.
Josh. Thank you, David. You both had a lot of spirit. Brilliant stuff. Thank you very much.
Thanks,
Cheers,
Nathan.
guys.
You take care, man, and much appreciated for you. You well.
How do I leave?
Thanks, Patrick.
How do I get out?
Thanks, Josh.
Close the
We'll catch
window.
up soon.
Just close
All
the
right,
window.
guys. Take
Okay,
care.
see you
Have a
later.
good
Thank
one.
you.
Bye.
see that, and that's the only way I can get you to, because you got to understand like what I'm trying to bring across to you is that we're here in a sense to talk to people who still have a belief in the globe and heliocentrism and all this other pseudoscience. But my hope in coming out of all of this is that people understand, like Miggy says all the time, is it's actually just a mind virus. So people think illogically. That's why they accept logical fallacies like begging the question, because if we didn't accept that fallacy, you wouldn't believe in the globe, because that's what you need, an illogical argument, in order for the globe to be real. So if we all just didn't accept logical fallacies, then maybe the people in the justice system would get along better with it. Like you can't wish for a better justice system and you got like people with the intellectual capabilities of a 5-year-old. That's not reasonable.
So the problem of people believing that the Earth is a globe is not just that they believe an Earth is a globe, but they cannot think logically, and that causes problems in society? In summary?
You got it. You got it. Wasn't a terrible summary at all.
Hit
the nail on the head there. Well done.
I would largely agree with that. Yeah, I would agree with that, except, obviously, the reason I'm here.
Aren't you a Glober?
Yeah.
Aren't you a Glober, Prissy? Yeah.
But I would agree that people not being able to think logically and level-headedly does cause a lot of problems in our society.
So, Percy Kyle, I would say that you're part of the problem. I mean, no offense, but if you think it's a globe, then I have to say that you're part of the problem.
So, what I came here to find out is, from a glober's perspective, flat earthers look like how globers seem to flat earthers. Very illogical and not having a definitive train of thought. And
what's illogical that we say?
Well, I would find it hard to...
What's illogical that we say?
Well, we can make it even simpler, like logic, illogic, logical fallacies, like that. Look, everything boils down to the same thing, if you ask me. Because what is fallacious logic? It's just an error in thinking, aka a false conclusion. What is a falsehood? Something that is wrong, untrue. All we're talking about is if a motherfucker is telling the truth or not. Did an event occur or not? Yes, no. Is this thing true? Yes, no. We've taken that very simple thing and complicated it because there's a bunch of liars running around. Lawyers, right? Like, so it's as simple as this system would be just fine if people could tell the truth.
Yeah.
Like when we talk to astrophysicists and we say, so you don't have like, scientific evidence or anything concrete. It's just basically, some thought experiment. And most of them who come in here will say no, or they'll deflect, or they'll do anything to not go, yeah, that's true. But then when they're not in debate form, you hear people like Sabine Hasselhoff, whatever the fuck her name is, Indio knows her name, and she'll say, yeah, it was a thought experiment. Yeah, this wasn't actually science. There weren't any natural experiment. They know what we're talking about when we're pressing them. So they're lying when they come in here 99% of the time. It's like, if people didn't lie, the world would be a better place.
Look, I'll give you another example, Prissy Co. When Neil deGrasse Tyson says, when the chick asks him, what is gravity? And he says, well, what it is, I don't know. Is he lying? So when a Glober comes in here and they're aware of his statement, and they come and say something, you guys don't believe in gravity? Gravity's a proven theory. Well, no one in mainstream science thinks that when they're talking to the public. They only think that when they come into the Flat Earth server.
I'm gonna need receipts on that one.
Dude, do you know the search bar?
Find it.
Right. I'm gonna help you out. Oh, wait. You go first. I'm gonna give him a certain. If you go first.
Crazy, man. You know how many times someone said, "What do you guys think gravity's fake? You guys don't believe in gravity?" Like, you know how many times that's been said in this server? Probably thousands, tens of thousands.
No, I was just I didn't want to rush to Google because other times I've been in this server.
Google in the search bar for the chat of this server.
Oh.
So check it out, bro. Check it out, bro.
Well, hold on. The people in this will come into the server knowing, they know, because I'm sure they watch Discovery Channel documentaries and Neil deGrasse Tyson and like all these things. Like, we're not exactly sure about gravity. It's all over the goddamn internet. All the documentaries, they all say it, right? Cosmos, Brian Keating, like all these science communicators are all saying the same thing. In that context, when they say, well, we have doubts about gravity, when Veritasius and PBS Space-Time is gravity an illusion, or gravity is not a force, they have no problem when they say it. But when a flat earther says it, now there's a problem. Now we're science deniers. Now we're just making shit up. No, they're making shit up.
Yeah, so
they don't even believe their own pseudoscience, man.
That's true. And here's the thing. Like, again, I try to be as direct as possible. And I try to get people to think for themselves. So when I tell you to Google something, it's so that you can sit there and ponder what I've sent you to. Not because Google is going to give you information that you're going to have to be like, oh, I guess I believe that now. Like, that's not the case. So what? Like, it's weird when people react to, oh, I'll send you a YouTube video. Oh, so all you guys do is like show YouTube videos? Like, how about looking at the video first, if it's not like 3 hours long or some crazy shit like that?
I just put one in 4 minutes. I think it's 4 minutes. I just put it in live stream.
So here's the point that I was gonna make when I said go Google this and Google this. If you know what, Google manipulation, or can you manipulate microwaves? And all types of experiments will come up. Tell me I'm wrong or right.
Veritably.
Shut up, Sonny.
Oh.
Don't ruin it. Sorry.
No, you're good. I'm seeing.
The point is, you're finding stuff, right? There's stuff to be found.
Kinda. It's not really on topic though. It's more talking about microwaves, like in a kitchen.
Well, you do have a microwave, right?
Yeah.
So right. So you even have a real world example of something that
never mind. The first two are about Marvel superheroes.
You don't have to think about, oh, what is this thing like? You're like, I know what microwaves are. It's that thing that boils my water. when I'm too lazy to put it on a stove in a pot, right? So if you type in "can you manipulate gravity," tell me the first search result you find.
Okay, the first three for "can you manipulate microwaves" are all superheroes.
Okay. Hold on.
Yeah,
that is weird. It's like
fourth one down though. Is what we're getting to what you're talking about.
I guarantee you that, like, when I first started talking about this, the searches were on the up and up. I don't know why I don't know how shit changes this fast. But anyway, okay, fine. Just type in "can you manipulate gravity?" And read out loud what it says.
Gravity is one of the most fundamental forces in nature. It governs how objects move and interact with each other. Scientists have long sought to find ways to control gravities, but so far they have been unsuccessful.
AKA, no, it hasn't been manipulated. What is it, first of all? That's the entire point. You have this idea, these graphics of what something is, but they can't even manipulate it, control it, manipulate it, whatever. Because as an independent variable in a scientific experiment, that's exactly what you would need to do to validate or invalidate that it's the cause of a natural phenomena. So they're telling you right here that they've never done that. You don't need to check with a physicist from fucking Yale to figure this out. But if you're struggling with this is exactly what I mean by what's wrong with the justice system. People struggle with telling the truth, and people's lives are in jeopardy while others are struggling to tell the truth.
I agree with the justice system part, but I'm still holding out on the gravity thing.
So you can say you agree with the justice system until you're challenged, and then you'll bend like everyone else because truth isn't more important than comfortability.
No, I wouldn't be here if that was the case.
All right. Well,
I would just listen to the.
I'll give you a cool month or two.
I've been here. I think I'm on like week 3.
I want to go back to the logic thing. What is the logic for the globe? Do you know what a logical syllogism is?
No, that's not a word I use on a daily basis.
So if you don't know that's basic logic, right? So it's the form of a logical argument. How can you say what Globers think, what the way flat earthers think is illogical if you don't even know what logic is?
I know what logic is. I more meant the word syllogism.
A logical syllogism is fundamental to using logic.
I can do something without knowing the word for it.
Syllogism is a logical argument. 2 premises and a conclusion. Okay? All men are mortal. Aristotle is a man. Therefore, Aristotle is immortal. Right? It's a logical syllogism.
2 things assumed to be true to find an answer.
Okay. So what's the logic for the globe? That reads to the conclusion, Earth is a globe. Come with the 2 premises, right? Put them in, insert them before, therefore, Earth is a globe. You can't actually construct that argument.
If gravity acts how we think it acts, and if the Earth is about the size we think it is, then then we should be sticking to the Earth.
Well, that's
But
just
ifs in there.
that's a logical fallacy.
No, it says you're assuming two things to be true, and that's how you get your third
Are you
answer.
trying?
No,
Are
it
you
doesn't mean assume. The two things actually, it logically follows from the premise, but it's not a proof unless the premises are true, right? So your premise starts with if. So you can't start a logical syllogism with an if statement.
Okay, the Earth, gravity works the way we think it works. And the Earth is the size we think
What
it
does that mean,
is.
though? You're not saying anything. Gravity works the way we think it works. What does that mean?
Come on, man.
That mass attracts mass at a constant rate.
The premise,
Okay,
like
so
you
I'll give
said,
you the
has to be.
syllogism. I'll give you a
Go ahead, go
syllogism to help them. Mass attracts mass. All the particles will form a ball. Therefore, Earth is a ball. No, that don't work.
What?
Yeah, exactly.
No. Why doesn't that work?
Deductive argument to conclude the Earth is a globe, because you'll always have an affirming the consequent or an assumption within it.
No, the syllogism thing says it's asserted or assumed to be true.
I promise you, your logic is what's wrong with people in the justice system. Like I'm telling, like, I don't even know how that just happened.
What?
It's like
I
you have
read
the words.
definition.
I know. Like you have the words. I feel you. I get it. You're close, but it's like having the most finely crafted blade, and you don't even know how to sheath it. You're just swinging it with the sheath on. With the. I'm like, yo. You can't have premises that aren't proven. You can't assume them, because there's logical syllogisms, and then there are forms of, and then there are just bad forms of logic. You just committed one, so you know that there's the right side of it. Now, are you questioning what the wrong side of it is? We're telling you, well, that's the wrong side of it. So be more curious as to what we mean. What do you think we mean when we say you're affirming the consequent?
So, I was giving an example of a logical syllogism. I didn't say anything about what I said was true.
So is your logical syllogism proof of a globe?
If the two things I said and assumed are true, then yes.
Okay, can you prove those premises are true then?
Like right now?
Yeah. Yeah, why not? Prove the premises are true with also a logical syllogism.
I don't know. I spent time.
So, listen, the point is, if you keep going back, the foundation of the globe is assume it's a globe. So, that underlying assumption means something which is not proven, right? Right? That's what assumption means? Something that's not proven?
No.
What does assumption mean then? What is it? What is it not
a thing that is accepted as true or is certain to happen without proof?
Okay. Yeah.
An action of taking power or responsibility.
Yes. Okay. That is correct. Assumed to be true without proof. You can't get to the proof part. That's
so we shouldn't use.
You shouldn't use an assumption. You can't use an assumption and then claim you have proof if there's an assumption in the premise.
So you shouldn't use logical syllogisms.
Do you not understand? You're begging the question.
No, I'm saying you. Then you shouldn't use logical syllogisms.
Don't say no. Google begging the question.
No, hold on.
No, stop. We're saying that you're committing a logical fallacy. It's called begging the question. If you have premises that are assumed rather than proven, and at the end of that, you're like, there's the proof in form, that's just begging the question. We're not arguing. We're telling you, look it up. Because if you look it up, you'll realize if we play back the live stream, you've committed that fallacy. There's nothing to argue about.
I did not say anything was truth. I said what you told me.
Did I time out? Did I say that you said anything was truth? What did I just say?
Proof. Not true, sorry.
Okay, so that's the point. If there's no proof for the globe, what is the point? Two assumptions don't make a proof.
So we shouldn't use. So what? Before you yell over me and like completely not talk about what I'm talking about.
As long as you don't put words in my mouth by asking me, so we shouldn't assume things. Because what I'm telling you is that two assumptions don't make a proof.
Yes. And what I'm saying is the definition of logical syllogism is two assumptions make
another part. Assertions. It's assertions and assumptions, bro. Assertions or assumed. Two propositions that are asserted or assumed to be true. Now, what can be asserted are proven things that don't have to be assumed. Right? So you can make a logical syllogism with two proven items, right, as the premises. So using those two premises, then the third thing is proven, right?
But you don't need to.
That are proven to create a therefore, right, the conclusion, which will also be proven because the premises are proven. So you prove the premises deductively using the same deductive logic. And of course you have to start somewhere. So you have to start an axiom, something which is self-evidently true. That doesn't need to be proven because it's self-evident. Such as, you're not a cow.
Or,
right? Your name is cow. You're not a cow, right? I don't have to prove you're not a cow.
So assertions also do not state that they're facts. It says a forceful and confident statement of fact or belief. Does not say you need evidence for that.
In this context, it means it means a statement that is asserted as truth, not as assumed.
Yeah, but like, it's still, an assertion can be wrong.
Yes, you're right. An assertion can also be an assumed assertion. But if your assertion, right, is a proven, something that's proven, right, or if your assertion is an axiom, then the combination of two of those will lead to a proof, right? So if you use an assumption, then you have what's called an inductive proof, which doesn't actually prove anything, right? It's an inference, right? So it's not proven. The only claim that can be made about it is this would be likely if those two things are true, right?
So a logical.
There's just still an if. It's not proven. That's what I'm trying to say. It's inductive logic. It's not proof. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
So,
it wouldn't lead to an actual deductive proof.
If I had wings, I could fly.
Yes, exactly. If you had wings, you could fly. And
the globe doesn't fly.
Go ahead, bro.
Sorry, the globe doesn't fly.
Wait.
Yeah. So if we did something like things with wings fly, Elijah has wings, therefore Elijah can fly.
Fallacy.
That would be, that's a fallacy. It would be an inference. Yes, we can infer that from the fact that Elijah has wings and the fact that other things that have wings can fly. But that doesn't prove that Elijah can fly.
So we shouldn't use logical syllogisms unless we can verify that both of the assertions are true.
Oh, you can't claim it's proof of anything. Dude, you're missing the point. It's not
proof once.
I'm telling you what it is. I'm telling you the error in Glober's logic. You're illustrating it. You said we don't have logic. It's actually the globe that doesn't have logic. You guys don't even know what logic is. And you come in here and say, flat Earth is illogical. No, it's perfectly logical. Y'all don't know what logic is. That's the problem. And I'm not talking about you specifically, so don't take this as a personal insult. A lot of people don't know this. They don't teach it in school. It's not really taught at university, except for in the philosophy department, which most people avoid like the plague. So, I mean, it's just not. It's not something.
Look, I'm gonna make a couple of statements. Right. Water at rest is level. Perfectly valid statement because it's self-evident. Everybody knows this, right? No problems, no assumptions whatsoever. Okay, horizontal is perpendicular to vertical. Again, another statement. Zero assumptions. Nothing wrong with what I've said. Why can't Globers do the same thing? Why is there always a him and a haw and a shuck and a jive?
Usually, see, what Elijah's doing, he's talking about properties of physical reality that you can observe and describe, right? So he's just describing reality. Okay. Yeah. Now, Globerters, and just generally, this isn't exclusive to Globe Earth. I mean, it happens in a lot of so-called pseudosciences. They insert a concept, a conceptual idea within this, right? As opposed to an observation of reality. So they use something that occurs in their imagination as the premise for their syllogism.
Okay, so can I try a syllogism?
When you say gravity, that is actually a concept. Gravity is a concept. It's not a physical thing out there, right? You can't grab a handful of gravity. There isn't a jar of gravity, right? So if I say gravity to you, what is gravity? What is gravity in the physical world that you see, that you've observed?
Things falling.
Okay. So things falling is gravity. Not mass attracting mass. You see what I'm saying? That's a description of reality. Now, if I take that description of reality and place the word gravity with things falling, therefore Earth is a ball, that's dumb.
Oh, yeah.
Right? You can't reach. It's a non sequitur. It doesn't follow from the premises, right? No matter how you construct something from things falling, you can't get to a ball.
May I try one of your syllogisms with things we can both agree are true without being interrupted?
Yeah, knock yourself out, man.
All right. So,
go ahead.
Go, man.
We agree.
Don't say we agree.
Okay.
That remains to be
We agree, question mark. Question mark at the end of this. I'm asking you if you guys agree. Do boats go over the horizon and disappear bottom up?
I'm just gonna say no, straight up. What do you mean?
Well, you said over the horizon. I'll say no to over the horizon.
Yeah, that's the part. Yeah,
towards the horizon, and you can't see them anymore, starting with the bottom and going up.
Yes, that
it's
is
a loaded.
Sometimes.
No, it's correct.
It's a loaded question.
No, it's correct. Without the going over is correct.
Yeah, without
the going over.
While it is moving towards the horizon.
Things disappear from the bottom up, yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yep.
And?
You too?
And?
And?
What's that?
Yeah, and?
No.
Yeah, things disappear bottom up, and?
We know that angles of shadows in different parts of the Earth at the same time produce...
What the fuck? What is potpourri fucking
What happened?
I just think the salad bar of my globe.
Did I use too many words?
I think
No, they're not connected. They're not logically connected, dude. They're like,
Why are they not logically connected? They're both
how are the
evidence of
boats
around
going over? Like, how are boats disappearing?
okay,
bottom
look,
up?
look.
No, go ahead. Alex. I can't take this.
So hold on, wait. When I said
without
water,
being interrupted.
when I said water is level, that was one statement, right?
Yeah.
I didn't go therefore. I didn't have to.
I didn't say therefore.
Right. So if you're saying that boats go towards the horizon and seem to disappear bottom up, that's a statement.
Yes.
But what does it mean? Okay, so you're making another statement about shadows. So now the first statement is just a statement that is okay, that's true.
Mm-hmm. And
now you're going to make
to
a statement
finish my
about
second
shadows.
one. Yeah.
Hey guys, I got a quick question.
No, not yet.
Yeah, well, yeah, I just want to, like, my buddy got banned.
Yeah, I said hell no, not yet, bro.
Yeah, is there any way you can unban him so he can join?
Hold up, bro. Who's this? Yeah.
Scotty.
And you.
How am I implying a lie, Trinity?
Type in chat who it is.
Type in chat. Shut the fuck up and type in chat. Bro, this is rude as hell. Go ahead.
All right. So,
the shadows and
in
whatnot.
short, yeah, the Aristophanes experiment can be replicated.
What's the statement?
In short, that experiment can be replicated. We can both.
What is the statement?
Measurements of angles of shadows were taken at two different points, and they had a difference in angle.
Can that happen on both?
No, don't.
Yeah.
No, don't.
sorry.
That was a fuck up because he didn't even. What does that mean?
Which?
Okay, there's a difference in the length of shadows. So what?
Yeah.
So?
If those.
Yeah.
Okay, so. Yeah, because that's like.
Add in there, buddy.
That plus that.
No.
What?
What plus what?
Yeah, platter.
I'm saying those are my two pieces of the syllogism. Do we both agree that those two things are true?
I wasn't even doing that. I was just making two true statements. I mean, it's something that you can happen across and go, yeah, I can perfectly describe this thing without adding anything extra. So I thought you were
thinking about it.
So I'm not. That's what I'm saying. I'm thinking that you're doing that. Like, so it's like, okay, well, boats disappear beyond the horizon. Okay, from the bottom up. Okay, so you measure shadows and the lengths are different. Okay, so what is that?
Listen, can I explain it to him? Because obviously, if he fucked up this bad.
I understand.
The premises have to be connected to each other logically. So I'll give you the deductive syllogism again.
What we?
All men are mortal. Aristotle is a man. You see how now they're connected logically?
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, Aristotle is mortal.
All right.
Your claim, boats disappear bottom first. Sticks and shadows measure different angles. Those two things are not connected logically.
So I need to say something about the ocean or the horizon for it to.
You need to connect those two premises logically to each other. They have the logical connection must be in the statements themselves. Look, you have to construct. Therefore, Earth is a globe just out of one of those. Because they're not logically connected. Maybe you could reach the conclusion from the sticks and shadows all by itself. Maybe you could reach the conclusion from ships disappearing bottom first by themselves, but they're not logically connected to each other. Because they're not even the same phenomenon. They don't even have anything to do with each other. So if I watch a boat disappear bottom first, does that have anything to do with angles of the sun, or the length of a shadow, or the length of a stick, or the placement of the stick, or the placement of the sun, or anything? Or is that independent of a stick or a shadow or anything?
So
you're trying to logically connect them to the curvature of the Earth, right? You're trying to connect it into the Earth to being a ball. But you can't do that with those two just smashing it against each other. To do those independently. And they would, you'd say, here's one piece of evidence, here's another piece of evidence. But guess what? Here's your problem. Eratosthenes, sticks and shadows, assumes the Earth is a ball, assumes that there's parallel rays of light, so it has 3 assumptions within it. 3 assumptions that can't be proven and actually don't have any evidence for them. Because, and like Elijah said, affirming the consequent. The thing you're trying to prove, Earth is a globe, is in the premise. If Earth was a globe, and I did a measurement that showed shadows with these different angles and different shadow lengths, then Earth would be a globe. Right? So that's affirming the consequent. It's circular logic. Your conclusion is within one of the premises. You might as well say Earth is a globe because Earth is a globe. You just cut out the second premise.
Two pieces of evidence that do not contradict each other and support the same thing.
No, they don't.
Okay, it's not a syllogism. You're right. What I said is not a syllogism.
They don't support a globe. 2 sticks and shadows support a flat Earth, and so does freaking bottom up shit.
Actually,
the thing about a logical syllogism again is that it involves 2 premises that are true.
Yeah, those 2 things are true.
Yeah, but see, they're not connected to a globe, though. You haven't done that. Now, once you start trying to connect it to a globe, it falls apart. Because then you start making all these assumptions, adding these premises that are not proven.
Yeah, so if I want to make...
What was the claim? What did I claim? You actually can't construct a deductive logical argument that the Earth's a globe. It's not possible. And why do you think that's not possible?
Right, it is possible.
Then do it.
Look, you're not the first person that's tried this. It's not possible. You know why? I'm going to tell you why it's not possible. Because it always starts with the assumption that the Earth's a globe. Because that is not self-evident. If it was self-evident, right, if you went out in the freaking world and looked and you saw curved horizon or some other factor, right, that would indicate just from pure senses and was self-evident to anybody that this is a giant ball, then you could construct a logical syllogism because you would have an axiom, but you don't have an axiom. You have to have, you starting with something that you can't actually, that's not self-evident, that can only be constructed from rationality. It can't be, like I said, you're not a cow. I don't need to construct a logical argument for that. It's obvious you're not a cow. It's obvious to everybody you're not a cow. Anyone that knows what a cow is and what you are, it's obvious you're not a cow. Okay? Period. I don't have to fucking give you reasons why you're not a cow. I don't have to construct a deductive argument, even though I can, that you're not a cow, right? And it's, but the globe cannot be just say, it's obvious it's a ball. No, it's not obvious.
So
never been outside and be like, bam, check out this giant ball.
If we,
you have to construct it. How do you construct it?
If we give an argument backed up with evidence, it's not valid because it's not easily observable.
Giving an argument is not evidence.
Proof, dude. That's what you're not understanding.
Yes, you did.
No, I did not say. I said with evidence.
You said if I give an argument with evidence. So where's the evidence?
Say the argument was evidence.
So where's the evidence? Because of everything that you said is just assuming the evidence. That's why I said what I said. But okay, fine. I'll rewind. Where's the evidence?
Okay. So I've been doing like cross-state drives recently, so I've had a lot of time to think, but not a lot of time to get in the server. So what I've been pondering the past couple of days is maybe a week ago or something. I was in the call and I brought up the Eratosthenes thing, whatever old Greek guy's name is, and I was told that it is possible on a flat Earth, and I was shown some diagrams and played a Vsauce.
I mean, that's kind of not relevant to the conversation we're having, because if you read Geodesy and you read what Eratosthenes supposedly did, again, like Indio told you, there's like 3 assumptions in there. So, off the bat, you know that assumptions don't turn into evidence, right? We just, or did you disagree with that?
Assumptions do not. If assumptions are proven wrong,
no, you can't. You can't assume something and prove that it's right using the assumption. That doesn't make any sense.
Why do we have to prove something wrong that has no proof?
Well, the same argument.
I'm going to assume unicorns exist. Prove they don't.
Do you have evidence for that?
I don't need evidence. I assumed it. Like you just said, if you assume it, it needs to be proven wrong.
No, I said you didn't let me finish. If it can be proven wrong and there is evidence that it does happen, the unicorns do exist, and there's no evidence against unicorns existing.
You just said an assumption needs to be proven wrong. You said
because I was interrupted.
So you misspoke then?
Okay, so do you want to correct what you said?
Yes.
Does assumptions need to be proven wrong?
If assumption has evidence that it is true, and no evidence that it is wrong.
So where is the evidence? Because the assumption can't be the evidence. Like I told you, now this is becoming circular. Because if you're going to bring up Eratosthenes, if you're going to bring up Eratosthenes, and he assumed that the Earth was a sphere in the beginning, that's not proof.
What does the Earth being a sphere have to do with the measurements, though?
No, it's not. It's that he's assuming that it's a sphere. The measurements have actually nothing to do with it, because he's taking elevation angle measurements. Now, it's not an affirming the consequent fallacy to say therefore the Earth is not a globe, because by necessity an elevation angle utilizes horizontal lines.
So
that's
the angles have nothing to do. No,
so let me ask you a question, Prissy. We're not trying to measure the circumference of the Earth. We're not trying to do anything. We just take a stick, we stick it in the ground, we measure the shadow length. What conclusion can we just get?
And you take a stick in another place.
Okay, and then we measure its shadow length.
Okay, so the scientific methods states that you need data and evidence to back up a claim. You can't just do a claim and just leave it at that. It doesn't work like that. But teach me, what is the burden of proof? Proof is backed up by evidence, data, testing, math, not just saying a random combination of words.
Hello?
Hello, Planterman. So, doesn't matter what side you are on, but you can agree with me that to have a form of evidence and proof, you need data to back it up, correct? In order to bring forward an argument, it can't just be a random combination of words. It needs to be backed up by at least something. correct?
Creation, you there?
I don't know, maybe his microphone is lagging. We cannot hear you, Creator. But Plantaman, can you agree with me on that?
What? I didn't hear what you said.
Okay. So no matter what side you're on, no matter if you're on the Earth side or the global side or the flat Earth side, you need data or at least something to back up a claim, correct?
All right.
I mean,
should be
generally.
Yeah. So you can't just say there was a picture that Kevin posted. If you go into the debate text, he posted how smoke behaves on a moving surface and a stationary surface. And I commented something under that. You can read it if you want to. But then Creator makes a statement saying that Earth doesn't move. And he just leaves it at that with nothing to support his claim.
Well, let's go through that. Well, that's actually not a claim. So we got to understand what the claim is. That's why I said you need to check what burden of proof means. If your neighbor next to you claims he won the lottery and you say no, he didn't, that's not you now then having the positive claim. You need to go prove that he didn't win the lottery. That's not how it works. You would understand this if you could use this example in a court setting. The plaintiff usually is the one who is pressing charges, right, on the defendant.
Yes, correct.
It's on the plaintiff to make sure they hold the burden of proof to prove that those charges are upheld. And so one party holds the burden of proof. You don't have like, oh, well, you have your claim and they have a claim and he says you're the murderer, but you need to prove who the real murderer is. It doesn't work like that. Just like your neighbor who claimed that he won the lottery and you go, nah, no, you didn't. It's basically the same thing.
Hey, let's get to our maps. I don't got a whole lot of time, buddy.
No, hold on a second, because we'll get to that in just a second. I'm missing on the
I think
name
Storm wouldn't mind too much.
I don't mind at all. I have all the time in the world. It's not late over here in Sweden.
Perfect.
There's one more fight left on this main event here, so I don't want to miss this. But
you're watching MMA?
It shouldn't be like that hard. Like, what would you say are your main proofs that it is flat? Like, how'd you prove that?
Well, again, it's not by sticking on this thing that you've been stuck on for I don't even know how long.
I'm sorry, I don't really get what you mean by sticking on the stuff that we've been sticking on.
Homeboy here has been stuck on maps for I don't even know how long. You wouldn't prove it by staring at maps, so just know that.
It's not my fault that you can't make a flat Earth map, buddy.
No, but that's
kind of a problem with your model.
No, it's not. You think it's some weird sort of gotcha. It's not. Again,
Well, actually, it is. You can't have a model proving your point. If you want to make a claim,
tell me this. Like, do you think that we've made world, like we've geographically mapped the world? Like, yes or no? Because if you think yes, then you kind of have to accept world maps as they are.
No, dude, there are tons of. We've already been over this. I don't know how, like, why.
Yeah, and all those maps are based on the globe, buddy. So, like,
but there has
that point is worthless.
No, that's fine. Okay, I'll give you. Let's just give you the maps, right? That you're saying it's based on this thing in reality. So then you would go into reality to verify that that thing is what you're saying it is. The map doesn't prove that. Just like I used the cookbook. If I claim I'm an excellent chef and I hand you a cookbook, that doesn't prove what I claimed. You see, it's an ancillary. It's an ancillary thing. It doesn't actually.
That is literally the worst analogy.
No, but listen, Plant, I get it. I'm going to give you your maps. You're saying the maps are based on a globe. Great, that's fine. We don't just stop there and go, well, we have maps, so therefore a globe. We don't need to even go and check to see if there is a globe.
Well, here's the thing.
The whole point,
No, this is how it works.
You asked your question. You asked a question.
Platman, let him speak, okay? And then when he's done speaking, it's your turn. That's how debates work.
He's just pushing his rhetoric. He doesn't actually want an answer. But anyway,
Platman,
like I said,
I know what your fucking answer is.
Plantman, if he
But that's
speaks,
then why are you
let him
begging me
speak.
for an answer? Storm, I got this, brother. Why, if you know my answer, why are you begging and begging and begging and begging for another
Because
answer?
you
If you already
don't
know
have
what
an
it is?
answer. That's the whole problem with your
No,
view.
but listen. You don't necessarily have the answer that you want. Again, it's like essentially, if I'm another analogy. I know you're not gonna like this, but like if I grow grapes in my backyard, I make wine. Okay, and you come over and you're like, dude, I need to see a label. I need to see a representation. And I'm like, well, I don't have one. I just have the wine. Just drink it. It's in the bottle. And you're like, but what? I need to see the label on the bottle. This is why I use
Yeah.
the menu analogy as well. If you go to a restaurant, you know,
Yeah, and you want to know how that whole thing
no, but
crumbles?
listen.
Oh
Just
my god.
think if you could go to your grandma's Thanksgiving and you're like, Grandma, I need a menu. You have to show me a menu. What's on the table is not real unless you give me a menu. What I'm saying is just like the menu, just like the wine, the real thing is that we're after is the experience, what's in the bottle, what's on the dinner
Yeah.
table,
And
what's
here, and let me
outside. But
explain to you this.
instead,
Oh
you think it's some
god,
sort
bro,
of
you are
gotcha to say
yapping.
No,
you
Plantman,
ask a
let him
question
gag at that point.
He's
Shut
given the same example. He's giving me three different
so that you'll
types of the same
understand.
example.
Because you've already said you thought one analogy wasn't a good one, so I'm giving you multiple examples to really make sure
And
my
I
point
get
is clear.
the point of the
But
analogy,
what
and
you're
I'm
gonna
gonna
do is you're
prove it
gonna
wrong.
say it's not wrong. There's nothing wrong about it. Again, if you beg for a label on my wine bottle, is that some sort of, oh no, what's in the bottle isn't wine if you can't show me a label? Of course not. The wine is still in the bottle. That's the real deal. The real experience is in the bottle. It's not on the menu. It's not on the map. It's not in the cookbook. You have to actually show it in reality. That's the ultimate point. The
Yeah,
map is just a representation,
oh,
like the label
dude,
on the bottle.
will you let me fucking respond? Like you, oh
I
my
can just
god.
mute you and kick you out. So if you're gonna be a little bit more respectful. You asked me to come here, and I'm missing something on the side. So go ahead.
Okay, yeah, you want to know why that's fucking dumb? Because when
It's not.
if your neighbor said that he makes wine out of grapes, and you said that's not real, show me. The whole point of the map is that you can go out and you can like, prove it. Like you can mark a distance on a map and verify it by going that distance and seeing if you end up where you thought you would be.
You didn't explain why the analogy was wrong. So he says he says he grows grapes, he makes wine, and you say prove it. If he showed you a label, would that prove it?
If he showed you the process, would that prove it? Would he? If he showed you
No, I'm
how he
asking
does it,
you.
and then showed you that he can do it that way, that would prove it.
No, hold on. If he just shows you a label, a representation of his claim, is that proof enough for you?
No.
Oh, interesting. So what if you drink what's in the bottle and you're like, wow, okay, I'm feeling this, it tastes good, I get a buzz. Would that prove it to you?
Here, let's just keep this on the topic of maps. Like you could,
No,
are
no,
you
no,
saying that like
hold
just
on.
because?
You
No.
said, no.
Let me. Now you're interrupting.
Hold on a second, because you said the analogy was bad, and now we're walking through the analogy. And you don't seem to have an issue with it, so we're gonna stick on this for a bit.
No, why don't we just stick on maps?
Yeah,
all right?
no. Because
No.
You don't run things here.
You want to go off topic, buddy?
No, you already said that the analogy was bad. So you haven't explained why it's bad. We're not just going to let you say things like Stormboy said. You got to back it up what
Because
you
the
said.
label isn't analogous to what you're saying whatsoever.
Oh, but it's a representation, though, isn't it?
Here, and I can prove it by like if you'd let me fucking talk instead of suppressing me.
No.
Like,
well, we're going to talk about this analogy being bad. So
yo, Storm, get on my side about this. This is crazy that we're talking about an analogy.
Can you both? Yes, analogy are valid, but Creator, you've talked for a very long time now. It is his turn to talk so that he can actually debunk his stuff. I asked him to be quiet while you spoke. Now it's your turn to be quiet while he speaks.
I'm the
Does that seem fair?
I'm moderating at the moment, so
Yeah,
you guys
he's
invited
big
me
boy
as the
moderator, so he has to fucking
Plantman,
control everything.
We don't need you to moderate, Storm. I got this, bro. You're
Well,
still new
dude,
here,
he's
so.
an unbiased. He's being completely unbiased. He's been against me, and he's been against
I'm
you.
just holding you accountable to what you said. You said the analogy is bad, doesn't work, and then when I walked
The
you through
analogy, it kinda works. Like,
yeah, I know it works.
I'm
Storm.
not
That's why I
really,
gave the example. That's
I'm
not
not
the
really
first time I said
focused
it.
because I've been arguing with like three
Yeah.
different people right now. But it
got
kind of works.
I know it works. 'Cause I have something. I didn't just make it up on the fly, right? I've done this before. So
Here,
Plant Man's like, it's a bad analogy. You know what? Let's just move on. Clearly, you're just saying you're willing to
like,
just
see,
say
he won't let me
things and
talk,
not back
Storm.
it up. Well, I'm just going to hold you
Okay.
accountable to what you said.
Okay.
So
Awesome.
going
Like,
back to the
here,
analogy,
let me
your
give it with
neighbor
another
says you could.
analogy. Let's say I had a
No.
map. Let's say I had a map and I said that this map is accurate completely. It's 100% accurate. And you're like, no, it's not. So prove it. So we mark a distance to LA and we say this distance should be 300 miles according to your map. And then we go out and we do it and we find out that it's 300 miles. How does that not prove that the map is accurate?
That's not the basis of your argument, though. The basis of your
That
argument
is 100% the basis of my argument, bro.
Plant Man,
How is that
Plant Man.
not?
No, no,
You
no,
don't
no,
even, you obviously don't know my argument if,
I
if,
do,
if you
Plant.
are making that point.
You're not even wanting me to respond, but your basis is that it's based on a globe, which is fine. You've shifted down, went from accurate map to map is based on globe. So
Yeah, maps are based on globe.
that's your ultimate point. So you wouldn't just get in a car, go from point A to point B, and go, "Yep, that proves it's a globe." Clearly not. So
Here. So do you want me to make the correlations for you? Here.
No,
so
I don't
maps
need you to.
are
I don't need
accurate.
you to
We know
connect
maps
dots
are
that aren't
accurate.
there.
That's awesome. We now know that maps are accurate. Now when we map all the maps together, we make a sphere in
What all
order
the
for things to stay accurate.
What
That's
all
the
the
only
maps?
way that things completely stay accurate is if they're on a sphere. Now if we put it all on a flat map, things get distorted.
Okay, but Plant Man, you said all the maps. We put them together. Why are there so many maps? What do you mean all the maps put into one?
So like
Because maps
if,
have names, right? Very specific names. And I posted an image to you in the chat there before with all those maps on it. Those all have very specific names. So
awesome, bro.
they don't just combine those into one mega
I'm talking
map
about
and
local
say,
maps. Like if you had a map of the United States, and then you took a map of Canada and you combined them, and then you took a map of the Atlantic Sea and you put it on the right, and then you had a map of the Pacific Ocean and you put it on the left, and you map it all out, it would make a sphere in order to keep everything accurate.
It doesn't.
And you can't address that point because you don't know what to say.
Yeah, I do. Okay, I do know what to say. You have to lay it out in a certain position, number one. And number two, we've already addressed this. I've already cut this off at the knees. I'll give you your maps. Your claim is that the map verifies things in reality, which it doesn't. Again,
it does. It does.
Well, let me respond. Let me
verifies,
respond.
like it
No,
verifies
it doesn't
geography.
verify.
How does it not?
It doesn't verify what you're saying. Okay, just like if I said, I'm an excellent cook, I make great wine. Here's a representation of that claim. That doesn't, even you said yourself, that doesn't verify what I'm claiming. So the map
Because
itself
you didn't show me the process. And you can go out and prove the process yourself by verifying a map.
That's not how, verifying a map isn't verifying what you're claiming about reality.
Here's the thing: if maps are based on a globe, and I verify a map to be true, how can that make any sense for the Earth to be anything other than a globe?
You're connecting dots that aren't there. You're connecting dots that aren't there, right? If you're saying it's based on a globe, right? Then let's go find out if there is a globe to base it on. You're basically building on this. You don't have a foundation to build on yet.
You can't make a world map without it being based on a globe. That's what you are missing.
No, that's not true.
You can't. There's a reason you don't have a flat Earth map, and it's because there isn't one.
That's not true.
They actually have a flat Earth app, but it doesn't work. They have two separate maps.
No, we don't. Sorry, who is this guy? No, we don't. Listen.
Excuse
me? I've already addressed this. No, we don't have two maps. I don't know what you're talking
about. Bro, like they contradict themselves so much.
No, this is he's not on our team. Hold on. He's not with us, Plant. We're not contradicting. I don't know this guy.
No, I know. I'm just trying to let him
He's
know.
been in the server for a month, so we don't
contradict.
We don't have a contradiction. I've already explained to you. You do not need a representation, and the representation doesn't verify.
So you don't need maps. We don't need maps.
Sir, listen. You're not listening. You're just pushing rhetoric.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, go ahead.
I'm gonna have to say it again because you said it was stupid and then didn't explain why you thought it was stupid. You just moved on to something else and pretended like you didn't say it. So we're not gonna do that.
So go on. So I guess I have to prove your analogy wrong so that you can finally understand that maps.
You don't. You're not gonna prove it wrong.
I'm gonna be honest. Creator Bear actually won this argument, but it doesn't. For me, it still doesn't prove that.
No, but I haven't even got a chance to. I know.
Yeah, I know. But you kind of I'm sorry, Plant Man, but he kind of destroyed you on this one.
Get smoked. But yeah, no, listen, I'm
Ow,
not even
bro.
able to, Storm, I'm not even able to make a case for my side because I have to help, like,
All right, since
fix this guy's broken
since Storm
logic.
said it, I'll be quiet. Give me your analogy.
What, my analogy? I already gave it to you, bro. All I'm trying to say is, look, I know you guys want a map. I would just, in good faith, I would ask, from what perspective do you want me to take this one shot of the whole Earth? You can't do that. There's nowhere to go to take this image or to see the whole thing to say, all right, this is how it's laid out perfectly. We can see it from this perspective. We're just going to trace it on a piece of paper. Like, that's what you want. You're never going to get that because there's nowhere to go to see the whole Earth. There's
Yeah,
no,
so if I know the distance...
just hold on 1 second. Just like in the universe, right? Like there's nowhere to go to quote, see the whole thing and then make a map of it. And again, like you're almost, in another word, you're almost saying it's not possible to go from point A to point B, which is just ultimately ridiculous if you really think about it. Again, your example involves, okay, I think map, I'm going to go from point A to point B. Done. Proves my point. Wow. Round 1 TKO. That's crazy.
Yeah.
But oh, he left?
Yeah, he left. Wow. I know, I can see the difference between somebody who is actually good at That's a good one. I can see the difference between people who are just using emotions and sounding confident and people who are actually good at argumenting. He's just mad. He's not actually good at argumenting.
Yeah. Well, let's get back to what you actually had some good questions. So yeah, so my point was that there's a burden of proof, right? Like just like if the neighbor's like, yeah, I won the lottery, and I go, no, you didn't. The burden doesn't shift to me now, where I have to prove what he's saying is either true or not true.
No, you need to prove your own point.
No, not really.
If I say, hey, if I go to the lottery house or whatever, and I say, hey, I won the lottery, the people at the front desk will ask, okay, give me your ticket and your ID and whatever. So it is for me to prove that I actually have the ticket and I won it. It is not for them to go in and prove it themselves. I need to show a valid lottery ticket that has the winning number and whatever and so on and so on. I also need to show everything else. So it's not on them to prove that I actually won the lottery. If I give them the ticket, then they need to prove that the ticket is valid because you don't have the resources to do it yourself. But you still need to show something to back up your claim. You cannot just say a claim and now it's all of a sudden on the other side to prove you wrong.
Yeah, well, it seems like you understand burden to some degree, but again, we're the neighbor that's saying, no, you did not win. So it's not on me to go and prove whether he did or didn't. If he can prove it, that's great. But if he can't, well, the burden doesn't fall on my shoulders. Now, I agree with you that you do need to back things up that you say, but not everything is a claim. Just like in a court setting, like if I'm the defendant and I go, well...
So you aren't claiming that the earth doesn't move, you just said it.
That's like a negative. That's basically me saying to the neighbor, no, you didn't win. Because the claim is that it does move at a certain, very specific speed, right, through a certain location. So we're just saying, nah, that doesn't happen. So
yes,
you don't go, oh, well, now you have to prove it doesn't. Where's the proof that it does? That's where the positive claim lies.
Okay, so if I'm in this instance is the winning lottery man, and I say I won the lottery, here is my ticket, I already gave you the proof. Because I already I posted what that the earth actually spins at 15 degrees an hour. It is very, very small. On a globe earth, you do not use for spinning. For rotation, you don't use miles per hour, you use degrees an hour, degrees a second, whatever fits the context. And so I basically, I made my statement and I said my proof. You made a counter statement. I gave you the lottery ticket. You said the lottery ticket isn't valid. Now I want to know, why isn't it valid?
All right, I just want to walk back a little bit. I appreciate you saying that you've offered proof. I just want to make sure that we're on the same page because what I'm seeing here is essentially the claim, right? This is spinning at 1,000 miles. You're
Hold on,
confusing
somebody
the-
just gave me a paper right here. This paper uses 8 inches per mile squared. This is wrong.
Oh, we can get into that in a bit.
Okay, okay.
Debunks 8 inches per mile squared. So wait. Oh boy. We'll get into that in a little bit.
Yeah,
Obviously,
8 inches per mile.
there's a misconception I hear that like, oh, flat earthers came up with that number, right? If it was up to us, it would be 0 inches per mile squared. That's not our claim.
Yeah.
It's based off of the claim size of the Earth. So it's
It's
not like
it comes.
we're not making that up.
It comes from the book Synthetic Astronomy. The Earth is not flat, or the Earth is not a globe. I can send you a picture of the book if you want to.
That's where it comes from? No, it does.
It's written in 1881.
Well, that's like saying like 2 + 2 comes from somewhere. It's just math, bro. It's calculation. It doesn't come from anywhere.
Well, I never claimed that it comes from a specific flat earther, but every single claim has its origin, even 2 + 2.
No, this is just based on. I don't know. I think this is just something that's based on like.
Everything needs to begin somewhere, you know. But yeah, we can start with 8 inches per mile squared. I think that's a good. Or what was it that we wanted to be on the same page?
You said you offered the lottery ticket. I just wanted to make sure. I just want to know what that is, because what I'm reading here is essentially just a restatement of the claim. On a globe, we spin around 1,000 miles per hour. You're on a 15 degrees an hour. You wouldn't feel that. I mean, that's not necessarily the lottery ticket that proves what's being said. You're just kind of repeating what was already said. So repetition of the claim isn't necessarily verification of the claim.
Sorry, I'm just debunking like 3 people. Okay, so
okay.
It's to summarize what you said. I have so many people talking to me at the same time.
We can get on the same page, because it looks like you guys are talking about the 8 inches per mile square thing. We'll go back to the lottery ticket thing. But yeah, so what is your contention with that? Because it's my understanding that, of course, it makes a parabola, but it's accurate up to a certain distance. I think maybe about 1,000 miles or so. And obviously, we don't need to go out and make 1,000-mile observations when they're claiming that the curvature is at 1.2 miles at a 1-foot observer. So what is your contention with the 8 inches per mile squared? And welcome to the panel, Heretic.
So the problem I have with it is that I wrote a paper a few days ago, or I started writing the paper. I'm still writing it, where I watched flat earth videos on YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, whatever. I also debate people. I'm not recording right now, but usually I do record my debates and take them into my paper. And in one of the videos, do you know who the Globe Busters are?
Yeah.
And one of the videos they used to basically, or one of their claims was that 8 inches per mile squared, it isn't vast. The Earth isn't big. It's only 8 inches per mile squared. So according to Cambridge University, I have all the links in the paper. I can give you the paper if you want to after this.
Cite it. Quote the part you're talking about and drop it in the chat right now.
You're not in the debate, but I can do that, yeah.
Do it now.
He's the guy you're talking to in the chat.
Okay.
Yeah, because you're already dead wrong and I already know it, so I want to take a look at what you're actually pulling from.
Well, here's my introduction to his statement. I'm dropping it in the lobby chat right now. That's my introduction to the statement.
Parabola fits on the circumference up to about 1,000 miles, practically useful over any small distance. 10 miles, it would be basically an identical arc. It would make absolutely zero practical difference. This is a dumb argument.
You haven't even let me.
I've heard millions of you guys already.
Oh, you said, bro.
Also, you're not even going to let me.
No, go ahead and just post what you need to
No,
post.
no, no. Let me. Here's my. I'm just gonna say something to Heretic. A debate doesn't work by saying, "Oh, I've already heard thousands of people say this. You're all wrong." You don't know what I'm going to say.
I don't know.
You,
I don't know.
you,
I
you
already
can.
heard you say it.
Heretic, you can guess what I'm about to say, but you don't actually know it for sure. So how a debate
I already
works is
saw
that
you say it in the chat, bro.
It's only usable below
the
5
actual
miles.
formula requires
Crazy.
trigonometry, and I am posting it in the lobby chat right here.
Only
That
works
is
up
the
to 5
actual
miles.
formula to calculate the curvature of the Earth, and it is extremely accurate down to the centimeter. You can have your own fun with it. You can compare it to 8 inches per mile squared calculations. Yeah, I'm not gonna do it because it takes a lot of time. We can do it tomorrow. I'm free all day tomorrow, so we can do it together tomorrow.
Try your formula
But
for
that's the actual formula, and it is extremely accurate. 8 inches per mile squared. It's not accurate because it's a parabolic approximation.
No.
It approximates, and the further distance, it is extremely accurate down up to about 5 miles,
Irrelevant.
and then after that, it just spirals out of control. Yeah, no, it's still accurate.
Irrelevant.
It's
Old
still
dude
accurate
already
after
told
that,
you
but
in the
after 5
chat.
miles, it spirals out
Old
of
dude
control
already
because it's not a constant curve. Do you understand what I'm?
Yeah, you're getting muted now because you're not going to stop talking. You're not going to stop monologuing bullshit. It's irrelevant. We've already dealt with your parabola claim. It fits on the circumference up to about 1,000 miles. There's not really much of a deviation up till then. Yes, it does diverge after that and become useless. But anybody using it on a practical scale of, say, 10, 20, 30 miles, there's not going to be any meaningful difference whatsoever between the arc of the parabola and the arc of the circumference. It is a totally meaningless, pointless, stupid argument.
Why was I just muted?
You were kind of monologuing there for a second. I don't think you were allowing a response.
Does he have
I muted him long ago.
Okay, yeah, that's
You can't do that, bro. You can't do that. You got to unmute him. Storm is a moderator as well. So just unmute him because you guys were talking over each other. That's kind of what was happening, or at least you were talking over him. So go ahead and unmute Heretic, please.
I mean, first of all, he's not even part.
He's the guy you were talking to in chat. So, and he's a moderator here. So make sure you have him unmuted. It just hurts the quality of the show. We're live at the moment on YouTube, so we can't have multiple people interrupting a moderator, bro. But yeah, go ahead and fix that, and I'm sure someone will fix your red mic. Yeah, just send me a message in the chat when you've got him unmuted, and we'll continue. So yeah, I was just referring to a message you said in the chat. Oh, and welcome, Nervar. Welcome, Nervar. He unmuted you. All right, Central, you got it, or cool. So let me just read the message, and then you can pick up.
got to say that entire parabola thing again because he deafened himself. Oops. 1 second. I have audio problems right now. Sorry, 1 second.
How dare you? Yeah, let's see. 8 inches per mile squared. The claim is very common from flurfs.
It saves time. I explain. It's not anything mean. It saves time to write that.
Oh, I don't care about the word flurf. That's fine. I'm just saying that it's people do say it's like we came up with that number or something like that, bro. No, dude. Like if it was up to us, it'd be 0. Like no, we didn't come up with that. Are you serious? And welcome Dave Finkel to the panel. But yeah, I mean, look, it's accurate up to a certain degree. Obviously, it's not a full circle. It's apparently it's accurate up to like 5,000 miles. I'm not sure where you got the 5 miles from. It's pretty interesting because you can go to a lake that's like 10 miles. Right, our friend Dave Hinkle here went to a body of water that was like pretty big. I think maybe even like 25 miles. Maybe correct me on that. But yeah, Dave, what's up? How big was the water there?
My personal observation was 8.5 miles.
Okay.
70 somebody. There still should have been 50 foot of drop that wasn't there. Back to you.
Yeah, so I mean, 5 miles, even, I mean, even then, like if we were just to give you that, again, they're claiming the curve is at like 1.2 miles at a 1 foot observation. So I mean, that is a little bit different than drop rate. It's more about
There,
distance to horizon, but essentially, 5 miles. If you're going to limit us like that, we could probably still test that because that's
using the 8 inches per mile formula to calculate the curvature of the Earth is it assumes that there is a constant rate of curvature. So first of all, we know this. You and I know both know this. We can agree over this that it is inaccurate over long distances. The 8 inches
wait.
per mile.
Irrelevant.
I have a question about that.
Irrelevant. We're not using it at distances. It's inaccurate over. Irrelevant.
Second, the Earth is not a perfect sphere. The Earth is.
Wait a second, Storm. I know where you're going with this.
Also irrelevant.
Yeah, slightly. What about over the water? So if it's not a perfect sphere and there's variable curvature, is that happening over the water or no?
Well, no, it's not happening over the water. The water level is constant all over the
So
Earth.
then why? So then, kind of your point about it being not a perfect sphere and it varies is irrelevant when you're testing over water, wouldn't you say? Because it's not like the water has like lumps and bumps. Although, not gonna lie, bro, I did get a clip of them saying that gravity makes like lumps and bumps in the water. We could take a listen and you can tell me if you agree with it or not. But yeah, I'm with you that essentially that like the way gravity works or whatever, it should be having the water be pretty consistent, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
So I mean, there is the moon. The moon changes. There is the moon and the sun. There is sun tides. I don't know how to say it in English. I'm Swedish. So I'm saying the
you got it right.
the sun sides, the sun tides, and the moon tides.
I've never heard of sun tides before. That's interesting.
Sunside, bro, I cannot speak. Sun tides.
I've never heard of that.
Solar tides, or let me Google it real quick.
I'm gonna look it up too. I've only heard of tides, and they say it's from the moon. I've never heard.
The solar side is experienced as a variation on the basic lunar tidal pattern, not at a separate set of tides. When the sun and moon. Okay, I was wrong on that one. It is.
No worries.
But we'll use the moon for this. So a lunar tide changes the level of water on some areas of the Earth. So let's bring that out of the equation. Can we do that? Yes, we can do that.
Tides.
The tides. We can bring those out of the equation.
Yeah.
Because those just make the formulas. It doesn't make the formulas easy to calculate. We need some easier formulas for today.
But it also, I would say that, like in terms of the tides, they're not claiming that is curvature or like, oh, boats go over the tides. They're saying boats go over the curve. So yeah, we can dismiss that for now.
Yeah. That was my point, is because people don't claim that, and we can take that out of the equation. But anyways, so over large bodies of water, I've watched and listened to so many flat Earth podcasts that claims that there are huge.
Could you name like one of them?
One of them. What's the name? I remember it's on.
So many. So many.
Because they're hard to find. If you're going on YouTube, you're looking for this content. I'm surprised that they're actually presenting it.
No, there's some. Yeah, a lot.
I'm just wondering if we're ever getting to a point for the globe. That's what I'm wondering.
Yeah,
we're getting there. Flat Earth files. The Flat Earth files.
We're not.
All right. Well, okay. Sorry, I'm dragging my feet
Trust
here.
me, I've done this song and dance before. You're not getting there.
Well, yeah. Just go ahead and get to the.
It would be easier to get there if you stopped, like, interrupting.
Oh yeah, it's my fault. I mean, you've had the floor to waffle for 5 minutes, but it's my fault that you're not getting anywhere.
Yeah, I'm asking a lot of questions there, Storm. Go ahead and just gets into your point, and then
Yeah. So over large bodies of water, atmospheric refraction can significantly affect the apparent position of distant objects. The refraction can cause objects to appear higher or lower than they actually are, and the 8 inches per mile square does not account for that. You need separate equation for the curvature of the Earth and the refraction. So it doesn't account for
You
that.
have to inflate the radius. We know you have to inflate the radius because what we see in reality doesn't look like what you say it is. We don't see that curve that you say is there, so you got to flatten it out by inflating the radius mathematically using refraction as your excuse. Cool concession. Thanks for that.
Damn, Don DeMarco.
You know that seeing a curvature actually disproves flat Earth as well.
You just told us we don't. You just told us we don't see 8 inches per mile squared, and then you went to refraction as your excuse. Now you're flip-flopping back to we do see it?
What? No, I'm not doing that. I'm talking about objects being distorted, not seeing an actual curvature. No matter what.
Curvature.
It doesn't matter if there is like a refraction effect or not. We will never see a curvature. It doesn't matter if the Earth is round. We will not see a curvature. If the Earth was flat, on the other hand, we would see a curvature. That's
You can tell us we won't see curvature? Very convincing.
Wait, we got to address what he just said. If the Earth was flat, we would see curvature? What the hell are you talking about, boy?
Okay, so there was an experiment made by some people on YouTube. I don't remember the name. I don't have the sites on hand, but they set up a weather balloon, and basically there is no curvature on the Earth. There was a camera without a fisheye lens, so that we wouldn't get distortions over the atmosphere. It was no fisheye lens, and the
no distortions, no refraction, no atmosphere.
You can't just.
I thought you just said there's always distortion because of refraction. Now you're saying there is not. Which is it?
Yeah, keep your story straight.
My money. Over large bodies of water, not in the fucking air. Instead of taking my fucking words out of context, I said over large bodies of water there is significant refraction effect.
Where's your evidence that there's a curve there in the first place that we didn't see due to refraction? Where's your evidence for that?
So looking at the stars in the northern hemisphere, they rotate clockwise. In the southern hemisphere, they rotate counterclockwise. On a flat Earth, this isn't possible.
From east to west.
Hold on, we got to get one thing straight, Storm.
Okay.
If I could wave a magic wand, if I had one magic wish, it would be this. You would understand that it's the same Earth the way it is now. Star trails, sunsets, all that stuff. Nothing out there changes ever. Okay, so if you're gonna make this case that, oh well, if it was flat, it would be like this, that, and the other. No, it wouldn't. It would just be the same way it's always been, dude. That doesn't change. So if you see star trails, or if you see, when you said like, oh, if it was flat, we would see something different. No, we wouldn't. We'd see the same thing you always see.
Okay, so
you gotta get that straight.
If it was flat, we would see a curve. Because we see no curve, it's curved.
That's crazy that you actually said that, dude.
You guys never even let me speak to the finish.
You heard what you said, though. If it was flat, we would see curve, even though in reality we don't see curve, bro.
Yes, because the Earth isn't flat. That's my entire point.
You're hurting the globe right now, man. Just to let you know.
No, it is, Storm, and you're not understanding that. What you see now,
do you have an explanation for?
You will forever see that will never change. So if your case,
do you have an explanation for why the Earth on the northern hemisphere rotates clockwise and on the stars on the southern hemisphere?
It doesn't.
Clockwise and counterclockwise aren't cardinal directions. Do you agree that all stars go from east to west? Do you want NASA to cite it to you? Because that's what they say. All stars move from east to west. So you don't have an argument. You see the stars moving, not that the Earth is moving. So you can only describe a flat, motionless Earth as your premise. You have nothing.
Flat, motionless Earth. Do you know what the difference between
stars moving, you even said, oh, they rotate this way
Can you
versus
please
this
let
way.
me speak to the finish instead of screaming at me? And I'll
We already
and I can
dismantled
actually.
that. You have an actual argument.
My argument is
Yeah,
that
where's the
why.
argument, bro?
Let me explain it to you instead of you
Look,
asking what
being
is your
wrong about
argument.
what
What
the
is your
sky does
argument?
isn't an argument, bro. The first thing that you stated was completely wrong. It's not that you are in the north and you see counterclockwise star trails and then you travel to the south and it flips around. All that happens is they rise in the east, they set in the west. If you're looking north, that'll appear to be counterclockwise. If you turn around and face south, that'll appear to be clockwise. And it doesn't matter at all where you are.
If you're looking to south from South Africa and from Australia, you will both see the Southern Cross, but on a flat Earth, you will be looking at totally different.
No.
Yes, you will.
Storm, no. Not gonna let you
Yes.
do this. Nope, not happening. You can't sit here and tell us that reality would be different than the way it is now. We are currently, all of us in this panel, maybe besides yourself, and maybe Nerovar, I'm not sure where they stand. We are flat earthers the way the Earth is now, with star trails, with sunsets, eclipses, all that stuff. Okay, what you're trying to do essentially is say, no, if the Earth was flat, it would be like this way that I made up in my mind. Hell no.
Made up in my mind? No,
Yes.
it's thousands of scientists
No,
out there, maybe even
Storm.
hundreds of thousands
No.
of them.
We don't need it. It's not based on testimony. It's based on reality, the way it presents itself.
Yes,
That
okay,
will
so
never change, my friend. Never.
a video from.
Scientists say the sky defies observable reality.
Yes,
Oh,
that's
cool.
how we figure out the Earth is
Yes.
a sphere 2,000 years ago.
They didn't figure that out. Okay.
Yeah.
You haven't even figured it out today, Storm. So relax. Okay, you think
The Earth is a sphere. That's how
No,
we
dude.
figured it out 2,000 years ago by
Now a
looking at the
baseless
stars.
assertion? I thought you were a debate, bro. Now a baseless assertion?
Baseless assertion?
If they figured that out 2,000 years ago, so how come you haven't figured it out today? Because we figured
Yeah,
it
what's
out.
taking you so long?
No, I
2,000 years
figure.
behind?
If I agree with them, that means that I figured it out. What do you mean?
No, I used to agree with them my whole life, dude. So agreeing isn't really helping anyone.
No, but you said realize that the Earth is flat. I don't believe that the
Yeah.
Earth is flat. They didn't believe that the
Neither
Earth is
do
flat.
we don't believe it either. It's
A
just
belief?
like saying it's like asking me if I believe how tall I am. No, I know how tall I am because I've measured it. Right? I went into reality
real
and measured
quick.
that.
Sorry, C baby. Agreeing with the story does not provide evidence of the story. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's the craziest argument, if you can call it that, I've ever heard.
You guys, okay, so if for once, can you let me speak to a finish?
Yeah, that should
For
be funny.
once.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Let's hear it.
So, in the Southern Hemisphere, there is picture and video evidence of people standing on South Africa, looking directly south and seeing the Southern Cross. There's also evidence of people looking in Southern Argentina, directly south and seeing the Southern Cross. If the Earth was flat, they would be looking
any
at
different. No,
complete.
sir. Nope. I'm sorry. If let's help you with your statement, all right? If the Earth is flat, nothing would be different. Nothing at all. Storm, this cannot be a part of your presentation. I'm just not going to allow it. It's one of my biggest pet peeves. You guys essentially just saying the Earth would be different than the way it always has been. No, dude, it's the way it is now and will forever.
It's not an
be.
argument.
No, neither is yours saying that reality would be the way I've created in my mind. No, we're not going to accept that. The Earth is the way it is right now and has always been and will forever be. But if your presentation involves, well, actually, if you guys are right, reality would be different like this, that, and the other. Hell no. Nope.
So explain the proof that people looking at completely different directions see the same thing.
It's not proof, bro. Staring at the sky is not verifying what the ground under you is doing. So pointing at the sky is not proof of really anything.
Actually, it is complete proof. That's why you are completely denying it, because it completely shambles your flat Earth model.
No, Storm. That's where you've got it wrong, my boy. Because we haven't presented to you any model. Well, this is what you guys do, is you come up with some sort of image in your mind what you think this position is. Then you tell us why. Hold on, buddy. Hold on. And then you're going to tell us why the idea that you came up with in your head doesn't work. You know what? Let's get a round of applause. Because
Then
you're
show
right.
me a
Hold on,
model.
hold on,
If
hold
you
on,
don't
Sonny, hold on. Because you're right. It doesn't work. The idea that you came up with, that sloppy idea you have in your mind, you're right. It doesn't work. We're agreeing with you. If you
Okay,
want to
so
know
what
what our
is your
position
model?
is, oh,
Show
sorry,
me your
sorry,
model.
we don't have one. There's just the Earth when you go outside, the way it is and the way it's always been. I don't need to give you a little Hot Wheels of the Earth to tell you this is what it all is.
A
You don't
map.
need that, number one.
Do you have even a map?
Yeah, all maps.
All maps, so even a globe?
Flat, yeah, with a scale, horizontal, with distances between points, horizontal distances, right? So do you have one of those that's a ball?
Yes, we do.
Really? Can I see it?
On any globe, there is a scale on the globe.
You keep saying the globe. First of all, that's not a map. You brought up maps. That's not a map, right? Maps have names, right? The azimuthal, equidistant. They all have specific names. Not one of them is just called the globe. Sorry to break it to you, but that's not a map, bro. So
Okay, a globe is a form of map. For you, it isn't because you keep denying it.
what? There's nothing.
Do you navigate holding a globe, or you hold a flat map? What do you do?
I'm pretty sure you got a.
A flat
So
map
you use a
is a
flat map, and then imagine a ball.
A flat map is a projection of the globe. That's why things in the north and south are extremely distorted.
There's no globe to project, unless you can
Correct.
show me that globe outside.
That was the last guy's issue. Is he's saying, well, it's based on this thing. Okay, well, let's go find out if that thing actually exists.
Yes, that's
Right,
what
newsflash, it doesn't.
Aristophanes did 2,000 years ago.
Can you show us the globe that you're projecting onto a flat map? I'd just like to see that globe, please.
Eratosthenes just assumed it.
Hold on, let me send you a picture. No, he didn't assume.
No,
he
no, in
figured it out
reality,
using
look
his head and
outside.
think.
Outside.
No, Storm. You really think he
You can't just
figured it
say
out by using
look
his brain.
outside. If I say look outside, prove that the Earth is
Show me
flat.
the
You
globe
can't
out
do
there in
that.
the
It's
real
not
world
physically
that you're
possible.
projecting onto a flat representation. Show me that.
Yes, I will just find out a picture here. I found a perfect picture.
Great.
Real quick, can I mention that all schoolroom globes say not for educational purposes on them? So there's that. Go ahead.
I would love for you to show me a picture of that because I have never seen that in my entire life.
Got you.
You're new here.
Oh, I'm
Also,
new
you
here.
said Eratosthenes figured it out by just using his brain, bro. No, he didn't. First of all, it's based on a lot of assumptions. If you really think he didn't go into it with any assumptions, you got some homework to do.
Nah, he just used sheer brain power, bro.
That's crazy.
So why can't you figure it out by looking at the stars?
Because the answer doesn't lie up there. The answers aren't up there, dude. They're like if I wanted to know, for example, Storm, like I sell shoes, and you come to my shop, you want to buy some shoes, and I'm like, all right, well, I want to measure your foot. I want to know exactly how big your foot is so I can sell you the proper shoe.
Yeah.
Would I like start like checking your hair and like let's look up away from the foot? No, you'd go down to the foot directly and measure it. So if we want to know what the surface of the earth is doing, we don't stare up at the sky and squint our eyelids and flash our eyeballs and all this crazy stuff. We just go down to the surface and measure it. Simple. The answers aren't up there. The sky's not
There's a huge problem with that, and that is that the Earth isn't a foot in a shoe.
Okay, but it's also if I want to measure how big this thing is, you don't. It doesn't. The answers don't lie up away from the foot. That's the point.
No, but you can use stuff above the foot. If
No,
you
like
take
what?
yes, okay. So here
What does
I
my hair
have.
say about my foot? Nothing.
Let me speak. Fuck's sake, bro.
No, but what you're
Okay,
saying is
so here
inaccurate.
I have a foot. I want to see which foot fits on it. So I can take a shoe, put it next to him. Oh, look at that! It's big enough. Put it on. Here you go.
Yeah, but like you're basically what you're doing. You're like, well, let's
Hold on, would you use the shadow of the foot instead of the foot?
That's funny.
The shadow? No, I never said anything about a
Right, you
shadow.
talk about sticks and shadows with Eratosthenes, where you just assume a globe. That's circular logic.
I never
right?
said
What we'd
anything
rather
with
do is
sticks and
measure
shadows.
the foot instead of looking at a shadow and assume the distance of the foot.
I never said anything about stick and shadow. That is not the experiment. That is not the experiment that I am. He made multiple experiments, and one of them he looked at the stars. those stars aren't even physically possible on your flat Earth projection.
You keep doing
You're
this
looking in
again.
the wrong
Southern
direction.
hemisphere, they're
Nope.
You're looking in the wrong direction. Why are you doing that? You're trying to make a point about what the surface of the Earth is, and then you start pointing in exactly the wrong direction. Why would you do that? Are you afraid of the surface?
I'm not afraid of the surface. I'm afraid of flat
You must
Earthers
be,
because
because you
they're
won't
lying.
look at it. You're avoiding it. You're really avoiding it, man.
Okay, I'm
You
looking.
don't seem to want to look there. Is it because you're not going to find what you're looking for?
Storm, real quick, bud. We've already went over this a few times with you. You're like, I'm afraid of your mind. Bro, you haven't asked us what we think. You're just telling us what you think we should think. Right? Oh, stars wouldn't work on your model of the Earth. That's your sloppy idea. No one offered you any model to start putting stars on and see
Have you
what happens.
watched the
Hold on,
Globebusters?
Storm. Hold on, buddy. They don't present to you models, right? So what you're basically telling us, I don't like your mind. You don't like your ideas that you came up with in your mind. We have not offered you those things that you're presenting. Oh, well, stars wouldn't work on the Earth. No, no one's saying that. Box Ops, Acid, myself, Dave, Flatsy, all these people live on the same Earth as you, where stars happen, sunsets happen, tides happen, all these things. Your presentation involves, well, if the Earth was flat, then none of those things would happen. That's ridiculous on its face. So I won't let you proceed if you're going to continue going down this path that, oh, flat Earth would be like this. It would be like that. No, it would just be like the way the Earth is now and always has been. That would never change. You have to understand that.
That's because you quote know that the Earth is flat. I know that the Earth is round, so I can just use the same argument.
Here's the thing: if we're standing at the beach, Storm, me and you, we're
Yeah,
looking at the horizon. We both experience and live on the same Earth.
That is
Okay,
correct.
I'm the flat earther, you are the globe earther, but it's the
That is
same
correct.
Earth. So if your
Yes.
presentation is looking out at the horizon saying, well, actually, if the Earth is flat, there would be no horizon. You're you're smoking something crazy, bro. So I want you to stop this presentation of like, oh, well, if you're right, then reality would look different than the way it does now. That's crazy.
You said that you haven't presented a map, and that map only exists in my mind. But I have watched other flat Earth debates. I watched the.
You said, yeah, you
Hey,
said we said
listen.
there's two maps. What are
Yes,
those
you
two maps?
used two different maps. I watched the debate between Professor Dave Explains and the Globebusters, I believe.
Ooh, that's the problem, because you're getting your talking points from utter fools like Professor Dave, and they really set you
No,
up
I
to
watched
fail.
both videos.
No, they set you up to fail in this forum because you don't know what you're supposed to be arguing for. You're arguing against parabolic approximations and stuff that doesn't matter or do anything for your position. So they set you up really poorly.
Yeah,
I watched both the
Dave isn't actually
videos.
trying to tell you what the arguments are, because if Dave's telling you that, oh, they have two maps that they use, well, he's
No,
lying to you.
they showed him maps. They showed him
Okay.
flat Earth maps
Well,
in
what
the
are the two
debate.
maps? What are the two maps?
One map shows the seasons where the sun hops from an inner
What?
rotation to an outer rotation to another outer rotation that's further out.
That's a
That's
map?
one of the maps. Yes.
That sounds like an idea to present how maybe seasons would work, because we get that question a lot. What was the name of the map? I told you earlier, they all have specific names. It's not the seasons map, I'll tell you that much. So what's the name of the map?
Well, the flat earthers from Globebusters never
That one,
even.
and it's wrong.
They didn't tell you what the name was?
No.
It's just flat and it's wrong.
Yes, exactly.
So why would a
Central.
flat
Exactly.
earther use that map?
Well, you're the one presenting that flat earthers use two specific maps, but you don't know what
Because
those
they
maps
use
are.
two. No, I said one of the maps I was about to explain the second map, but then you stopped me.
Okay, what's the name of the other map then?
There's no name. They show the map. They never have a name.
Brother, they all have names. Look, I'm gonna post this in
So
the chat.
why? So if they all have names, why won't the Globebusters present a name for the map that they are
Because
using?
we don't have one. What we
No,
have
but
to do
why
all
are
the
they
time.
using one then?
I don't know what you're referencing. If you want to put it in the chat, maybe we can go through it specifically.
Yes, I'm
but
trying to
let me
find
help you out here. Let me help you out here. Because what we end up doing a lot of the time is we're dealing with new minds to the topic. They don't really understand. They think it's a floating disc in space. They think it's this
No,
and
the
the
Earth is not a
other.
floating disc
I know
in
that, but
space.
if you took a random sample of like 10 people off the street and you asked them what is flat Earth, they're going to tell you it's some floating pancake in space, as they do not know. So what we're dealing with a lot of
That's
times
the
is
video I'm referencing to, and I can also reference you to the original Glowbusters video as well.
Okay, but my point
Because
here.
that's
Okay,
the
so if you're
Professor
trying to claim
Dave.
seasons as a proof of a globe, you're going to need rotation and orbiting, which there's no experiment for. And you don't experience the Earth in motion right now, so that's not going to help.
I don't experience the Earth in motion because there is something called the conservation of momentum,
It's actually
and
moving first.
there is
Requires a radius that you don't have, so circular logic.
There is actually proof of the Earth rotating.
Oh my god, dude.
What
See,
would
look,
that be?
alright,
What's
look,
the
hold
name
on.
of the experiment? Give us the independent and
So
dependent
listen,
results for
real
that.
quick, you
have
failed
you-
on curvature. You failed on point one curvature, so you don't have a globe at this point. So now I guess if you're going to go on to rotation, now you're arguing for a rotating plane. Go ahead.
I'm arguing for rotating plane because actual flat earthers did an experiment with a radio gyroscope or whatever it's called. I don't know the exact name. because
No,
I
not
know-
an experiment. I asked what was the name of the experiment to prove axial rotation or orbit. Do you have that?
I can search it up
Not,
for you
I've
right,
seen it on
right
Netflix,
now
bro.
if you want. If you have,
Is your experiment called Netflix?
Yeah, for real, bro.
There's nothing called a experiment called.
You're getting your proof off Netflix. I would just maybe reel it in a little bit. And also,
Right, so
a radio gyroscope literally proves that the Earth spins. It has
No,
a
it doesn't.
15 degree and
Determine the
hours.
consequent fallacy. Check it out. You see a gyro moving, not the Earth moving. Why would you assume that it's the Earth moving? You don't experience that.
I don't experience that because from my perspective it isn't moving, but from the gyroscope's perspective it is moving, and the gyroscope is projecting its perspective in a way that we can see, which is a 15 degree per hour drift.
He detected 15 degrees per hour?
Yes, they did.
Okay, so was he at the North or South Pole? Because that would be the only place you would even get that, so you're lying.
I'm not lying, my man.
Right, so first off, you don't have the experiment. You have to assume what you're trying to prove, right? There's nothing to go off of. Like, I wanted an independent and dependent variable, and you have Netflix, dude.
Yeah, I wouldn't get your proofs from Netflix, dog, or YouTube from Professor Dave. If you told us yourself that it's not a disk in space, why is he presenting you this idea that it would be some sort of sloppy pancake in space, bro?
Because the
he's not telling
Glowbusters
you.
did.
I'm really,
No, they
I'm really trying to warn
Glowbusters
you.
did.
I just
No, they
want to
didn't.
warn this guy. Like, you keep pulling information from Netflix and Professor Dave and all these fools, and they're really letting you down. You got to find better information.
No,
Give me a timestamp if you actually are saying that
No.
they presented that. They didn't. The video is
Okay,
not.
I'm giving you a timestamp right now. Let me search it up.
And also, I didn't get to finish my point earlier. Is that
I never get to finish my point, so
Yeah, no, because we've done this rodeo.
You haven't
many
had
times.
one yet. It's the problem.
We've done this rodeo many times, so we know how to. we
one
know how
of
to
the
do
maps used at 5:55 of this video used by the Glowbuster.
5:55.
Yes, I just posted it in live stream voice text. I'm looking
yeah.
for the second one that the Globebusters used, not
This is on
him.
Dave's channel.
Yes, but it is cited directly from the Globebuster video.
That's not a map.
So why are the Globebusters using it?
What is the question? What is the full context? You said it was about seasons or something.
No, one of the maps is about seasons. That's
Right, and you failed to
Not a
prove
map, dude.
seasons were from a globe, right? So you're going to
No,
move on?
the globe perfectly proves seasons. It
No, it
rotates.
doesn't.
Yes, it does. It rotates
not
on
So do
the
you feel Earth moving right now, or is there an experiment with the actual independent and dependent variables? Because you said Netflix, bro.
Just because I don't feel something moving doesn't mean that it doesn't move.
So you have to assume the exact opposite of experienced reality? No thanks. Why would I do
But
that?
people actually assumed what they felt a long time ago, but then we realized, it isn't actually like this way. So we started out by assuming that the
that it was
Earth was a
globe. And then we figured out that it's not correct by actually going out into the field and measuring and testing, and so.
Yes, but
You don't have to assume it's motionless when you experience it. That'd be knowledge.
So yeah, you said it explains perfectly the season. So when the sun is
Indo,
when the Earth is closer or farther away, is it winter?
Indo, my friend, that's because he's talking about Australia in that. So, shocker, he's talking about Australia and not. So.
But you said it explains it perfectly, though.
Yes. Do you think that Australia exists? Yes. He's explaining how this. Indo. He says that
he's saying Australia
didn't
doesn't
even get
exist?
Never said
winter
that.
and summer in the correct
100%
month.
vouch that he doesn't say that.
Wait, who said Australia doesn't exist?
He's trying to say Indio. He keeps calling them Indo.
He must be smoking on that Indo, bro. Come on, man.
No, the problem is that Indio said that he didn't even get summer and winter into the correct month. But if you scroll back just a tiny bit, you will notice that he's talking about Australia, not the North. Australia.
So Indo said that Australia doesn't exist?
No, but he has no sufficient context to his claim. He doesn't even know the context. He just took a screenshot.
A minute ago you were on the Australia thing, but okay, carry on.
No, bro, I asked, do you know that Australia exists? Yes, you do. And he's talking about Australia here, so his claim isn't even you need more context to even make that claim.
Well, I just Googled, when is the Earth closest to the sun? It says in wintertime. So you said it explains it perfectly, though, right?
Yes, it's 300,000 kilometers out of...
Nonsense, right? Can you practically demonstrate getting farther away from heat source to get hotter?
Yes, but
no one.
Boxops, let me explain this phenomena for you.
Just go. You don't have to explain it. You're going to explain. Just go explain.
Okay, so during January, yes, the Earth is 300,000 kilometers closer, but it is a mere fraction of the actual distance. You can't do that every time I say something that you don't agree with.
I only did that once, dude. Come on, relax.
The actual distance to the sun on average is 91.4 million kilometers. Do you think that 300,000 kilometers will make a dent on that?
No one measured that.
It's actually
no one
it would
measured
be about
that.
93 million miles, but how is that measured?
How is that measured? By almost. Okay, let me Google up one of the ways to measure that.
You have to Google it?
Oh yes, because I'm a 16-year-old student. I don't have every single answer in the universe.
Don't worry, it's not on Google either, Storm. Don't worry, it's not on Google either. So it's not a lack of your age. Go ahead, Central.
Well, if we check the surface and it's not curving anywhere, like it isn't, then the sun can't be that far away because you wouldn't have diverging shadow angles on the surface. So Eratosthenes proves a flat Earth.
No, it doesn't. Smoked.
Even people on the globe.
If you want to measure the distance between the sun and the Earth, so choose two locations on the surface of the sun, and they're a part of a total eclipse. This is a total eclipse. Measure the distance between these two locations using a map or GPS. Very simple to do, very simple math. When the total solar eclipse occurs, note the exact time at which it starts and which it ends. Use the time difference between the two locations to calculate the angular separation between them. Since you know
calculate, not measure, sounds like to me.
See, you're always interrupting me in the middle of my talking point.
Just go.
Did we ask you for calculations or for a measurement? What'd they ask you?
Box up. Shut up.
Easy.
Use the time difference between the two locations to calculate the angular separation between them. Since you know the Earth's rotation rate, which is 15 degrees an hour, we talked about this.
We don't know that. You're going to assume it?
Yes, okay,
No,
because
you can't
a
do that.
day is 24 hours long and a full
Yes.
rotation is 360
No,
degrees.
certainly
360
we have-
degrees divided by 24 is 15.
It's just calculations. That's not. That's not like
Because
we
I'm
already
not
know
done
this thing
yet.
is happening.
My friend, I'm not done yet.
I know, but notice how you're basing, right? This is called
We already
claim
know.
stacking. When you start stacking claims on top of each other, you're like, well, we already know this, and then because of that, we know this. You haven't established that those things are knowledge, right? So this is again why we call it claim stacking.
In
You
the
stack other
past.
claims on top
Do
of
you
each
want
other.
me to give you the?
No.
Yes,
We
we
have to,
have established
no,
it
okay,
in
well
the
then we'll
past.
establish it. If they've done it 3,000 years ago, we'll do it today.
2,000 years ago, actually.
That's
But
fine.
okay,
All right,
listen.
we'll do it today. We'll start right now. So let's establish it here, and then you can
Listen.
build on top of that establishment.
Okay,
But what you
let's
can't do is
establish
just
it
continually
here.
build on
What is
build on
a
a much of
full?
nothing.
What is a full rotation? It's 360 degrees, right? Doesn't matter.
Okay? How do we
It
know that
doesn't. It
anything's
doesn't.
rotating?
15
See,
miles
this
an
you
hour
can't
drift in
establish.
a
Hold
radio
on,
gyroscope.
you're starting with this thing that something's already moving. Oh, we already know it's rotating. So because it's rotating, then 24. It doesn't work like that. You gotta build on a foundation, not build from the shingles down. So you need a foundation first. Where's the proof that anything's moving in the first place?
The proof is right in front of you. If you would just
okay.
Google one thing.
Google it. You want me to Google your proof for you? You like no one's done that before? Come on,
No,
dude. You
the
gotta have
problem.
it better than that. Don't worry, it's not on Google. We already checked. We spent years looking, so it's not on there. So why don't you try to figure out what the proof is? You're asking me to Google it, like we didn't do that already.
What do you mean, like you haven't?
Yeah, I thought you said we
hold on,
know
Storm.
it's rotating,
Dude.
and that knowledge would have to come from experience. So, what you experience to know that it's moving?
Okay.
Wait,
I'll give you.
Storm.
I will
Really?
give you.
Hold on, dude. Really? You're gonna actually say that no one's thought to Google this stuff you're talking about?
Look.
That's
Okay, I will give you an
crazy.
experiment that assumes that the Earth is flat. Okay.
No, let's not do
That's-
that. Right?
That's how Eratosthenes
Okay.
did it. He Googled it.
He Googled
Well,
it. No, he
we don't
didn't.
need
He
to.
used his
We don't
brain
need to
calculate.
assume. You and Boxops already
Okay.
covered that. It's the same base axiom. You and I both
If
experience
we
the same
is
thing.
okay, I
We
will
don't need to
give
assume
you.
anything, sir. You're saying that the Earth moves. Go ahead and hit us with the proof. We don't need to start
Okay.
by assuming something that you don't understand. And again, remember, you don't know what flat Earth is. You've assumed that it's some other weird thing.
You're
that was
asking me to
presented.
prove it. I'm about to prove it to you.
Well, it
Okay.
doesn't start with assuming the Earth is flat.
If you want to debunk something, you need to start with assuming that.
No, you don't know what you're debunking, Storm. I'm sorry to interrupt. But
Yes, I'm
the thing that you
debunking
keep
the flat Earth.
presenting.
I know
No, you're not.
exactly what.
Sorry.
Talking
No,
about-
no, hold
dude,
on. No, you're not. Because
Yes,
the
I
thing
am.
you presented, no, you're not. You're only debunking the sloppy idea that you have in your head. Because you've already tried to do this several times. Oh, well, if the Earth was flat, the stars wouldn't work. If the Earth was flat, this wouldn't happen. Blah 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 blah. You're not. The only thing you're debunking is the sloppy idea you have in your head of what you think flat Earth is. You haven't debunked anything that we presented. Because again, our presentation involves going outside into reality. So
Okay,
it's
so
good luck
you're
debunking the trees.
you are saying that the Earth is not rotating, correct?
The claim is that it is. We already covered the first thing we covered. Storm
No,
was burden of
you
proof. It was like the
you
neighbor with the
quote
lottery ticket,
no.
remember?
Do you believe that the Earth is rotating or not rotating?
Hell no.
You.
Just like I didn't believe my neighbor who got a
Okay,
lottery.
so assuming that the Earth is not rotating, if we have a pendulum and it would swing in a fixed
You're gonna do this.
direction
You're gonna do
without.
it again. You're gonna do this again. Where oh well, if it wasn't rotating, this would happen. This isn't happening. Therefore, it is rotating.
You're
That's
you're
not
also
gonna
gonna.
work.
He's gonna get confused by the rebuttal too, and that's not gonna work either. Because I'm gonna start asking you about reference frames and which one is the inertial, and you're just probably gonna have no clue what the hell I'm talking about. So, I wouldn't recommend going here.
Okay, I this time at least finish my talking
Well,
point without
you're off on
either
a
have.
premise. Your premise is flawed.
Do you want proof that the Earth
You're
is?
not offering that, and don't worry.
Because
we can just
you're
rip the bandit off.
because
You
you're
don't have it,
always interrupt me. I can't prove it when you're interrupting me.
brother. What
Well-
you're trying to prove is not out there. The proof does not exist, and it doesn't exist based on the premises you're offering. Oh well, if it was flat, X would happen. Oh, X doesn't happen. Not flat. The only thing you're presenting is this sloppy idea you have in your head that no one here thinks, bro. So you're not debunking anything except for your own
Okay,
ideas.
so nobody here thinks
Well,
that
you're
the Earth is
debunking the globe.
stationary.
You're doing a good job debunking the globe, though, because you completely failed to establish curvature of the Earth. Now you're skipping past point 1 onto point 2, so now you just want to tell us about how we're on a rotating flat Earth for some reason.
No, I asked, do you believe that the Earth is stationary? He said yes. So,
No. Remember what the positive claim is that it is moving. Just like my neighbor who claimed you won the lottery. I go, nah, I want to see some proof of that. So that's all we're asking. If you're going to
yes,
claim
I'm
that it does
about,
move,
I'm
I want
about
to
to
see some proof
provide
for
you
that.
with the proof, okay?
What was the holdup? Hurry up.
The holdup is you interrupting me, so I will begin now without any interruptions. Thank you. If the Earth is not rotating, which is what you claim, a pendulum would swing in a fixed direction without any change, correct?
I don't think I agree with your ideas of what you think should be happening. We just deal with the way the Earth is and the way things do happen, not your ideas.
I'm going to answer the question. I'm going to say incorrect. I'm not going to adopt that straw man. Thanks.
Okay, so if you don't have any explanations for how the Earth works,
Whoa. What's this have to do with me? You said you have proof of this thing. So let's take a look at that. I have really nothing to do with that. So if you claim you have this thing, show us.
a pendulum on a stationary disc would swing in one direction without any change. Why doesn't it?
Because again, brother, you're presenting this idea that reality should and would and could be different. We're just telling you it is the way it is now.
Tell me why it's this way. Using a flat stationary disc, tell me why.
Flat stationary disc. See, this is what I'm saying. You're not debunking anything. You're not debunking anything anyone's presented here, friend.
You said, I asked you, do you believe that the Earth is stationary? You said yes. Now you're changing it? Yes, you did.
What I said was very specific. I was very careful with my words. I used the analogy of the neighbor that won the lottery. He's claiming he won, just like you're claiming the Earth moves, and I want to see some proof for that. It's not a new claim. I want to see the evidence.
Okay.
Go ahead, Ether.
I just wanted to ask one question. Who said disc?
I know no one said
stationary. Yes.
Only the Glober said disc. Always forever. The Glober is the one who says disc.
I am very sorry that English isn't my first language. It's definitely my fault.
Stupid.
No, that's the thing.
Don't call me stupid because I'm not born in fucking US.
Okay, I'll find some other reason to call you stupid then. Don't worry. One will be right along any second now.
It's not your lack of
You are very disrespectful for being a moderator. Oh, poor me.
Well, listen.
Sorry.
It's not that wasn't a translation issue. Because
yes,
this
is bro.
No, Storm. No, this is what I've been telling you this whole time. You have ideas in your head of what you think flat Earth is. We're telling you that idea is cap. No one here thinks that. So the only thing you're debunking is your own sloppy ideas. So when you were going to start with this pendulum thing, is this exact same cycle? Oh, well, if it was flat, this is what would happen. This doesn't happen, therefore it's not flat. You're just stuck on a loop, bro.
No, I'm not stuck on a loop. To perform an experiment, you need two different hypotheses. If X happens, then Y is the answer. If Y happens, then X is the answer. Like, you need a hypothesis. What do you mean, not science?
That's not science at all.
Hypothesis, man. That's not the hypothesis.
Yeah, science is a method for testing cause and effect. Go ahead, guys. Sorry.
Yes, okay. The cause is the... Okay, look. A pendulum spins and it changes the direction over time. That's an effect. The cause of it would be a 15 degree per hour drift.
How do you vary manipulate that cause?
How do you vary manipulate it? What are you even asking me? Oh, I'm so sorry I don't know the English language perfectly that you do.
The first words that you spoke when I was trying to get my mic situated, you brought up the word scientific method. So now that we're actually using the scientific method, you're like, but English isn't my first language. Come on, dog.
You never said the word scientific. Repeat to me what you said.
If you're gonna punt those words in the conversation, scientific method, you better know what that means.
I know what is scientific.
The scientific method requires a independent. Go ahead.
I can't hear when everyone's talking.
Sounds like you're about to say the same thing I'm gonna say. You just do it. That's okay. Go for it.
Ether, go and then go.
The scientific method.
Hold on, buddy. Go ahead, Ether.
So the scientific method involves an independent variable. You have to have a control, and then you have a variable that is changed. What changes? What are you changing?
A pendulum changes direction over time. That's the effect, right? I am looking for a cause, and a cause would be a valid cause would be that the Earth is rotating at 15.
How do you manipulate it? How do you manipulate that cause?
How do I manipulate that cause? It's not possible to.
Yeah, I know.
Well, I mean, it is possible to manipulate it using airs that comes from one direction and then changes direction. But they don't do that in experiments.
I can manipulate the rotation of the Earth using airs now?
No, you can manipulate the rotation of the pendulum using airs.
Okay, so I can't manipulate the supposed cause of the pendulum doing what it does, which is the rotation of the Earth, according to you. So we can't use a scientific experiment here to establish that the rotation of the Earth actually did anything here.
Fail.
No, what do you mean L? Okay, listen. When they do this experiment, they don't have.
It's not an experiment because number one, you don't have a valid independent variable that you're varying and manipulating. That's why we keep asking you the same thing over. What are you varying and manipulating? Well, you can't. Oh wait, no, you can. You don't have an experiment, bro. It's not an experiment. Number one, and there's no naturally occurring phenomenon.
It's a high school experiment that everyone does in school, at least here in Sweden.
It's not. Let's walk through it then. What's the naturally occurring phenomenon? Let's start with that.
The naturally occurring phenomenon is a 15 degree per hour rotation of the Earth.
Where is that? Where do you observe that?
In the pendulum.
You said that. You're literally just swapping. You're just swapping pieces around, bro. Like, come on, man. So the question is, what's the naturally occurring phenomenon? It's not. Wouldn't be a man-made pendulum swinging in a building. Come on, dog.
The natural. Wait, can you repeat that question, but use different wording?
All right. The scientific method starts with a naturally occurring phenomenon, something you observe in nature.
Okay.
Okay. So what would that be? What are we observing?
We don't need to observe anything to test it. No, we don't need to. We don't have to do that yet. We do it anyways because it's fun.
Holy smokes, dude! Lulu, this is crazy. It's like a nightmare. We're going back to this whole. Well, you can do experiments. You don't need a hypothesis. You don't need an independent variable. You just can do experiments.
I never said okay. No,
you don't need an observed phenomenon even anymore.
Heretic, you don't need to scream, man. You're screaming right now. You don't need to do that.
It's not observed phenomenon anymore. Now it's imagined phenomenon.
I never said that either.
Well, that's what it amounts to.
No, it isn't at all.
In order for this pendulum thing to be an actual experiment, one would have to have an Earth that doesn't move, and then Earths that move, and then test the variables between moving rotating masses and non-moving, like non-rotating masses. There's no control or variable for your pendulum swing, therefore it is not an experiment.
It's a high school experiment.
Listen one second.
It's a high school experiment. Everybody does this. I thought you did this over at the US.
No, listen. The problem is you can't prove rotation via the scientific method. The reason is very simple. Because in a scientific experiment, you have to be able to manipulate, okay, with your fingers or a machine, whatever. You have to be able to manipulate the cause that you think causes the effect that you see. So because you can't, let me finish. Because you nor anybody else can ever manipulate the rotation of the Earth, right? You can't manipulate it. Meaning, you can't make it stop, you can't make it accelerate, you can't make it decelerate. So because you cannot manipulate it, you cannot prove that it does whatever you think it does here on Earth, for whatever effect you think happens. Do you understand? So scientifically speaking, you cannot prove that the Earth rotates, or that any effect happening on the Earth is because of the rotation of the Earth, because you cannot manipulate the assumed cause. You understand?
No, why would you need to have to manipulate
Holy
it to test
smokes,
it?
dude! You're
Because, for
sorry.
example, if I want to prove that water makes my plant grow, right? I need to put water and remove water, so that when I put water, if there is any difference, then I know that water makes the plant grow, and if there's no difference, I know that it's not water. So I need to have one cause at the time. So either it's water,
Okay, I
and
get
then
it
I
now.
change air, or I change the temperature, or I change the luminosity with the sun. Right? It's always one cause at a time, but it's a cause that I have to manipulate. So because you cannot manipulate the rotation of the Earth whatsoever in any way, right? You can't scientifically prove that whatever you think happens and whatever you observe here on Earth is caused, scientifically speaking, by the rotation of the Earth.
100%. You have to manipulate the thing that you suppose is the cause in a scientific experiment. If you can't do that, it's not an experiment, and all you're doing is pointing at an effect and declaring cause.
I'm not declaring a cause. There is no
Yes, you are.
there is no other possible
That's exactly what
cause.
you're doing in this breath right now. Right after you said you're not declaring a cause, you say there's no other way, you're declaring the cause.
No, okay, I misspoke. I'm sorry, but there is no other possible cause for this in the scientific
Just
field. So
doing it
That's not how
again, and
science
it's
works,
not
man.
science. He just ran you through that. You can't manipulate your supposed cause, so it's not science.
There's no other possible explanation. That's definitely not how things work. Not in law. In many scenarios, it's also called incredulity. I can't possibly think about an answer, so that's not very valid.
Well, no, actually, it's valid because it doesn't really matter.
Holy smokes!
Yes, yeah, exactly.
Can I ask the question, does the atmosphere spin with the Earth?
Yes, it does. It's called conservation of
Oh,
momentum.
okay, so then there's no Coriolis effect, so the pendulum, it's not doing anything due to Earth's rotation. Okay, thank you.
The Coriolis effect is an effect caused by spin.
Well,
Ever heard of it?
you just wrecked the two reference frames you would need for your Coriolis claim about the pendulum to be true. You said that it
No,
all
the
spins
spin
together. The Atma would have
pushes
to.
air
The
out of
Atma
the
would have
way.
to be what?
The spin pushes air out of the way. That's why they're going in different directions when it comes to the southern hemisphere and the northern hemisphere.
Yeah. So the atmosphere spins with the Earth. So then there's not two reference frames to have Coriolis. So the whole thing that you were trying to argue about the pendulum falls flat on its face. You need two reference frames for that effect to be what you're claiming it is.
Okay, let's have two reference frames. Let's put one in the northern hemisphere and one in the southern hemisphere. We'll still see the same drift effect. Now you have
No
two.
hemisphere. You didn't establish any curvature, so there's no hemispheres because there's no sphere, and there's also no rotation because, well, you can't establish any with the pendulum because you just said all of it's rotating, and the atmosphere would have to be an inertial reference frame relative to the Earth that is spinning in order for it to deviate due to the Earth rotating underneath it. I don't think you understood any of that, did you?
No, I didn't, because you're gagging.
What? Storm, dude, if you need to take a break and come back, bro, it's fine. But you didn't start off this bad faith.
I did start off in bad faith because in the beginning it was only you and me creation, but now everybody decides to chip in. I would say 5v1.
Two of
probably. No, it is you, Athegress, Acid Rain has spoken. That's 4 people
That's okay,
against
you're a big boy.
me and all. Yes, I am. I'm a very big boy. But also, I'm constantly getting interrupted. You never interrupted me. That's why, like, we had an actually good debate, but everybody else keeps interrupting me. That's why I started off nice, but now I'm getting frustrated because you never let me speak to point.
What point?
I'm not interrupting.
You just spoke a whole point there, so instead of complaining,
Yeah,
just go
it
ahead and
was
make
the first one, so.